Chapter 1. The Golden-Haired One Who Cannot Survive Beyond 3 Chapters. Sleep with Yi Feifei and record the process. I will give you 1,000,000, Luo Qinxue stated coldly. Surely, you wouldn't refuse such a generous offer, would you? Lu Qingming cast a fleeting glance at the bed. The aforementioned Yi Feifei, with her delicate features and petite figure, lay unconscious at that moment. Swallowing hard, Lu Qingming resolutely replied, I decline. Generally speaking, it is quite difficult to refuse such a proposition. However, Yi Feifei is the protagonist. Moreover, she is the heroine of a female-oriented novel. The entire saga began when Lu Qingming, out of sheer boredom, opened a book titled The Superpowered Young Wife of Qianlong Qin. Having read only the first 3 chapters, he found himself utterly poisoned by its absurdity. The heroine, Yi Feifei, seemed to possess boundless capabilities, adored by all men, with the entire world revolving around her. The male lead, Qin Xian, is a tyrannical CEO, a doting husband who demands others kneel in apology or face dire consequences. Flipping further ahead, he discovered Yi Feifei and Qin Xian blissfully living together, even having birthed 9 children. He nearly succumbed to the toxicity. Then, inexplicably, he found himself transported into the world of the story. His identity in this new realm was perilous. A minor antagonist who could not survive beyond 3 chapters, so insignificant that he lacked even a name, merely referred to by the moniker Golden Hair. Fortunately, his physical appearance remained intact, save for his hair, which had been dyed yellow. The woman who had just spoken, Luo Qinxue, was the antagonist in the tale, relentlessly vying with Yi Feifei for the affections of the male lead, Qin Xian. She had initially drugged Yi Feifei, leaving her unconscious on a hotel bed. Then, she hired Golden Hair to defile Yi Feifei, all to tarnish her reputation. As for the outcome, it was all too predictable. Not only did Golden Hair fail to claim Yi Feifei's body, but he was also left half dead by the heroic Qin Xian, who came to her rescue. Such a misfortunate task was, of course, something Lu Qingming would refuse. Refuse? Is something wrong with your head? Luo Qinxue stared at Lu Qingming in confusion. Lu Qingming scrutinized Luo Qinxue in turn, sighing, this story is utterly ludicrous. Even if I had to engage in such vile acts, I would much rather choose you. To speak candidly, Luo Qinxue was indeed more beautiful than Yi Feifei. With a figure to envy, skin as fair as snow, and long legs that were both straight and pale. Her features were exquisitely crafted, resembling jade carvings, with eyes that sparkled like a galaxy of stars. She was both a wealthy beauty and a starlet, a veritable goddess among homebodies. Alas, this female-oriented narrative lacked any semblance of logic, as such a stunning beauty was overshadowed by that underdeveloped Yi Feifei. What do you intend to do? Realizing something was amiss, Luo Qinxue felt a surge of anxiety. Lu Qingming did not act on impulse. He merely stated, your plan has failed. It's time to abandon it. Luo Qinxue was both alarmed and perplexed, unable to comprehend the motives of this rogue. At that moment, a series of powerful footsteps resonated from outside the door. Without a doubt, the male lead Qin Xian had arrived. Lu Qingming dashed to the window, hoping to escape, only to find the window barred with security grills, too narrow for him to squeeze through. It's over. There's no way out. In a moment of desperation, he returned and lifted the petite Yi Feifei. Ah, her figure was unencumbered. Thus, the unfortunate Yi Feifei was tossed outside. Thud! It was merely a 2-story drop. Landing on the soft grass below, the grand heroine certainly wouldn't meet her demise. Feifei? Qin Xian gently knocked on the door. Are you in there? Upon hearing Qin Xian's voice, Luo Qinxue was struck dumb. According to the plot, after a few more knocks, he would burst through the door. Let's take a gamble. Lu Qingming pounced on Luo Qinxue, pinning her to the bed. The aloof and cunning Luo Qinxue had never been touched by a man, and at that instant, she was utterly bewildered, frozen in place. Then, with a resounding bang, Qin Xian kicked the door open. He rushed into the room, momentarily stunned to see a woman on the bed who was not Yi Feifei. Surveying the surroundings, he confirmed there was no one else present. Had he entered the wrong room? Lu Qingming turned slightly, catching sight of Qin Xian's features. Merely a delicate pretty boy, lacking any semblance of masculinity. Was this the so-called super handsome man who captivated countless girls? Huh, he was far less attractive than myself. Yet, the character's setup was formidable. Not only was he a skilled fighter, but his family background was terrifyingly powerful, certainly not someone to provoke. Before Lu Qingming could utter a word, Qin Xian took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. As the male lead, he showed indifference towards the female antagonist, too lazy to even acknowledge her, simply exiting the room while politely closing the door behind him. You scoundrel! Luo Qinxue finally regained her senses and forcefully pushed Lu Qingming away. Ah! Lu Qingming exclaimed, patting his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. I've narrowly escaped a calamity. You rogue! Luo Qinxue was infuriated, raising her hand to strike him. Wait! I am indeed a rogue, otherwise, why would you hire me? Lu Qingming rolled off the bed and stood up. Think carefully, I just saved you. If Qin Xian discovers that you hired me for such deeds, he will not spare you. Luo Qinxue pondered for a moment, then indignantly retorted, but you've damaged my reputation. You're overthinking it. Lu Qingming waved his hand dismissively. That Qin Xian doesn't care about your reputation at all and wouldn't dare speak of it. Doesn't care? Luo Qiangshu's anger flared at his words. Forget about that foolish Qin Xian. He has a naturally flawed mind and looks down on you. Lu Qingming couldn't help but offer her some consolation. Your family background is decent. Don't throw yourself into the chaos over the Qin family's fortune. In the end, you may ruin your own family, and it will be a loss. Luo Qinxue immediately scolded, Nonsense. Believe what you will. Lu Qingming extended his hand. Now let's settle the 1 million. What he had just narrowly escaped was merely the first calamity. Golden Hair would perish by the 3rd chapter. Lu Qingming needed money to find a place to hide and preserve his life. He could only hope to never encounter Yi Feifei again. For this story operates under a fundamental principle. Anyone who offends the heroine Yi Feifei must perish. You failed to accomplish your task, exploited my situation, and you still dare to demand payment? Today, Luo Qinxue finally witnessed what true rogue behavior entailed. Hurry and pay up, or I will truly take action. Lu Qingming had to admit, although the story was poorly written, the immersion was palpable. He was increasingly resembling a rogue himself. Luo Qinxue felt a flicker of fear. In truth, this attempt to undermine Yi Feifei had merely been a spur-of-the-moment decision, her first foray into wrongdoing, and she had not prepared adequately. She raised her hand to shield her chest, softly saying, Don't be impulsive, just give me your account number. All right, Lu Qingming contemplated, only to realize he was a nameless, faceless character, without even a bank card. He wiped his face and corrected himself. No, I want cash. I don't have that much cash on hand. Luo Qinxue bit her lip. Can I give it to you tomorrow? Lu Qingming frowned. Tomorrow? What if you go back on your word? Luo Qinxue assured him. I won't go back on my word. I am very trustworthy. Huh. When has a villain ever been trustworthy? Lu Qingming certainly did not believe her, so he forcibly embraced Luo Qinxue, pressing his face against hers. Please, let me go. Luo Qiangshu's eyes welled with tears, nearly on the verge of crying. Don't cry. Smile. Lu Qingming declared, snatching Luo Qiangshu's phone and taking several intimate photos of them together. Bullying the antagonist should not count as a wrongdoing. This is called upholding justice. I'll be keeping your phone for the time being. If I don't receive the money by tomorrow, I will upload your photos online. Lu Qingming further threatened. At that point, your image will be utterly ruined, and you'll no longer be able to be the goddess among homebodies. Hiring a rogue to ruin Yi Feifei, only to find oneself ensnared. Although Luo Qinxue was a major antagonist, she had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. Having never been bullied by a man, she finally lost control and began to sob. Hey, stop crying. Hurry home to prepare the money. Let me remind you one last time. Do not provoke Yi Feifei again. At this point, Lu Qingming recalled Yi Feifei waiting downstairs. He hurried to the window to take a look. To his astonishment, he found that Yi Feifei had awakened, standing against the wall, craning her neck to eavesdrop. Of course, she looked quite disheveled, with wild grass tangled in her hair, dirt on her face, and blood lingering beneath her nostrils. The two locked eyes. In Yi Feifei's seemingly innocent gaze, a murderous intent lurked. Lu Qingming felt a chill run down his spine. Unconsciously, he began to calculate. Approximately 40 hours remained until Golden Hair's demise. Chapter 2. You lack martial virtue. Lu Qingming dared not engage in any communication with Yi Feifei. He merely arranged a time with Luo Qinxue before hastily departing from the hotel. Upon reaching the bustling street, he suddenly realized that he had no home to return to. A further check of his pockets revealed that he was utterly penniless. Would he have to spend the night on the streets? Stunned into silence, he reflected that indeed, a humble supporting character was unworthy of possessing his own narrative. Wait a moment. What about my system? R&T modern transmigrate is supposed to possess their own auxiliary systems. System? Lu Qingming silently called out, and to his astonishment, he received a response. The superpowered female protagonist system is ready to activate. Matching host. Host gender incorrect. Please change host gender, otherwise system functions cannot be utilized. What the hell? Lu Qingming erupted in frustration. Jumping to his feet, that IT turned out to be a system solely designed to serve the female protagonist. Men need not apply. To utilize this system, I must first change my gender. As Lu Qingming vented his ire, he wandered despairingly down the street. Upon passing a salon, he abruptly halted. This salon appeared quite upscale, adorned lavishly, with a young girl in a maid outfit and white stockings enticing customers at the entrance. Let us not overthink it. It's a legitimate salon. Lu Qingming intended merely to dye his golden locks back to black. Without the golden hair, I shall no longer be a golden-haired rogue. Perhaps I can defy fate. With this thought, he pushed the door open and requested a hair dye for payment. He planned to have it on credit. A rogue. Being able to buy on credit was already quite courteous. Moreover, the setting of this Julong city was far from a civilized community. It was, in fact, a chaotic realm controlled by a few prominent families. The enforcement agencies were virtually non-existent, as long as no lives were lost. No one would care. The hairdresser was quite professional, enthusiastically recommending membership cards while dyeing Lu Qingming's hair. Lu Qingming found it unbearable, finally exclaiming, "Get lost," realizing that this golden-haired individual was no ordinary character. The hairdresser finally fell silent. Having successfully transformed his hair back to black, Lu Qingming gazed at his reflection with satisfaction, planning to escape without paying. Suddenly, he heard a girl scream. Turning around, he saw a girl of around 18 being harassed by a thug. The girl was quite beautiful, sporting twin ponytails and wearing a maid outfit, precisely the same one who had been enticing customers outside. The thug, tall and dark-skinned, was evidently not a local, with malicious intent. He grinned and said in broken local dialect, "How much to sleep with you?" "Get lost," the girl shouted angrily. The man pulled out several crumpled bills from his pocket, tossing them at her face with a sneer. "What are you pretending for?" "I have plenty of money." The girl attempted to flee. She was cornered against the wall and could only cry for help. The shop owner stepped forward to mediate, but was promptly knocked down by the thug with a powerful punch, one that was executed with remarkable technique, clearly indicative of professional training that Lu Qingming observed closely. The thug bore scars on his face and had cauliflower ears, suggesting he was indeed a professional fighter. Witnessing the shop owner being easily overpowered, the other patrons dared not intervene and swiftly fled. Don't provoke that foreigner. He is a street fighter. One punch could kill. The underground boxing scene in Julong City was notorious, attracting numerous fighters who thrived in this brutal environment, all merciless and reckless. No, I must alter the narrative of the golden-haired rogue. I shall be a hero. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingming resolved to intervene. Additionally, he wanted to gauge the combat prowess of this female-oriented world, but he stepped forward, commanding, "Release that girl, and let me tell you to get lost." Rescuing a damsel in distress was typically the duty of the male protagonist. However, the original narrative had not included this scene, rendering the girl in existence even more insignificant than a supporting character. No one would come to her aid. "Are you seeking death?" The thug raised his fist, resembling a sandbag. "Don't force me to act. I know martial arts," Lu Qingming coldly retorted. The claim of knowing martial arts was slightly exaggerated. While he had indeed studied for 2 years under a master, the teachings were more about practical street fighting techniques rather than formal martial arts forms. Nevertheless, regardless of the style learned, standing up against bullies and aiding the weak should be the essence of every martial artist. Since he encountered injustice in this chaotic realm, It was time to take action. Still not leaving? Lu Qingming issued a final warning. You know martial arts? The thug scrutinized Lu Qingming with disdain, as if to say, are you putting on a show? Lu Qingming suddenly realized a troubling issue, that in this female-oriented narrative, it seemed no one understood the martial arts of Huagua. Even the most skilled male protagonist employed only foreign martial arts like Taekwondo. Of course, it was understandable that female-oriented narratives often downplayed combat. What a pathetic martial art. Let me teach you boxing, the thug taunted, making a provocative gesture. Weakling. Well then, let me teach you how to be a person. Lu Qingming assumed a fighting stance. Humph. The thug lunged toward Lu Qingming, delivering a powerful blow aimed at his chin. Then Lu Qingming stepped back slightly, unexpectedly meeting the punch with his own right fist. However, his fist was not empty. He had grasped the hairdressing shears earlier. The shears, protruding from between his fingers, became a formidable weapon. As their fists collided, the thug let out a heart-wrenching scream. His hand was instantly rendered useless. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingming delivered a swift kick to the thug's knee. Crack. Another agonizing scream erupted as the thug collapsed to the ground. Do you understand what martial arts truly means now? Lu Qingming looked down upon him, disdainfully asserting that fighting with fists was childish play. You lack martial virtue. The thug grimaced in pain, his face contorted in agony. You a rogue, discussing martial virtue with me? Ridiculous. Lu Qingming dismissed him with a slap, knocking him to the ground. The human hand is intricately designed with complex nerves and delicate joints. This evolution was intended for tool usage, not for brawling. Many believe traditional martial arts to be mere showmanship, ineffective in real combat, simply because they do not understand the true essence of martial arts. The essence of martial arts is the art of killing. Martial arts that utilize weapons constitute complete martial arts. Among the 18 skills of traditional Huagua martial arts, they encompass practical techniques for 18 types of cold weapons, not fanciful moves like dragon-subduing palm or shadowless leg. In the course of human history, no war has been decided by fists. Victory relies on weaponry. Although the era of cold weapons is long past, the truth remains that even the highest martial skill cannot withstand a kitchen knife. Bravo! With Lu Qingming's triumph over the thug, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Soon, applause followed. However, as the thug limped toward the exit, the onlookers hurriedly cleared a path that in the ensuing chaos. Some even snatched up the bills lying on the ground. Thank you. Thank you. The girl rushed over to express her gratitude. Not at all. It was but a small favor. Lu Qingming waved dismissively and strolled away with nonchalance. Yet upon exiting the door, he sprinted away. He feared someone might demand payment for the hair dye. Wait. Wait for me. To his surprise, the girl chased after him. What do you want? Lu Qingming, for the first time evading payment, felt a tinge of nervousness. The girl blushed slightly and whispered, My name is Bai Tingting. Could you tell me your name? Oh, I am Lu Qingming, he replied candidly, hoping she wasn't asking for money. Bai Tingting inquired, Do you live nearby? Can I have your contact information? Could you lend me a few hundred yuan? I'll pay you back tomorrow. Lu Qingming merely sought a place to spend the night, his thoughts elsewhere. The T.O. survived past the third chapter. He needed to conserve his energy and remain prepared for any crisis. I'm sorry, I just started working and haven't received my salary yet. Bai Tingting sighed, contemplating for a moment before saying, Please wait here. I'll try to borrow some from a colleague. After a few minutes, Bai Tingting returned dejectedly. Not only had she failed to borrow money, but she had also been fired by the salon owner for causing trouble. Lu Qingming felt utterly speechless that we are both lost souls in this vast world. Why must we have met? Thus, two insignificant and nameless individuals walked side by side down the street. Upon reaching a crossroads, Lu Qingming could not help but ask, By the way, do you have a place to stay? Bai Tingting paused momentarily before replying. Yes, that Lu Qingming, thick-skinned, inquired, Could I stay with you for a night? The minuscule single room contained only a bed, and Bai Tingting's face flushed once more. Important reminder. The setting of this book is a world dominated by a powerful female protagonist, where the thoughts and actions of the characters adhere to this premise. Do not apply traditional male protagonist logic to this narrative. Here, misunderstandings and dramatic tropes are commonplace. Female characters are generally sweet and naive, while the powerful male leads often deliver cringeworthy lines. The female protagonist and her rivals are unlikely to engage in rational discourse. as various antagonists are prone to causing trouble without reason, that if you find this unbelievable, it merely indicates your lack of familiarity with powerful female protagonist narratives. Reading a few will clarify. Remember, the world background is authentically reflective of a powerful female protagonist narrative, not the author's whimsical creation, and certainly not devoid of logic that if you find it difficult to understand, please do not force yourself to read it. Thank you. Chapter 3. Go to Hell. Arrogance. Oh, the towering skyscraper shimmered with dazzling lights. Just a wall away stood a dilapidated tenement building. This was the impoverished district of Kowloon City, a gathering place for migrant workers that as he walked through the dimly lit alley, Lu Qingming could not help but ask, "Isn't it unsafe for a girl to live in such a place?" Bai Tingting replied, "It's not too bad. Even the bad people don't want to come here, because there's nothing to gain." Lu Qingming forced a bitter smile. "You dare to take me in? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" "You are definitely not a bad person, that I think you resemble an ancient hero," Bai Tingting said with a smile that bloomed like a peach blossom swaying in the spring breeze. "With your skills, you could easily dominate Kowloon City. There is no need to waste your efforts deceiving a little girl like me." Dominate Kowloon City? Lu Qingming pondered for a moment and found it not entirely impossible. After all, this was a world focused on romance, where fights were rather superficial, and the overall level of martial prowess was quite low. The thugs of Kowloon City and those bodyguards from wealthy families could hardly be considered masters. The male lead, Qin Xian, could defeat hundreds with just a few moves of Taekwondo, which was truly worthy of some ridicule. More importantly, the male lead never used weapons and looked down on guns. Therefore, in a one-on-one duel, Lu Qingming believed he could contend with Qin Xian. However, it was hard to say. After all, he was the male lead, blessed with the aura of a protagonist. Never mind. Thinking too much was pointless. The priority was to stay alive. That I end this female-centric narrative. The most terrifying figure was not the male lead Qin Xian, but the female lead Yi Feifei. One must remember, the book was titled Kowloon's Young Master Qin and his superpowered little wife. Emphasizing the word superpowered, she was the female protagonist endowed with extraordinary abilities. As for what those abilities were, it remained unclear. He had only read the first 3 chapters and hastily skimmed through the rest. Had he known earlier, he should have persisted in reading a few more chapters. Finally, they arrived at Bai Tingting's residence, a tiny studio of less than 10 square meters that indeed contained only a bed, lacking even a sofa. However, it was impeccably clean, with everything neatly arranged. That Lu Qingming clenched his fists and ultimately gritted his teeth to ask, "Do you have any spare bedding? I'll sleep on the floor." "You truly are a good person." Bai Tingting smiled again, her expression as radiant as a tree of peach blossoms in spring. Thus, Bai Tingting lay on the bed while Lu Qingming took to the floor. Yet it was still early, and neither of them seemed inclined to sleep. Due to their unfamiliarity, the conversation was rather awkward. In the silence that ensued, Lu Qingming quietly pulled out the phone he had snatched from Luo Qinxue and began to browse the album. It is well known that phones in female-centric narratives are never password protected. This aloof and formidable villainess might possess some scandalous private photos. However, after flipping through just a few images, he realized something was amiss. Where was Luo Qinxue in the album? It was filled only with selfies of Yi Feifei. He had made a mistake. This was not Luo Qinxue's phone at all. It was Yi Feifei's. Surely, Luo Qinxue had incapacitated Yi Feifei and taken her phone, only to have it snatched away by Lu Qingming. He recalled that in the original story, this phone was a crucial item, containing much important information. The female antagonist had seized it to use the data against the female lead. Now, it had unexpectedly fallen into his hands, and the female lead would undoubtedly want it back. Realizing this, Lu Qingming hurriedly entered the phone's settings and discovered that the location feature was enabled. This was bad. Yi Feifei could potentially track his whereabouts. The realization wiped away his fatigue, and he abruptly jumped up, bidding farewell to Bai Tingting. "I have to go." "Thank you. What is going on?" Bai Tingting asked, bewildered that I'm afraid someone might come looking for trouble. "And it could implicate you." Lu Qingming offered no further explanation. Throwing on his clothes and leaving as he reached the door, he turned back to caution her. "If anyone asks, just say you don't know me and have never seen me." Bai Tingting hesitantly nodded. Lu Qingming hurriedly exited the tenement building and sought a secluded spot before turning off the phone's location feature. This should prevent any trouble from reaching Bai Tingting. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, A tremendous noise echoed from above. Looking up, he was astonished to see a helicopter. It was the Qin group's helicopter from Kowloon City. Goodness. Lu Qingming was completely taken aback. This was far too extravagant. To find a phone, this arrogant CEO had dispatched a helicopter. With nowhere to hide in the open space, Lu Qingming could only steel himself and wait. The helicopter landed not far away. And Qin Xian emerged from the cabin, standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the same time. More than a dozen luxury cars converged from all directions, and dozens of bodyguards in black suits poured out like a swarm. You, a nameless nobody, dare to touch my woman? Qin Xian glared at Lu Qingming with rage. To be honest, witnessing such a domineering CEO style made Lu Qingming feel nauseated. However, being at a disadvantage, he had no choice but to explain in a calm tone. I absolutely did not harm Yi Feifei. You misunderstood. You dare to throw Yi Feifei from the building? Qin Xian narrowed his brows, advancing step by step. With each stride, he exuded the aura of a king. Lu Qingming was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had thrown her down, and Yi Feifei had seen his face at this point, denying it seemed futile that there's no escape. Those who touch my woman shall die. Qin Xian slowly removed his outer coat and tossed it to the ground. He was about to take action. The bodyguard stood still, expressionless, watching Lu Qingming as if he were a corpse. Indeed, in Kowloon City, anyone who angered young Master Qin would end up dead. In the original narrative, Huang Mao was not killed by Qin Xian's own hands, but Lu Qingming could no longer predict what would transpire next. Young Master Qin, do not act impulsively. That I did take Yi Feifei's phone, but I accidentally discovered some crucial information. Lu Qingming began to shift the narrative. Her phone contains chat logs with multiple men. As far as I know, this woman has at least 7 backup suitors. This statement was not mere nonsense. That why Yi Feifei had countless admirers, more than one could fathom. Such was the power of the female lead. The 7 men she was in contact with the most were completely devoted to her, even willing to die for her. Well, even if they weren't backup suitors, they were certainly ambiguous figures. Qin Xian frowned deeply. Nonsense. I believe Feifei. Don't you want to see for yourself? Lu Qingming raised the phone to no. Qin Xian turned his head away, refusing outright. I trust Feifei. I will never snoop through her phone. What a foolish, brainless, wife-loving fanatic. Lu Qingming was utterly helpless and could only ask, what do you intend to do? Qin Xian coldly responded, come back with me and kneel before Yi Feifei to apologize. Kneel and apologize? Go to hell? Lu Qingming was instantly incensed. Let me tell you the truth. I've already slept with Yi Feifei. Do I need to apologize for that as well? He spoke deliberately to infuriate this brainless male lead. The moment those words left his mouth, Qin Xian suffered a critical blow. No matter how domineering or composed he was, he could not withstand such a strike. You bastard! You're seeking death, Qin Xian, consumed with rage, charged forward, executing a vicious spinning kick aimed at Lu Qingming's head. He had never regarded this small-time thug as a threat, and now, fueled by anger, he unleashed the kick recklessly. That Lu Qingming saw it clearly. It was a flashy move, but he had raised his leg too high, leaving a glaring opening. That he crouched low, sweeping Qin Xian's legs out from under him. With a thud, Qin Xian fell flat on his back. However, the young man was indeed skilled. Just as he hit the ground, he performed an impressive backflip, springing back to his feet. The move was graceful, but he still left himself wide open. Lu Qingming had been waiting for this moment. With a resounding slap, he struck Qin Xian across the face with a brick. Blood flew. Only a fool would fight barehanded. The brick had been picked up from the ground when he crouched down. Lu Qingming knew that this strike would plunge him into a desperate situation. Since he could not evade the fate prescribed by the original story, he would fight back. He was prepared to stand alone against the most powerful family in Kowloon City. Chapter 4. Antagonist versus antagonist to take on 100 foes and carve a path through the chaos. I'm afraid that's utterly impossible. Lu Qingming gripped Qin Xian's hair, dragging him along the ground while shouting, everyone get lost, otherwise I'll smash this kid's head with a brick. With Qin Xian as his hostage, why continue fighting? The bodyguard stood frozen, unable to move, watching as Lu Qingming forced the esteemed young Master Qin into a car. Lu Qingming then threatened, anyone who dares to follow me can expect to collect Qin Xian's corpse. He started the car and sped away. Driving recklessly, they arrived at a desolate patch of overgrown grass. Where is this? What do you want? Qin Xian awoke, realizing his hands and feet were bound. Heh. Young Master Qin, my apologies. Lu Qingming grinned maliciously as he dragged Qin Xian out of the car. Let me go. I'll pay you whatever amount you want. The usually imposing Qin Xian now seemed meek. Sorry, I'm not interested in money. That Lu Qingming also put on a show, then ripped open Qin Xian's shirt. Qin Xian was immediately stunned, his face as pale as a ghost. He never expected that this pervert, who bullied Yi Feifei, would be attracted to both men and women. Lu Qingming swiftly stripped Qin Xian of his clothes and snapped inappropriate photos. The act of photographing and threatening is the oldest trick in the book for ruffians, yet it proves remarkably effective that it is not only targeted at women. It works just as well on men. Qin Xian was a person who valued his reputation greatly and would never allow his immaculate image to be tarnished, as long as those photos were in hand. They could be used to threaten Qin Xian, making him think twice before taking action against Lu Qingming. Qin Xian cried, sobbing like a young girl. Indeed, he was rather effeminate. Okay, let us not waste words. Let us go our separate ways from now on and keep our paths untroubled. Otherwise, you know what's coming. With that, Lu Qingming tossed Qin Xian into the bushes and drove away. Returning to the city center, he abandoned the car and entered a supermarket that he had come into some money from the luxury car. Presumably spare change set aside by young Master Qin, totaling a hefty sum of 100,000 in cash. Since he had already made an enemy of young Master Qin, he might as well take the money. After purchasing some miscellaneous items, he returned to the impoverished district and knocked on Bai Tingting's door. It's me, Lu Qingming. Bai Tingting quickly opened the door, her voice barely above a whisper. Why are you back again? I bought you some things, Lu Qingming said, extending the shopping bag in his hand. Bai Tingting was momentarily taken aback before saying, coming quickly to no, I'll stay in a hotel. You should get some rest, he replied. Try to find a safer work environment in the future. Lu Qingming placed the shopping bag at the entrance and turned to leave. Hey, Bai Tingting, dressed only in her pajamas, did not chase after him. Once Lu Qingming had vanished into the corridor, she squatted down and rummaged through the shopping bag, discovering some snacks and 50,000 in cash. Lu Qingming found an inconspicuous hotel and enjoyed a restful sleep. Upon waking, he tidied up, hailed a cab, and headed to the designated location to collect money from Luo Qinxue. The meeting point was near a statue of a green dragon in the eastern part of the city. At Suizhu Park, Lu Qingming intentionally arrived 2 hours early, wandering around to survey the surroundings in case Luo Qinxue had any tricks up her sleeve. After all, she was a significant antagonist, having only read 3 chapters. He could not ascertain her level of cunning, but he sensed it was not particularly lacking. The repeated failures were undoubtedly due to Yi Feifei's protagonist aura, which allowed her to effortlessly turn peril into safety and reverse defeat into victory. Of course, in this domineering female-centric narrative, there seemed to be no exceptionally clever individuals. Those who understood, understood. After wandering for quite some time without noticing anything unusual, he became concerned when, past the agreed time, Luo Qinxue still had not shown up. Was she unwilling to pay? Would she rather expose her embarrassing photos? Just as Lu Qingming was pondering this, he suddenly received a message from Luo Qinxue. Opening it, he was taken aback to find a photo of Bai Tingting. In the image, Bai Tingting was sitting inside a luxury car, her expression slightly anxious that Lu Qingming was momentarily stunned. Soon after, Luo Qinxue called. Ruffian, your girlfriend Bai Tingting is in my hands. Bai Tingting has been captured. Truly deserving of being the female antagonist, her strikes are swift and ruthless. Wait, hold on. She is not my girlfriend. Lu Qingming remained bewildered. Why are you randomly capturing people? You fought a professional boxer for her, Luo Qinxue coldly chuckled, and then spent the night with her, yet now you deny she is your girlfriend. Tsk, what a scoundrel. Huh? Lu Qingming exclaimed in shock. How could Luo Qinxue possibly know his movements? After careful consideration, he realized that Luo Qinxue had likely tampered with Yi Feifei's phone and gained access to location data. By tracking the phone's movements, she found that salon and investigated the situation. Then she must have located Bai Tingting's rental apartment. This was the only reasonable explanation. Well played, Luo Qinxue. Quite devious. What do you want? Lu Qingming inquired. Hand over the phone, and I'll let your girlfriend go, Luo Qinxue replied. That Lu Qingming probed. What if I refuse? Then I'll find her and ruin her appearance, Luo Qinxue declared, having learned her lesson from a previous setback. She was cautious about letting a thug tarnish someone's reputation. But she truly isn't my girlfriend, Lu Qingming exclaimed, feeling quite helpless. Even if you hurt her, I wouldn't incur any loss. Luo Qinxue retorted fiercely, stop pretending. I've already been more than merciful to you. I haven't settled the score for how you insulted me. I didn't insult you that much. I merely embraced and brushed against you a bit. Shut up. Hand over the phone immediately. It seemed that the 100,000 was not going to be easy to obtain. Thankfully, with young Master Qin's assistance the previous night, he was not currently short on funds. Sighing dramatically to feign submission, Lu Qingming planned to draw Luo Qinxue out, asking, how should I give you the phone? Luo Qinxue commanded, place it in the trash can south of the green dragon statue. Then keep your distance. Goodness, how cautious. Clearly, she had planned this all along. What about Bai Tingting? When will you release her? Lu Qingming asked while scanning the area. Once I have the phone, she will be released. Luo Qinxue replied. That is far too unfair, Lu Qingming protested. What if you go back on your word? I want to go back on my word. I'm very trustworthy, Luo Qinxue asserted. You made the same promise yesterday. Lu Qingming rolled his eyes. Women, especially beautiful ones, are simply not to be trusted. Luo Qinxue urged, put down the phone immediately. Your life is in my hands. You have no right to negotiate. Wait a moment. Lu Qingming suddenly realized, you only have one photo. How can you prove Bai Tingting is in your possession? Recognizing that Luo Qinxue was more anxious than he was, Lu Qingming felt something was amiss. I want to speak with Bai Tingting. Luo Qinxue hesitated for a moment before refusing. No, I can offer you other photos. You didn't capture Bai Tingting at all, did you? Lu Qingming discerned Luo Qinxue's growing unease. Do you even know my name? Why not ask Bai Tingting? Luo Qinxue fell silent. Indeed, she was merely bluffing and had not captured Bai Tingting to go ahead and ask. Lu Qingming scoffed, quickly making his way toward the park entrance. He had spotted his target. Chapter 5. Wealth is easy to acquire, but true friend is rare. Despite the bustling crowd at the park entrance, Lu Qingming easily spotted Luo Qinxue. She was simply too eye-catching. With her tall stature and long legs, she drew attention. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore an elegant white trench coat, complemented by a limited-edition designer handbag, even with sunglasses and a mask. Her aura overshadowed all the passers-by. Lu Qingming stealthily approached from behind and seized her wrist. Luo Qinxue jumped in surprise, and upon recognizing him, exclaimed, Why aren't you blonde anymore? I dyed it black. Is that a problem? Lu Qingming remarked, sizing up Luo Qinxue and unable to resist teasing. You're quite foolish. With your figure and attire, do you think you can hide in a crowd? Ruffian. Mind your own business. Luo Qinxue struggled to break free from Lu Qingming's grip, but her strength was no match for his. Let go, or I'll call for help. Go ahead, Lu Qingming replied nonchalantly, inviting the onlookers to witness the spectacle of the famous Luo Qinxue entangled with a thug, who just happened to hold intimate photos of the two. Shameless, despicable ruffian. Luo Qinxue, of course, dared not call for help. She had to maintain her image as a goddess. Let us find a less crowded place to have a proper chat. Lu Qingming insisted, attempting to drag Luo Qinxue away. No, don't. Luo Qinxue resisted with all her might, fearing that in a secluded area, her innocence would be compromised. I'll pay you. Just let me go. Now you're willing to pay. Lu Qingming smirked, recalling her earlier threats. What happened to the bravado you had a moment ago? I was just trying to scare you. Luo Qinxue countered. You were the one who insulted me first yesterday. All of this started because you hired me to do something bad, Lu Qingming retorted, crossing his arms. Luo Qinxue had no response to that. This female antagonist was only skilled with trivial tactics. Her debating skills were utterly lacking. Lu Qingming chuckled lightly before asking, How did you find out about Bai Tingting? I used the phone's location to find the salon where she worked and inquired there. Luo Qinxue admitted. Then I tracked down her residence. Just as he suspected, it aligned perfectly with his assumptions. Lu Qingming continued, and the photo of Bai Tingting. Where did you obtain it? I called her to my car and took the picture. Luo Qinxue sighed. She is still sitting in my car right now. Lu Qingming was taken aback. Where's your car? Over there across the street. The red sports car, Luo Qinxue pointed. Following her finger, he indeed spotted a luxurious sports car. Lu Qingming, still skeptical, pulled Luo Qinxue across the street for a closer look. No deception here. Bai Tingting was indeed sitting in the car, appearing perfectly fine. Upon seeing Lu Qingming's sudden appearance, Bai Tingting was greatly surprised and quickly scrambled out of the vehicle. Lu Qingming hastily released Luo Qinxue and scrutinized Bai Tingting from head to toe, asking, "Are you all right?" Bai Tingting looked dazed, replying, "What could possibly be wrong?" Lu Qingming then asked, "Why were you sitting in Luo Qinshue's car?" "This morning, as I stepped out, I encountered Miss Luo on the street. She remarked on my favorable condition and offered to assist me in finding a job, so I followed her here. It turns out that Luo Qinshue lured the innocent by Tingting under the pretense of helping her secure employment. What a cunning maneuver, executed effortlessly without resorting to force. It appears that this antagonist is not entirely malevolent. Her venom seems solely directed at the protagonist. Please hold on for a moment. I need to have a word with Miss Luo." Lu Qingming instructed Bai Tingting to wait, before pulling Luo Qinshue aside with a serious expression. "Did you come here alone? Where are your subordinates? Isn't it because of you?" Luo Qinshue shot him a resentful glance. "I didn't want anyone to know about those compromising photos. Indeed. Failing to catch the chicken only to lose the rice is quite embarrassing. I would feel the same if I were in your shoes." Lu Qingming thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. "Why do you insist on opposing Yi Feifei?" I simply detest her." Luo Qinshue gritted her teeth. "Why does everyone adore her? Why does Qin Xian only have eyes for her? He doesn't even spare me a glance." Lu Qingming sighed, wiping his face in resignation, that he understood the reason, but could not articulate it. After all, the narrative was predetermined, an aura of the protagonist that defied logic and reason. In truth, Qin Xian was somewhat foolish, as were many who admired Yi Feifei. Ultimately, Lu Qingming expressed some heartfelt thoughts. "Yi Feifei has no attribute superior to yours. You are the truly exceptional one. Do you understand?" Luo Qinshue was taken aback. This was the first time someone had spoken up for her. And no matter how she had complained to others before, everyone had always sided with Yi Feifei. "Why do you speak up for me?" she asked, feeling profoundly moved. "That I'm not advocating for you. I'm merely stating the objective truth." Lu Qingming replied with a wry smile. Luo Qinshue gazed at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with warmth. "Thank you." Lu Qingming felt a stir in his heart. Luo Qinshue was not a villain threatening society. She was merely a victim of a fate that was predetermined and devoid of reason. As for her eventual outcome, it was undoubtedly to meet her end at the hands of Yi Feifei. Can I defy the established narrative and alter the fates of the characters within it? Particularly my own. With roughly 20 hours remaining until Huang Mao's demise, Lu Qingming pondered how to defy destiny when he suddenly heard Luo Qinshue softly ask, "Could you possibly join me in confronting Yi Feifei?" Lu Qingming's lips twitched involuntarily. "Why do you still wish to contend with her? Was everything I just affirmed to you in vain? Join me in confronting Yi Feifei. I can offer you money." Luo Qinshue said earnestly, "I don't mean to hire you. I would like to consider you a friend, if that's agreeable." Having encountered a like-minded man, she naturally desired to recruit him as an ally. Moreover, as she mentioned the word friend, a flush crept onto her jade-like visage. In that moment, Lu Qingming suddenly found Luo Qinshue's villainy somewhat endearing, and perhaps a bit pitiable. Oh dear, what a predicament. Lu Qingming felt exasperated by her stubbornness. What you should do is to distance yourself from Yi Feifei. Ignore her, and certainly do not provoke her. Why should I? At the mere mention of Yi Feifei, Luo Qinshue's rationality began to wane once more. "Sigh, I do this for your own good." Lu Qingming lamented. "Do you not realize that Yi Feifei possesses supernatural abilities?" "Supernatural abilities?" Luo Qinshue was taken aback. How is that possible? Just as Lu Qingming was about to elaborate, he noticed two black SUVs pull up on the street. Several burly men sat inside, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. "You claimed you came alone?" Lu Qingming frowned, questioning Luo Qinshue. "Who are those people in the vehicles?" Luo Qinshue glanced over, her face a picture of innocence. "They aren't my people. I don't know them." "That spells trouble," Lu Qingming thought, slowly clenching his fists, fearing that adversaries had arrived. They were likely Qin Xian subordinates. After all, with Qin's capabilities, finding anyone in Julong City would be a trivial task. Of course, armed with leverage over Qin, Lu Qingming doubted they would act recklessly, preferring instead to tail and observe from the shadows. Adversaries? Upon witnessing Lu Qingming's grave demeanor, Luo Qinshue suggested, "Why don't we take my car and leave this place?" Lu Qingming glanced at her red sports car and scoffed. Your little two-seater can only accommodate two. We are three in total. How do you propose we fit? Luo Qinxue evidently forgot to account for by ting. How about we squeeze in? She suggested awkwardly. How do we squeeze? Lu Qingming raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that you sit on my lap? Luo Qinxue froze for a moment before playfully retorting. Pervert. Hey, it was merely a jest that we don't even need to run. Lu Qingming had actually devised a strategy. He produced Yi Feifei's phone, snapping a few photos of the two SUVs, then opened a social media app to post on her timeline, captioning it, "There are bad people following me. I'm so scared." Naturally, he also shared his location. Luo Qinxue, observing Lu Qingming's actions, couldn't help but inquire, "What are you doing?" Lu Qingming smiled slightly, replying, "Just wait and watch the show." Chapter 6. Terrifying. The allure of the protagonist, not even a minute after Lu Qingming posted. He received dozens of messages. Feifei, what's going on? Who dares to follow my goddess? They must be seeking death. Feifei, stay safe. I'm on my way. Don't be afraid. Wait for me. All were from Yi Feifei's male acquaintances. Clearly, the news of her lost phone had yet to spread, as it had only been stolen the previous night. As he read the concerned messages, Lu Qingming merely stared coldly, responding not a word. Luo Qinxue watched from the side and whispered, "Who are all these people? Do you really need to ask? They are all Yi Feifei's backup options. Or rather, her devoted admirers." Lu Qingming struggled to find an accurate description. No, perhaps sycophants would be more fitting. Is there really such a multitude? Luo Qinxue clenched her fists in frustration. That why Yi Feifei is shameless. I must inform Qin Xiao. Give it up. Qin Xian doesn't care in the slightest. I've tried that before. Lu Qingming shook his head. Besides, Yi Feifei has no blatant flaws. That why Yi Feifei is not some green tea on social media. She would never solicit gifts or red envelopes. Her speech is measured and polite, leaving little room for reproach. Even the slightest hint of ambiguity is hard to pin down. In summary, the actions of these men are purely one-sided. Yi Feifei remains untarnished. Luo Qinxue huffed twice and extended her hand. Give me Yi Feifei's phone. I want to analyze all her chat records. I refuse to believe I can't find something amiss. Not just yet. Lu Qingming promptly rejected her request. I still have use for it. Let's discuss this in a few days. His primary goal remained to evade the narrative-driven demise of Huang Mao, and possessing Yi Feifei's phone could prove advantageous. Luo Qinxue couldn't fathom Lu Qingming's motives, muttering softly, "You enjoy prying into girls' phones. How very roguelike of you." Hey, I am not that kind of person. Lu Qingming rolled his eyes, seeking to justify himself that my own phone was lost. And I need to borrow Yi Feifei's to stay in touch with you. Having taken Qin Xian's money, he could have purchased a new phone, but regrettably, he had been far too busy since last night to find the time. Luo Qinxue blinked her beautiful eyes and soon pulled out a new phone from her bag. Here, this is for you, my spare phone, which I just bought a few days ago, that I no longer wish to call Yi Feifei. It just irritates me. How generous of you. Lu Qingming hesitated before accepting the phone. That you're not planning to use this to spy on me, are you? Humph. I have no interest in eavesdropping on a rogue like you. Luo Qinxue replied, proudly lifting her chin, that if you can't use it, return it to me. I shall trust you this once. Lu Qingming chuckled, fiddling with the phone. It was nearly new, with hardly any apps installed. Luo Qinxue added a reminder. It's a spare phone. There is nothing important on it. Don't get any funny ideas. The apps login are all my aliases. Just log out and switch to your own. Oh, Lu Qingming had already opened the photo gallery and indeed saw nothing of significance. Cough coughed at that moment. A cacophony of motorcycle engines roared to life on the street. Lu Qingming turned toward the sound, spotting over a dozen motorcycles rounding the corner, surrounding the two black SUVs. The riders were a vibrant ensemble of youth, some with flamboyant styles, unmistakably the members of a motorcycle gang, brandishing baseball bats and crowbars while hurling insults at the burly men inside the vehicles. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the first wave of reinforcements for Yi Feifei. Is this a motorcycle gang? Or thugs? Lu Qingming couldn't help but frown. Yi Feifei's connections were indeed extensive, traversing the realms of both law and chaos. Yi Feifei even had ties with the flamboyant youth. Luo Qinxue was equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. The burly men in the car were utterly bewildered, mistakenly believing that these individuals were merely ruffians associated with Lu Qingming. A disagreement ensued, leading to an all-out brawl. Although the muscular men were outnumbered, they were seasoned fighters, quickly gaining the upper hand and causing the alternative youths to scream in distress. However, this was of little consequence. As the second, third, and fourth waves of reinforcements arrived one after another. Among them were young professionals clad in suits, as well as bald uncles adorned with gold chains, chefs wielding cleavers, and construction workers operating excavators. Good heavens, what kind of fairy is Yi Fei to captivate so many people? Lu Qingming stood there in astonishment, even beginning to question his own taste. Luo Qinxue was similarly frozen, biting her lip, rendered speechless. Just then, a man in a red suit with a pronounced parting emerged from a luxury car, prompting Luo Qinxue to suddenly exclaim, "Oh no! I must leave." Lu Qingming hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong?" "That man is my cousin," Luo Qinxue replied, hastily making her way to her sports car, "that if he discovers that I'm with you and tells my father, I'll be in serious trouble. Our affairs have yet to be settled." Lu Qingming suddenly recalled that he had not yet received the 1 million he was owed. "Let us discuss it later. Use the phone I gave you." Luo Qinxue did not look back as she slipped into her car and sped away. Lu Qingming could only shake his head and chuckle bitterly that it was truly pitiable for Luo Qinxue. Even her cousin had become a sycophant for Yi Fei. Did you go? What is going on? As Luo Qinxue departed, Bai Tingting hurriedly approached that they're still fighting over there. It seems quite intense. Lu Qingming casually counted and realized that over a dozen people were already sprawled on the ground as more participants entered the fray. The conflict grew increasingly brutal. Various factions, unfamiliar with one another, engaged in a chaotic melee, with no distinction between friend and foe, resulting in a cacophony of chaos and despair. It was utterly unexpected that a mere social media post could escalate into such an exaggerated affair. Clearly, he had underestimated Yi Fei's allure. Let us keep our distance, Lu Qingming suggested, signaling Bai Tingting to follow him away to avoid any collateral damage. The two retreated into the park, exiting through another gate to completely distance themselves from the turmoil. Why did Miss Luo suddenly leave? Didn't she say she would help me find a job? Bai Tingting was still preoccupied with the employment matter. Lu Qingming responded, "She had an urgent matter to attend to, but will contact me later. Helping you find a job should not be a problem. Bai Tingting paused, then curiously asked, "How do you know Miss Luo?" Typically, a wealthy heiress like Luo Qinxue would not associate with someone like Lu Qingming. A man without a home, we met by chance. It was fate. Lu Qingming certainly dared not reveal the truth, especially after having taken advantage of her. Bai Tingting further inquired, "About the 50,000 you gave me last night. Where did that come from? Didn't you say you were broke?" I ran into an old acquaintance last night and borrowed it from him." Lu Qingming still refrained from divulging the truth, which was that he had taken it from Qin Xian. "Then I feel relieved," Bai Tingting smiled. "I knew you wouldn't engage in any wrongdoing." Since Lu Qingming was acquainted with someone as affluent as Luo Qinxue, borrowing a few tens of thousands from a friend was certainly not an issue. "Yes, that makes sense. But why did you give me money?" Bai Tingting suddenly shifted the conversation. "We're not related." "What is your motive?" Lu Qingming was momentarily at a loss for words. That was simply out of pity for Bai Tingting, wanting to lend her a helping hand. Furthermore, carrying 100,000 in cash was indeed quite inconvenient. Cough, cough. However, he could not express these reasons, as doing so would harm his pride. Bai Tingting continued, "I can't accept your money. Let us go back and return it all to you. No need. You keep it for now." Lu Qingming waved his hand dismissively. "What do you take me for?" Bai Tingting frowned. "I never accept money from others without reason." Sigh. "I truly mean no harm. You can return it when you get your salary." It won't be too late. The two were caught in a back and forth when suddenly a phone rang. That was a call from Yi Fei, from an unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingming answered the call. "Hello, I am Yi Fei." A remarkably gentle voice greeted him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Fei's voice was soft and melodious. She was exceptionally talented, particularly in singing. The kind of person who could easily win a talent show, the Dio not doubt it. She was the heroine of a popular female-centric novel. However, to Lu Qingming, such a beautiful voice was merely the harbinger of doom. He found himself somewhat at a loss. "Are you there?" Yi Fei asked after receiving no response. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingming finally spoke. Yes, what do you need? My phone is with you. Could you return it? She requested, not mentioning the incident of it being thrown from the building, merely wanting her phone back. Did I in truth? Yi Feifei was uncertain who had taken her phone. It could have been the thug with the yellow hair, or perhaps Luo Qinxue? Or maybe it was simply misplaced after she fainted? After experiencing the effects of the drug, which left her with a headache, she asked Qin Xian to help locate her phone, and he readily agreed. It was well known that anything Qin Xian promised would be accomplished. Yet, no one anticipated that the formidable Qin Xian would be beaten, kidnapped, and humiliated by Lu Qingming. Not only had he failed to retrieve the phone, but he had also lost his reputation and dignity. Such a humiliating affair was something Qin Xian could not bear to disclose to Yi Feifei. Thus he lay at home, feigning illness. Yi Feifei, in turn, felt embarrassed to press for answers, believing that Qin Xian would surely succeed, and thus did not take any remedial measures, which led to Lu Qingming creating chaos by using her account. Could you return it to me? Yi Feifei continued, her tone sweetly pleading. I'll offer you some money. You can use it to live better, just don't remain a petty thug to AT this. Lu Qingming inhaled sharply. He recalled the plot. In the original story, the thug with the yellow hair was not killed by Qin Xian personally because he was unworthy of sullying the protagonist's hands. The storyline went as follows. Qin Xian beat the thug severely before carrying Yi Feifei away, leaving behind a trail of romantic gestures. The thug was then captured by Qin Xian's underlings. After Yi Feifei regained consciousness, Qin Xian would exhibit his protective demeanor, allowing her to decide how to deal with the thug for revenge. Yi Feifei, being exceptionally kind-hearted, would not make things difficult for him, instead offering him money to encourage him to reform and start anew. Indeed, the classic trope of female-centric narratives. The heroine begins as a saintly figure, enduring mistreatment, only to retaliate fiercely when pushed to her limits in the latter half of the story. However, the story could not conclude so simply. There was a fundamental principle throughout the book. Anyone who had offended the heroine must meet their demise. By the end of Chapter 3, through a minor character, it was revealed that the thug had died. The cause of death would likely be unveiled in the subsequent chapter, but Lu Qingming had not read further. Alas, only having read 3 chapters had left him in a precarious position, unaware of how to defend himself to AT this moment. The situation continued to unfold as per the original narrative. Yi Feifei still offered money and suggested the thug reform. No, he could not allow himself to be entangled with Yi Feifei any longer. Returning to his senses, Lu Qingming resolutely rejected. No, I don't want your money. I'll return your phone in a couple of days. Just wait. With that, he hung up the phone and disabled Yi Feifei's SIM card. This way, he would no longer be disturbed. Noticing Lu Qingming's grave expression, Bai Tingting refrained from mentioning money again and instead asked, Are you hungry? Would you like to have lunch with me? It's Amidara, sure. Lu Qingming replied eagerly that he had been wandering in the park all morning and was quite famished. Did I ask there anything good to eat nearby? Something unique. Please recommend. Do you like noodles? My uncle runs a noodle shop nearby. Bai Tingting had already thought ahead. Although it was just a small noodle shop, the food was delicious. All right, sounds good. Lu Qingming nodded slightly. As they walked along the road, the two engaged in casual conversation. Lu Qingming attempted to glean some local intelligence. Yet Bai Tingting was unable to provide much valuable information. Kowloon, in truth, is an island, a chaotic independent city-state. Here, the affluent monopolize all societal resources, indulging in extravagance and acting with impunity. Meanwhile, ordinary individuals expend every effort, laboring their entire lives merely to repay various debts. Subsequently, Bai Tingting took the initiative to discuss her family matters. Her parents divorced during her childhood, and she sought refuge with her ailing mother at her uncle's home point 4 years ago. Her mother also passed away. Her uncle treated her fairly well, but her aunt never liked her and was unwilling to finance her university education. Consequently, after graduating from high school, Bai Tingting left her uncle's house and rented her own place. However, lacking a degree, she struggled to find decent employment and often faced harassment. Working as a hostess in a salon had already become her third job in recent times. Lu Qingming listened, only able to sigh inwardly. Life for a girl at the bottom of society is undeniably arduous. As for whether Luo Qinxue could help her find a good job, to be honest, he felt uncertain. After all, she was a female antagonist, and trust could not be easily granted. Rest assured, there will be employment opportunities that Liu Qingming could only utter a few comforting words, adding, at worst, I can assist you in the search. By the way, it seems you have a good relationship with Miss Luo. Bai Tingting suddenly posed a challenging question. What exactly is your relationship with her? Where did this notion of a good relationship come from? Liu Qingming was taken aback. We are more like adversaries. Bai Tingting smiled, but I saw Miss Luo gift you a phone, the latest high-spec model, worth nearly 10,000, right? It's strange if you're not close friends. Ahem, about that phone? I'm just borrowing it temporarily, Liu Qingming said as he fiddled with the device, attempting to change the subject that I need to check it. Perhaps she really is eavesdropping on me. Eavesdropping was certainly unlikely. Who would monitor their own backup phone? Liu Qingming merely sought an excuse to avoid embarrassment. After all, accepting a phone from her could imply he was living off her generosity. That is, he swiped the screen and casually opened the most popular short video app. Douyin, he discovered he was already logged into Luo Qinshua's secondary account. WY perusing the account's follower list. He effortlessly located her primary account. Hey, I must see what this internet celebrity princess usually posts. Liu Qingming could not resist checking out Luo Qinshua's works. To his surprise, they were merely short videos of her playing the piano. Dressed appropriately, with a stoic expression, she spoke not a word, only played. Despite this, she still amassed a considerable following, with countless men commenting beneath each video, most commonly, "Brothers, here I am to learn piano again. So beautiful, it's keeping me up at night. What a fair piano." Yet Luo Qinshu never interacted with her fans, leaving not a single comment. The esteemed daughter of the Luo family enjoys portraying herself as a piano diva online. Liu Qingming felt a hint of confusion. Wasn't that unnecessary? However, his perplexity soon dissipated in the follower list of this secondary account. He discovered another familiar name. Yi Feifei. It turned out Yi Feifei also showcased her talents on Douyin, similarly playing the piano. However, her output was minimal and had not been updated for an extended period, resulting in a fan count far inferior to Luo Qinshua's. Thus, Luo Qinshu had successfully claimed victory in this arena, at least in the realm of internet fame. She surpassed Yi Feifei. Haha, so it turns out being an internet celebrity is also a competition with Yi Feifei. Liu Qingming thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Amused yet exasperated, he left a comment beneath Luo Qinshua's latest video. Not bad at playing. Come be my private tutor. Originally intended as a jest, to his surprise, Luo Qinshu quickly replied, "Sure. Just send me your location." This reply was undoubtedly playful, but instantly ignited a frenzy in the comment section. Countless fans erupted with excitement. "I've never seen such a thing," Goddess Luo actually replied to a fan's comment. A miracle. The heiress personally stepping in? Many expressed skepticism, questioning whether it was truly the genuine Luo Qinshu. Fake. It must be a hacked account. Why isn't she responding to me? Use your brains. How could the heiress possibly tutor someone else? I beseech the goddess to notice me. Chapter 8. Even eating noodles requires a dowry. Upon witnessing how a mere comment from Luo Qinshu could spark such a commotion, Liu Qingming finally believed she truly was a goddess among homebodies. It seemed there were indeed many normal men here. Not all were enamored with Yi Feifei. Liu Qingming mused to himself as he sent his location to Luo Qinshu, that he then returned to Douyin. Continuing to explore Luo Qinshu's videos, Bai Tingting, having caught sight of Liu Qingming engrossed in videos of beautiful women, fell silent. After walking a little further, they arrived at the small noodle shop Bai Tingting had mentioned, owned by her uncle. The FAAD was unremarkable, with a sign simply reading Shumei Noodle Shop. At that moment, there were few customers inside, and seated at the counter was a plump middle-aged woman with curly hair, Bai Tingting's aunt. Sure, Shumei. After a brief introduction, Bai Tingting smiled and greeted, "Aunt, I'm here. Where's Uncle?" Sure, Shumei lifted her eyelids to glance at Bai Tingting, responding curtly, "Back again to mooch off food. No, I brought a friend to eat. I'll pay." Bai Tingting's tone was exceedingly polite. "Friend?" Sure, Shumei scrutinized Liu Qingming with disdain. "Where did this poor boy, dressed in such shabby clothes, come from? I'm not a character from a web novel, so why the group ridicule? What do you want from me?" Liu Qingming suppressed his irritation, of course. He had to admit that his outfit was indeed quite lowly, reflective of the yellow-haired scoundrel's taste from the original story. "Aunt," Bai Tingting frowned. "You refused to meet the suitor I introduced, yet you run off looking for some random BOY. Do you know that the person I introduced was a civil servant? A stable job. Shi Xiumei clucked her tongue, unrestrainedly criticizing Bai Tingting. I've raised you all these years, and you're just a liability. Bai Tingting bit her lip, refraining from retorting. Having endured years of bullying, she had likely grown accustomed to it. Never mind, let's eat at another restaurant. Lu Qingming interjected. I'll treat you. Did I want to see Uncle? Bai Tingting glanced towards the kitchen again. Did he went out today? He's not here. Shi Xiumei coldly declared. You can't leave. It's almost mealtime. Stay here and help me serve the customers. Bai Tingting cast a troubled glance at Lu Qingming. Why bother with her? Lu Qingming directly took Bai Tingting's hand and said, Come with me. Stop. Shi Xiumei shouted. You poor boy. If you want to take my Tingting away, bring me a dowry of 100,000. Lu Qingming turned back, furrowing his brow. Are you out of your mind? Tingting is someone I've painstakingly raised. She asks not for you to take advantage of. Shi Xiumei seized Lu Qingming's arm, declaring no money, no more contact with her. How is that taking advantage? Realizing the situation was spiraling, Lu Qingming felt they still regarded him as the scoundrel from the original story. Was it expected of him to engage in such despicable acts? After a moment of stunned silence, he retorted angrily. What nonsense! Are you looking for a fight? Poor boy, you think I'm afraid of you? Shi Xiumei rolled up her sleeves aggressively. Back when I was in the streets, you were still in diapers. Lu Qingming hesitated, about to give her a minor lesson when, unexpectedly, Shi Xiumei suddenly switched to a smiling demeanor, gazing directly at the entrance. It turned out a distinguished guest had arrived. Oh, Mr. Zhu. Shi Xiumei quickly released Lu Qingming and hurried to the door to greet the customer. Welcome. What would you like to eat today, Mr. Zhu? The Mr. Zhu mentioned by Shi Xiumei was a middle-aged man, slightly balding, sporting a beer belly, and exuding an air of grease. That Mr. Zhu merely nodded at Shi Xiumei before his gaze fell upon Bai Tingting. Hey Tingting, it's been a while since we last met. His smile was off-putting, characterized by both greasiness and lewdness. Hello, Mr. Zhu, Bai Tingting responded stiffly, then quietly introduced Lu Qingming. This is Zhu Biao, the property manager of the building. All the shops here are managed by him. Oh, who is this young man? Zhu Biao then turned his attention to Lu Qingming. Could it be that he is Tingting's boyfriend? Upon hearing this question, Bai Tingting did not provide an answer, but rather stole a glance at Lu Qingming. Impossible. Shi Xiumei quickly interjected. My Tingting is the best. She has never had a boyfriend, if she were to date. It must be a successful person like Mr. Zhu. What a compliment. Zhu Biao beamed with delight at the flattery, then turned to Lu Qingming. Young man, are you pursuing Tingting? What do you do for a living? I need to vet you. What I do for a living is none of your business. Lu Qingming thought, but considering Bai Tingting's situation, he refrained from causing her trouble and replied coldly, Freelancer, flexible employment. What a flexible job. Zhu Biao laughed heartily, patting his belly, then continued, Young man, having no proper job won't do. How about I arrange a security position for you? Lu Qingming simply stated, not interested. How delightful it is to extort the wealthy heiress. Why would he need a job? Zhu Biao, relentless in his persuasion, continued, Young man, do not underestimate the role of a security guard. To be employed as one by our Luoshi group is no small feat. I am not exaggerating. I have several former mercenaries under my command, men who have taken lives. Lu Qingming's ears perked up at the mention of Luoshi group. Could it be the family of Luo Qinxue? Indeed, Bai Tingting confirmed softly that the nearby buildings were all properties of the Luo family. That a laugh escaped Lu Qingming, that I have no desire to serve as a security guard for Luo Qinxue. I doubt she would even consider hiring me. How dare you speak her name so casually? Zhu Biao glared, his eyes wide with indignation, that if you utter another word of disrespect, I will have you thrown out immediately. What is so wrong with mentioning Luo Qinxue? Lu Qingming, unfamiliar with the Luo family's ways, retorted, Besides, I've already touched her. What harm is there in speaking her name? Impudence. In the territory of Luoshi group, you dare to show such disrespect to the young lady. Zhu Biao swiftly pulled out his phone, calling for security to assemble. Get here at once. Seeing the situation escalate, Bai Tingting quickly intervened. Zhu, don't call anyone. Lu Qingming is a good friend of Miss Luo. Zhu Biao paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed her claim. Nonsense. Tingting, you are too naive. You've been deceived by this boy. If you were truly friends with the young lady, I might as well be a bastard from the Luo family myself. Shi Xiumei chimed in. What a ridiculous joke. If Luo Qinxue were acquainted with this impoverished boy, I would kneel and pay him 3 respects. Such familiar words. How classic. The atmosphere had reached a boiling point. It would indeed be ungracious not to play along. Most importantly, if it meant shedding the identity of the yellow-haired boy, perhaps becoming a Dragon King was not out of the question. With these thoughts, Lu Qingming raised his phone, coldly responding, "Both of you, do not act rashly. Luo Qinxue will be here shortly." Alas, his expression faltered, his mouth unable to align with his intentions. Zhu Biao, unconvinced, retorted, "If you dare to utter another word, I'll rip your mouth apart. Even if my mouth and teeth crooked, you still plan to tear it?" Lu Qingming frowned, yet persisted in his compliance. "Why don't you ask for yourself? Do you need me to dial her for you? Such a punchable face. I'll make you come to your senses." Zhu Biao, incensed, swung his hand toward Lu Qingming. It appeared to be a fierce slap, but the movement was too exaggerated and slow. Lu Qingming effortlessly caught Zhu Biao's wrist and simultaneously delivered a precise kick to his knee. Zhu Biao cried out, collapsing to the ground. "You brought this upon yourself," Lu Qingming remarked. "Don't blame me for being rude. You little brat. You're as good as dead today." Zhu Biao, confident that this was his territory, boasted, "If you don't run, I won't stop until I break your legs." "How audacious." Lu Qingming chuckled. Picking up a stainless steel tray from the table, with a resounding clang, he swung it directly into Zhu Biao's face. This time, the defiant Zhu Biao was left utterly incapacitated. Xiaomei, initially intent on joining Zhu Biao to teach Lu Qingming a lesson, hurriedly retreated behind the counter upon witnessing the scene. Minutes later, Luo Qinxue arrived, guided by her location tracker. She drove her luxury car right to the entrance of the noodle shop, as a swarm of security guards hurriedly dispersed the crowd and moved obstacles to ensure the young lady's safety. Only Lu Qingming was permitted to approach. "Why have you come here?" Luo Qinxue inquired, her tone hinting at displeasure. "Are you afraid my family might discover the mischief you've caused?" It was purely accidental," Lu Qingming replied awkwardly, having only intended to enjoy a bowl of noodles. Luo Qinxue glanced around the shop with a hint of disdain on her face. As a wealthy heiress, she would never frequent such a humble establishment. "However, I have lost my appetite now." Lu Qingming pointed to Zhu Biao, who was kneeling at the entrance. "Did I see one of your employees? I just dealt with him." Luo Qinxue cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Biao and simply stated, "I don't know this lowly underling." That Lu Qingming rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Regardless, it was he who made the first move. You cannot fault me. That I would never blame you." Luo Qinxue scoffed lightly. "After all, you are my significant creditor." Zhu Biao, eavesdropping on their conversation, turned pale with fear. Who would believe it? This boy truly knew the young lady, and their relationship seemed quite amicable. In a panic, Zhu Biao began to slap himself, apologizing profusely. "I was wrong. I deserve this. I was blind and foolish. I should never have spoken so carelessly." Lu Qingming observed Zhu Biao with no sense of triumph, merely contemplating, "Have I usurped the role of the leading man? Is this a way to shed my previous identity? Surely this must benefit me." As he pondered, Luo Qinxue asked, "What did he say?" "He wanted to recruit me as a security guard. Do you think that's appropriate?" Lu Qingming replied with a smile, casually mentioning the incident, that it was merely a minor conflict, not worthy of ruinous consequences, and he chose not to address Zhu Biao's idle threats about being a bastard of the Luo family. Expecting Luo Qinxue to inquire further about the details, he was taken aback when she simply raised her hand, gesturing for several security personnel to rush over and drag Zhu Biao away. "What does this mean?" Lu Qingming was bewildered. Luo Qinxue replied coldly, "I intend to put him through some training, forcing him to work in the trenches for a decade. Duties such as security and cleaning will suffice. Does this arrangement satisfy you? Is this how you typically handle matters?" Lu Qingming was genuinely astonished by her ruthless demeanor. "That I in this realm, I hold the authority." Luo Qinxue smirked, slightly lifting her chin. "You haven't met my father. If any man dares to stare at me, he would have his eyes gouged out. If he dares to touch me, his hands would be severed." Lu Qingming instinctively glanced at his own hands. Luo Qinxue shot him a glance before scoffing. "That hotel last night belonged to the Qin family. I couldn't find anyone to assist me, which is why you profited." Now Lu Qingming felt a twinge of unease. "You're not going to hold me responsible, are you?" Since you're reasonable enough to admit I'm superior to Yi Feifei, I want to hold it against you," Luo Qinxue declared, opening the trunk of her sports car. As always, I keep my word that I'm the most trustworthy. Inside the trunk lay a substantial pile of cash, 1 million. Lu Qingming had never seen so much cash before. Its volume was somewhat different from his expectations. Luo Qinxue remarked, I had my assistant fetch it. You can count it yourself that I tea this moment. Sure, Xiaomei was wide-eyed, trembling all over. She could hardly believe that this impoverished boy, brought by Tingting, truly knew the young lady and could casually acquire 1 million in cash. She felt she had misjudged him. She had underestimated him. Regret flooded in. Young master, I'm terribly sorry. Sure, Xiaomei forced a smile, apologizing to Lu Qingming that I was concerned for Tingting, fearing she might be deceived. I acted rashly in my worry. Your generosity is commendable. I won't hold it against a mere woman. Lu Qingming replied with a dry chuckle. Bai Tingting was equally astonished. Luo Qinxue had gifted Lu Qingming 1 million in cash. Their relationship was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet she remained unaware that this was, in fact, extortion. It's not as you think. Lu Qingming had no intention of pretending to be wealthy in front of Bai Tingting. This money belongs to Miss Luo. I'm merely borrowing it temporarily to navigate a difficult situation. Truly alone? Luo Qinxue was the first to question. Indeed, Lu Qingming replied awkwardly. I assure you I will return it. He intended to hold on to the money as a precaution, that if he could successfully evade the impending crisis, he would return it to Luo Qinxue, and if not, the money would be of no use. Luo Qinxue remained skeptical. Bai Tingting and Sure Xiaomei shared her disbelief that I'll give you a day, perhaps two. Lu Qingming found it increasingly difficult to clarify, realizing that the more he explained, the more complicated it became. This noodle shop is run by your girlfriend? Luo Qinxue suddenly noticed Bai Tingting. I've told you before, she is not. Lu Qingming replied with increasing frustration. For scoundrel, Luo Qinxue sneered. Since she isn't. Then the rent for this shop will double. What? Sure, Xiaomei exclaimed in shock, immediately dropping to her knees before Luo Qinxue. Bai Tingting was equally startled, staring at Lu Qingming in bewilderment. Look, Lu Qingming protested helplessly. Miss Luo, it's not quite fair to take out your frustrations on others. Is it? What frustrations? I'm not angry. Luo Qinxue held her head high, her expression proud, that if you care for your girlfriend, then help me deal with Yi Feifei. Heavens, I'm utterly at your mercy. Lu Qingming reluctantly pulled out Yi Feifei's phone. That I'll keep my word. I'll delete your photo right now. Is that satisfactory? You don't have any hidden backups, do you? Luo Qinxue appeared doubtful of Lu Qingming's integrity. None. I'm not that kind of person. Lu Qingming held his phone out toward Luo Qinxue. You can check for yourself and delete it. Luo Qinxue extended her finger, intending to open the photo album, but her hand slipped, inadvertently tapping on the adjacent memo instead. Instantly, a vast expanse of text erupted onto the screen, capturing the attention of both individuals. What is this? Luo Qinxue furrowed her brow slightly. Is this a diary written by Yi Feifei? Not a diary. Lu Qingming could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This is a novel outline. Chapter 10. Next stop, Psychiatric Hospital. Yi Feifei is incredibly talented, also a somewhat accomplished writer. The memo contains the recent conception of a new story. Although it is merely a rough outline, it is evident that certain plot elements are strikingly similar to that of the novel The Superpowered Little Wife of Qian Xiao of Julong. The female protagonist is betrayed by her best friend, nearly falling victim to a villain. Luckily, the male protagonist arrives just in time to rescue her. Is it not almost identical, upon checking the writing date? It was a few weeks prior. Therefore, the story is not based on real events. Either Yi Feifei possesses the supernatural ability to foresee the future, or her conceived tale is merely a replica of the superpowered little wife of Qian Xiao of Julong. Lu Qingming became uncontrollably exhilarated that if he follows this outline, could he perhaps predict the trajectory of future events? Could he defy destiny? The thought was alluring, but alas, the outline was far too simplistic, even somewhat chaotic. It seemed hastily jotted down as inspiration struck, with no mention of the villain's fate nor a grand conclusion, likely only covering the initial plot. However, another segment piqued Lu Qingming's interest, the female protagonist. Due to an accident, is admitted to the most renowned psychiatric hospital in the area and, by a twist of fate, receives guidance from a mysterious figure, astonishingly activating her latent superpowers. I can't believe Yi Feifei's superpowers were learned from a psychiatric hospital. Lu Qingming mused, well, that is not necessarily the case. After all, it's merely a novel outline. Further verification is required. With this in mind, he hurriedly asked Luo Qinxue, what is the name of the most famous psychiatric hospital here? Luo Qinxue replied with curiosity, Jilong First Psychiatric Hospital. Why do you ask that? Help me out, take me there for a visit. Liu Qiming's face was a picture of urgency, that I am certain you are just a rogue. Not mentally ill, Luo Qinxue completely failed to grasp Lu Qingming's intentions. Does being a pervert count as being mentally ill? I'm not going to seek treatment for myself. Lu Qingming quickly clarified. I want to observe the patients inside. I must rely on your connections that a psychiatric hospital is not a place one can casually enter. It could be quite perilous, observing patients. Why? Luo Qinxue was even more puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingming finally stated, you might not believe me, but the patients there might possess superpowers. I wish to study them. Luo Qinxue blinked, muttering, perhaps you ought to consider going in for a checkup yourself. Oh dear, look at the outline Yi Feifei wrote. Lu Qingming pointed at the evidence. The female protagonist learned superpowers in a psychiatric hospital. Did you see that? But this is merely a fabricated story. Right? Luo Qinxue regarded Lu Qingming with a sympathetic gaze. Do you genuinely believe it? Lu Qingming retorted. Then tell me, how could Yi Feifei have written about being betrayed and nearly losing herself in such detail beforehand? Luo Qinxue pondered for a moment before responding. Many stories unfold this way. I learned from novels too. Can't you learn something better? Lu Qingming was left speechless, having lost not only the lady but also the troops. At least acquire a more refined skill. Humph. Luo Qinxue shot him a disdainful glance. Fine. Let us not dwell on the past. Lu Qingming continued to negotiate. I want to ask for that 1 million. Just help me this once. If I can seize the opportunity to grasp superpowers before Yi Feifei, or if I can prevent her from growing stronger, then the future will be much simpler. Not even the money? Luo Qinxue recognized Lu Qingming's resolute stance. You truly aren't just an ordinary rogue. Please refrain from calling me a rogue. My name is Lu Qingming. Liu Qingming finally divulged his true name. Assist me this once, and I will surely repay you. Ah, so the rogue is named Lu Qingming. Luo Qinxue smiled lightly. I thought you were too timid to tell me that. I beg you. Lend me your aid. Lu Qingming clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. That I have already accompanied you through half a day's ordeal. Why should I help you further? Luo Qinxue adopted a proud demeanor once more. Who are you to me? Lu Qingming contemplated for a while. Think about it. What if what Yi Feifei wrote actually comes to fruition? What if she genuinely acquires superpowers? What will you do then? Mentioning Yi Feifei, Luo Qinxue's expression swiftly turned serious. Better safe than sorry. She certainly worried about Yi Feifei growing stronger. Although the concept of superpowers was somewhat ethereal, what if they truly existed? Very well. I will assist you once more. Luo Qinxue finally relented, but you must keep your word and remember to repay me. Lu Qingming hastily bid farewell to Bai Tingting and followed Luo Qinxue to Jilong First Psychiatric Hospital. En route, Luo Qinxue contacted friends to give the hospital a heads up. Upon their arrival at the hospital entrance, they discovered that Director Yang Yongshun had been waiting with his subordinates for quite some time. It should be noted that the Luo family is among the top-ranked affluent families in Jilong City, and naturally, the hospital could not afford to be negligent with the esteemed young lady's visit. I truly must have been blinded by foolishness to accompany you to such a place. Luo Qinxue immediately began to complain upon seeing the eerie and peculiar structures within the hospital. Lu Qingming smiled apologetically. If you do not wish to enter, you may wait for me outside. Not a chance. I must keep an eye on you. Luo Qinxue exited the vehicle, eager to see what sort of spectacle he would create. Miss Luo, it is an honor to have you visit. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Director Yang greeted with a beaming smile, bowing slightly while extending his right hand. Luo Qinxue slowly raised her hand, merely adjusting her sunglasses, not only refusing to shake hands, but also unwilling to utter a single word in response. It was then that Lu Qingming realized that in the presence of these men, Luo Qinxue exuded an entirely different demeanor, as cold and proud as a glacier. Noticing the awkwardness on Director Yang's face, Lu Qingming took the initiative to explain their purpose, inquiring if there were any particularly special patients in the hospital. Those with extraordinary abilities. Are you implying something akin to superpowers? Director Yang, of course, could not comprehend Lu Qingming's true intentions. Genuine superpowers surely did not exist, though there were some who boasted and spoke wildly. Then gather them all here. Lu Qingming replied earnestly. I wish to interview them one by one. Director Yang, not daring to refuse, quickly ordered his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements and personally led the two esteemed guests into the hospital. As Lu Qingming surveyed the hospital's environment, he noticed a dilapidated black dragon statue standing in the courtyard, resembling the green dragon he had seen previously in the bamboo park. This dragon statue might have a history of over 1,000 years. Yet it had deteriorated increasingly in recent years. Director Yang, adept at reading the room, immediately provided an explanation to Lu Qingming. It is said to suppress evil spirits. Thus it is quite fitting for our hospital to be situated here. Indeed, it has suffered significant damage, Lu Qingming observed closely. Since it is a relic, why not maintain it? Do not mention it. Who would invest in something unprofitable? Director Yang chuckled. I have also applied to the city for maintenance funds. But no one pays me any mind. Lu Qingming could not respond, only letting out a soft sigh. They walked all the way to the reception room, where Director Yang tirelessly introduced his self-developed 5 Thunderstrikes electroshock therapy. While hoping that the Luo family could provide some sponsorship to benefit more psychiatric patients, Lu Qingming felt his scalp tighten, while Luo Qinxue silently scrolled through her phone. Thanks to you, I've made it to the trending topics. Luo Qinxue suddenly spoke. Lu Qingming glanced over, discovering that 2 major events dominated the Jiulong trending topics. Point 1 was the wealthy heiress Luo Qinxue engaging in flirty interactions with a mysterious fan on Douyin. The other was a large-scale brawl occurring near Bamboo Park. The scene was brutal, with numerous injuries reported. The cause is currently under investigation. Well, that is all my doing. Lu Qingming wiped his face, but I truly did not intend for it to happen. Who would believe you? Luo Qinxue shot him another disdainful glance. Just as they spoke, 2 attendants brought in the first patient claiming to have superpowers. Come in, number 35, the Director Yang smiled as he approached, seating the patient in a chair. Asking, please tell our guests what superpower you possess. Patient number 35 appeared dazed, surveying the room's occupants several times, before slowly responding. Tiny earthlings, release me at once, or I shall turn you all into paper beings. Chapter 11. Everyone here is talented. The main plot officially begins. You will turn us into paper beings? Lu Qingming frowned at the declaration. Is that truly impressive? Hee. Director Yang chuckled lightly, introducing No. 35 claims to be an extraterrestrial from a higher dimension. In his eyes, we are all mere earthlings, that I am a quadruped. Patient number 35 corrected him, stating that the term extraterrestrial is quite inaccurate. Very well. You are a quadruped. Lu Qingming stifled his laughter, but I do have a question. Why do you appear so similar to us earthlings? You are quite amusing, Luo Qinxue interjected coldly. Why argue with a mental patient? If I do not engage him seriously, how can I study superpowers? Lu Qingming shot a sidelong glance at Luo Qinxue, urging her not to meddle. Luo Qinxue let out a soft scoff and continued to scroll through her phone. Patient 35, with utmost seriousness, elaborated, you inferior beings can only perceive 3-dimensional forms, utterly blind to my true essence. Pray tell, can you behold a 4-dimensional object? Can you? Lu Qingming was rendered speechless. This rationale seemed irrefutable. How absurdly far-fetched this individual had become. Director Yang paused momentarily, then quietly instructed the attending physician beside him. Increase the dosage for patient 35. The physician hastily jotted down notes. Patient 35, oblivious to the proceedings, persisted in his monologue. Do not blame yourselves. This disparity is merely a consequence of dimensionality to us, 4-dimensional beings. You 3-dimensional humans appear as mere paper figures from comic books and novels, fragile, pitiable, and helpless. Your fates are nothing but the constructs of higher-dimensional deities. No matter how fervently you struggle, it is all in vain. At that moment, Lu Qingming could not help but wonder if patient 35 had stumbled upon the truth of existence. Yet he dared not show his agreement, fearing that Director Yang might choose to detain him as well. Patient 35 grew increasingly animated. Even gesticulating wildly, he began to summon the 4-dimensional fleet hidden within a black hole. Of course, he conjured nothing. It appeared this 4-dimensional being lacked any superpowers. Lu Qingming raised a hand to massage his forehead. At this point, was recovery still possible? Luo Qinxue wore a similarly complex expression as they spoke. Patient 35 climbed onto the table, adopting an even more bizarre summoning pose. "Take him away! Quickly!" Director Yang commanded the attendants, concerned that further outbursts might jeopardize the Luo family's investment in the hospital. Subsequently, Director Yang cleared his throat and offered a conciliatory smile to Luo Qinxue. "Rest assured, Miss Luo, once the funding arrives and my latest electrotherapy equipment is operational, patients like this can be completely cured." Next, the following patient was patient 77, whose eyes were obscured by thick black cloth strips, exuding an air of mystery and coldness. Was it an eye ailment, or perhaps a cosplay enthusiast? Lu Qingming turned to Director Yang for clarification. Before Yang could respond, patient 77 spoke up. "I am not blind. I can penetrate all barriers and perceive every truth to X-ray vision." Lu Qingming's pupils constricted. X-ray vision was undoubtedly one of the most coveted superpowers. Those in the know would understand. Luo Qinxue reacted swiftly, shielding her vital areas with her bag and retreating behind Lu Qingming. I was merely speaking hypothetically. Did you take that to heart?" Lu Qingming observed that no matter what actions Luo Qinxue took, patient 77's gaze remained unwavering, as if he were entirely unaware of her presence. "Humph. What is X-ray vision?" Patient 77 suddenly scoffed. "I can see far beyond, even the angels above the starry sky." Lu Qingming inquired. "What do these angels look like?" Patient 77, in a deep tone, described, "The angels possess 6 wings, adorned inside and out with countless eyes, hundreds upon thousands of them. Never make eye contact with them." Lu Qingming frowned once more. These angels did not sound particularly appealing. At this point, Director Yang picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and asked patient 77, "What do you think I am holding?" Patient 77 sniffed vigorously, then tilted his ear to listen, pondering for quite a while before replying, "May I touch it?" Director Yang's expression darkened. "Take him away. Increase the dosage." Then came patient 108, who claimed to possess the ability to freeze time. What an invincible superpower, Lu Qingming thought. Yet he was skeptical that if you possess such a skill, why remain in a hospital? Patient 108 responded nonchalantly. "The director won't allow me to leave." Lu Qingming rubbed his face, forcing himself to suggest, "If you've frozen time, can't you just walk out? Who could stop you?" Patient 108 replied, "Even if time is frozen, I cannot move." A collective silence enveloped the room. After a long moment, Director Yang waved his hand. "Take him away." The subsequent patients, of course, exhibited no superpowers. One claimed to foresee the future while dreaming, yet the issue was he could never remember his dreams upon waking. Another asserted he could self-detonate, but unfortunately, he only had 1 life to spare, making demonstrations inconvenient. Yet another claimed the ability to communicate with plants, a claim none could verify. "Hey, Lu Qingming, are you done playing around?" Luo Qinxue remarked, feeling the need to leave as time was not on her side. "Just a moment." Lu Qingming replied, rallying his spirits, "I have just 2 more questions." Reluctantly, Luo Qinxue acquiesced. The penultimate patient, patient 250, appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any semblance of a superpowered individual. "What is your superpower?" Lu Qingming repeated the question like a parrot. "Can you demonstrate it?" Patient 250 rubbed his hands together, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "My superpower has already been demonstrated." "What?" Lu Qingming was taken aback. My superpower is the suppression of superpowers. Patient 250 grinned. "Centered around me, within a radius of 99 kilometers, all superpowers become ineffective. Before me, any superpowered individual is reduced to an ordinary person." "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Once again, silence enveloped the room. Lu Qingming clenched his fists, his mouth twitching, that if what patient 250 claimed were true, then all previous assessments had been in vain. "Director Yang." Lu Qingming's voice dripped with exhaustion and helplessness. "Could we transfer this individual to another hospital, 99 kilometers away?" "Ha, there is truly no need for that." Director Yang maintained his smile, relishing the absurdity that he simply enjoys rambling. "A few more electric shocks will suffice." Upon hearing the mention of electric shocks, patient 250 promptly fell silent. Lu Qingming despaired. "Just take him away." Finally, there was patient 269. When Lu Qingming wearily posed his question, patient 269 surprisingly stated, "I have no superpowers." Did we grab the wrong person?" Lu Qingming glanced at Director Yang. wondering if this patient had already been cured. Director Yang appeared equally bewildered and quickly grabbed the medical records for review. No need to check. I wasn't truthful before. Patient 269 slowly lifted his head, his gaze resolute and brimming with confidence that I will no longer pretend. I will lay my cards on the table. I am a time traveler. Chapter 12. Once you enter, you cannot exit a time traveler. At the utterance of those words, Lu Qingming trembled in astonishment. Could it be? Had he encountered a kindred spirit? He struggled to regain his composure and inquired calmly. If you are a time traveler, do you possess a system? Of course, patient 269 replied candidly. Lu Qingming inhaled gently and asked, what kind of system? Can you describe it in detail? That cannot be disclosed. Patient 269 shrugged. It's currently non-functional. Why is it non-functional? Lu Qingming pondered, realizing his own system was also inoperative. Was it mere coincidence? Because I lack funds, patient 269 raised a finger, rubbing it thoughtfully. Did I need to recharge to activate it? Goodness, a system that requires recharging. Lu Qingming chuckled, and Director Yang was the first to burst into laughter. In our hospital, we encounter several individuals claiming to be time travelers each year, but you're the first to mention needing to recharge your system. Several each year. Lu Qingming felt a chill run down his spine that he must not expose his own identity. What are you laughing at? Patient 269 frowned. What does it require money today? Without funds, how can I utilize the system? All right, you have a point. Lu Qingming continued to engage, attempting to extract more information. How much do you need? I will fund you. Patient 269 replied solemnly. 10 billion. Lu Qingming's mouth twitched. Forget I asked that if you provide me with 10 billion now. Once I activate the system, I will repay you 100 billion. No, 500 billion is also feasible. Patient 269 continued to spin his tail. Invest in me, and you will reap guaranteed profits. What are you hesitating for? I believe he is not a lunatic. Lu Qingming glanced at Director Yang. He might be a con artist. Director Yang flipped through the medical records. This patient was once the CEO of a publicly traded company. That's enough. Luo Qinxue abruptly stood. We've finished our questions. It's time to go. Remaining any longer, she feared she might also succumb to madness. Alas, Lu Qingming sighed heavily. It seems finding superpowered individuals through this method is impossible. I suppose I should first escape this narrative trap. Director Yang, not daring to insist on their stay, followed behind them, extending a polite farewell while subtly hinting at sponsorship matters. However, as they reached the hospital lobby, they were taken aback to find the scene shrouded in a dense white fog. The atmosphere, already peculiar, grew even more unsettling. Perhaps you too should reconsider leaving, Director Yang suggested, his posture bending with concern. The fog is too thick. Driving would be perilous. Indeed, visibility was so poor that even objects 2 meters away were indistinguishable. Driving under such conditions would be akin to courting death. That is this fog normal? Luo Qinxue found herself inevitably becoming anxious. Dean Yang, with a smile, reassured her, our institute is located near the coast, boasting beautiful scenery. Fog is a common occurrence here, and we have long since grown accustomed to it. However, there is no need to worry, and no matter how dense the fog may be, once the sun rises tomorrow, it will dissipate. The mention of tomorrow heightened Luo Qinxue's unease. Was she to spend the night here? There appeared to be no other option. Faced with such thick fog, Lu Qingming dared not take any risks. That it was entirely possible that he would not survive to witness the pivotal moment of the plot, but instead be taken away by a large truck amidst the fog. How can I possibly stay in such a place? Luo Qinxue expressed her reluctance. Dean Yang hurriedly replied, Miss Luo, there is no need for concern. We have exceptionally comfortable high-end patient rooms. No, high-end guest rooms that are sterilized daily, far cleaner than any hotel outside. Luo Qinxue continued to gaze at the thick fog outside the door for a considerable time, before finally conceding with a sense of helplessness. Dean Yang smiled and quietly inquired, Then how many rooms shall I arrange? Luo Qinxue paused, slightly displeased, and replied, Of course, 2 rooms. After a brief pause, she added, They must be adjacent. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately, Dean Yang said as he retreated. Once they were alone, Luo Qinxue shot a resentful glare at Lu Qingming, exclaiming, It's all your fault, you rogue. You forced me to stay in a mental institution. How can you blame me? Lu Qingming rubbed his head. Perhaps it is fate. The heavens want me to continue conversing with patients and uncover the one with superpowers. But if we continue this conversation, you'll end up being the one who needs psychiatric help. Luo Qinxue utterly dismissed the notion that a superpowered individual could be found in such a place. Hey, what if you consulted Dean Yang? Lu Qingming suddenly shifted his line of thought. Since you despise Yi Feifei so much, perhaps it's a form of mental illness that could be cured? Bah! Luo Qinxue glared. You're the one who is mentally ill. You re the one who needs treatment. I'm doing this for your own good. Bah! Do you think I want to hit you? You can't beat me, as the two continued their banter. They were suddenly interrupted by a commotion, followed swiftly by several security guards rushing into the hall with a stretcher. That on the stretcher lay a young girl, her face covered in blood. What happened? Lu Qingming grabbed the last security guard trailing behind. That it's all due to the fog. There was a car accident. A small car crashed into that broken statue. The security guard panted. The car is totaled. And the driver is seriously injured. We need to rush her in for treatment. Crashed into the statue. Lu Qingming was taken aback and asked, were there any other injuries? The guard replied, I can't see clearly. They were still searching outside. Lu Qingming rolled up his sleeves, ready to help, but was abruptly pulled back by Luo Qinxue. What is wrong? He turned to face her. Did you get a good look at the woman on the stretcher? Luo Qinshue's demeanor shifted ominously, her eyes narrowing with malice. That I didn't see clearly, Lu Qingming admitted, bewildered. Luo Qinxue articulated each word deliberately. She is Yi Feifei? No way. Lu Qingming exclaimed, shocked, covered in blood. Are you sure you didn't mistake her? I could recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Luo Qinxue declared with conviction. Lu Qingming believed her, but he quickly pulled out Yi Feifei's phone, opened the outline of her novel, and found the relevant passage. The heroine, due to an accident, was sent to the most renowned mental hospital in the area. This was indeed happening. His predictions were correct. The novel Yi Feifei had conceived was influencing this world, foretelling the future. Although only an outline without details, and despite some discrepancies in the sequence of events, what was meant to happen was occurring. Luo Qinxue stared at the phone screen, falling into silence to that moment. She too could not help but suspect that Yi Feifei possessed the ability to predict the future. Such a formidable adversary must be dealt with promptly. Taking advantage of the situation, with Yi Feifei severely injured, Luo Qinxue coldly fixed her gaze on Lu Qingming. I will distract the hospital staff. You help me eliminate her. Lu Qingming hesitated, his face showing helplessness. Yi Feifei was like a curse, easily capable of consuming Luo Qinshue's reason and conscience. No amount of persuasion would bear fruit. Help me eliminate Yi Feifei. Luo Qinxue grasped Lu Qingming's hand. I will give you anything you desire. Anything? Lu Qingming frowned slightly. Yes, Luo Qinxue nodded vigorously. I never go back on my word. I am most trustworthy. That I have heard you say that several times before. It's hardly credible. Let us see some tangible action. Lu Qingming suddenly turned towards the nurse's station, loudly asking, Are our rooms ready? Chapter 13. Offering a blood sacrifice, the so-called high-end guest rooms bore no distinguishing features of luxury. They were simply cleaner and tidy, with a reasonably spacious layout. Luo Qinxue sat at the edge of the bed, biting her cherry lips, her brow furrowed as she engaged in an intense internal struggle. Meanwhile, Lu Qingming bent over, rummaging through the cabinet for something that no, this one dude, we've only just met. Luo Qinshue's voice was soft and tremulous. You haven't made a move on Yi Feifei yet. I cannot. But Lu Qingming appeared oblivious, pulling out a strap used for restraining patients, grinning with excitement. The rooms in this hospital are truly exceptional. I can find such props. Upon seeing the strap, Luo Qinshue's complexion changed dramatically, alternating between red and pale. She had previously thought Lu Qingming was somewhat eccentric, but never had she imagined him to be so deranged. No, you cannot use that. Luo Qinxue summoned her courage to make her refusal clear. I didn't agree to this. What do you mean by this? Lu Qingming blinked in confusion. You, holding that strap, Luo Qinxue furtively glanced at the door. Preparing to flee at any moment. What do you intend to do? Use this to bind Yi Feifei. It's quite sturdy. It should do the trick, Lu Qingming replied, tugging at the strap. What do you think? In nothing, Luo Qinxue turned her face away, exhaling a huff of warm air. After calming down for a few moments, she couldn't help but ask, Wait, why do we need to bind Yi Feifei? Lu Qingming explained. Tonight, I will keep vigil over Yi Feifei. Binding her is a precaution. I want to see who it is that comes to impart powers to her. Luo Qinxue finally grasped the situation. So you still intend to find that superpowered individual? Of course, Lu Qingming nodded. Such a significant opportunity for acquiring superpowers cannot be easily missed. That is, when do we strike against Yi Feifei? Luo Qinxue was not particularly interested in superpowers. Her sole desire was to eliminate her sworn enemy. I will handle it with discretion. Lu Qingming's tone turned serious. If it becomes necessary, I will take action. The moment of reckoning in the plot was drawing near that if Yi Feifei posed a threat to his life, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation. What do you mean by when necessary? Upon hearing such an uncertain reply, Luo Qinxue became displeased. If you haven't made up your mind, why bring me into this room? Oh, you stay put in the room and do not approach Yi Feifei. Lu Qingming issued a command. I will manage everything. Why should I? Luo Qinxue retorted defiantly. What gives you the right to dictate to me? Once you come into contact with Yi Feifei, you will become mentally unstable, severely jeopardizing my plans. Lu Qingming waved the strap in his hand. If you refuse to listen, I will tie you to the bed. You! How dare you! Luo Qinxue tried to muster a fierce expression, but it lacked any intimidation. It seemed that only in the presence of Yi Feifei could she enter a state of malevolence. Showcasing the aura of a true female villain, the Dio not forget. I am a rogue, Lu Qingming said, effortlessly donning a wicked smile. The embodiment of a rogue felt all too natural to him, as if it were second nature. Luo Qinxue couldn't help but recall that fateful night when she was coerced by the still bushy-haired Lu Qingming into taking indecent photos. She quickly retreated, a look of reluctance crossing her face as she sat back on the bed. Behave yourself and stay indoors. Lock the door. If anything happens, call me. Lu Qingming instructed a few more times before exiting the room, firmly closing the door behind him. Now, she would have to face the terrifying Yi Feifei alone. Lu Qingming tucked the strap into his pocket, inhaled deeply, and strode toward the medical office. Upon reaching the nurse's station, he introduced himself as a friend of the injured girl, expressing his desire to stay and care for her. The nurses showed no sign of suspicion. After all, Lu Qingming was a distinguished guest personally received by Dean Yang, and besides, caring for the girl was not part of their job description. Managing those mental patients had already drained their energy. Who would wish to undertake an unpaid volunteer duty? Lu Qingming faced no obstacles and smoothly entered Yi Feifei's ward. However, one nurse suddenly asked, "What is your blood type?" Lu Qingming was taken aback. "Type Y. Great." The nurse smiled as she produced a large syringe, and Lu Qingming realized something was amiss. "You came at just the right time. This girl has lost too much blood and needs a transfusion. But unfortunately, we don't have enough stored blood." Ta-da! Lu Qingming was dumbfounded. "Aren't you a friend? You can't just stand by and do nothing, can you?" At this point, saving the great heroine once might earn him some karmic reward. Right? Lu Qingming hesitated, but ultimately rolled up his sleeve. One could only say, man proposes, but heaven disposes. He had intended to seize Yi Feifei's opportunity, but ended up offering a blood sacrifice for free. It is unclear how much blood has been drawn in total. Nonetheless, it feels like a significant loss. The nurses busied themselves for a while, ensuring that Yi Feifei's condition was stable before gradually departing, leaving only the accompanying family member, Lu Qingming. Sighing, Lu Qingming lamented that Yi Feifei seemed to be a harbinger of misfortune as he approached her bedside to scrutinize her closely. Her injuries were not severe. Primarily, a major vein in her arm had been severed, resulting in considerable blood loss. The minor abrasions on her head and face would heal swiftly, leaving her appearance unscathed. Although Yi Feifei's features were not exceptionally delicate, they harmonized in a way that was quite pleasing, exuding a sweet and refreshing purity. Could this be the fabled first love visage? Lu Qingming mused, recognizing that, after all, as the female lead, she had her own charm upon closer inspection. His gaze drifted downwards to her neck. Her figure was indeed a flaw, far inferior to Luo Qinxue's. Wait, what am I here for? Lu Qingming shook his head to dispel his wandering thoughts that if all goes as expected, a mysterious individual would visit Yi Feifei that night to be a stroke of fortune. Yi Feifei would acquire superpowers that if it worked out, he would naturally seize this opportunity. If it did not, he might find himself in conflict with that enigmatic visitor. What if that mysterious person were a superpower wielder? Could he contend with them? If only his system were functioning properly, sigh, lamenting his useless system. Lu Qingming sighed once more. Unexpectedly, a voice resonated in his mind. Superpower female, lead system preparing for activation. Matching host, match successful. Host. Yi Feifei, what? Lu Qingming gasped, nearly exclaiming that it was clearly his system. How could Yi Feifei be the host? What on earth was happening? Was this the unreasonable nature of female-targeted narratives? The grand female lead could even usurp a system. Or perhaps this system was originally hers, and he had inadvertently crossed over and taken it from her. For a moment, Lu Qingming felt his head buzz with confusion, unsure of what to do. He could only stare blankly at Yi Feifei, his gaze eventually resting on the crimson blood bag. His own blood was slowly flowing into Yi Feifei's body in that moment. Lu Qingming finally grasped the truth. The mysterious individual bestowing superpowers upon Yi Feifei was none other than himself. Chapter 14. The system has been activated, and thanks to Yi Feifei, the activation was successful. However, this unexpected activation, due to blood transfusion, seemed to have resulted in the system binding two individuals simultaneously. No, the system had already designated Yi Feifei as the host. What, then, was his role? A substitute. How was this system supposed to function? Confused, Lu Qingming began to explore the system's features. The superpower provided by the system was distributed through a card-drawing lottery. It was essential to note that superpower cards could not be used indefinitely, serving as consumables. Initially, 10 lottery chances were granted, allowing the host to freely choose from one of 6 categories. Intelligence warfare, tearing apart green tea bitches. Dominating white lotuses, suitable for palace intrigue and domestic strife. Beloved by all, adored by high-profile figures, you become the center of the world. Adorable baby. The children born possess random superpowers. Wealthy tycoon, effortlessly acquiring immense wealth, experiencing a life of extravagance, disguised identity. Whenever others investigate your identity, they uncover a shocking alternate persona. Rebirth. Death is merely a new beginning. Palace intrigue, beloved by all. Having children? What is this nonsense? These categories seem entirely tailored for the female lead, far too unkind to men. Fortunately, there was the rebirth category. For Lu Qingming, troubled by the death of Huang Mao. This was a lifeline. I must draw for rebirth first. However, as he attempted to initiate the lottery, the system coldly informed him. Gender mismatch. Lottery operation cannot be executed. Please allow the primary host, Yi Feifei, to conduct the lottery. Only women could draw. Lu Qingming's lips twitched. Surely, he was at least the secondary host. The card should still be usable, right? Superpower cards can be activated and used without gender restrictions. They can be used, so the situation isn't too dire. Yet this meant he could not take action against Yi Feifei. Otherwise, he would gain nothing. From now on, he would have to rely on her. Reluctantly, Lu Qingming glanced at Yi Feifei. At that moment, a look of discomfort crossed her face, and her breathing became rapid. Was it the influence of the system or a worsening of her injuries? As Lu Qingming hesitated whether to summon a nurse, he suddenly noticed a change in the system interface. The lottery had begun. Clearly, this was Yi Feifei's doing. Yet, she shockingly chose the adorable baby prize pool first. What the Lu Qingming nearly shouted could she not pick randomly? It was unclear whether Yi Feifei had sustained a concussion from the impact or if she truly had a penchant for having children. Regardless, she continuously drew 5 adorable baby superpower cards. Among them were cards for babies that could breathe fire, spray water, and become invisible. Witnessing this, Lu Qingming felt on the verge of tears that if she drew a few more times, they could assemble a set of 7 Calabash brothers. The problem was the children hadn't even been born yet. What use were these items? Most crucially, why was she not drawing for rebirth? Lu Qingming gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the urge to pounce on Yi Feifei and strangle her. Fortunately, Yi Feifei suddenly regained her wits and switched to the rebirth prize pool. She then drew a silver card. Rebirth superpower card, Old Era. Upon death, the user can be reborn in a small mountain village in the 1960s. What? A small mountain village in the 1960s? Lu Qingming frowned involuntarily. That seemed rather harsh. However, it was inconsequential, as Yi Feifei drew another golden card. Rebirth superpower card, Deadly Revenge. upon being attacked and killed. The user will rebound 10,000 times the damage to the assailant, and the user will resurrect 24 hours later at the same location. This superpower seems quite promising. Not only can one resurrect, but they can also reflect damage. Regardless of who killed them, they would likely not withstand that 10,000-fold damage and would surely be obliterated. Excellent, quite satisfying. Lu Qingming was very pleased and decided to claim this card for himself. With a mere thought, the Deadly Revenge card was successfully activated within him. He wondered how Yi Feifei would react. Would she discover that he had stolen the card? Just as he pondered this, Yi Feifei suddenly opened her eyes. Lu Qingming was taken aback, preparing to flee, only to notice that Yi Feifei's demeanor was rather abnormal. She turned her head to observe her surroundings, ultimately fixing a bewildered gaze on Lu Qingming, slowly asking, "Where is this? Who are you? You don't recognize me." Lu Qingming was taken aback that Yi Feifei shook her head in confusion, appearing genuine. Had she suffered amnesia from the accident? Lu Qingming speculated in his mind. In female-targeted narratives, it seemed common for the female lead to lose her memory after an accident. Indeed, it must be so. Since Yi Feifei had lost her memory, the situation had become much simpler. You finally woke up. Lu Qingming immediately donned a friendly smile. You were in an accident. This is a hospital. A rather unique hospital in accident. Yi Feifei strained to recall, a pained expression crossing her face. My head hurts so much. I can't remember anything. Lu Qingming hastily responded. If your head hurts, don't think about it. Just rest for now. Then, Yi Feifei continued to gaze at Lu Qingming, asking, Why are you the one accompanying me? This caught Lu Qingming off guard for a moment, but he quickly revealed the needle mark from his blood donation. You were injured, so I came to donate blood. You are Yi Feifei, she pondered, suddenly her eyes brightening. I remember. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming felt a jolt of fear. She remembered? The incident of me throwing her off the building? Yi Feifei continued, I remember. It's you. We were together at the hotel. That was yesterday, right? At this point, Yi Feifei's face had flushed, and her voice turned gentle. So you are my boyfriend. Lu Qingming was utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, Yi Feifei recalled fragments of last night. However, she had forgotten the sequence of events, now only recalling the hotel setting and Lu Qingming's appearance. Due to her fragmented memory, when she pieced together the hotel and Lu Qingming, she concluded he was her boyfriend. Moreover, because the system had bound both of them. Upon seeing Lu Qingming, Yi Feifei felt an extraordinary closeness, as if they had reached a profound understanding. Indeed, they must be a loving couple who had lived together for many years. Yet, Lu Qingming remained in a daze, unsure how to respond, that if he were not her boyfriend, how could he explain the hotel incident? If he were to guide Yi Feifei to remember who it was that threw her off the building. That would be troublesome. I'm sorry, Yi Feifei, still blushing, fidgeted with the bed sheets. I can't remember your name. Please don't be angry. Lu Qingming hesitated for a moment before revealing the truth. My name is Lu Qingming. It didn't matter. After all, she didn't recognize him. Lu Qingming. This time I will remember. Yi Feifei's eyes sparkled with stars. From now on, I will never forget you for the rest of my life. Lu Qingming is inclined to say that it is entirely unnecessary. But he decides otherwise, that I shall not express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. It feels too distant. Yi Feifei playfully winked, assuring that once I regain my health, I shall repay you with tangible actions. Do await patiently. Although these are sweet nothings rich with romantic possibilities, Lu Qingming feels an unsettling chill creep down his spine. Should Yi Feifei recover her memories and uncover the truth, what actions might she take? Dismemberment or utter annihilation? You seem to harbor some unspoken concerns. Yi Feifei finally observed Lu Qingming's unusual demeanor. No, it's nothing. Lu Qingming responded awkwardly, hastily shifting the topic to be, by the way, during your unconsciousness, did you experience any strange dreams? He fabricated a question, hoping to gauge Yi Feifei's awareness of the system. Yi Feifei furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in recollection before saying, I did have a peculiar dream. There was a bizarre interface before me, akin to a card game, where I could draw lots. I randomly picked a few cards and then woke up. So that was it. Lu Qingming sighed with relief. It appeared that Yi Feifei remained unaware of the system's existence and, of course, oblivious to the theft of the superpower cards. Yet he pondered how long he could maintain this charade. Noticing Lu Qingming's continued peculiarity, Yi Feifei inquired, "What on earth is wrong with you?" Before he could reply, a phone in his pocket rang abruptly. Chapter 15, Evil. The game begins. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was a call from Luo Qinxue. "Wait, I need to take this call." Lu Qingming quickly abandoned Yi Feifei and strode out of the room. "Lu Qingming, hurry and save me." Luo Qinshue's frantic voice echoed through the phone. "Someone is pounding on the door. Come back quickly. I'm on my way. Don't hang up." Without a moment to spare, Lu Qingming dashed up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by chaos. Patients in hospital gowns were running amok, some singing, some dancing, and others tumbling. Where were the nurses and security guards? It appeared several lay unconscious on the floor. That Liu Qingming realized a significant crisis had erupted within the hospital and rushed towards Luo Qinshue's room at lightning speed. Indeed, a towering patient was mercilessly battering the door with a metal pipe. Fortunately, being a psychiatric hospital, the door was sturdy enough to withstand the onslaught. "Stop!" Lu Qingming bellowed, simultaneously retrieving his belt from his pocket. The burly man paused momentarily before charging at Lu Qingming. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingming forcefully swung the belt, that a weapon in its own right. The belt's metal buckle struck the man squarely, causing him to crash to the ground. Liu Qingming followed up with 2 swift kicks to ensure he would not rise again before approaching the door and knocking. "I am here." All sorted. Luo Qinxue promptly opened the door and leapt into Lu Qingming's arms. In that instant, an enticing fragrance enveloped him, and the exquisite sensation ignited warmth throughout his being. Liu Qingming felt his mind swirl. Unable to comprehend the tearful words escaping Luo Qinshue's lips, time seemed to freeze, the world wrapped in a cocoon of warmth and scent, until a blood-soaked patient barreled down the corridor, shrieking, "Room 250 is dead. Room 250 is dead. Room 250. Lu Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he the one who claimed to suppress other superpowers? If he were truly dead, would it not precipitate a major incident? Yet he dismissed the thought. How could one trust the ramblings of a mental patient? Nevertheless, the hospital was in disarray. Escaping this place took precedence. Regaining his composure, he grasped Luo Qinshue's hand and bolted towards the stairwell. "What is happening?" Luo Qinxue observed the chaos in the corridor, her anxiety resurfacing. "I'm not sure. Perhaps some patients have escaped and gone berserk." Lu Qingming attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. "What about Yi Feifei? How did you handle her?" Luo Qinshue's concern for her nemesis was evident even amidst peril. Liu Qingming felt helpless. "I was in a rush to save you. How could I possibly attend to her?" "Well, at least you have a semblance of conscience," Luo Qinxue murmured softly. Upon their return to the first floor, they discovered matters had worsened. The air was thick with a blinding whiteness. Dense fog had infiltrated the building. How could this happen? Lu Qingming sensed the situation was growing dire, yet could devise no effective strategy, so he cautiously navigated along the wall towards the lobby. Though the fog was indeed eerie, they encountered no immediate danger and successfully exited into the lobby. "Where to next?" Luo Qinxue whispered. "We can't stay in the building. It's infested with mental patients. If one of them truly unleashes their powers, let us find refuge outside." Liu Qingming strained to survey the courtyard but could discern little. Luo Qinshuo suggested, "Should we hide back in my car? The parking lot seems to be on the left." That was indeed a viable option. They could make a swift exit once the fog dissipated. Liu Qingming agreed, and together they ventured towards the parking lot from memory. However, after a prolonged trek, they found themselves nowhere near their destination. As if traversing an endless wasteland, within the thick fog, flickering red lights appeared, resembling countless eyes. "This is utterly surreal," Lu Qingming thought, perspiration forming on his brow. Luo Qinshu clung tightly to his arm, her delicate nails embedding into his flesh. "It hurts. Please ease your grip a bit." Lu Qingming could not help but plead. "Something is ahead. There is something up ahead," Luo Qinshu suddenly exclaimed. Liu Qingming focused his gaze and discerned the black dragon statue. Beneath it lay a damaged automobile, presumably Yi Feifei's. The statue had shattered completely after the collision, the dragon's head rolling away. "How did we end up here?" Lu Qingming gasped in disbelief. Their trajectory was all wrong. Luo Qinshuo said nothing, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the fog. The sound seemed to emanate from the abyss, akin to a demon whispering in one's ear. it was a noise no ordinary human could produce. This must be a narrative twist, Lu Qingming thought, a shiver running down his spine, that he had prepared himself mentally for such a turn of events. Yet he hadn't anticipated Luo Qinxue would be by his side. Fresh offerings, two wicked souls, a pair of unfortunate lovers. How amusing. The eerie voice continued, its tone shifting as if emanating from multiple mouths. Wicked souls? Am I wicked? With the resurrection cards in my possession, I have regained my composure. Yet you perceive us as lovers. Who are you? Luo Qinxue trembled. Is this a lunatic? I fear not. Lu Qingming cleared his throat and shouted into the fog. Stop your antics. Show yourself if you dare. Arrogant, foolish. But this makes it all the more intriguing that I delight in savoring the baseness of human nature. The betrayal of lovers is the most fascinating. Why not play a game? Lu Qingming retorted furiously. Who the hell wants to play games with you? Who do you think you are? Some call me the ancient evil god. Others refer to me as the Old One, harbinger of darkness. However, I disdain such titles. For you are merely offerings unworthy of my name. That I am destiny. I am destruction. I am rebirth. I am eternity. The eerie voice rose in pitch. Lu Qingming felt an inexplicable headache wash over him, followed by an unsettling sensation of levitation, his body rising into the air against his will. What is this superpower? He thought in alarm. The being before him was anything but ordinary. Yet, he had seen no mention of such monstrosities in Yi Feifei's narrative outline. What on earth was this entity? You two may take turns offering a body part of one another as a sacrifice for my enjoyment, that it could be a left eye, a right leg, or even an entire liver, except for the brain and heart. Furthermore, you must not repeat offerings. After 9 alternating sacrifices, the one who provides the most valuable offering shall be granted their life in my favor. I assure you, throughout this process, neither of you shall perish. You will maintain the utmost clarity of mind. How does that sound? Doesn't it seem rather entertaining? Now, let the game commence. Chapter 16. Fearless, such bravery indeed. It was an exceedingly nefarious game. One by one, they would sacrifice each other's organs to survive. They must inflict torment upon one another. Only the one with the coldest heart could prevail, if they truly were lovers. This game was nothing short of barbaric. Having grasped the rules, Luo Qinxue's face turned ashen. Her eyes filled with sheer terror as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Qingming, momentarily at a loss for how to confront this harrowing reality. Do not fear. Lu Qingming reassured her calmly. I would not sacrifice even a single hair from you, so do not concern yourself with it. Upon hearing those words, Luo Qinxue was momentarily stunned. The malevolent entity, shrouded in the thick fog, also reacted with surprise. Emitting a haunting voice, incredible, choosing to face death together. Do such couples truly exist in this world? Have I underestimated human nature? Is it possible that everlasting love genuinely exists? You have quite the imagination. Lu Qingming, however, scoffed derisively. What are you? Do you think you have the right to set the rules for me? His audacious words were intended to provoke the malevolent being, inciting it to kill him. Then he planned to utilize the damage rebound from the rebirth card to eliminate the foe. Perfect. The entity, evidently taken aback by Lu Qingming's courage, growled in fury. Arrogant insect, I can crush you into dust. I can reduce everything you cherish to mere ashes along with the world. Cut the nonsense. Lu Qingming retorted disdainfully, brimming with arrogance, that if you cannot obliterate me in one blow, you are nothing but a fighter among refuse. The lowest and most despicable of creatures. Even a cockroach would be repulsed to bite you. A dung beetle would have to wash its hands after touching you. In an instant, a chilling wind surged, and the thick fog swirled violently, the entity now thoroughly enraged. Even any ordinary mortal would be unable to tolerate such contempt from an insect. Lu Qingming wore a smile as he continued to taunt. Trash! Do you know who I am? To speak my identity might frighten you to death. Even if you amplify your strength 100-fold, it is impossible for you to reduce me to dust in one strike. Come on, trash, try hitting me. Do you dare? The more forcefully the opponent attacked, the more gratifying the rebound of 10,000 times the damage would be. Exciting, isn't it? At this moment, Luo Qinxue gazed at Lu Qingming with rapt attention. Her eyes were devoid of fear, now filled with admiration and affection. She understood that Lu Qingming was deliberately provoking the malevolent entity, intending to sacrifice himself. Only one of them could survive, and he was willingly relinquishing his chance at life. So selfless, so composed, so courageous. One must wonder, how many such men exist in this world? Yet, Lu Qingming remained oblivious to Luo Qinchua's thoughts, merely offering her a faint smile before shouting into the fog. "Make your move." "You wretch, I am growing impatient." His singular thought was to expedite the conclusion of this dramatic encounter. He had truly had enough. Die! With a thunderous roar, a multitude of dark energies erupted from the fog. Like 1,000 swords, they surged from all directions, aimed directly at Lu Qingming. This strike seemed to harness a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. All power converged upon one point, Lu Qingming. "Goodbye," Lu Qingming smirked. Boom! A beam of golden light shot skyward. It illuminated the entire night sky. In the next moment, the golden halo expanded like ripples in water, spreading throughout the darkness. The heavens and the earth trembled in response. Then, the fog gradually dissipated. All was restored to tranquility. Daylight broke. Beneath the statue of the Black Dragon at the First Psychiatric Hospital of Julong stood two strangely dressed strangers, one man and one woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s, stout with a bushy beard. The woman, in her 20s, had a commendable figure but sported a buzz cut, resembling a tomboy. Both donned peculiar black cloaks and held a 4-foot-long ebony staff in their hands. Director Yang observed from a distance and quietly inquired of his assistant. "Who are they?" The assistant replied, "They claim to be practitioners of the Xianmen, and they possess official certification. The man is named Ma Dongxing, and the woman seems to be called Wu Jia." Practitioners. Does anyone still practice that in this day and age? Director Yang was momentarily taken aback. Could the city have allocated funds? Or perhaps they secured sponsorship from a wealthy benefactor? The assistant could only smile. Some wealthy individuals still believe in supernatural phenomena and are quite generous with their contributions. What supernatural phenomena? Director Yang shook his head repeatedly. "It's all delusions caused by mental illness. They will require my electroconvulsive therapy." Just then, Ma Dongxing suddenly turned his head. His gaze was sharp and piercing. The assistant promptly fell silent, and Director Yang diverted his gaze, feigning indifference that they're all a bunch of unscrupulous merchants, monopolizing land and destroying ancient relics. Ma Dongxing thought to himself as he resumed scrutinizing the weathered statue before him. This black dragon statue had been safeguarded by the villagers for generations. But regrettably, it had been demolished a few years ago. Senior brother, Wu Jia furrowed her brow slightly. "Are you certain that last night's phenomenon is related to the destruction of this black dragon statue?" "Absolutely. With the black dragon shattered, the seal is broken, and the ancient evil god re-emerges in the world." Ma Dongxing's expression turned grave, leaving no room for doubt. All current circumstances align with the ancient texts. The celestial phenomenon last night was the most potent energy fluctuation in a millennium, coupled with the illusory mist and the fact that all the mental patients fell into madness. They are more susceptible to the evil god's power than normal people. But Wu Jia surveyed her surroundings. If it truly is an ancient evil god, this place should have been reduced to ruins by now. That is precisely what I find puzzling. Ma Dongxing pinched his chin thoughtfully. Then asked Wu Jia, "By the way, didn't we hear about a witness? Have you inquired?" Wu Jia shook her head. "She is the young lady of the Luo family. I have no way of meeting her." "Then never mind. She likely wouldn't have much to say anyway. No one who has encountered an evil god has returned alive," Ma Dongxing remarked. "Not necessarily. Did I remember there was one survivor?" Wu Jia quickly corrected. "But he was left crippled and had gone mad." "Well then," Ma Dongxing mused, "I wonder if that young lady from the Luo family has encountered any significant issues." That Wu Jia replied, "I heard she was unharmed. Just continuously crying. Did I end that case? She definitely did not meet the evil god," Ma Dongxing concluded. "Let us start from the scene." With that, he circled the black dragon statue, meticulously inspecting the ground for any suspicious traces. Not long after, Ma Dongxing suddenly halted, crouching down to scoop up a handful of soil. "What did you find?" Wu Jia inquired eagerly. "This soil contains particles of dark purple." Ma Dongxing squinted, slowly raising his hand. "I can still sense the residual power. This is debris from a heavenly-level demon, most likely from the evil god." "Senior brother, you must be joking," Wu Jia questioned again. How could an ancient evil god leave behind remnants? It is immortal and indestructible. Even the 9 most powerful practitioners in the world sacrificed their lives merely to seal it 1,000 years ago. Cough. You're mistaken. There are multiple heavenly-level evil gods. Some are weaker and can indeed be slain. Ma Dongxing felt compelled to clarify. The ancient evil god you referred to is of a celestial caliber, truly immortal and indestructible. Some even call it the Old One. Even a typical heavenly-level evil god, who could defeat it now? Wu Jia remained skeptical. Even if our entire sect joined forces, it would likely be futile, right? Ma Dongxing sighed softly. In our sect, only 3 of us are currently able to fight. Counting the master, that Wu Jia was momentarily stunned. What about the 20 or so senior brothers and sisters ahead of me? Don't mention it. Our line of work is exceedingly impoverished, Ma Dongxing lamented. They have long scattered to seek their fortunes elsewhere. When the master mentioned they were guarding the seals in other locations, he was merely deceiving you. Upon realizing the truth, Wu Jia's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth agape in disbelief. Hey, you mustn't ask the master, and certainly don't say, I told you so. Just as Ma Dongxing was speaking, he suddenly raised his staff that Wu Jia immediately turned her head, noticing a man who had quietly approached them without their notice. The man was clad in a hospital patient gown, with the number 77 printed on his chest and a black bandage wrapped around his eyes. The two exchanged silent glances for a considerable time before the man, 77, finally spoke. I saw it right here, a monster with countless eyes and tentacles, taller than the Julong TV tower, and a man glowing with golden light. They, boom, both perished together. Chapter 17. Can money truly grant one license to act without restraint? Director Yang was busy to the point of disorientation that day. He had just received a large wave of visitors from the Luo family when he suddenly learned that the scion of the Julong's foremost wealthy family, Qin Xian, had arrived. Heavens, could this be my stroke of fortune? Director Yang's eyes sparkled as he hurried to greet him. Unfortunately, before he could approach young Master Qin, he was rudely shoved aside by the Qin family's bodyguards. Step aside. Don't block the way. Meanwhile, Qin Xian strode swiftly, making a beeline for the ward where Yi Feifei was situated. His eyes were solely focused on Yi Feifei. Only this woman could compel him to lower himself to visit a mental hospital. Despite the bruising on his forehead and the turmoil within his heart, upon hearing that Yi Feifei was injured and hospitalized, he leapt from his bed without hesitation. He hardly had time to apply a thick layer of makeup to his forehead before he rushed over in a helicopter. He only wished to be by Yi Feifei's side at the earliest opportunity. There was no doubt. This was what a male protagonist in a romantic tale should do. However, when Qin Xian pushed open the door, he was met with an empty room. What is going on? Qin Xian erupted in uncontrolled rage. Where is Yi Feifei? It shouldn't he be. The nurse said she was admitted last night. The bodyguard behind him stammered. Pale with fright, did you not test my patience? Qin Xian furrowed his brow. But I'm going to find her. Yes. Yes. The bodyguards hurriedly rushed away, initiating a search within the hospital. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Xian leaned down onto the bed, inhaling deeply. Indeed, it was the scent of Yi Feifei. She had indeed resided here. According to Yi Feifei's close friend, she had come to this place to retrieve her phone from a rogue. As for how she discovered the rogue's whereabouts, it was entirely thanks to a viral video shared by a nurse on Douyin, featuring the goddess Luo and a mysterious man visiting the first psychiatric hospital of Julong. Alas, you troublesome little enchantress. Qin Xian clenched the bedsheet tightly, wearing an expression of deep sorrow. Why did you come here alone? Why did you not allow me to assist? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden wave of indescribable pain surged within him. It was the torment from the last time he had intervened, when that rogue had assaulted and humiliated him. This grievance shall remain unavenged. I, Qin Xian, vow not to live as a mere mortal. Qin Xian gritted his teeth, swearing for the 100th time. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He needed to vent the boundless rage within him. However, for the moment, he found himself powerless against that rogue, as the evidence still lay in their hands. Furious, he felt as if he were about to explode. What to do? The extreme agony twisted Qin Xian's features into a grotesque mask. He began to furiously rub his hands on the bed, ultimately tearing the entire bedsheet to shreds. Outside the door, Dean Yang, who had been lurking, secretly witnessed this scene and couldn't help but murmur to his assistant, "Did you see that? This is a classic case of manic depression. No matter how wealthy young Master Qin may be, he must seek treatment for his mental illness here. This is quite the lucrative business." The assistant could only smile and nod in agreement. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian heard the commotion and suddenly sprang up, leaping to the door. There, he discovered the sneaky Dean Yang. Dean Yang, having seen much in his lifetime, quickly adjusted to a beaming, hospitable demeanor and respectfully inquired, "I am the Dean. How may I serve young Master Qin?" Qin Xian paused for a moment, returning to his usual demeanor, and coldly asked, "Do you know how Yi Feifei was injured?" Dean Yang replied, "Yes, it was an accident. She was in a car accident, a car accident." Qin Xian furrowed his brow, enraged at the thought of which beast had harmed Feifei. "I demand that he kneels and apologizes to her." "Ah," Dean Yang rubbed his hands awkwardly. "Young Master Qin, it was Yi Feifei who crashed her car into a statue in the courtyard. There was no one else involved." Qin Xian fell silent, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, however, blessed with innate intelligence. He quickly devised a way to resolve the situation. "Even if it was a statue, I shall not forgive it." Qin Xian shouted angrily, "I shall reduce it to dust, leveling it to the ground." Alas, Dean Yang sought to dissuade him, but Qin Xian had already burst through the door, heading straight for the courtyard. Watching young Master Qin's retreating figure, Dean Yang slowly remarked, "Diagnosed, it is indeed a mental illness." Beneath the statue, Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were discussing the recent incident involving number 77. "That I believe that person is indeed mentally unstable," Wu Jia said with a smile, his eyes covered with a black cloth. "How could he possibly see anything?" Ma Dongxing retorted. "That cannot be ruled out. Some things are not perceived through the eyes, such as—" Wu Jia frowned slightly. "Ahem, for instance, the power of this celestial-grade, demonic creature." Ma Dongxing raised a handful of soil, stating that even with his eyes closed, he could sense the black mist emanating from it. "Senior brother, do not deceive me." Wu Jia blinked. "I see nothing at all." "Ahem, that is due to your insufficient cultivation," Ma Dongxing was saying when he suddenly raised his wooden staff. This time, it was Qin Xian, brimming with fury, charging forth. Ma Dongxing scrutinized Qin Xian from head to toe and quietly whispered to Wu Jia, "He does not appear to be a patient. There is no number on his clothing. However, his demeanor is rather abnormal." Wu Jia examined Qin Xian, suggesting that he might be a new patient who has yet to receive his uniform. That Ma Dongxing continued, "I feel he is not an ordinary person. From him, I sense a faint aura of dominance." "What aura of dominance?" "He is clearly an ordinary person without any cultivation." Wu Jia, being an anomaly among women, showed no interest in Qin Xian. "You too." Qin Xian could not help but interrupt. "Do you not recognize me? I am none other than the illustrious young Master Qin of Julong City, renowned and adored by countless maidens." Ma Dongxing countered. "Why should we recognize you?" Qin Xian's facial muscles twitched, asking again, "Do you not surf the internet?" Anyone literate would encounter news about young Master Qin daily. Even the illiterate would frequently see my handsome visage. I never go online." I did not expect Ma Dongxing to scoff derisively, claiming that the internet leads to moral decay. It corrupts the youth, inundating them with filth and violence. "Young man, you have already been poisoned." Qin Xian stared blankly at Ma Dongxing, as if gazing upon a relic unearthed from an ancient tomb. In this year of 2022, there are still those who do not use the internet. At this moment, Wu Jia quietly added, "My family is too poor to afford the internet fees. We have been disconnected for several years." "Junior sister," Ma Dongxing immediately shot Wu Jia a glare, admonishing her to refrain from speaking. "Ha!" Now it was Qin Xian's turn to laugh. "Ha!" He laughed for a full minute before gradually calming down. Such laughter alleviated the anger boiling within him. He found himself no longer irate. "Ahem, I did not mean to mock you both." Qin Xian finally resumed a normal gentlemanly demeanor. "I have never looked down upon the impoverished. I have often engaged in charitable acts. Ahem, here, take this money and get an 8G package." As he spoke, he pulled out a check from his pocket. "What does this mean?" Ma Dongxing immediately grew displeased. "Why should I accept your money?" "Ah, it is a token of gratitude." Qin Xian offered a flimsy excuse for accompanying me in conversation. Accompanying you? The self-righteous Ma Dongxing scoffed again. I'm afraid I have my principles. I adhere to the belief that no work should be rewarded without merit. You may keep it for yourself. Then how about you help me with the task? Qin Xian suddenly turned his gaze toward the nearby statue. Help me smash this statue, and consider the payment as your reward. Is that acceptable? Smash the statue? Upon hearing this, Ma Dongxing instantly grew furious. Do you know the significance of this statue? Just because you have money, does that mean you can do whatever you please? I spit. Senior brother, however, Wu Jia quietly tugged at Ma Dongxing's sleeve, urging him to count first. Then Ma Dongxing squinted, scrutinizing the check. The first digit was a 5, followed by several zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Minutes later, Ma Dongxing borrowed a large iron hammer from the hospital. Senior brother, Wu Jia's expression was complex. Where is your integrity, your moral compass? Ahem, there is no helping it, Ma Dongxing blushed, rolling up his sleeves. The amount he offered was simply too generous. With one mighty swing, he added, moreover, this statue is already damaged. It serves no purpose, so why not smash it? Wu Jia paused for a moment, then tossed her morals aside and asked, where did you borrow this hammer? Chapter 18. The truth of the world. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, Ma Dongxing labored tirelessly, attempting to break the statue into satisfactory fragments for his employer. Wu Jia sat nearby, grumbling. Senior brother, do you really need to work so hard? I'm not expecting a 50-50 split. Would 60 for you and 40 for me suffice? No, Ma Dongxing firmly rejected. I have my principles. Those who work harder deserve more. It must be fair. And just as Wu Jia rolled her eyes and inquired, can we not wait until tomorrow to continue? It is already dark. Surely we do not need to forego sleep entirely. Ma Dongxing did not raise his head, replying, Junior sister, you may go to sleep. I will handle the rest. Wu Jia gritted her teeth and seized the hammer, continuing to smash away. There was no other choice. Both of them were simply too poor. As they continued, Wu Jia abruptly halted, her eyes widening as she stared into the darkness. What, can't you smash it anymore? Ma Dongxing, hearing Wu Jia's silence, couldn't he help but chuckle. If you're tired, go rest. Do not worry, senior brother will not keep it all to himself. I'll leave you a share to that over there. Wu Jia slowly raised her hand, pointing to a figure not far away. A pervert. What? Ma Dongxing finally raised his face, squinting to see. Indeed, there was a pervert. It was a man, nearly naked, striding forth from the shadows. It was none other than Lu Qingming, who had just revived. Damn it. This resurrection card only revives the body, not even providing a pair of pants. Thank goodness I'm not out in public. Lu Qingming was utterly speechless. Was this the retribution for bullying the protagonist? Qin Xian, with no other recourse, he hastily grabbed a piece of discarded newspaper from the ground to cover his most private areas, intending to sneak into the hospital under the cover of night to find some clothing. Unexpectedly, at such a late hour, he found 2 men smashing a statue in the courtyard. Due to the poor lighting, Wu Jia's hair was so short that Lu Qingming mistakenly perceived her as a man. Since they were both men, he felt no shame and attempted to maintain his composure, pretending not to notice them as he planned to circumvent their presence. This pervert, however, Wu Jia continued to scrutinize Lu Qingming, remarking, his physique is quite impressive. He must have trained rigorously. Junior sister, how could you casually label someone a pervert? At this moment, Ma Dongxing finally set down the hammer. The place was filled with patients who, in truth, did not wish to be in such a state. Those who have not endured the suffering of others should refrain from hastily judging them. Wu Jia felt a sudden wave of shame wash over her. The senior brother, as expected, easily overwhelmed his junior sister with his profound thoughts. Did the master not teach you? One must possess a heart filled with great love. After imparting wisdom to his junior sister, Ma Dongxing picked up the cloak hanging nearby and strode towards Lu Qingming, exclaiming, Little brother, it's cold at night. Put this on. Wu Jia was utterly stunned. Defeated and humiliated, she realized she had lost terribly. The stout and somewhat miserly figure of her senior brother suddenly appeared grand and noble. Upon hearing the call, Lu Qingming immediately halted, gratefully accepting the cloak. What a truly kind person! A timely aid in the midst of adversity. Thank you. Thank you, elder brother. He donned the cloak and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Ma Dongxing. You're too polite, brother, Ma Dongxing replied with a grin. Focus on your recovery and strive to be discharged soon. Huh. Lu Qingming only then realized that he was being mistaken for a mental patient. He intended to clarify, but reconsidered. It would be better to remain silent in his current state. With a wry smile, Lu Qingming quickly departed. Climbing through a window into the hospital building, he quietly observed the surroundings within, finding it eerily silent. With no patients running amok, it appeared that the malevolent entity had vanished. Restoring normalcy to the place, Lu Qingming pondered. Yet he remained uncertain about the safety of Luo Qinxue. With his phone lost, he could not even call to inquire. The thought of his phone brought him down. Had he known he would be reduced to nothing by that mysterious evil force, he ought to have backed up the novel's outline in advance. Now, he was left to navigate future events based solely on fragmented memories. Well, he would take it one step at a time. After all, he had bypassed the narrative's demise, and with the system activated, he should be able to handle any forthcoming troubles. Hesitating, Lu Qingming approached the nurse's station, intending to inquire about Luo Qinxue and Yi Feifei. However, as he reached a corner filled with books, he abruptly halted. What drew his attention was a large atlas depicting a world map and introductions to famous cities. The world map illustrated within was vastly different from what he had known. Expanses of blue oceans were unproblematic. However, there was not a single complete continent on the entire map, only a scattered collection of islands. Julong Island was one of the larger islands in the Northern Hemisphere, surrounded by over 100 smaller islets, collectively known as the Eastern Holy Islands. Was this female-centric world truly like this? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Qingming picked up the atlas and began to peruse its pages. Inside the atlas, there was also a mythological tale related to the world map that it was said that in ancient times, many gods and demons existed. They fed on human spiritual energy while providing compensation in return. However, human nature encompasses both good and evil. Pure spirits birthed righteous deities that upheld order. Malevolent desires nurtured terrifying demons. As time passed, evil inevitably gained the upper hand, leading the world into chaos and destruction. In a critical moment, a group of heroes emerged, harnessing the power of some righteous deities to wage war against the demon horde. This war lasted for over a century, shattering all continents and leaving behind countless fragmented islands. Ultimately, the era of gods and demons came to an end, and the surviving humans established new civilizations upon the islands. Lu Qingming, upon finishing the tale, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had never expected that this was not an ordinary urban female-centric narrative. The world's backdrop was far more complex than he had imagined. Moreover, after experiencing last night's harrowing journey, he understood this was no myth. Gods and demons still existed and had arrived before him. What a shocking revelation. He recalled that none of this was mentioned in the outline of the novel. Feeling perplexed, he contemplated his next course of action. Indeed, this background story originally had nothing to do with Lu Qingming, nor with Qin Xiao's little wife. Yet, Lu Qingming's crossing over and his series of actions that defied the plot had triggered a chain reaction beyond control. From the moment Yi Feifei had tracked him to the mental hospital, crashing into the black dragon statue, the malevolent forces sealed in the abyss had unexpectedly returned to the human realm. That mysterious entity from last night was likely not the only one. He couldn't help but wonder what other monsters he might encounter next. That it's not my fault. All of this is due to that ill-fated Yi Feifei. Lu Qingming realized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps it would be best to find a place to hide while leaving the task of saving the world to the superpowered female protagonist. With a mix of emotions, he returned the atlas to the shelf when suddenly, he heard a faint moan emanating from deep within the corridor. Lu Qingming paused momentarily before determining that the sound was akin to that of something inappropriate for children. Chapter 19. Such temptation, the indescribable moans echoed down the corridor. Lu Qingming furrowed his brow. Although it was the dead of night, and he was alone, this was a mental hospital. Hearing such sounds here was utterly abnormal. Could it be that a nurse on duty was watching something inappropriate? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to investigate. The room from which the sounds emanated stood wide open, offering no concealment. How brazen! Holding his breath, Lu Qingming cautiously peeked around the doorframe. Upon catching a glimpse, he was instantly struck dumb. Behind the desk stood a nurse with an alluring figure, swaying gently. Her uniform was tattered, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Such a tempting sight was hard to resist. However, Lu Qingming quickly regained his composure. He could clearly see that her eyes were vacant and devoid of life, resembling those of a dead fish. Furthermore, her lips were tightly sealed. The source of the sounds was clearly not her. He then noticed the desk was smeared with blood. Upon closer inspection, he observed two elongated shapes, resembling crab eyes, peeking from beneath the desk. What the hell? The nurse was only half a body. She was bait. The creature lurking beneath the desk was the true entity. Lu Qingming's hair stood on end as he hastily retreated. Just as he took 2 steps back, he collided with another person. Startled, he nearly shouted, but upon turning to look, he saw a security guard on duty, presumably drawn by the sound. Yet the guard completely ignored Lu Qingming. His eyes fixated on the nurse, as if entranced, and he charged straight into the room. What awaited him was a massive, dark claw that suddenly emerged from beneath the desk. Snap, 1 claw, 2 segments, blood splattered across the walls. What the hell? Another monster. Lu Qingming turned and fled. The Rebirth superpower card could only be used once. There was no time to waste. As he ran, he activated the system, intending to activate another card that would allow him to reincarnate back to the 1960s. However, he received a system notification. Rebirth-type superpower is on cooldown, with 6 days remaining. Please select a different type of card. It turned out Rebirth had its limitations, usable only once every 7 days. Faced with the remaining pile of cute superpower cards, Lu Qingming couldn't help but curse Yi Fei in his mind. Creak, creak, that a chilling sound echoed from the room behind him. The monster was likely feasting and had not pursued him. Lu Qingming gradually slowed his pace, eventually coming to a stop. Was he really going to let that monster continue its feast? Perhaps Luo Qinxue and Yi Fei were still here. This creature was of the ambush type. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Looking around, Lu Qingming noticed several large oxygen tanks positioned against the wall. These could be useful. In an instant, scenes of heroic male protagonists using oxygen tanks to blow up monsters flashed through his mind. Alright, that's the plan. Resolute, he found a spirit lamp and matches, dragging the oxygen tank back to the room. Inside, the monster remained hidden behind the desk, gnawing on the security guard's corpse, completely indifferent to Lu Qingming's arrival. Disgusting creature, die. Lu Qingming twisted open the oxygen valve and forcefully rolled the tank into the room, that he then ignited the spirit lamp and hurled it towards the oxygen tank. Smash! The spirit lamp shattered. Whoosh! Flames erupted from the ground. Lu Qingming leapt behind the wall, anticipating a powerful explosion. However, there was no explosion, no shockwave. Nothing happened. What the hell? It seemed that movies were indeed deceptive. Lu Qingming was rendered speechless. Frauds, all of them. An oxygen tank does not simply explode upon contact with an open flame. Although there was no explosion, the fire rapidly spread, fueled by the oxygen, and engulfed the monster. Roar! The monster emitted a horrifying cry, furiously flipping over the desk and charging at Lu Qingming. This was what it meant to be burned by one's own fire. At that moment, Lu Qingming also caught a clear glimpse of the monster's true form. It resembled a lobster, with 2 enormous claws, a dozen legs, and a shell covered in sharp spines. The nurse indeed had only half a body, impaled on the spines, serving as bait to lure in humans. And among the other spines were the rotting remains of various animals. No longer recognizable, suppressing the urge to vomit, Lu Qingming turned and fled once more. Fortunately, the giant lobster's speed was not particularly swift, allowing time for pursuit to falter, that Lu Qingming resolutely dashed towards the main entrance. He resolved to lure the monster into the open space outside, striving to minimize casualties among the hospital staff. However, the courtyard was not devoid of inhabitants. Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were still laboriously smashing stones. Senior brother, Wu Jia exclaimed on the spot. What on earth is that thing? Ma Dongxing also caught sight of the creature. He was momentarily stunned, before tremblingly uttering, I, Ma Dongxing, have studied soul arts under my master for over 30 years. And never once have I encountered an opportunity to act. I thought I would pass my days in obscurity. Little did I expect that today, the opportunity has arrived. With that, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Were it not witnessed firsthand, none would believe that a portly man could run with such swiftness. Ma Dongxing cast aside his wooden staff, revealing a gleaming sword of cold light. Simultaneously, he chanted incantations, and an ethereal blue glow enveloped him. The blue light intensified, ultimately transforming into a ferocious tiger. No, a peculiar flying tiger adorned with 6 wings on its back. Slash! Ma Dongxing bellowed, cleaving the air with his sword. The blue tiger's sharp claws descended simultaneously, unleashing a flurry of sword energy. With a resounding cha, the monster was instantaneously shredded. A putrid mass of flesh tumbled to the ground. Liu Qingming stood there, dumbfounded. What sort of superpower is this? The Julong First Psychiatric Hospital indeed harbors hidden talents. Ma Dongxing gazed at the severed torso of the nurse on the ground for a considerable time before turning to Liu Qingming with a grin. Little brother, did that frighten you? Liu Qingming snapped back to reality. Not really. Ma Dongxing nodded, then inquired, was my sword strike just now cool? Liu Qingming pursed his lips. It was okay. Had it been in the past, the stout uncle's swordplay would have undoubtedly left him agape. Yet having endured the horrifying attack from the malevolent entity just the night prior, Liu Qingming could now clearly discern that the power unleashed by that ethereal blue tiger was but a fraction of the monster's prowess. Upon hearing Liu Qingming's response, Ma Dongxing appeared somewhat disheartened, unable to suppress a frown. However, he quickly comprehended that this young brother was a patient. How could one expect praise from a patient? Never mind. It matters not. Ma Dongxing chuckled as he patted Liu Qingming on the shoulder. Little brother, I trust you won't disclose what transpired just now. Even if you did, who would believe it? Haha. Evidently, who would take the tales of a psychiatric patient seriously? Liu Qingming opted for silence. Did I end such a situation? Feigning madness was not without its merits, as it could avert unnecessary troubles. Junior sister, come here. Ma Dongxing beckoned to Wu Jia. Come help me clean up the scene. Wu Jia approached reluctantly, her brow furrowed, pinching her nose. You must accustom yourself to this, Ma Dongxing remarked as he bent down to lift the severed torso of the nurse. This was merely a low-level mundane monster, luring humans with its imitative form and voice. There are far more terrifying beings out there. Our days ahead will be rife with bloodshed and turmoil. That Wu Jia was momentarily stunned, just as she opened her mouth to speak. A startled scream escaped her. Simultaneously, with a resounding thud, Ma Dongxing was hurled away by an immense force. Chapter 20. The power of the evil god. A tadpole with 4 legs is hardly frightening. However, the large tadpole Wu Jia beheld was over 10 meters long, its height comparable to that of an adult man. Its grotesquely rough skin was riddled with pus-filled blisters that threatened to burst at any moment, and disgusting mucus dripped continuously. Most terrifying of all was its large, human-like face, flat and hideous. Upon encountering such a monster, any woman would scream in terror. It was this very creature that suddenly lunged forth from the shadows, colliding with Ma Dongxing. Bang! Ma Dongxing was sent flying, rolling several times before falling silent. Truly, 30 years without an opportunity had left him sorely lacking in combat experience. That in a fluster, Wu Jia drew the sword from her staff and began chanting incantations, emitting a faint green glow. Unfortunately, before she could showcase her abilities, the tadpole monster swung its tail, snap, sending Wu Jia flying. Now, only Liu Qingming remained on the scene. What in the world are all these monsters doing here? Could it still be the curse of the Girl of Death? Liu Qingming glanced at the sword lying 5 meters away, his mind racing as he contemplated how to deal with this colossal creature. Should he leap and roll to retrieve the sword? Then, as the monster lunged at him, he could execute a slide tackle. Cha! He could gut it, and the battle would end. Yes, that's how it goes in the movies. It seemed he had no other choice. With this thought, Liu Qingming took a deep breath and lunged towards the sword. Unexpectedly, the tadpole monster suddenly opened its cavernous mouth, extending a long, red tongue that swiftly snatched the sword from the ground. Having just completed his roll, Liu Qingming found himself crouched on the ground, utterly embarrassed. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Fortunately, the tadpole monster did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, it flicked the sword with its tongue, its eyes betraying a hint of mockery. Does this monster possess intelligence? Liu Qingming's heart sank. Indeed, it was not a lowly creature like a tadpole. The reason it hadn't struck was that it intended to play a game of cat and mouse with these feeble prey. But Liu Qingming was not in the mood for games. With its grotesque form, it surely could not possess high intelligence. He quietly picked up a shard of stone from the ground and slowly rose to his feet. Step by step, he cautiously approached the monster. The tadpole monster remained motionless, seemingly curious about Lu Qingming's actions. Once close enough, Lu Qingming suddenly swung his arm. Throwing a projectile is also a form of martial arts. Be it a flying knife or a stone in combat, it can inflict unexpected and substantial damage upon an adversary. Thud! The stone struck the monster's left eye, blood spurted forth. The tadpole monster was momentarily stunned, letting out a terrifying roar. In truth, it had been caught off guard. A mere mortal strength could not possibly injure a magical creature with a small stone. Once it regained its senses, it began thrashing wildly, attempting to pounce on Lu Qingming. However, it had lost one eye. Its visual blind spot was vast, and its targeting was compromised, rendering it unable to catch Lu Qingming. Meanwhile, Lu Qingming swiftly dashed 10 meters away, retrieving the sword that Ma Dongxing had dropped. The blade gleamed with an icy light, and it felt excellent in hand. It was indeed a fine sword. At this moment, the tadpole monster was already charging at him. Should he attempt a graceful slide tackle? Gut the giant tadpole? Perhaps that was best left for another time. Movies are often deceptive. Lu Qingming swung his arm again, launching another fierce throw with the sword. Thud! It struck true, hitting the monster's right eye. In truth, he did not possess the skill to hit the bullseye from 100 paces, nor was he a reincarnation of the legendary knife thrower. His accuracy was primarily due to the tadpole monster's excessively large eyes. Thus, the creature was rendered completely blind, thrashing about chaotically. Lu Qingming seized the opportunity to pull Ma Dongxing up, exerting all his strength to drag him away. Having just been saved, he could not simply turn a blind eye. One must repay their debts, for that is the principle of being human. However, this stout uncle must weigh at least 250 pounds. Thankfully, I had trained before, otherwise I would truly be unable to move him. Lu Qingming managed to drag Ma Dongxing beneath a statue before rushing to the other side to protect Wu Jia. Upon touching her chest, Lu Qingming was astonished to discover that this short-haired girl was, in fact, a woman. No wonder she had screamed in such a feminine manner earlier. Ahem, my apologies. That Lu Qingming quickly adjusted his grip. Lifting Wu Jia and a princess carried a tea this moment. Wu Jia remained in a semi-conscious state, merely mumbling incoherently. Holding Wu Jia felt significantly lighter, and Lu Qingming sprinted towards the distance. However, the monster had ceased its frenzied rampage and was now pursuing him based on scent and sound. It could leap 20 to 30 meters in a single bound, and in the blink of an eye was at his side. A cavernous, bloody mouth lunged at Lu Qingming. It seemed there was no escape. Lu Qingming resolutely tossed Wu Jia aside and roared at the monster. "Come on, you garbage!" At this moment, he had made up his mind to leap into the monster's gaping maw. This was the only opportunity. As long as it did not bite him to death, he would tear apart its insides with his bare hands. He would rip open its belly. I shall not succumb to fate. Come on. Lu Qingming, driven to the brink of madness, plunged into battle. Only when pushed to the edge can one unleash their full potential. That in an instant, 2 streams of black energy surged from Lu Qingming's back. They unfurled to the sides like a pair of enormous black wings, resembling the claws of demons. The monster suddenly halted. Though it had lost its sight, it could still sense the terrifying power rising before it. The familiar energy, the force that once made the gods tremble, the power of the ancient ruler. Before this power, any creature would feel despair. It recoiled, trembling limbs struggling to retreat. Overwhelming fear had drained its very essence. Even if it wished to run, its limbs would not obey. Meanwhile, Lu Qingming remained consumed by rage. With a furious roar, the 2 streams of black energy, akin to massive demonic swords, descended from the air. Cha! Cha! A deadly cross-slash from which there was no escape. The monstrous creature did not have time to emit a single wail before it was reduced to 4 grotesque pieces of flesh. Collapsing onto the ground, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The black mist quietly retreated back into Lu Qingming's body, that he, too, felt an overwhelming fatigue akin to that of a mountain pressing down on him from behind. His vision darkened, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. Half an hour later, 3 helicopters descended from the sky, landing in the courtyard. From the cabins emerged a contingent of fully armed soldiers, wielding an array of peculiar equipment, who began to methodically sweep the area. The commanding officer held a phone aloft, relaying the situation to superiors. That a woman's voice came through the line. Are they superpowered individuals? Perhaps not. The officer hesitated, From the attire of the three individuals, they appear to be practitioners of the Xianmin sect. Three individuals? Yes. Two men and one woman. One of the young men appears rather unusual. In what way is he unusual? He is not wearing pants. Chapter 21. The 72 bureau. The room was cramped and devoid of windows. That IT contained only a metal table and two sturdy chairs. The glare from the desk lamp was blinding. That Liu Qingming raised his hand to shield his brow, finally able to discern the woman seated across the table. She appeared to be in her 30s. With a composed demeanor that exuded competence, reminiscent of a domineering female CEO from a film. What place is this? Liu Qingming inquired. This is the 72 bureau. The woman replied with clear enunciation. I am the director. Qin Hong. Liu Qingming hesitated for a moment before asking. What is the purpose of the 72 bureau? You likely have never heard of it, she stated. It is a confidential department dedicated to the study of superpowers. Study of superpowers? A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Qingming as he deliberately probed. Then why have you apprehended me? He certainly would not confess to possessing superpowers, nor admit to being a time-traveling individual with a system. You are mistaken. Qin Hong maintained her impassive expression. We did not capture you. Rather, we rescued you. By the time we arrived at the first psychiatric hospital of Julong, you had already lost consciousness. Well, Liu Qingming turned his head. But this place seems to resemble an interrogation room. It makes me feel like a criminal. Qin Hong simply remarked, we do not have a reception room for guests here. Engaging in conversation with this woman left Liu Qingming feeling quite uncomfortable. After pondering for a moment, he asked, am I free to leave at any time? Once you answer my questions, you may depart. Qin Hong replied coldly. Very well, proceed with your inquiries. Liu Qingming sighed in resignation. Which sect do you belong to? Qin Hong posed her first question. What sect? Liu Qingming was taken aback. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Do not feign ignorance with me. You are wearing a Xianmen cloak. Do you not belong to a sect? At that moment, Liu Qingming recalled the awkwardness of that night. Although he was now dressed in ordinary clothes, the memory of being brought in was truly mortifying. It was an embarrassing public humiliation. Was this the retribution for bullying Qin Xian? It was a misunderstanding. Liu Qingming attempted to act nonchalant. That cloak was borrowed from a rather rotund uncle. Did you not see him at the hospital? Qin Hong merely stated, naturally, others will verify the situation with him. I hope your accounts will remain consistent. Now for the next question. Who killed the two D-class monsters at the scene? Liu Qingming blinked and countered. What is a D-class monster? Qin Hong opened a folder on the table and placed photos of the creatures' corpses before him. These two, according to our classification, they are D-class, the weakest category. These are the weakest? Liu Qingming frowned involuntarily. Please answer the question, Qin Hong insisted, wishing to avoid unnecessary dialogue. I do not remember. Liu Qingming began to feign ignorance. You know I was knocked out cold. He could not possibly admit to having killed them. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a subject of research. No, it was that terrifying power that had vanquished the monsters. Initially, he had felt no particular sensation, but after the battle, that power had been fully activated and was now surging within him. However, he could not ascertain the precise reason. Was it possible that there had been a glitch during his rebirth? Had that malevolent power fused with his own? Liu Qingming, of course, could not comprehend this. Nor was there anyone to provide him with answers. The three individuals present were equally bewildered. Qin Hong drummed her slender fingers against the table. Are you suggesting the monsters committed suicide? Did they slice themselves into pieces? Perhaps there were others involved? Liu Qingming helped to concoct an excuse. After slaying the monsters, I simply left, keeping my accomplishments hidden. True heroes often operate this way, do they not? Qin Hong shot him a cold glance. One final question. Why were you at the psychiatric hospital in the middle of the night, and without pants? Liu Qingming's face instantly darkened. This question was indeed infuriatingly difficult to answer. He had been reborn at the same spot. His clothes had been obliterated by that malevolent force. How could he possibly disclose such a thing? The room fell silent for a prolonged moment before Qin Hong reminded him. If you do not answer the question, you cannot leave. Is it legal to detain me at will? Liu Qingming frowned. Well, in a world resembling that of domineering CEOs, especially in a place like Julong, this is clearly a futile inquiry. Should he simply storm out? Ridiculous. He could not even harness that power within him yet. Moreover, there was a frightening sensation of losing control of his body, as if some other was trying to seize it. After contemplating for a while, Lu Qingming suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You have no right to detain me. I demand to see my lawyer." Indeed, he had learned this tactic from films, regardless of who you are. It is impossible for anyone to extricate you from the 72 Bureau. Qin Hong remained unfazed. Moreover, "Do you even have a lawyer?" Lu Qingming sniffed defiantly and provocatively asked, "Dare you lend me a phone? I only need one call to ensure you release me." What audacity! Qin Hong certainly did not believe him and promptly pulled out her phone. "Feel free to call anyone," Lu Qingming snatched the phone, intending to dial a number, only to realize he had completely forgotten Luo Qinshua's number. No matter. He suddenly had an idea and opened doing it at that moment. Luo Qinshui and Bai Tingting were seated face-to-face in Xiaomei Noodle House. "Miss, would you like a fruit platter?" Sure, Xiaomei stood beside them, serving with utmost care. Luo Qinshui remained silent. The sunglasses obscured her eyes, preventing any discernible expression. Sure, Xiaomei then turned to Bai Tingting, asking, "Tingting, would you like some milk tea?" "Auntie, no need. You can go rest," Bai Tingting replied, feeling quite unsettled by Sure Xiaomei's apparent transformation. That a new trendy milk tea shop had opened nearby, and the queue was always exceedingly long. Sure Xiaomei, unwilling to abandon her commitment to service, declared, "I'll just go buy a couple of cups. Miss, what flavor do you prefer?" Finally, Luo Qinshui spoke, uttering two words, "Get lost." Sure Xiaomei's face turned pale as she retreated to the kitchen in defeat. Facing the formidable aura of Luo Qinshui, Bai Tingting felt a bit awkward. "You suddenly came to find me. What is the matter?" Luo Qinshui did not answer but countered, "Did you not want to find a job? Tell me what you were looking for, da-da." Bai Tingting was momentarily stunned. She had considered it, but circumstances had changed. Her aunt insisted that she help manage the noodle house, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. "Managing a shop, is it?" Luo Qinshui paused momentarily, then pointed towards the window, "This street and the two adjacent ones. Any shop you desire, simply name it, and I will gift it to you." Upon hearing this, Bai Tingting was left utterly stunned. "Dutto, not limited to one place. As long as you can manage, you can have any." Luo Qinshui added that. "No, why?" Bai Tingting exclaimed in astonishment. "Why are you giving me these?" Luo Qinshui remained silent for a long while before responding. "Because you are Lu Qingming's girlfriend, and I owe him." "But Bai Tingting stammered, finally managing to say, "Just give it to him directly. Don't give it to me, that if possible." Luo Qinshui's voice suddenly became choked with emotion. "I would willingly give everything to him." The latter half of her sentence remained unspoken, buried deep within her heart. "Miss Luo, what is wrong with you?" Bai Tingting was taken aback by the sudden shift in emotion. Luo Qinshui, unwilling to utter another word, stood up and swiftly exited the noodle house. She hurried to her car, climbed into the driver's seat, and closed the door. Then, she rested her forehead against the steering wheel and began to sob uncontrollably. Chapter 22. The nameless sect. Qin Hong glared coldly at Lu Qingming, her eyes gradually revealing a simmering anger. He had borrowed her phone only to neglect making a call, instead immersing himself in videos of beautiful women. He seemed utterly engrossed, even contemplating registering an account to leave comments. This lecherous behavior was simply intolerable. "Enough," Qin Hong snapped, snatching back her phone. "Hey, I wasn't finished," Lu Qingming protested. Genuinely, he had no other means to contact Luo Qinshui. But Qin Hong had already lost her patience, turning on her heel and commanding the soldiers to escort Lu Qingming to another room. Thus, in a new cell, Lu Qingming encountered Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia. Apparently having concluded their own interrogations, once again encountering Lu Qingming, Ma Dongxing could hardly conceal his astonishment. He quickly leaned toward Wu Jia, whispering, "This Bureau of 72 is utterly inhumane. They've even brought in patients." Wu Jia scrutinized Lu Qingming anew before agreeing. Indeed, what can they possibly extract from interrogating mental patients? Their director must not be thinking clearly. That may not be the case, Ma Dongxing replied, shaking his head slightly. In fact, some patients, when not symptomatic, possess remarkably lucid minds and coherent thoughts, indistinguishable from those of a normal person. It is only during episodes that they exhibit peculiar behaviors, such as running about in a state of undress. Wu Jia covertly glanced at Lu Qingming again, who wore a visibly displeased expression. Despite their hushed conversation, he could hear every word with startling clarity, a change he attributed to his rebirth, as he was certain his hearing had not been this acute before. However, even having overheard them, He could not refute their claims and could only continue to feign the demeanor of a patient. "Hey, young man," Ma Dongxing suddenly addressed Lu Qingming. "They haven't made things difficult for you, have they?" Lu Qingming paused momentarily before responding in a somewhat dull manner. No, since they believed him to be a patient, he would mimic a patient-esque speech. "Nothing amiss there, that I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this." Ma Dongxing continued, seemingly remorseful. "It's likely because you were wearing my cloak that they apprehended you." Indeed, this plump uncle possesses a genuinely kind heart, Lu Qingming mused internally. However, upon the mention of the cloak, he couldn't resist inquiring, "What is your line of work? Why do you wear such cloaks?" "See, clear-headed, coherent thought," Ma Dongxing muttered to Wu Jia before responding. "We are both practitioners of the mystical arts. Have you heard of it?" "Practitioners?" Lu Qingming pondered. "You mean Taoists, right?" In his mind, practitioners were akin to sorcerers wielding dark magic, capable of summoning alluring entities wielding whips that no, we only pass on techniques, not doctrines. Ma Dongxing waved his hand dismissively. "Thus, we are practitioners, not Taoists." That Lu Qingming then asked, "What techniques do you convey?" Ma Dongxing replied, "We belong to the Nameless sect, which specializes in soul techniques." "Soul techniques," Lu Qingming mused, "is that akin to soul summoning or spirit communication?" And the name Nameless sect seems rather hasty. Perhaps sensing Lu Qingming's skepticism, Ma Dongxing elaborated, "We guard the populace without seeking fame or fortune. If we remain nameless throughout our lives, it signifies peace for the world." Thus, the Nameless sect was conceived. Lu Qingming was taken aback by this explanation. Wu Jia too gazed at Ma Dongxing. Her perception of her senior brother elevated once more, with an air of righteousness. Ma Dongxing continued, "In ancient times, though the physical forms of gods and demons have perished, their soul power endures, wandering through the cosmos. Our cultivation of soul techniques allows us to absorb external soul power for our own use, vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness." Lu Qingming blinked, his expression a mix of comprehension and bewilderment. Wu Jia softly cautioned, "Senior brother, perhaps you are being a bit verbose." "Not a problem." Ma Dongxing waved his hand grandly, unperturbed by divulging his entire background. After all, who would believe the tales of a mental patient? Yet, Lu Qingming slowly raised his hand, pointing at the surveillance camera on the ceiling. "This is the Bureau of 72. Surveillance devices are everywhere. That is of no concern." Ma Dongxing grinned. "These bureaucrats are so narrow-minded. They only acknowledge science and dismiss mysticism. They insist on labeling soul power as superpowers. Our Nameless sect soul techniques received official recognition 300 years ago. What do they mean by superpowers? Let them be." At this point, Lu Qingming began to comprehend the situation. Mysterious creatures had suddenly emerged, drawing the attention of two factions. The Nameless sect, a traditional mystical force combating the monsters with soul techniques, and the Bureau of 72, seemingly the current official authority, addressing the incident from a perspective of superpowers for their righteousness or evilness, and their respective agendas. It was of no concern to him. Lu Qingming intended to steer clear of both parties, dissociating himself from them. After all, he was an outsider, and should his identity be uncovered, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Moreover, he harbored within him a power that might stem from an evil god. The cause of this was unknown, but he must not allow them to discover it. By the way, as a female, why have you shaved your head? Lu Qingming shifted the topic, addressing Wu Jie. Is it a sect rule? Wu Jia hesitated for a moment before stating, "Actually, I shaved my head recently. This is just beginning to grow back." Lu Qingming pressed further. "Why did you shave it all off?" Wu Jia fell silent. It was a punishment," Ma Dongxing interjected with a smile, but the moment he spoke, he was met with a fierce glare from Wu Jia, prompting him to promptly cease his words. Lu Qingming felt it inappropriate to press further. Although he was pretending to be mentally ill, he still had to be somewhat tactful. After a brief silence, Ma Dongxing suddenly asked, "Young man, I was ambushed by that creature. It was an ambush, mind you. I could have won. I merely let my guard down and was struck down. In short, after I fainted, did you see anything?" He did not suspect that Lu Qingming had any involvement in the creature's demise. He was merely asking casually. "No." Lu Qingming promptly shook his head. "I was also knocked out and saw nothing." "Wait." Unexpectedly, Wu Jiao interjected with a piercing question. "Did you carry me?" Lu Qingming was momentarily taken aback. "What the hell? I was careless when I picked up Wu Jia. She was still conscious. "Ah no," Lu Qingming quickly improvised. "I intended to rescue you both, but then the monster struck me from behind and knocked me out." "How chivalrous." Ma Dongxing immediately gave a thumbs up that Wu Jia, however, remained silent, her gaze suggesting disbelief in his fabricated tale. Liu Qingming hastily sought to divert the conversation, asking, "When will you be able to leave this place?" Uncertain, Ma Dongxing sighed. "Alas, in such a bureaucratic institution, there is no reasoning. But they cannot keep us here indefinitely. It is utterly unreasonable." Lu Qingming contemplated. "By the way, do you still have your phones?" Typically, the Bureau of 72 would confiscate all mobile phones. "But it wouldn't hurt to ask that I have no phone." To Lu Qingming's astonishment, Ma Dongxing provided an astounding response. "Phones lead to moral decline and wasted lives. The chaos within them has already poisoned contemporary youth." Lu Qingming's lips twitched, and he turned to Wu Jia. After a moment's hesitation, she finally produced an old-fashioned, all-button mobile phone from her pocket. Lu Qingming was left dumbfounded that in 2022, a young girl was still using such a device. "It doesn't have internet access." Wu Jia reluctantly handed over the phone, "and try not to make long-distance calls. I don't have much credit left." With trembling hands, Lu Qingming accepted the antiquated phone, internally lamenting. "What use is this junk? No internet, no camera. Surely the Bureau of 72 couldn't be bothered to confiscate it." Yet in the next moment, a bright idea struck him. "Surely you practitioners have reliable contacts outside." "Of course." Ma Dongxing raised his chin proudly. "My master." Chapter 23. A reliable master. At the entrance of the Shumei Noodle House, two peculiar guests arrived, an elderly man and a young boy. The elder was seated in a wheelchair, while the youth pushed it. The old man, draped in a black robe with snow-white hair and a gaunt visage, appeared to be in his late 70s or early 80s. In contrast, the boy, no older than 14 or 15, was short with thick brows and large eyes, yet wore an endearing expression. Bai Tingting hurriedly rushed to open the door, inviting the two inside. "Apologies, but we are not here to dine," the elder smiled, his voice raspy. "I seek a girl named Bai Tingting." Bai Tingting hesitated briefly. "I am Bai Tingting. May I inquire as to what you need?" The elder continued slowly. "A young man named Lu Qingming used my disciple's phone to call and said to come to this Shumei Noodle House to find Bai Tingting." He paused at this point. Bai Tingting politely waited for half a minute, but still heard no continuation, prompting her to ask, and then, "Pardon me, I am quite old and struggle to remember many things." The elder coughed lightly before falling back into contemplation. Bai Tingting, feeling rather helpless, turned to the boy who was pushing the wheelchair. "Do you know anything?" The boy remained unresponsive, still wearing a foolish expression. "Oh, he is naturally deaf and mute," the elder explained slowly. "Best not to ask him." Bai Tingting found herself at a loss for words. After a few more minutes, the elder finally recollected. Through you, we may seek the assistance of Miss Luo. They have been detained and cannot escape. They wish to request Miss Luo's intervention." "Miss Luo?" Bai Tingting was taken aback. "You mean Miss Luo?" The elder pondered for another half-minute. "Perhaps that sounds about right." Bai Tingting was unaware that Lu Qingming had perished. She had merely been sending him messages that remained unanswered, and phone calls went unreturned. Had he truly been captured? After contemplating for a moment, she asked, "Could you provide me with your disciple's phone number?" I inquired about the specific circumstances. "All right," the elderly man replied, pulling an old mobile phone from his pocket. However, when Bai Tingting dialed the number, she was met with the disheartening message, "We apologize, but the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Bai Tingting fell into silence once again, unable to suppress her suspicion that this old man might be causing trouble. "My apprentice's phone might be out of credit or confiscated," the elder explained. "Look at my age. I wouldn't deceive you." Bai Tingting hesitated for a moment, then decided to reach out to Luo Qinxue via a social app, detailing the situation at hand. She then awaited a response. Little did she know, the heartbroken Luo Qinxue had scarcely looked at her phone over the past 2 days. Desiring solitude, she had deliberately set her phone to silent mode. Thus, she remained oblivious to Bai Tingting's attempts to contact her, and Bai Tingting awaited a reply in vain. Miss Luo might be preoccupied. It seems her mood isn't great today. After a lengthy wait, Bai Tingting reluctantly gave up. "Perhaps I should devise a solution myself." She sighed gently and turned to the elder. "May I ask where Lu Qingming and the others are being held?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "The 36th Bureau. No, wait, the 72nd Bureau. Bai Tingting furrowed her brow and opened her phone to search. She scoured for information on both the 36th and 72nd Bureaus but found nothing. How could she rescue someone without knowing the location? This old man must be causing chaos. Just as she was at a loss for what to do next, a shout echoed from the distance. Found her! It's that little girl. Bai Tingting turned to see 5 dark-skinned islanders approaching. And the one shouting was the very boxer who had been ruthlessly beaten by Lu Qingming at the salon. It turned out he had been plotting revenge for the past few days. Inquiring about the whereabouts of Bai Tingting and Lu Qingming, and finally discovered this restaurant, Xiaomei Noodle House. Upon seeing her nemesis come knocking, Bai Tingting's instinct was to flee back into the shop. However, she quickly realized that would be futile and would only lead to the destruction of the establishment. The bad guys are coming. You all, quickly hide. She yelled to the elder and the young man before dashing towards the main entrance of the building. This was the Luo family's property, and there were plenty of security personnel near the front entrance that don't let her escape. The boxer immediately pursued her. However, due to a kick to the knee from Lu Qingming, he was still limping and couldn't run very fast. The remaining 4 accomplices were agile and swiftly reached the entrance of the noodle house. The elder slowly raised his hand and inquired, "How can you, a group of grown men, bully a young girl? Old fool. Get lost." One of the thugs glared viciously at the elder. "Don't seek death." The elder shook his head lightly. "We of Julong Island do not welcome your kind." "Oh, you truly wish for death." The thug lifted his leg, intending to kick the elder's wheelchair over. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The thug was sent flying. The other 4 stood there, dumbfounded. What just happened? It seemed something had flashed in front of the elder. Yet they had seen no discernible movement. Only the young man pushing the wheelchair remained expressionless, continuing to support the elder's chair. Impossible, impossible. One thug, clearly unconvinced, sprang to the back of the wheelchair and aimed a punch at the young man's head. Another bang echoed, and the unfortunate thug flew away as well. Once again, no one could see any movement. The remaining 3 thugs were thoroughly intimidated and decided to retreat. However, the elder had no intention of letting them go. He extended a hand and commanded, "Kneel." In an instant, a purple light flashed, and an immense invisible force descended from above. The 3 thugs, unable to resist, were compelled to kneel, struggling to support themselves with their hands to avoid collapsing completely. Kneel for a while and ponder our traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. The elder spoke leisurely. "Do not move carelessly, or I may crush your bones." They dared not utter a word of protest and could only kneel obediently. Before long, a large group of security personnel rushed over to the forefront. Clad in a brand-new security uniform and wielding a large fork, was none other than the former property manager, Zhu Biao, at that moment. His sole intention was to stand up for Bai Tingting, beat those ruffians to a pulp. As long as he performed admirably, and if Bai Tingting whispered sweet nothings to Lu Qingming, his promotion and reinstatement would be just around the corner. Therefore, disregarding the fact that the thugs were already on the ground, Zhu Biao charged in with his fork. "Aya!" The thug let out a cry of agony, clutching his rear as he fell to the ground. Inspired by Zhu Biao's valiant display, the other security personnel rallied with fervor, unleashing a barrage of various weapons. The chaos resonated throughout the premises. This was the Luo family's territory. How dare these island thugs come here to stir trouble? They were simply courting death. Bai Tingting watched this scene in shock, standing frozen. She had only hoped for the security to protect her, but she never expected them to beat the intruders mercilessly. After a long while, she regained her senses and hurriedly asked the elder, "Are you all right, sir?" Yet the elder offered no reply. He sat with his eyes closed and head tilted, seemingly asleep. Chapter 24. I'm not a simp. I am not a simp. Who claims I am a simp? In the opulent dining hall of the manor, the man shouting vehemently was Su Ziheo, Luo Qinshue's cousin, that is the only son in the Luo family. Su Ziheo enjoyed privileges akin to that of a beloved child. He could freely stay in any of the Luo family's luxurious residences and utilize all their resources. But there was one thing he could never do: provoke Luo Qinshu. When he brought Yi Feifei back to the Luo family manor, he had thoroughly offended her. Indeed, Yi Feifei had not mysteriously disappeared. Rather, she had been taken away by Su Ziheo. That day, a bizarre riot had erupted at the Jilong First Psychiatric Hospital, prompting the Luo family to dispatch personnel to the scene to protect Luo Qinxue. Su Zihao had accompanied them and discovered Yi Feifei lying in a hospital bed, but he also realized that she had lost her memory. This was an unprecedented opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this moment to strengthen their bond, would he not be a fool? Consequently, Su Zihao employed every trick in the book, coaxing and deceiving Yi Feifei into leaving with him. Of course, the reason Yi Feifei believed him was primarily due to the extensive chat history between them saved on Su Zihao's phone. Although 99% of it consisted of trivial messages like, "Are you there? What are you doing? Are you free tomorrow?" and "Good night," it was evident that they were indeed friends. Moreover, the psychiatric hospital was quite dangerous, leaving Yi Feifei with no choice but to follow Su Zihao out. However, she never anticipated that the unreliable Su Zihao would lead her directly into the Luo family manor. "You are nothing but a simp." Luo Qinxue shot Su Zihao a frosty glare, "A super disgusting simp." "I'm not a simp," Su Zihao exclaimed in anger. "If you continue to slander me, I will seek my uncle for justice. Get that woman out of here immediately, or else." Luo Qinxue suddenly halted. Under normal circumstances, she would have threatened to eliminate Yi Feifei. However, at that moment, she was struck by the realization that her animosity towards Yi Feifei had inexplicably lightened. She no longer felt oppressed or suffocated. For the first time in 20 years, she experienced this peculiar sensation. Luo Qinxue and Yi Feifei were born rivals. Luo Qinxue was the sole daughter of the Luo family, a top-tier heiress, a natural princess that in contrast. Yi Feifei was merely the daughter of a servant in the Luo household. She was a Cinderella. Furthermore, her parents had passed away, leaving her utterly alone, relying solely on the Luo family's sponsorship to attend an elite school. The two girls' backgrounds were worlds apart, one from the heavens, the other from the earth, and they were never meant to compete. Yet who could have anticipated that Yi Feifei would have a life akin to a cheat? She was exceptionally talented and gifted, excelling in every subject with straight A's, mastering various skills, and garnering admiration from countless suitors at school. Even with all her efforts, Luo Qinxue found herself overshadowed by Yi Feifei. The entirety of Julong City knew that the Luo family had produced a genius beauty, but regrettably, she did not bear the Luo surname. Her name was Yi Feifei. Thus, for the past 20 years, Luo Qinxue had lived in the shadow of Yi Feifei. This shadow suffocated her to the point of considering suicide. Meanwhile, Yi Feifei continued to soar higher and higher on her path of success, eventually encroaching upon the territory that Luo Qinxue could not tolerate. She had actually gotten together with Qin Xian. The alliance between the Luo and Qin families was a pact established by their grandfathers, unalterable by anyone. Yet Qin Xian had become infatuated, willing to bear the disgrace of being unfilial to tear apart the engagement between their families. At that moment, the hatred that had built up over 20 years erupted within Luo Qinxue. She understood that, by merit, she would never surpass Yi Feifei. She could only resort to underhanded tactics. She could only destroy her. Hence, she had drugged Yi Feifei and then found an outsider to help distance herself from the situation, one named Lu Qingming. But who could have foreseen that this outsider would dissolve her 20 years of hatred? Compared to Lu Qingming's sacrifice, Yi Feifei had become as light as a feather, utterly insignificant, that I no longer care. Luo Qinxue murmured dreamily, "I am certainly not a simp." Su Zihao continued to shout, "Yi Feifei has lived here since she was little. What wrong is there in bringing her back?" It is as follows. Yi Feifei's father served the Luo family for over 20 years. And naturally, Yi Feifei resided here as well. However, after reaching adulthood, she never returned. The Luo family no longer welcomed her. Yet, all of this was lost on the amnesiac Yi Feifei, who gazed vacantly at the palatial residence before her, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. From the other end of the corridor came the voice of Su Zihao, his words indistinct, seemingly discussing a type of dog. Why Yi Feifei pondered to herself in surprise at how wealthy Su Zihao's family was. But it appeared they did not welcome her, and were even arguing. She then recalled that she already had a boyfriend, and residing in another man's home would ultimately be inappropriate if Lu Qingming were to find out. He would likely be angered. Simultaneously, her sharp intuition warned her that this opulent mansion harbored hostility and was not safe. Given her amnesia, Trusting outsiders was unwise. With this thought, Yi Feifei quietly exited the foyer and hurried away. When Su Zihao finished his shouting and returned to the foyer, he was astonished to find Yi Feifei had vanished. What happened? Where is she? Su Zihao exclaimed anxiously as he rushed outside to question the security guard. The guard replied, "Miss, you just called a taxi and left." That Su Zihao inquired further. "Where did she go?" The guard could only shake his head, revealing his ignorance. Su Zihao, exasperated, pounded his chest and howled, resembling a sorrowful husky. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, lost just like that? Just as he was engulfed in despair, his phone rang insensitively. "So annoying. So annoying," Su Zihao complained. Yet he fished out his phone to take a glance. That IT was a call from a senior executive at the Luo Group. He sighed and answered. The message he received was exceedingly troublesome. There had been a fatal incident beneath Tianlu Building. 5 ruffians had come to cause trouble, leading to a brawl with the security, resulting in 3 dead and 2 severely injured. Given the Luo family's influence, it should not be difficult to settle such a homicide case. However, upon investigation, it was discovered that these ruffians were affiliated with a formidable underground organization known as the Griffin Brotherhood. All members of the Griffin Brotherhood hailed from the fractured, impoverished islands of the West, a group of undocumented immigrants. They controlled about 30% of the underground gambling dens and fight rings in Kowloon City and were involved in some exceedingly vile activities, including human trafficking, kidnapping, and murder. Moreover, it was rumored that their leader had a complex background and connections to various powerful factions, making them quite formidable. Although the Luo family was strong, they were reluctant to engage in direct conflict with these unscrupulous fugitives. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Zihao knew he could not handle it alone and hurried back to inform his cousin, Luo Qinxue. Tianlu Building? Upon hearing the news, Luo Qinxue immediately thought of Bai Tingting's small noodle shop. Thus, she finally opened her phone and saw a multitude of unread messages. Among them, one stood out. Lu Qingming detained. Chapter 25. I am not a simp. Impossible. This cannot be. Luo Qinxue witnessed with her own eyes as Lu Qingming's body exploded in midair, transforming into a burst of golden light. With trembling hands, she dialed Bai Tingting's number, seeking further details. However, the phone was already turned off. That IT was not Bai Tingting's fault. She had long been taken away by the Kowloon Public Security Bureau, and her phone had been confiscated. That a triple fatality occurring in broad daylight had made headlines, and the police could not turn a blind eye, swiftly detaining those involved for questioning. Lacking a family background, Bai Tingting was inevitably held for some time. At this moment, Luo Qinxue was restless, unable to focus on why Bai Tingting's phone was off. She only wanted to understand the circumstances behind Lu Qingming's detention. It must be investigated immediately. The message indicated it was the 72 Bureau. While others would be unaware of this mysterious organization, Luo Qinxue was well informed. For the head of the 72 Bureau, Qin Hong, was the elder sister of Qin Xian, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. However, due to the nature of her work, it was impossible to contact her directly. That I must visit the Qin family. Luo Qinxue quickly made up her mind. Only through Qin Xian could she uncover the truth behind the 72 Bureau's detention of Lu Qingming. I want to go too. Su Zihao unexpectedly insisted on accompanying her. What do you intend to do? Luo Qinxue shot her cousin a sidelong glance. That aren't you going to seek help from Qin Xiao? Su Zihao paused, realizing that the trouble with the Griffin Brotherhood should ideally be handled by both families together. That is true. It could work. Luo Qinxue, not wishing to deal with that troublesome matter herself, felt it was sufficient to leave it to Su Zihao. Moreover, facing Qin Xian alone, after the broken engagement, made her uncomfortable. In truth, Su Zihao had his own motives. That he believed that Yi Feifei's abrupt departure might be due to her regaining some memories and seeking out Qin Xian. Thus, a visit to the Qin household would reveal whether Yi Feifei was safe. I am not a simp. I am simply a good man. That Su Zihao encouraged himself internally, convincing himself that if he could just be good enough, he would eventually win Yi Feifei's heart. Subsequently, Luo Qinxue instructed her assistant to prepare a convoy. Over a dozen custom bulletproof luxury cars set out, not merely to make an impression. That IT was essential to be vigilant, as the Griffin Brotherhood might retaliate against the Luo family at any moment. Before long, the convoy arrived at the Qin family estate in the northern part of the city, Upon receiving the news, Qin Xian had no choice but to come out and greet them. The Luo and Qin families have been family friends for nearly a century, and despite Qin Xian's desire to break the engagement, he still had to show the requisite respect that he specifically wore a knitted hat to conceal the scar on his forehead. "Ah, Qin Xiao, why are you wearing such a hat in this hot weather?" Upon meeting, Su Zihao immediately noticed the issue. "Aren't you hot?" "Cough, I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately." Qin Xian feigned a cough. "Please have a seat," that he did not proactively greet Luo Qinxue, nor did she speak. The situation had become awkward for both of them. "Qin Xiao, we are facing a bit of trouble with the Griffin Brotherhood." Su Zihao began, glancing around as he spoke. "Let's discuss that later." Luo Qinxue interrupted him directly. "I want to find Qin Hong." Qin Xian was taken aback. "What do you want with my sister?" "I want to verify whether the 72 Bureau has detained someone named Lu Qingming." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Xian nodded. "All right, I'll ask her." He immediately picked up his phone and dialed Qin Hong's private line. Upon receiving the call, Qin Hong was genuinely astonished to hear Qin Xian's inquiry. She had not anticipated that Lu Qingming was not merely boasting. He indeed had a background. The fact that Luo Qinxue had personally come to the Qin family was evidently to demand the release of someone. Considering the relationship between their families, she felt it was inappropriate to refuse. However, the situation had not been investigated thoroughly. How could she easily release him? After much deliberation, Qin Hong revealed a piece of information to Qin Xian. This matter pertains to Kowloon and even the safety of the entire world. It would be best to pacify Luo Qinxue and have her wait a couple of days. Hearing that he needed to placate Luo Qinxue, Qin Xian immediately became displeased. His heart was solely occupied by Yi Feifei. To comfort another woman would be akin to betrayal. As for the world's safety, if he lost Yi Feifei, what would it matter if the world were to perish? Do not be surprised. This is merely a fundamental quality expected of the male protagonist in a female-centric narrative. No way. Let her soothe herself. Qin Xian began to throw a tantrum at his sister. What are you doing?" Qin Hong, familiar with her brother's temperament, had no choice but to compromise. "How about this? I'll send you a few photos to prove that Lu Qingming is safe with me. You can forward them to Luo Qinxue." "Yes, that works." Qin Xian agreed. Thus, Qin Hong captured a few images of Lu Qingming from the surveillance footage, depicting him in a relaxed and easygoing manner, and sent them to Qin Xian. When Qin Xian saw the photos of Lu Qingming, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was that ruffian. What a calamity! No, this was fate. What does it mean to seek something far and wide only to find it effortlessly? This scoundrel had actually been caught by his sister. Quick, seize his phone. Qin Xian's first thought was to deal with his own incriminating photos. They had to be disposed of what? Qin Hong was momentarily caught off guard. "He doesn't have a phone." "What do you mean?" Qin Xian was utterly disheartened. He had not expected that the scoundrel had the foresight to hide his phone in advance. "Sister, listen to me. That Lu Qingming is my enemy." Qin Xian lowered his voice and hurried toward a distance, careful that Luo Qinxue did not overhear. Qin Hong quickly asked, "What kind of enmity?" It's a long story." Qin Xian found it difficult to elaborate. "I absolutely cannot let him go. What on earth is going on?" Qin Hong was left perplexed that in truth, she had heard from the family that Qin Xian had not been acting normally in recent days, seemingly affected by some serious shock. Yet, no one could ascertain the details, nor could they imagine that the illustrious Qin Xiao would be bullied by someone. Thus, they could only speculate it was a romantic issue. Qin Hong tentatively inquired, "Is it related to Luo Qinxue or the Yi Feifei?" "Neither. In any case, he must not be released." Qin Xian's tone turned fierce. "Wait for me. I'm coming over immediately. I will personally flay him alive." Abruptly ending the phone call, Su Zihao returned to the living room. At that moment, Su Zihao was searching frantically for any sign of Yi Feifei. His eyes fell upon a photo of Yi Feifei displayed on the ornament rack. Innocent, radiant, and utterly adorable. He couldn't help but feel an urge to lean in and give it a playful kiss. However, upon hearing Qin Xian's footsteps approaching, he quickly straightened up. After making inquiries, it turned out that the 72nd Bureau had never encountered this person at all. Qin Xian maintained a facade of nonchalance, lying to Luo Qinxue and Su Zihao. "You must have mistaken someone that." "Oh," Luo Qinxue replied calmly. "Then let us discuss the Griffin Brotherhood." Just as Su Zihao was about to address the matter at hand, he was abruptly interrupted by Qin Xian raising his hand. "Apologies, I have urgent business to attend to and must step out." Qin Xian flashed an apologetic smile, adding, if you have any matters, you may convey them to my butler. I will certainly address them upon my return. Farewell. With that, he turned and strode away. Su Zihao sighed in frustration, feeling powerless to stop him. Let us go, Luo Qinxue declared as she stood up to Su Zihao. Unwilling to relent, protested, Are we just going home? We haven't even discussed anything yet. The key issue is that we still haven't found Yi Feifei. We're not going home, Luo Qinxue replied icily. Preparing to head to the 72nd Bureau. Why? Su Zihao asked, bewildered. Qin Xian, who had never felt the need to lie due to his pride, was not adept at it. Luo Qinxue had already made her way to the door. Su Zihao stood dumbfounded for a moment before hastily grabbing Yi Feifei's photo and tucking it into his jacket as he hurried out after her. Chapter 26. The male protagonist southeast of Julong Island. 70 kilometers away lies an unnamed small island. The base of the 72nd Bureau is situated beneath the rocks of this island, concealed within a bunker. Qin Xian arrived at the western shore of the island via helicopter, accompanied by several trusted confidants, only to be met by a contingent of fully armed soldiers emerging from their hiding places. They were authorized to eliminate any intruders on the island. However, young Master Qin was no stranger. Rules may be rigid, but human sentiments are fluid. No one is foolish. Soon, Qin Hong personally emerged from the bunker to meet her brother. You really came, she remarked, glancing at Qin Xian. Why are you wearing that hat on such a hot day? Cough, just wearing it for fun, Qin Xian replied, adjusting the brim of his hat to divert the topic. Prepare a spacious room for me. Disable all surveillance. I need to speak privately with Lu Qingming. Qin Hong furrowed her brow. What exactly do you intend to do? Qin Xian refused to answer, countering with a question. Have I ever disappointed you in my life? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hong replied. Yes, you violated grandfather's last wishes by unilaterally tearing up the engagement with the Luo family. Cough, that doesn't count. Qin Xian's expression shifted. Think of something else besides that. After another brief pause, Qin Hong said, Nothing else. Then you should trust me. Qin Xian's confidence surged. Hand Lu Qingming over to me. I'll need just half an hour. Qin Xian, you are no longer a child. Qin Hong gently shook her head. Do you think the 72nd Bureau is a place where you can act recklessly? Of course, I am not a child. Qin Xian frowned that my father is still recuperating. At present, I am the head of the Qin family. The two siblings locked eyes coldly, and a faint tension filled the air. After a long pause, Qin Xian relented first. He slowly lifted the edge of his hat, revealing a scar, and with a bitter smile said, I need to settle this matter regarding Lu Qingming hitting me. He actually hit you. Qin Hong's shock was evident. The head of the Qin family being struck by a nameless individual was not merely a matter of a beating. It was a matter of the family's honor. For a top-tier family, reputation is paramount. No amount of wealth can restore it. If other wealthy families were to learn of this, how could the Qin family maintain its standing on Julong Island? Qin Xian pulled his hat back down and insisted, Trust me, I can handle it myself. Qin Hong closed her eyes and pondered for nearly a minute before looking up to respond. Fine, I will give you half an hour. But you must promise me not to kill Lu Qingming here, Daha. Qin Xian scoffed lightly. Rest assured, I don't wish for him to die so quickly. Qin Hong nodded, then inquired, Do you need me to lock him up in advance? Not necessary. Qin Xian replied succinctly. However, ensure that there are no bricks or similar items in that room. When Lu Qingming was brought into a spacious room and saw Qin Xian standing before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Haha, didn't expect to see you again, did you? Qin Xian said with a cold smirk. After a moment of silence, Lu Qingming replied, No wonder. Qin Hong looked somewhat familiar. You must be relatives. Aren't you afraid? Qin Xian was somewhat surprised by Lu Qingming's reaction. Why should I be afraid? Lu Qingming's smile emerged that a mere 72nd Bureau could not contain the terrifying power within him. Once the power of the evil god was activated, it surged within him, constantly seeking an opportunity to explode forth. However, he still needed to practice how to wield it without revealing too much. Haha, you are indeed no ordinary rogue, Qin Xian chuckled, albeit somewhat strained. You could have killed me that night, ending it all, yet you did not. You also had the chance to extort me for a fortune, but you refrained it so. Who exactly are you? Who am I? Lu Qingming raised a hand to rub his forehead, seemingly indifferent. What does it have to do with you? You little rascal. Qin Xian's brow furrowed. Then let us stop the pleasantries and have another round. Another round. Lu Qingming also frowned. Indeed, Qin Xian asserted resolutely. That night I was careless. Furthermore, you struck me from behind with a brick. Let us have a rematch, one-on-one. Fair duel. Observing Qin Xian's serious demeanor, Lu Qingming suddenly found him somewhat endearing. Yes, after all, he was the male protagonist of this world. He must possess some redeeming qualities, some charming traits. He was a fool in love, but not truly foolish. He enjoyed showing off, yet was capable of assessing situations and adapting accordingly. He was a domineering, headstrong, and arrogant heir of a wealthy family. Yet when faced with an enemy who had humiliated him, he chose to reclaim his honor through a fair duel. Haha, no wonder Luo Qinxue and Yi Feifei both like you. Lu Qingming couldn't help but exclaim. The mention of Yi Feifei caused Qin Xian's expression to darken abruptly. He clenched his fists and, with a seething glare, demanded, "That night, did you touch Yi Feifei?" "No," Lu Qingming replied with an air of calmness. "I was just teasing you. Don't take it seriously." Qin Xian was momentarily stunned before exhaling a long sigh of relief. "Are you reassured now?" Lu Qingming smiled slightly. "Does that mean we don't need to duel anymore?" "No," Qin Xian immediately retorted, his expression stern. "We must fight." "Hey," Lu Qingming frowned again. "Why are you so stubborn?" "No more nonsense. I'm coming," Qin Xian shouted, launching the attack. Lu Qingming, left with no other choice, could only raise his arms to defend himself. To be frank, Qin Xian's martial skills were quite impressive. He was tall, with long legs and exceptionally fierce kicks. His current demeanor was exceedingly serious, his combat prowess having improved significantly since that night. Lu Qingming, without weapons, truly felt unsure of his chances to win. After exchanging a dozen blows, Lu Qingming was kicked in the chest and sent flying several meters away. "Get up, let's continue." Qin Xian retracted his leg and made a provocative gesture. Lu Qingming's frustration was palpable, but he inhaled deeply, darting forward to close the distance, aiming to engage in close combat to neutralize Qin Xian's leg techniques. With his legs restricted, Qin Xian grew increasingly anxious. Resorting to grabbing Lu Qingming's hair and pulling down fiercely, attempting to end the fight with a brutal knee strike. "You bastard." Lu Qingming gritted his teeth, blocking Qin Xian's knee strike with his left hand while launching a right-handed thrust towards Qin Xian's chest. In a hasty retreat, Qin Xian unexpectedly found Lu Qingming's fingers suddenly releasing a surge of dark energy. Swoosh! Instantly, it tore through Qin Xian's shirt, penetrating deeply into his flesh. Blood sprayed everywhere as Qin Xian collapsed in a pool of crimson. While Lu Qingming stood frozen in place, stunned, he meant to do that he had never anticipated that the mysterious power within him would erupt uncontrollably. To know it was his own carelessness that I in a state of anger. He truly could not restrain that power. The wicked whispers echoed in his ears once more. "I am destiny, that I am destruction, that I am rebirth, that I am eternity. Mortal shall never hope to wield the power of the gods." Chapter 27. A-class superpowered individual. Dozens of black muzzles were aimed at Lu Qingming. A single command from Director Qin Hong. He would instantly be reduced to a sieve. What kind of luck is this? Am I doomed to fall victim to a scripted demise? Lu Qingming was in a state of bewilderment, rendered speechless by the extraordinary circumstances he found himself entangled in. Ever since his rebirth, he had been ceaselessly confronted with peril. The frequency of these incidents seemed far beyond mere bad luck. The most plausible explanation he could conceive was rooted in the narrative surrounding the death of Huang Mao. In this realm, the original plot stipulations constituted the highest echelon of rule and power, akin to the will of heaven. Inescapable and unyielding. One might evade the initial trials, but the culmination was inevitable. Even with a system in place and the ability to activate a resurrection card every 7 days, it likely would not suffice. This female-centric narrative was utterly unreasonable, and Lu Qingming found himself gnashing his teeth in frustration, questioning why offending Yi Feifei necessitated his demise. Should he exploit her amnesia to persuade her into granting him a pardon? At that moment, a physician approached Qin Hong and whispered a few words, presumably reporting on Qin Xian's injuries. Subsequently, Qin Hong turned her gaze toward Lu Qingming, her voice icy as she remarked, "You are quite the enigma." Lu Qingming pressed his lips together, ultimately refraining from responding. In such a predicament, any explanation would be futile. Qin Hong let out a cold chuckle and slowly raised her hand. Assuming they were about to strike, Lu Qingming hastily focused his mind, ready to unleash the power of the evil deity. However, a multitude of soldiers simultaneously lowered their weapons and retreated swiftly. What could this mean? Lu Qingming was taken aback. Could it be that the Qin family possessed such magnanimity, as he pondered this? An eccentric figure entered through the doorway. It was a man of unremarkable stature, his features obscured by a large cardboard box atop his head, one of those common brown packages used for deliveries, with two eye holes cut out, rendering his eyes shrouded in darkness. What a peculiar character! Lu Qingming was increasingly perplexed, questioning the intentions of Qin Hong. Let us test his true abilities, Qin Hong suddenly commanded, instructing them to push him to his limits. Very well, the cardboard box man readily agreed, his voice resonating with a peculiar echo due to the box that I don't wish to fight. Please don't force me, Lu Qingming quickly declared. Yet the cardboard man paid him no heed and charged forward. Out of sheer resignation, Lu Qingming turned and fled, observing the man's average physique and the cumbersome cardboard on his head. He assumed he wouldn't be able to run very fast. Moreover, the room was spacious enough. If he led the man in circles for a while, he would surely tire out, rendering combat unnecessary. However, to his utter astonishment, the cardboard man reached the center of the room, suddenly crouching down. He pressed his palms against the ground and solemnly declared, sealing the box that in an instant, the entire room transformed into an eerie green hue. The floor, walls, and ceiling became enveloped in bizarre green runes, densely packed and shimmering with a fluorescent glow, causing one to feel dizzy. What sorcery was this? Lu Qingming furrowed his brows and squinted. It's a superpower. The cardboard man seemed to smile, although his expression was concealed. Welcome to my domain. Lu Qingming immediately grasped the situation. The so-called 72 Bureau was not a bureaucratic institution designed to squander funds. They were genuinely researching superpowers, and this cardboard man before him was undoubtedly a bona fide superpower user. Please, let us not escalate this into chaos, Lu Qingming implored, gesturing for calm, that we can discuss our matters rationally without resorting to violence. Fear not, within my realm. You cannot damage anything. The cardboard man dismissed his concerns, urging him to unleash his abilities, that I possess no capabilities. I concede, Lu Qingming retorted. Ha! Fighting is unavoidable, the cardboard man responded, raising his right hand and inserting it into the box atop his head, retrieving a large black bomb. The bomb was round and dark, resembling a toy straight from an animated emoji. Lu Qingming blinked in bewilderment. Could it truly explode? Indeed, the cardboard man affirmed, tossing it casually. The bomb landed a mere 2 to 3 meters in front of Lu Qingming and detonated with a resounding boom. It had genuinely exploded. The immense force sent Lu Qingming hurtling backward, rolling several times before he struggled to rise, his head ringing with a cacophony of noise. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the room was intact, and he bore no injuries. Yet, the explosion had felt all too real, and the pain was equally tangible. What sort of bizarre superpower is this? Lu Qingming had never encountered such an ability before. Was it an illusion? Have you invaded my mind? In his understanding, superpowers were akin to those of Superman, the Flash, Storm, or Wolverine. This cardboard man was truly an oddity. It is neither an illusion nor an invasion. It is my domain. The cardboard man replied calmly, tossing out a second bomb. This time, Lu Qingming was prepared and bolted away. Boom! The bomb exploded 5 meters away, and while Lu Qingming did not get knocked over by the blast, he stumbled nonetheless. This so-called domain felt like a space governed by the cardboard man. Lu Qingming attempted to breach the boundary, delivering a forceful kick against the runes etched into the wall. Clang! It felt as though he had struck a steel plate. His foot throbbed with pain, yet the boundary remained steadfast. Do not waste your efforts. You cannot shatter my domain. The cardboard man continued to toss bombs with the ease of a game. Could we not adhere to some form of martial ethics? What kind of competition involves throwing bombs? Lu Qingming was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the explosions, compelled to invoke martial decorum. How am I supposed to combat you? That is a valid point, the cardboard man surprisingly acknowledged, lowering his head. The top of the box opened wide, and a peculiar snake emerged. More accurately, it was a snake composed of colorful blocks, resembling a pixelated version from a game, not unlike the classic Snake game. Goodness! Lu Qingming was thoroughly flabbergasted, wondering what other eccentricities lay hidden within that box, while a game of snake might be entertaining. The imposing physical presence before him was quite intimidating. It lunged toward him at an astonishing speed, its angular head poised to collide. Without a second thought, Lu Qingming evaded with quick movements. But it was a snake, its length seemingly infinite. As Lu Qingming darted around, the snake extended, soon occupying nearly half the room. He found himself with diminishing options for escape. "Are you not going to act?" the cardboard man urged. "If you do not, you will lose your chance." "Just a moment. I'm almost ready," Lu Qingming gasped, narrowly evading another impact. "Just a moment?" The cardboard man paused, clearly perplexed by Lu Qingming's statement. That moment. Qin Hong, who stood outside observing, sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. For her vantage point, she could clearly see cracks forming in the boundary. How could this be? The cardboard man was one of the 72 Bureau's trump cards. An A-class superpower user. Normally, to breach a domain created by him, one would need to possess A-class strength or higher. Yet, Lu Qingming evidently had not utilized such power. The cracks in the boundary arose because Lu Qingming had discerned its weaknesses. Although formidable, the cardboard man's domain had high environmental requirements. Ideally, it should be established in an enclosed space akin to a cardboard box. However, typical rooms rarely achieved such a level of enclosure. Openings such as doors and windows were the domain's vulnerabilities. While evading attacks, Lu Qingming keenly observed that each collision of the snake could inflict slight damage upon the runes of the boundary. It appeared that the snake grew longer by consuming the energy of the runes. Thus, he devised a cunning strategy, turning the snake's own strength against its creator to be why manipulating the snake's repeated strikes. He successfully identified the boundary's weakest point, the entrance. He continued to guide the snake's head toward the target, and before long, cracks began to appear at the entrance. That should suffice. Lu Qingming concentrated a small amount of the evil deity's power into his right hand. Then, using the snake's head as a shield, he unleashed a powerful strike. A sharp crack echoed as the boundary tore open a significant gap. Lu Qingming swiftly lunged through the opening, seizing Qin Hong by the throat with lightning speed. Qin Hong's face turned pale in an instant. Lu Qingming had utterly confounded her. He had managed to dismantle an A-class boundary without employing any superpowers or mystical arts. Chapter 28. The senior brother comes to mediate justice. Lu Qingming had already struck Qin family's son twice, and now held their daughter hostage. This was a remarkable achievement. To accomplish such a feat, he would undoubtedly be the first in the annals of history. "I stated that I did not wish to fight, yet you compelled me to," Lu Qingming lamented, gripping Qin Hong's neck from behind, his expression one of exasperation. "Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, what shall we do?" "Please, do not act impulsively." Qin Hong resorted to the mundane tactics of persuasion, urging him to release her. "Let us sit down and discuss this matter amicably. Will releasing you truly lead to a constructive conversation?" Lu Qingming expressed a skepticism that I guarantee it by the reputation of the Qin family. Qin Hong asserted solemnly that moment. The cardboard man had retracted the boundary, observing from a distance without any intention to intervene. None of the soldiers dared to aim their weapons, realizing that no one would dare jeopardize the life of the bureau director, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. However, could this woman truly be trusted? Lu Qingming remained hesitant and declared, "First, release those 2 practitioners of the mystic arts. Summon 2 accomplices. The situation should be considerably safer." Qin Hong felt compelled to comply, promptly ordering her subordinates to release them. Thus, Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were granted their freedom from the confines of the cell. Initially, they were quite jovial, but upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they abruptly sensed something amiss. "What is happening?" Ma Dongxing's expression was one of utter confusion. "Ahem, in order to expedite our departure from this place, I have taken certain necessary measures." Lu Qingming provided a seemingly rational explanation. "They are utterly unreasonable. We could be detained indefinitely. How can you label this a necessary measure?" Qin Hong expressed her disagreement, intending to release you by tomorrow. "Words are but wind," Lu Qingming retorted with a cold smile. Even if Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia were to be freed tomorrow, he would certainly not be spared. After all, Qin Xian lies in the emergency room. The Qin family would never let this go unpunished. Wu Jia glanced at Lu Qingming and Qin Hong, then at the armed soldiers, unable to resist suggesting to Ma Dongxing, Master brother, perhaps we should retreat back inside. And no need for that. Unexpectedly, Ma Dongxing waved his hand, declaring, I will handle this. Everyone was taken aback. What could this portly man possibly resolve? Turning to Lu Qingming, Ma Dongxing spoke with unfaltering friendliness. Young man, I understand you are having a bit of a breakdown. Though unintentional, treating this lady in such a manner is undeniably harsh. Lu Qingming was left dumbfounded by these words. Damn it, he is perceiving me as a lunatic again. A breakdown? Qin Hong and the others looked on in bewilderment, half comprehending. You all have truly gone too far. Ma Dongxing pivoted to lecture Qin Hong and her companions, asserting that he originally resided in the first psychiatric hospital of Julong, undergoing treatment diligently, only to be forcibly brought here due to an unfortunate incident involving my cloak. May I ask if you have administered any medication to him? Have you considered his feelings? Your actions have driven him to a breaking point, leading to a severe outburst of violence. Lu Qingming, is he truly a mental patient? Qin Hong finally grasped the situation. Indeed, he suffers from intermittent episodes. Ma Dongxing patted his chest in assurance. I have witnessed it firsthand. During an episode, he once ran through the psychiatric hospital in the dead of night, clad only in a newspaper. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room fixated on Lu Qingming. That moment, Lu Qingming felt his blood pressure surge, and he began to feel slightly breathless. You bastard! That was not a naked run. No, were it not for holding on to Qin Hong, he would have lunged forward to strangle Ma Dongxing. This big mouth, you! How could you detain and bully such a patient? Do you not have any conscience? Meanwhile, Ma Dongxing stood atop the moral high ground, looking down upon Qin Hong and the others. He even tossed a cool glance at Lu Qingming, as if to convey, Young man, with me here, you need not worry. Ah, I see now. Qin Hong finally had an epiphany. No wonder it was impossible to trace Lu Qingming's background. He had been residing in a psychiatric hospital all along. No wonder he was discovered without pants. He was running naked. No wonder his demeanor and actions have always been so peculiar. He is liable to have an episode at any moment. This all makes perfect sense. Moreover, he is a uniquely capable mental patient, unable to control his own power. Thus, his injury of Qin Xian was likely not intentional. He merely experienced an intermittent episode. Contemplating this, Qin Hong could not help but feel a twinge of shame that as an official leader, she had indulged her brother in seeking revenge on a patient. Furthermore, she had incited her subordinates to confront the patient, pushing him to the brink of madness. Should this matter become public, the reputation of the Qin family would suffer a devastating blow. Sigh. Qin Hong sighed repeatedly. Damn it, Lu Qingming sighed in unison, his once illustrious reputation, now tarnished by Ma Dongxing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. I have had enough. I want to leave this damned place now. Lu Qingming was truly on the verge of losing his sanity due to Ma Dongxing's incessant provocations. He decided to throw caution to the wind, demanding, prepare a helicopter for me immediately. Upon noticing Lu Qingming's spiraling state, Qin Hong could only nod in agreement. One cannot refuse the demands of a mental patient. They are capable of anything. Thus, Lu Qingming, with Qin Hong in tow, made his way toward the bunker exit. Meanwhile, the Luo group's helicopter and yacht fleet had triumphantly arrived at the western shore of the island. The position of the 72 Bureau was certainly concealed, yet the Luo family had friends in both the municipal hall and the military. How could they possibly remain uninformed? It merely required a bit more effort. Luo Qinshua personally disembarked, accompanied by hundreds of individuals, many of whom bore firearms and a variety of photographic equipment, as if they had brought an entire film crew. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, the soldiers on the shore were left dumbstruck. They had the authority to open fire, but who would dare to shoot at a large group of film crew members? Moreover, most of them recognized the wealthy heiress Luo Qinshua, with many being her fans. Bring Qin Hong out to see me. Luo Qinshua's expression was icy, her presence commanding, reminiscent of a queen leading her troops in a battle that if she does not emerge, I will live stream the entire island. As she spoke, all the camera operators were prepared to roll. This was not a jest, but a genuine threat. Under certain circumstances, a camera can be more terrifying than firearms. The officer panicked, hastily rushing down to report to the director. Shortly thereafter, Qin Hong did indeed emerge, forcibly pushed out by Lu Qingming, who had her by the throat. Upon seeing Luo Qinxue and her entourage, Lu Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Luo Qinxue's eyes widened in disbelief upon spotting Lu Qingming, her entire body trembling. "What brings you here?" Lu Qingming was the first to inquire. "You," Luo Qinxue's voice quivered. "Is it a person or a ghost?" "Of course, I am human," Lu Qingming replied, pointing at his shadow on the beach. "Look, I cast a shadow." Luo Qinxue glanced once and swiftly approached Lu Qingming, but he, in turn, shoved Qin Hong aside and moved to meet her. Thud. Qin Hong fell face first into the sand, gagging on a mouthful of sand. The two were mere inches from embracing when they both halted simultaneously. At that moment, Luo Qinxue yearned to leap into his arms, but the onlookers were simply too numerous, not to mention the countless cameras. Lu Qingming also wished to do something, but felt equally restrained. They stood there, silently gazing at one another. The coastline was enveloped in silence. Aside from the rhythmic sound of the waves, only the sound of Qin Hong spitting sand could be heard. After a long moment, Lu Qingming spoke. "Let Sao find another place to have a proper chat." Luo Qinxue remained silent, quietly nodding in agreement. Just as they thought the storm had passed and prepared to leave the island, a doctor rushed over, calling out urgently, Director, this is bad. Young Master Qin is on the verge of death." Chapter 29. The male lead cannot die, right? Qin Xian's condition had deteriorated dramatically, leaving him with but a single breath. How could a mortal body withstand the injuries inflicted by the power of an evil deity? The doctor had given up hope and quietly suggested that Qin Hong and her brother say their final goodbyes. However, Qin Hong's face was as cold as ice, utterly unresponsive. At this moment, Lu Qingming's emotions were complex. Nevertheless, he did not believe that Qin Xian would meet his end in such a manner. The reason was simple. Qin Xian was the male protagonist of this female-centric world. Even if he wished to perish, his protagonist halo would not permit it. Moreover, even if the protagonist halo was not strong enough, Night Feifei's protagonist halo would also not allow it. To be honest, Lu Qingming was quite eager to take this opportunity to validate just how powerful the rules of this world truly were. Thus, he stood outside the emergency room, waiting quietly for the final outcome. Luo Qinxue surprisingly remained by Lu Qingming's side. Had it been in the past, she would have rushed in to check on Qin Xian's condition without hesitation. However, now, she found herself equally confused. "Are you really not going in to take a look?" Lu Qingming could not help but inquire. Luo Qinxue gently bit her lip, countering with a question. "Do you think I should go in?" Lu Qingming was taken aback. Would she really ask me such a thing? Simultaneously, he realized that Luo Qinxue had indeed changed. Yet he could not decide for Luo Qinxue, at least not at this moment. The two remained silent for a while until Luo Qinxue suddenly seized Lu Qingming's hand. "Now, come with me immediately." "Why?" Lu Qingming was momentarily puzzled that if Qin Xian truly dies, Luo Qinxue's eyes held an incredibly complex emotion, mingling sorrow, helplessness, and a resolute willingness to abandon everything. "Qin Hong will not let you off. We must leave now." "Are you certain?" In truth, Lu Qingming had no intention of evading. By doing so, you would also offend the Qin family. He was the one who inflicted the injury. He had already resolved to stay behind and bear the consequences alone. Moreover, Qin Xian was highly unlikely to perish. He still had many scenes left in the outline. "I no longer care." Luo Qinxue was like a headstrong princess, tugging Lu Qingming to run. Her strength was not great, yet Lu Qingming found himself unable to resist, or rather, he did not wish to oppose her. Thus, he was led by her toward the dazzling sunlight outside the bunker. Meanwhile, within the emergency room, Qin Hong coldly issued orders. "Bring me the X-81 serum." "Director, the X-81 is still in the preliminary testing phase." The senior researcher appeared anxious and uneasy, as there had been no results from animal experiments, and the outlook was quite grim. "Now, it is time for human trials." Qin Hong had already donned gloves. Stating, "I will handle this personally." Another voice timidly interjected, "Director, this is against protocol that I will take full responsibility." Qin Hong's tone conveyed that the directive was unalterable, and no one dared to voice any dissent. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Within the confines of the 72nd Bureau, the most perilous experiment was about to commence. Without facing any hindrance, Lu Qingming and Luo Qinxue boarded the yacht. Setting sail towards Julong Island, in the opulent cabin, they found themselves alone, seated across from one another. In an ideal scenario, their reunion should have been an impassioned and ineffable affair. However, due to Qin Xian's unexpected circumstances, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Of course, this was not the sole reason. In truth, numerous obstacles remained. Qingming, there is something I must tell you, Luo Qinxue began slowly. You should know that I am betrothed to Qin Xian. She kept her gaze lowered, a marriage agreement arranged long ago by the elders of both families. Lu Qingming sniffed. I am aware that he indeed knew, having perused the original text and the outline of the novel. Not only did the betrothal exist, but Luo Qinxue also harbored feelings for Qin Xian. This was the fate that had long been predetermined for her, immutable in nature. This was also the primary reason Lu Qingming had never approached Luo Qinxue with any intent. After all, who would willingly renounce such a stunning beauty? Although Qin Xian wished to annul the engagement, his father had not consented. Luo Qinxue continued in a hushed tone. My father has not agreed either. So the betrothal remains valid, that I understand. Lu Qingming forced a smile. There is no need to discuss this with me. No, it is imperative that I do. Luo Qinxue suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with determination. I must tell you this with my own lips. Lu Qingming fell silent for a considerable time before uttering a simple, thank you. But now, the situation has changed. Luo Qinxue's expression grew grave, her words unspoken. Lu Qingming could guess what she was about to say, that if Qin Xian were to perish, the engagement would naturally be dissolved, granting Luo Qinxue her freedom. Yet, did she genuinely wish for Qin Xian's demise? Was he not her one true love? She had no power to alter the preordained narrative of the original text. Lu Qingming found himself perplexed by this dilemma, yet he could not voice the question. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Luo Qinxue say, It is now your turn. My turn for what? Lu Qingming was momentarily bewildered. Tell me how you came back to life. Luo Qinxue employed the phrase came back to life, indicating her certainty that Lu Qingming had indeed died once. Lu Qingming hesitated, countering, Do you believe in legends of gods and demons? I did not, but now I do. Luo Qinxue replied earnestly. That's good to hear. Lu Qingming thought to himself, allowing his imagination to flourish. Perhaps it was a righteous deity, an enemy of the wicked, who resurrected me. As long as he refrained from mentioning the system, he could spin any tale he desired. Perhaps, Luo Qinxue conceded, unable to verify his claim. In any case, I am alive now, and that is a positive outcome. Lu Qingming smiled again, diverting the conversation. Let us discuss something else, something less esoteric, something more straightforward. Luo Qinxue nodded and inquired, Then, would you be willing to share the story of your relationship with Bai Tingting? Lu Qingming was taken aback once more. However, he quickly regained his composure, offering a wry smile. What story is there to tell? I've told you many times. She is not my girlfriend. Why do you insist on not believing me? Luo Qinxue slightly furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that your relationship is akin to a one-night stand? Lu Qingming rolled his eyes, pointing at himself. Take a good look at me. Do I resemble that sort of person? Yes, Luo Qinxue replied without hesitation. A scoundrel. Lu Qingming could only rub his face in exasperation. After several attempts, he finally lifted his head, speaking earnestly that if not for the fact that my phone is gone, I could contact Bai Tingting right now and have her clarify things with you. That won't be necessary. Unexpectedly, Luo Qinxue swiftly produced her own phone. Do not forget, the phone and social account you use belong to me. I can simply log in again from my END. Lu Qingming was momentarily dumbfounded. All right then, it seems you are indeed the foremost female antagonist, adept at employing such cunning tactics. Realizing he could no longer evade the situation, he logged back into his account and reached out to Bai Tingting via a social app. Upon logging in, he was greeted with a plethora of unread messages, all from Bai Tingting during his absence. The words conveyed deep concern, worry, and a warm affection. Despite not being particularly experienced in matters of the heart, even Lu Qingming could discern Bai Tingting's feelings that he merely needed to take a small step, and this innocent girl would be his. Yet alas, that to cope with the narrative surrounding Huang Mao's demise, he had been too preoccupied to attend to such trivialities, but now he had to confront it seriously. I am truly sorry, he finally said with a bittersweet smile, initiating a voice call. To his astonishment, once the call connected, he was met with Shi Xiaomei's trembling voice. Young Master Lu, why did you take so long to call? Ting has fallen from the building. You must come and see her. Chapter 30. Revenge? Then let it come. Lying on the hospital bed, Bai Ting was covered in wounds, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. Shi Xiumei sat by the bedside, incessantly wiping her tears, though it was unclear if her sorrow was genuine or merely a performance. The man standing at the foot of the bed was a high-ranking security officer brought in by Luo Qinxue, who was obligated to clarify the entire incident. The incident stemmed from a tragedy at Tianlu building that we brought Bai Ting in for questioning, merely to inquire about specific details as per protocol. We did not put her in any difficult situation, and she was released shortly thereafter. She returned safely to Xiumei's noodle shop. We have surveillance footage from Tianlu building to corroborate this, the officer recounted cautiously, first absolving his side of any responsibility. However, for reasons unknown, she suddenly left the noodle shop again and entered an unmarked black van. The van drove in Akasa Street, stopping at the back entrance of this apartment building. The officer continued, producing screenshots from his phone. According to a witness, Bai Ting followed a woman in a purple dress into the building. It is possible she was abducted, but we have yet to gather evidence. Eventually, she arrived at room 604, where several men were present. That he unveiled photos of the crime scene. That I in this room. A fierce struggle ensued. There are traces of a fight and blood that we suspect the assailants attempted to assault Bai Ting. She fought back valiantly. Using a small knife, she carried to injure at least 2 of her attackers. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, she jumped from the 6th-floor balcony. Passers-by immediately reported the incident, and we responded swiftly. Unfortunately, the assailants managed to escape. However, we have deployed significant manpower to conduct a thorough search. The officer wiped the sweat from his brow, assuring Luo Qinxue, "Rest assured, Miss Luo, we will capture the criminals and bring them to justice." Having seemingly finished his account, Luo Qinxue glanced at Lu Qingming that he maintained a dark demeanor, silent as a storm brewed within. After a prolonged pause, he simply asked, "Who is it?" "We cannot be certain at this moment." The officer continued, wiping his brow, "The assailants may belong to the Griffin Brotherhood, and their motive appears to be retaliation for the casualties at Tianlu building. That we have gathered some evidence, but the investigation and capture are complicated. They are all from offshore and have no records that I see." Lu Qingming replied coolly, "Thank you for your efforts. That it was no trouble." The officer quickly waved his hand. "That I am aware of the Griffin Brotherhood. I initially thought they would target the Luo family." Luo Qinxue spoke softly, "But I did not anticipate them to strike at the innocent Bai Ting. No, it is I who is implicated Bai Ting. They seek vengeance against me." Lu Qingming slowly flexed his fingers. "One of their gang members was beaten by me. Is that person still alive?" The officer quickly checked the records and finally responded. "His name is Wade, a professional boxer, and he sustained multiple fractures at Tianlu building. That he is currently still hospitalized. That he's alive." "That is splendid news." A faint smile finally graced Lu Qingming's face. Not long after, Wade was transferred to a private zoo. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Lu Qingming before him, he was utterly stunned. "Welcome to the zoo. This establishment is owned by a friend of mine, and I have temporarily borrowed it," Lu Qingming said, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on Wade. "Given that your leg is broken and you cannot run, I did not throw you into the tiger enclosure, but brought you to the insect house." "What do you intend to do?" Wade exclaimed in sheer terror, sweat pouring down his face. Lu Qingming pointed to a massive glass enclosure nearby, explaining, "Inside this enclosure resides a creature known as the bullet ant. Its sting has a pain index of 4.0, surpassing that of being shot. The sensation is akin to stepping on a rusty nail and then walking over hot coals. The pain escalates in waves for several hours. A truly delightful experience. Of course, you'll have to try to know for certain. You cannot harm me." Wade shouted in sheer dread. "Aren't the people of Julong supposed to be civilized and uphold virtue?" "Apologies, but I am not a local." Lu Qingming seized Ward by the collar and dragged him to the feeding port. "Since you relish revenge, I shall abide by your rules. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." "Spare me, please." Ward began to plead for mercy. Lu Qingming merely remarked, "Do not be overly frightened. A few bites won't be fatal. I shall heal you. I did not harm that girl. I have been lying in the hospital." Ward cried out with a tremulous voice, "I did not participate. Let me go." It seems your friend has communicated with you." Lu Qingming pressed Ward's head down. "I am quite eager to meet your friend." A chilling scream reverberated through the night. merely heralding the bloody overture of this crimson evening. An hour later, Lu Qingming arrived at Casa Street. Before him stood an unremarkable little bar. However, according to Ward's testimony, this was one of the strongholds of the Griffin Brotherhood, housing at least 40 professional enforcers, armed with firearms. Naturally, the leader of the Brotherhood would not be present here. Capturing that individual would require intelligence of a higher echelon. Inside the bar, patrons sat leisurely, drinking and chatting, betraying no signs of abnormality. Liu Qingming approached the counter and presented the business card provided by Ward. The bartender examined the card in silence before leading Lu Qingming into a private room, pushing aside a vending machine to reveal a hidden door. "Please, enter," the bartender gestured. Liu Qingming descended the stairs with an air of calm that as the concealed door slowly closed behind him. A faint black mist began to rise from his back. Moments later, the basement erupted with the sounds of fierce gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Sparks flew, and bullets ricocheted in all directions. Yet not a single hair on Lu Qingming was harmed. In a state of fury, he sprouted 4 black wings from his back. 2 wings crossed before him, forming an invulnerable barrier. The other 2 resembled flexible black blades, tracing lightning-like arcs through the room, slicing through his foes as though they were mere sheets of paper. There was no need for deliberate control. The dark power within him instinctively knew how to engage in battle. Slaughter, bloodlust, was its very essence. No, it could not be deemed a battle. It was a one-sided massacre, devoid of any suspense. In an instant, blood flowed copiously, and the air was filled with relentless screams. As each life flickered out, Lu Qingming felt the power within him growing increasingly vibrant, increasingly difficult to contain. Evil souls, delectable offerings, slaughter for me, sacrifice. You shall ultimately become a part of me. The malevolent whisper echoed in his ears that Liu Qingming finally wrested himself from his rage, hastily attempting to retract the power within him. Yet foes remained. A few undaunted souls, having expended their ammunition, charged forth wielding machetes. One strike after another landed upon Lu Qingming's back, shoulders, and arms. However, they bore no effect. The eerie black mist continued to swirl about his form, acting as an automatic defense system, effortlessly repelling all assaults. This was the power of the ancient evil god. For mortals to attempt to resist it was laughable, akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. This is the power you required, not resist. Accept it with ease, that as long as you are willing, you can trample all beneath your feet. When Lu Qingming fully regained his senses, he found himself amidst a hellish scene. Not a single life remained. Not even a whole limb was left intact. That it was as though a colossal demon had traversed the space, devouring all living beings, and then regurgitating them, in that moment. Lu Qingming did not feel the thrill of vengeance. Rather, he was engulfed by an icy dread that penetrated his very bones. It seemed his entire body had been frozen, immobilized, unable to breathe. He realized thoroughly that he could not suppress the will of the evil god alone. If this continued, he would inevitably lose complete control. Thus, he required assistance, extraordinary assistance. Consequently, he thought of someone. Chapter 31. The master is in trouble due to the thoroughness of the slaughter, leads to the Griffin Brotherhood were momentarily severed. Lu Qingming resolved to address his own issues first. That he called Luo Qinxue, requesting her assistance in investigating Ma Dongxing's whereabouts. However, he was met with a tongue lashing from Luo Qinxue, who primarily reprimanded him for rejecting the Luo family's aid, for venturing forth alone without companions, causing her to lose sleep throughout the night. But Liu Qingming could only endure her tirade, repeatedly apologizing. Eventually, after Luo Qinxue had vented her emotions, she assisted in the investigation and swiftly relayed the specific location to him. Lu Qingming immediately hailed a taxi and hurried to the address provided. It was on the outskirts of the city, in a nearly abandoned village. The houses were dilapidated, and there were very few villagers. Moreover, there were no young people. Only elderly individuals with gray hair and children under 10 years, OLD. And no wonder Wu Jia and the others were so impoverished. They didn't even possess a smartphone. Lu Qingming mused, taking a tour around the village before finally locating a small courtyard that appeared to belong to an unnamed sect. The gate stood ajar, devoid of any sign. The only reason he found this place was due to the ancient purple dragon statue not far away in Ma Dongxing, who sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. "Hey, Brother Ma," Lu Qingming initiated. "When did you return?" With a favor to ask, I won't hold your past transgressions against you. Ma Dongxing lifted his gaze and replied weakly. I returned last night. There is no reason for the 72 Bureau to keep us detained. Only then did Lu Qingming notice the extremely poor condition of Ma Dongxing's complexion, as if he had encountered significant misfortune. What happened, Brother Ma? He inquired softly. Alas, my master was struck by a large truck. Ma Dongxing sighed. Duh. Lu Qingming's expression changed instantly. Was it an accident, or it was a group of thugs intent on causing harm? Ma Dongxing responded. According to the Public Security Bureau, it seems to be the Griffin Brotherhood. Damn, the Griffin Brotherhood. Lu Qingming suddenly recalled that Ma Dongxing's master had sought by Tingting at the Xiumei Noodle House and had also become embroiled in this matter. He hurriedly asked, How is your master's condition? He's not gravely injured. Ma Dongxing provided an unexpectedly reassuring answer. The wheelchair fell over, and he has a bruise on his arm, but he has nearly recovered. What? Lu Qingming was momentarily bewildered, unable to believe his ears. Being struck by a large truck only resulted in a minor bruise. Indeed, my master activated his soul technique in time. Had it not been for the concern of injuring nearby civilians, he would have emerged unscathed. Lu Qingming paused, then asked, And what about the assailants? Were they apprehended? How could they be caught? Ma Dongxing slowly lifted his eyelids. They were smashed into pieces along with the truck. Lu Qingming fell into a complete silence. It seemed he had been unnecessarily worried. However, this led him to deduce that many proficient practitioners of the mysterious arts were likely concealed in this world. They would not typically appear in the narrative. Yet, due to the continuous bugs caused by his crossing over, the world had altered entirely. Moreover, the evil power that had once been suppressed within him must not be easily exposed. Otherwise, he would become a pariah to the entire world. That Ma Dongxing continued to grumble. All practitioners of the mysterious arts have signed a secret agreement with the authorities regarding the regulations for using mystical arts. Aside from dealing with demonic entities, they are not to be employed in ordinary circumstances. Thus, my master was implicated in a legal violation and arrested. That in the end, it was only through connections that he could be released. Thanks to a friend at the city hall. What a hassle. Well, isn't the matter resolved? Lu Qingming felt rather helpless about the entire incident. From your expression, I thought the sky was falling. It truly is falling. Anger suddenly flared in Ma Dongxing's eyes. I toiled to earn 500,000 from Qin Shao. 500,000. Who would have thought that the check would be seized by the 72 Bureau before it even warmed in my hands? Lu Qingming was at a loss for words, unsure of what deal Ma Dongxing had made with Qin Xian, unable to respond. The 72 Bureau are a bunch of frauds. They told me I would get it back when released. But now, it's impossible to retrieve. The more Ma Dongxing spoke, the angrier he became, insisting that he had no source of income and was suspected of check theft. I explained that the check was given by Qin Shao. But they insisted on verifying the situation with him. Qin Shao is in deep trouble. How can they verify anything? Lu Qingming had nothing more to say. It turned out that Ma Dongxing was filled with indignation solely because he lost money, unrelated to his master. After a prolonged silence, Lu Qingming finally broached the subject at hand. Brother Ma, I wish to consult your master about certain matters regarding demonic entities. Ma Dongxing was taken aback. My master is currently asleep. That if you have questions, just ask me. I understand everything. All right. Lu Qingming gathered his thoughts and asked, Brother Ma, is there any type of demonic entity that can possess others like those ghosts portrayed in movies, attaching themselves to human bodies and then controlling them? No. Ma Dongxing replied immediately. Movies are all fabricated. Demonic entities like us are entities themselves. They cannot attach to other beings. Are you certain? Lu Qingming expressed grave skepticism. After all, there was clearly an unknown evil entity residing within him. How could he explain that? Indeed, there exist a few malevolent creatures capable of influencing the minds of humans through spiritual energy. Ma Dongxing pondered this and offered further insights. Yet he mused, this is quite distinct from possession. Furthermore, these creatures find it exceedingly challenging to control the specific actions of humans. Typically, they induce hallucinations or drive individuals to madness. Lu Qingming remained skeptical, his expression one of disbelief. That moment, a hoarse voice echoed from within the room. Dongxing, your statements lack precision. Lu Qingming turned to see an elderly man seated in a wheelchair at the doorway. accompanied by a young lad with a blank expression pushing the chair. "Master, you are awake. Allow me to introduce you," Ma Dongxing exclaimed, standing tall. "This is my new friend from the 72 Bureau, Lu Qingming." "He was the one who called you Ditto," the old man assessed Lu Qingming with a smile. "Young man, your physical constitution is quite impressive." Lu Qingming respectfully bowed to the elder, acknowledging his esteemed status as a true master capable of effortlessly shattering a large truck. "Too much formality." The elder waved his hand with a chuckle. "My surname is He, ranked third in my family, and the villagers affectionately refer to me as He Lao-san. You may address me as such." "How could I dare?" Lu Qingming vigorously shook his head. "By the way, regarding the matter you were discussing earlier, Dongxing's assertions are somewhat inaccurate." He Lao-san redirected the conversation. "According to ancient scrolls from our sect, it is said that top-tier malevolent creatures, those of the evil god classification, can exchange vessels, transferring their spiritual essence and will. This should not be mistaken." Evil god classification. Lu Qingming recalled that the malevolent entity within him had indeed proclaimed itself an ancient evil god. "Master," Ma Dongxing interjected, "I believe I was not entirely mistaken. The transfer of an evil god's essence, which obliterates the original consciousness, should rightly be termed usurpation, not possession, correct?" "Hey, are you debating with me?" He Lao-san cast a sidelong glance at Ma Dongxing. "Is there an issue with Master correcting your inaccuracies?" "Master's statement is not entirely precise either," Ma Dongxing retorted. "The usurpation by an evil god is distinctly different from the possession inquired about. Dead, obliterating the original consciousness." Lu Qingming's face registered shock as he instinctively touched his head. "Is there truly no way to resist?" "Certainly not," Ma Dongxing quickly responded. "How could immortals will contend against that of an evil god?" Lu Qingming was utterly bewildered. If the entity invading his body truly was an ancient evil god, why was he able to coexist with it? "Ah, you are mistaken again," He Lao-san interjected, correcting his disciple once more. "There exists a scenario where a mortal's consciousness can be preserved, and that is when the individual possesses a pure and untainted spirit, devoid of any malevolent thoughts. In such cases, the evil god cannot obliterate their will." He Lao-san elucidated with utmost seriousness that Lu Qingming was momentarily taken aback. "Pure and untainted? I am quite aware that I do not fit that description." After a prolonged silence, he ventured to inquire, "Are there any other possibilities?" "Indeed, there are alternative scenarios," He Lao-san replied, stroking his beard. "Legend speaks of a figure who, while possessing autonomous consciousness, absorbed the powers of both the evil and righteous gods, becoming an indomitable force. This phenomenon arose because the righteous and evil gods were evenly matched, mutually restraining one another, allowing the original consciousness to survive. The righteous god. That cannot be correct," Lu Qingming thought, fully aware that he bore no righteous god within him, that if he were to identify a powerful entity comparable to an evil god, it could only be, exactly, it is the system, Lu Qingming realized. The system resided within his consciousness. If the evil god sought to obliterate the original consciousness, it would simultaneously need to eradicate the system. Clearly, it was unable to do so. Hence, was it the system that safeguarded him? "Hey, you useless system. You are quite handy in critical moments." Lu Qingming couldn't help but smile inwardly at this realization. However, another pressing issue remained. The power of the evil god was growing stronger, vying for control over his body. Especially during moments of emotional turmoil, anger, hatred, all malevolent thoughts could be exploited by the evil god. How could he ensure he remained ungoverned? After much contemplation, Lu Qingming finally posed a more tactful question. "May I ask, esteemed elder He, if we encounter an evil god, what methods might one employ to weaken its power or resist its mental assaults?" "Certainly, there are methods," He Lao-san replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "But they are secret arts, not divulged to outsiders, that if you wish to learn, you must become my disciple." For the sake of combating the evil god, seeking to become a disciple was not an insurmountable endeavor. After all, he had learned martial arts through such means. Moreover, this elder he was a top-tier master. After some contemplation, Lu Qingming cautiously inquired, "Might there be any specific requirements for joining your esteemed sect?" He Lao-san replied slowly, "There are no requirements for entry, but the sect's rules are quite stringent, and most cannot adhere to them. resulting in their expulsion. Liu Qingming promptly requested, "I humbly ask for more details. If there is a manual, I would like to review it." That he Lao San cast a sidelong glance at his disciple, and Ma Dongxing promptly stepped forward, advising Liu Qingming, "Young brother, do not overthink this. The regulations here are beyond your endurance. That it would be best to live your life as you have been done." How stringent could it be? Liu Qingming frowned. "I have trained in martial arts and can endure hardship." Ma Dongxing chuckled helplessly and continued, "First and foremost, one must renounce desires. No lustful thoughts, no marriage or offspring. Can you manage that?" Liu Qingming found himself momentarily speechless. This was indeed unthinkable. He had never anticipated that disciples of the nameless sect would endure such restrictions akin to those of a monk. Our sect's regulations differ from those of other sects that use baseless reasons to suppress human nature. He Lao San explained that we abstain from lust and greed, not for pretense or reputation, but for the sake of survival. Survival? Liu Qingming was taken aback. Indeed, he Lao San nodded. The power of all malevolent beings stems from the wicked thoughts harbored within the hearts of humans. When battling malevolence, if you harbor such thoughts, you stand no chance of victory and will be at their mercy. Adhering to the sect's rules is merely the foundation of cultivation. If one cannot even uphold these, how can they speak of vanquishing demons and protecting the populace? For ordinary individuals, it is perhaps best to refrain. That Liu Qingming felt overwhelmed by the high demands placed upon him. How many could truly live without harboring wicked thoughts? Did disciples of the nameless sect truly achieve such purity? He couldn't help but glance at Ma Dongxing, who seemed rather fond of wealth. Perhaps sensing Liu Qingming's gaze, he Lao San offered a gentle smile. A gentleman appreciates wealth, provided it is obtained through proper means. Need does not equate to greed. It depends on the source of that wealth and its intended use. Liu Qingming blinked in confusion. "Master, allow me to clarify," Ma Dongxing interjected. "You have been speaking for quite some time. Perhaps you should rest a while." That he then placed a hand on Liu Qingming's shoulder. "Come with me." That he Lao San nodded in agreement, allowing the taciturn youth to push him back inside. That Dongxing led Liu Qingming to the courtyard entrance, cleared his throat, and began to speak. "My master, at the age of 84 this year, has fostered over 100 orphans throughout the decades. That I am one of them, as is my sister, Wu Jia. The boy pushing the wheelchair is called Xiao Niba. He was abandoned in a muddy pit due to his congenital deafness and muteness. Xiao Niba was the last child my master took in, as he is now too old to care for them all. Some of the children suffered from various ailments. Without treatment, they would perish, and even with care, recovery was uncertain. Consequently, my master sought funds from everywhere, accumulating a mountain of debt, which remains unpaid to this day. That I continue to assist him in repaying it. Hence our current impoverished state. At this point, Ma Dongxing sighed heavily. Liu Qingming felt a lump in his throat. Rendered speechless, Ma Dongxing rubbed his eyes and continued, "Most of us children, when we grew up, left this place to forge our own paths. Roughly 20 of us joined the nameless sect, but one by one, they were expelled for failing to adhere to the rules, while others fled. Now, only Wu Jia and I remain. Actually, Wu Jia has also erred. She secretly took a boyfriend. However, upon realizing he was a scoundrel, she repented and confessed her wrongdoing to my master. He believed she would not be able to abide by the rules, so he insisted on expelling her, granting her a chance at a normal life. But this stubborn child shaved her head and knelt at the entrance for 3 days and nights in protest. That in the end, my master, unable to bear her plight, allowed her to stay. But even with one more person, what difference does it make? In reverence to a vow made a millennium ago to protect the lives of the people, the legacy of the nameless sect has endured to this day. Yet, it is with a heavy heart that Ma Dongxing admits that they can no longer persevere. His eyes are already reddened with emotion. Soon, our nameless sect shall fade into oblivion, much like the other mystical sections. Thus, the young brother declares he can no longer continue, lowering his head and waving his hand towards Liu Qingming. That I have spoken the truth. This is truly not a place for you. It is time for you to leave. However, Liu Qingming stands still, rooted in place. That he finally comprehends the essence of what it takes to confront an evil deity. It is not the physical form of a mortal that stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine, but rather the most profound strength inherent in human nature itself. Chapter 33. Such a professional assistant Liu Qingming ambles out of the quaint village, his mind in a tumultuous state. After much hesitation, He retrieves his phone, intending to borrow some money from Luo Qinxue once more. Ahem, I feel quite embarrassed about this. Yet, the phone remains unanswered, that a flicker of unease courses through Lu Qingming as he hastens to the roadside. Hoping to catch a ride back to the city to his surprise, a sleek black luxury car awaits him at the curb that a strikingly beautiful woman stands by the vehicle, smiling and waving at him. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored professional outfit, her attire speaks of considerable value. Her shoulder-length hair is impeccably styled, complemented by a pair of formal black-rimmed glasses. As Lu Qingming ponders her identity, the woman approaches him and introduces herself. Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Jiang Ying, and I am Miss Luo's personal assistant. That I am here to escort you to Lu Qingming responds, realization dawning upon him. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Typically, a wealthy heiress would not choose such a stunning beauty to accompany her, for fear of overshadowing her presence. However, Luo Qinxue is already beautiful and confident enough to stand on her own. Thus, her assistant is equally captivating. Jiang Ying opens the car door for Lu Qingming and adds, Miss Luo has encountered a minor issue and is presently unable to contact you. Lu Qingming inquires anxiously, what sort of issue? Jiang Ying replies, Miss Luo caused quite a commotion at the 72 divisions, resulting in significant backlash that has displeased Master Luo. Consequently, he has placed her under house arrest, and her phone is currently unavailable. I see. Lu Qingming feels a wave of guilt wash over him. All of this turmoil is due to him, and he now owes a substantial debt. Perhaps borrowing money is not the wisest choice after all. Taking a seat in the car, Jiang Ying starts the engine and says, During Miss Luo's confinement, I will be responsible for all of Mr. Lu's daily affairs. Please feel free to let me know if you require anything. Lu Qingming hesitates. Are you aware of the Griffin Brotherhood? Indeed, I have been conducting an investigation. Jiang Ying responds with a calm demeanor. Currently, the most pressing issue is my inability to mobilize the Luo family's private security. Therefore, my suggestion is to focus on the investigation for now and wait until Miss Luo is released before planning any further actions. Truly, Jiang Ying is a commendable assistant, exhibiting remarkable professionalism. Simply keep me updated with the latest findings. Lu Qingming smiles slightly. I will take action myself. Not at all. Jiang Ying promptly counters, I must ensure your safety. Mr. Lu, if anything were to happen to you, I would be unable to explain it to Miss Luo that self-initiated action is not permitted. Lu Qingming is taken aback, realizing that Luo Qinxue has sent someone to supervise him. Jiang Ying asserts, I must accompany you for 24 hours, ensuring that you do not engage in any perilous endeavors. Please do not jest. Lu Qingming waves his hands. Do you intend to accompany me even while I eat and sleep? This is utterly absurd. Eating is permissible, but sleeping is not. Jiang Ying maintains a serious expression. Miss Luo emphasized that any request can be accommodated, except for sharing your bed. Lu Qingming gasps in astonishment. Luo Qinxue is truly overstepping her bounds. Such matters should not even be discussed. Ahem. After all, she is the female antagonist. Jiang Ying is exceedingly professional, treating every requirement as part of her job, as befits the assistant of a formidable woman. Lu Qingming finds himself bemused. It is truly not easy to work for Luo Qinxue. Please disregard her frivolity. I am not that type of person. Mr. Lu, it is not only the Griffin Brotherhood pursuing you. The Qin family is also searching for you. Jiang Ying unexpectedly raises a crucial point. We should exercise caution. Lu Qingming falls silent. Indeed, even if Qin Xian were to survive, the Qin family would not simply let matters rest. Compared to the Griffin Brotherhood, the Qin family poses a far greater threat. Jiang Ying lapses into silence, focusing intently on the road. Shortly thereafter, they return to the city, where Jiang Ying parks the car in front of a villa and leads Lu Qingming inside. This is Miss Luo's private residence. However, she seldom visits, and few outsiders are aware of its existence. Please, Mr. Lu, make yourself comfortable for a few days. Miss Luo will have other arrangements in due course. Jiang Ying provides a brief overview before inquiring. Would Lu prefer tea or coffee? Or perhaps another beverage? I can prepare it immediately. There is no need to be formal with me. If I am thirsty, I will find something to drink myself. Lu Qingming feels somewhat out of place in this dynamic. I will take a look around first. Very well. Jiang Ying steps back respectfully, following him closely. Wait. Lu Qingming furrows his brow. You need not accompany me. Attend to your own tasks. Understood. Jiang Ying settles into a chair in the living room. picking up a book and reading quietly. How professional, exceedingly so, Lu Qingming muses to himself as he wanders through the villa. Observing the layout and furnishings of the rooms, he contemplates, if Jiang Ying is watching me, I will be unable to accomplish anything. Yet if I shake her off, I will lose access to information from the Luo family and be unable to act. What should I do? In a state of frustration, Lu Qingming sighs and retrieves his phone to occupy himself. This new device had been a gift from Luo Qinxue. To his astonishment, he discovers that there is still 5 million in the wallet section. To be precise, 5,200,000. Lu Qingming cannot help but feel like a kept man, being supported by the female antagonist. Such a character in a novel is typically one who serves to enhance the experiences of the male protagonist, only to meet a tragic end. This is intolerable. No, I cannot continue to spend Luo Qinxue's money. Rubbing his forehead, he resolves to earn his own keep. Oh, what about that bird system? Reflecting on this, he quickly opens the system interface, only to find that all 10 lottery chances have been exhausted, but he had been too preoccupied with his own actions the previous night to notice when Yi Feifei had utilized them. Upon reviewing the newly drawn cards, he is astonished to find a golden luxury card. Luxury superpower card. 100-fold cashback on gifts from the moment the card is activated. Any physical gifts purchased within an hour, given to the designated recipient, will yield a 100-fold cashback. Condition: the intention of pursuing the recipient must be clearly expressed. Otherwise, expenditures will not qualify for cashback that a 100-fold return. Spending 5 million could yield 5 small goals. However, Lu Qingming is engulfed in indecision. The card is undoubtedly valuable, yet the stipulations are somewhat troublesome. He must express his intent to pursue, but he could have given it to Luo Qinxue, but she is currently under house arrest. In this situation, the only option available is Jiang Ying. Could he save the card for future use? Certainly not. There is the risk that Yi Feifei might use it at any moment. Regret would come too late. If he encounters a valuable card, it must be utilized immediately. Absolutely not. I cannot let Yi Feifei have it. Lu Qingming grits his teeth and resolutely decides to activate the card. After all, purchasing a gift is a simple matter. Jiang Ying shall suffice. An hour should be more than enough. Once he receives the cashback, he will simply inform her it was all in jest. Jiang Ying is so professional. Surely she understands the benefits of weighing options. What harm is there in receiving 500,000 worth of gifts? She would be delighted, not to mention she would have no reason to complain. Thus, with unwavering resolve, he activates the card, and the hour-long countdown begins. Lu Qingming swiftly approaches Jiang Ying, mimicking Qin Xian's tone, and coldly declares, "Woman, add everything in your shopping cart now. I shall clear it for you." Jiang Ying pauses momentarily before smiling. "Mr. Lu, I must admit you have a certain charm. But I truly cannot share your bed." Chapter 34. Unexpectedly, she is more than just professional. As the countdown continues to flicker incessantly, Lu Qingming grows increasingly anxious. "Jiang Ying, didn't you say you could accommodate all of my requests?" "Yes," Jiang Ying nods, "except for sharing a bed. That I have no interest in that." Lu Qingming wipes his face, adopting a serious expression. "From this moment on, I intend to pursue you and buy you gifts. You need not question my motives, nor do you need to reciprocate in any manner. This is simply your job. All I ask is your cooperation." Jiang Ying blinks, then asks, "Does Miss Luo know?" "You need not concern yourself with her. I will explain everything to her." Lu Qingming's demeanor is exceptionally earnest. "I ask you, can you comply with my request?" Jiang Ying ponders for several seconds before replying. "That is acceptable, but we must first sign an agreement." Having spoken, she swiftly drafted an agreement within just a few minutes. The document stipulated that Lu Qingming was purchasing a gift for Jiang Ying entirely of his own volition, regardless of the expenditure. It could not be reclaimed under any circumstances. Furthermore, Lu Qingming was required to ensure that the funds used for the purchase were legitimate, and in the event of any disputes, he would assume full responsibility. Professionalism. What does professionalism mean? One could not help but admire it. Shaking his head in disbelief, Lu Qingming signed the agreement. Jiang Ying carefully stored the document and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." The next step was the shopping segment. However, as Jiang Ying scrutinized her shopping cart, she realized it was impossible to reach 5 million online. She simply did not have that many items to purchase. Aimless buying was a waste of time. This wouldn't do. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qingming decided it would be simpler to purchase a large item outright. How about I buy you a luxury car worth 5 million? He suggested to Mr. Liu, I truly do not need a luxury car. To his surprise, Jiang directly refused that I already have 3 cars, and I can freely use any of the hundreds of luxury cars belonging to the Luo family. Can't we find something else? Lu Qingming pondered again. How about a house? I'll buy you a 5 million yuan property. Mr. Liu, with all due respect, 5 million won't even buy a house in the center of Julong City, Jiang Ying replied, smiling as she delivered a rather hurtful truth. If it were in the suburbs, I certainly wouldn't want it. Hearing this, Lu Qingming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He hadn't expected property prices here to be as exorbitant as those in his hometown. What else could be purchased? Designer dresses, luxury handbags. Jiang Ying was equally unencumbered by those. This was the private assistant of a top-tier heiress. To win her over? It was a thought beyond the reach of an ordinary man. What, then, should he buy? Lu Qingming, who was not fond of shopping, soon found himself with a throbbing headache. Finally, he pleaded with Jiang Ying, please choose something for yourself. Anything is fine, as long as it is within 5 million, no. The closer to 5 million, the better. Jiang Ying lowered her head in serious contemplation for a moment before responding. I once had my eye on a diamond ring, if I recall correctly, priced at 4,999,999. Could you buy that for me? The price was simply perfect for Lu Qingming, who focused solely on the cost at that moment. Without any hesitation, he drove directly to the jewelry store. Inside the shop, they were warmly welcomed. The clerk carefully presented the dazzling diamond ring, inviting Lu Qingming to place it on Jiang Ying's finger. At that moment, he realized it felt somewhat inappropriate. No need, he said, but the professional Jiang Ying quickly alleviated the awkwardness with, just wrap it up for me. All right, the clerk complied immediately. Then came the payment, and the task was successfully completed. They only needed to wait for the countdown to finish, and 5 small goals would be achieved. Once back in the car, Jiang Ying did not rush to start the engine. Instead, she opened the packaging once more and retrieved the diamond ring that Lu Qingming merely glanced sideways without offering any comment. I had initially planned to buy this ring for my wedding, Jiang Ying mused softly, gazing at the ring that I never expected to acquire it today. Thank you, Mr. Liu Ahem. You're welcome, Lu Qingming replied, awkwardly smiling. You don't need to thank me. We are merely bound by a contractual relationship. Mr. Liu, I have encountered many peculiar men, some of whom have pursued me, Jiang Ying continued, but none had ever gifted me such an extravagant present without expecting anything in return. As for me, my situation is somewhat unique. Consider me an anomaly. Lu Qingming found himself at a loss for words and did not wish to put on airs. Just accept the gift without worry. And I assure you it will not lead to any complications in the future. No, Mr. Liu is indeed no ordinary person. Jiang Ying smiled faintly. And no wonder Miss Luo is so concerned about you. Lu Qingming was at a loss for a response. Thank you. Jiang Ying expressed her gratitude once again before starting the car and pressing down on the accelerator. The vehicle sped away, soon arriving at a deserted dock. Lu Qingming looked out the window and couldn't help but ask, why have we come here? Aren't we going back to the villa? Mr. Liu, I must apologize. In truth, I deceived you, Jiang Ying said, suddenly pulling out a miniature handgun from beneath her skirt. Her movements were swift and decisive, and her grip was remarkably steady. Lu Qingming was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that this professional assistant was also a skilled assassin. I am Miss Luo's private assistant, and I was indeed tasked with contacting you. Jiang Ying aimed the gun at Lu Qingming's forehead. However, my true allegiance lies with the head of the Luo family, Mr. Luo. Your presence has already compromised the interests of the Luo family and poses a threat to Miss Luo's future. Mr. Luo has ordered me to eliminate you to prevent any future issues. Lu Qingming suddenly understood. Indeed, this was the feeling. How insidious and ruthless. This was precisely the demeanor one would expect from a villainous family. Luo Qinshua's father was certainly no paragon of virtue. His willingness to engage in such actions for the sake of his family and daughter was entirely reasonable. Truly, I should not have approached Luo Qinshua. Walking alongside the number 1 female antagonist could only lead to disastrous outcomes. Villains have no future. Only countless obstacles lie ahead. Not only Qin Xian, but also the entire Luo family and Yi Feifei. Under the relentless pressure of the rules, all villains will ultimately perish. All resistance is futile. Contemplating these thoughts, Lu Qingming unexpectedly smiled, a resigned smile. Upon witnessing Lu Qingming's peculiar grin, Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback, slowly lowering her weapon. Lu Qingming frowned, questioning her sudden change in demeanor. What does this mean? How can a professional assassin suddenly become unprofessional? Jiang Ying exhaled softly, saying, I've changed my mind. Naturally, Lu Qingming inquired, why? No woman can resist such a magnificent diamond ring. Jiang Ying lifted the ring once more, her eyes sparkling with delight as her affection for it grew. Hearing this reasoning, Lu Qingming felt a complex mix of emotions that he found hard to articulate. Half an hour later, a fishing boat set sail from the dock, heading towards the Lioli Islands. Jiang Ying suddenly grew serious again. You should leave, depart from Jiulong, and never return. Lu Qingming asked, if you let me go, how will you explain to the Luo family? I can admit that I lost control and did not manage to harm you, Jiang Ying suggested, removing her glasses and placing them on the dashboard. Please hit me a few times, the harder the better, so I can return with a credible story to ha. What a unique woman. Lu Qingming couldn't help but chuckle. How about I hire you as my assistant? Oh, you are certainly more entertaining. Jiang Ying laughed in response. That MY asking price is quite high. Jumping from a family like the Luos, my salary must at least double. Are you certain you want to hire me? Absolutely, Lu Qingming nodded, pulling out his phone to check the time. Just in time. Soon a melodious voice echoed from his phone. Funds received in Jiulong. 499,999,000. Chapter 35. Congratulations, you've won a prize. Mr. Lu, dinner is ready. Please proceed to the dining room. At this moment, Jiang Ying had betrayed the Luo family and thrown herself into Lu Qingming's embrace. Mr. Lu. Upon hearing this title, Lu Qingming involuntarily recalled Qin Xiao. Could we perhaps change the title? This is how everyone in Jiulong addresses you. Should I call you master instead? Jiang Ying blinked playfully. Calling you master is not out of the question, but it would require additional payment. Then let's forget it. Call me whatever you like, Lu Qingming waved dismissively. Additional payment was absolutely out of the question. Jiang Ying's salary demand was indeed exorbitantly high. However, upon seeing the lavish and exquisite spread laid out before him, Lu Qingming felt the expense was entirely justified. How many skills have you mastered? Everything you do is at a professional level. Lu Qingming gaped, surveying Jiang Ying from head to toe. She was truly a treasure trove of talent. Noticing Lu Qingming's appraising gaze, Jiang Ying replied nonchalantly, I wouldn't say I'm capable of everything, especially not in the way you're thinking, that I'm truly not a professional in that regard. Lu Qingming blinked in surprise. What aspect? I had no such thoughts, Jiang Ying replied with a smile. Ahem. Let's eat first. Lu Qingming took a seat, only to find that Jiang Ying remained standing beside him. You should join me, he beckoned her over. That's against the rules, Jiang Ying smiled lightly. That can't be right. Whoever pays sets the rules, Lu Qingming countered with a slight smile, standing up to pull out a chair for Jiang Ying. Please have a seat. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ying accepted his invitation and sat down. They dined together. Conversation was sparse until Jiang Ying's phone vibrated a few times. She promptly picked it up to check. Then reported, Mr. Lu, we have news. 2 days from now, the Griffin Brotherhood will hold an underground auction. An underground auction? Lu Qingming furrowed his brow. What are they auctioning? This time, it's something highly sought after. Jiang Ying's face revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. Female slaves. The Griffin Brotherhood's auctions were famously notorious within the circle. Everything you desired but could not typically procure was available there. Weapons and ammunition, illicit drugs. Those were mere child's play. Illegitimate antiques and stolen artworks were just appetizers. Mysterious creatures captured on deserted islands, millennium-old treasure chests salvaged from the depths of the sea, and various exquisite female slaves were the real treasures on offer. At present, the Griffin Brotherhood is organizing a special auction for female slaves. However, there have been some recent issues with the supply that a group of useless imbeciles, Cynthia, the second in command of the Brotherhood, is scolding her subordinates while holding a photograph of Bai Tingting, lamenting that they cannot even manage to capture a single girl. I have lost a piece of top-quality merchandise. It was truly an unforeseen circumstance, the little leader Zagon whispered in response, and one expected that girl to be so spirited, preferring to leap from a building than to submit. She even stabbed me. This is my final warning to you all. Cynthia glared fiercely at Zagon. I must provide our customers with the finest, flawless goods. Only then can we command a high price. Do you understand, you bunch of fools? If anyone cannot control their desires, I will have it severed and fed to the dogs. Yes, yes. Zagon and the others nodded vigorously, no longer daring to defy her. Now, immediately, go retrieve the merchandise. Cynthia slammed the table in frustration. We are still short 3-3. If the task is not completed, come see me with your heads in hand. Her subordinates, each pale-faced, hurriedly exited Cynthia's office, setting off to hunt for prey. Once they had left, a blond man sitting in the corner extinguished his cigarette and leisurely spoke. Cynthia, don't fret over your auction just yet. We need to discuss the Luo family. They have already made concessions. Why cling to this matter? If this continues, both sides will be worse for wear, and no one will benefit. Just those minor concessions. What are they worth? Cynthia frowned. If we could be casually killed off by the Luo family, who would ever fear us again? We must make the Luo family pay a bloody price. Don't overestimate yourself. You cannot contend with the Luo family. The blond man scoffed. I heard one of your strongholds was wiped out. Over 40 men dead with no remains. Is that correct? That was not the work of the Luo family. Cynthia's expression became awkward. Perhaps not. The blond man continued to sneer. Maybe it was the Luo family's ally. The Qin family, right? You should know the strength of the Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Hong. She could easily annihilate you with just a few of her subordinates. Nonsense, impossible. Cynthia's face flushed with anger. The Qin family has no reason to interfere. I have investigated thoroughly. The two families have already fallen out due to a broken engagement. Sigh, I have already advised you. The blond man shook his head, slowly rising from his seat as the mediator. My job here is done. Farewell, oh no, forever farewell. Meanwhile, Zagon, accompanied by two lackeys, drove a dilapidated van, cruising the streets. All solitary girls, whether shopping, jogging at night, hitchhiking, or drunk, were their targets. How about that one ahead? One lackey pointed to a girl in the distance, who was carrying a large bucket of water. Zagon glanced over, furious. Are you blind? That bucket must weigh 40 pounds. That woman looks stronger than me. If we bring her back, will the boss have us cut up? Over there is another, sitting on a bench by the roadside. Looks decent. Let's go take a closer look. Zagon parked the car in front of the girl, leaned out of the window, and upon closer inspection exclaimed, wow. A gem, small and delicate, her face pure and radiant. Just a glance from her was like a breath of spring air in April, caressing the jade-like lake surface, causing a flurry of delicate pink peach blossoms to fall. Stirring the heart, it was simply too pure. Pure as an angel from above, no, both pure and alluring. A heavenly beauty. Zagon swallowed hard. Care to share a ride? The girl hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. In the past, Zagon would have acted immediately. Yet this girl was so exquisitely innocent that he found himself unable to make a move. I'll just flirt a bit, Zagon thought, unable to restrain himself. He opened the car door and jumped out, but he then took a small leap to the bench, bending slightly to strike what he believed to be a suave pose, grinning wickedly. Beautiful lady. Out here alone at night. Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people? The girl merely lowered her head to look at her phone, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. Ditto, ignoring me. Zagon sneered, snatching the girl's phone away. Only then did the girl look up, anger flashing in her eyes. Hey, let me see your name. Zagon fiddled with the girl's phone, opening her profile. Nice name. Yi Feifei. Indeed, this girl is the formidable protagonist. Yi Feifei, who cannot be trifled with at this moment. Facing the scoundrel before her, Yi Feifei was unafraid. Throughout her life, she had encountered many dangers, but she had always emerged unscathed. She possessed an extraordinary sixth sense, capable of accurately sensing the approach of danger and its severity, never having missed a cue. And in this situation, her sixth sense told her there was nothing to fear. Beautiful lady, why not play with Big Brother? Zagon grinned mischievously. If you make me happy, I'll return your phone, but I don't want IT to TO Zagon's surprise. Yi Feifei was indifferent, saying it was dirty. This was merely a spare phone, devoid of any important information. The phone she truly valued had long been taken by Lu Qingming. Dirty? How dare you look down on me? Zagon was enraged. Do you believe I will make you pay? Yi Feifei remained silent, her expression one of disdain. Fine. Then let us have some fun. Zagon, unable to endure any longer, reached out his right hand to grab Yi Feifei's fair neck. However, his arm hung suspended in midair, unable to descend. Unbeknownst to him, Another man had already approached from behind, seizing his wrist with immense strength. Such power! It felt as if his wrist might be crushed. Do not be surprised. No one can harm Yi Feifei unless she collides with danger herself. In every crisis, a hero arrives to save the damsel. Ah, Zagon cried out in pain, turning to see. How terrifying! It was a muscular red-haired man, towering and fierce, his face contorted like an enraged lion. His massive muscles were exaggerated. Like blocks of a building, bullying women. You're quite bold, aren't you? The muscular man smirked, revealing a chilling smile. How about I play with you? No, it's not necessary. Zagon feigned submission, yet his other hand stealthily drew a dagger from his waist, suddenly stabbing towards the man's ribs. But the muscular man reacted even faster. With a heavy punch, he struck Zagon's face. Bang! Zagon's entire body flew back, yet his right hand remained in the man's grip. As he fell, another punch landed. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy blows turned Zagon's face into a bloody mess. The two lackeys in the car stared in shock. Once they regained their senses, they exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other, and pressed the accelerator to flee. Big brother, please don't blame us. That muscular man is too terrifying. He is simply not human. Unfortunately, no matter how swiftly they escaped, they could not outrun fate. At the next intersection, they ran a red light, but a heavily loaded gravel truck roared towards them, crashing directly into their little van. Bang! The wheels crushed everything, leaving only fragments scattered across the ground. Stop it. The kind-hearted Yi Feifei finally spoke up. If you keep fighting, someone will die. Oh. The muscular man nodded. Then with a flick of his arm, he tossed Zagon aside like trash. Thud. Zagon landed several meters away in a bush. Motionless. Xiao Fan. Thank you. Yi Feifei smiled sweetly. The muscular man, named Fan Yong Erlang, had bronze skin and red hair. His lineage was complex, with a mother from the Liuli Islands and ancestors who were mixed blood. However, heritage and culture did not influence his aesthetic. To him, Yi Feifei was the most beautiful woman in the world. No, I should thank you. Fan Yong Erlang smiled back, resembling a tamed beast. Thank you for your trust in me. Yi Feifei, suffering from amnesia, could not recall any friends. However, from her spare phone's contact list, she found Xiao Fan. This impressively muscular man left some fragments of memory in her mind. Strong, straightforward, reliable. These were his labels. Meanwhile, her sixth sense also told her that this man could be trusted. Thus, Yi Feifei contacted Fan Yong Erlang and arranged to meet. He indeed arrived at a crucial moment, acting as a hero to save the damsel in distress. Did I ask there anything else you need help with? Just say the word. Fan Yong Erlang preferred to be straightforward. I will do my best. Yi Feifei stated. I would like to ask for your help in finding someone. Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming. Who is he? Fan Yong Erlang had never heard of this person. Yi Feifei hesitated for a moment, then shyly replied, my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Fan Yong Erlang's heart sank, that he never expected Yi Feifei to already be taken. This was too sudden. Why had he never heard of her relationship with Lu Qingming? Their secret keeping was too effective. Never mind. There are simply too many competitors. It's not like it was ever his turn. With this thought, Fan Yong Erlang bitterly smiled, responding, all right, I will help you find him, but do not find it strange. This is merely the basic awareness that a male supporting character in a female-centric narrative should possess. Though the renowned flower may have an owner, it does not hinder other gardeners from offering their care. Thank you. With courtesy, Yi Feifei expressed her gratitude once more, apologizing for the trouble. It is no trouble at all. I have a friend who excels at finding people. Fan Yonger displayed a beastly grin, for he was a well-known mediator in Julong, possessing an extensive network that would undoubtedly assist in locating Lu Qingming. Yi Feifei blinked in curiosity and could not help but inquire, what is a mediator? Fan Yonger elaborated, conflicts often arise between prominent families and gangs. Sometimes, they are reluctant to resort to direct confrontations. Yet pride prevents them from seeking dialogue. In such instances, a mediator is called upon to resolve the discord and avert conflict. Surely, this mediator must be quite capable. Yi Feifei exclaimed, astonished that one individual could address such significant disputes. Not every issue can be resolved, Fan Yonger remarked, glancing at his watch. However, it is getting rather late. Won't you take a rest? I am indifferent, as long as I do not disturb your friend. Clearly, Yi Feifei was eager to find her boyfriend. Then come with me. My friend is available 24 hours a day. Fan Yonger guided Yi Feifei towards his exceptionally tall modified pickup truck, its wheels towering as high as a person. Yi Feifei gazed up at the vehicle's door, feeling as though the driver's seat was out of reach. Moreover, clad in a short skirt, she worried about the potential for embarrassment while attempting to climb aboard. Just as she felt exceedingly awkward, Fan Yonger suddenly knelt on one knee, extending both hands. Step onto my palms. I shall gently lift you up. With the demeanor of a knight receiving a knighthood, he averted his gaze to the ground, declaring, I swear, I shall not look at why. Yi Feifei smiled, her laughter sweet and delightful. At that moment, a middle-aged woman passed by, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Feifei before exclaiming in a sharp tone, Oh dear. Today's young girls, out late at night instead of behaving themselves at home, running around trying to entice men, wearing such a short skirt, exposing their thighs. How shameless. Ugh. Yi Feifei maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. However, Fan Yonger became incensed and stood ready to confront the rude woman. It's fine. Let's ignore her. Yi Feifei quickly intervened. Such people exist everywhere. Fan Yonger paused, murmuring, You are truly an angel. Encountering you is my greatest fortune. Just then, the woman, having walked several meters while cursing, unexpectedly stepped into a gaping hole and fell into a dilapidated sewer. With a splash, she vanished into the murky waters. Chapter 37. Relay a message for me. Jiang Ying stood alone on the street, fishing. Not only had she removed her black-framed glasses, but she also adorned herself in a wine-red, high-slit gown. Her graceful curves were on full display, exuding a sensual allure that was irresistibly enticing. Multiple sources indicated that the Griffin Brotherhood was abducting beautiful young women. Jiang Ying willingly volunteered to act as bait to help Lu Qingming capture his enemies. In merely half an hour, she had attracted over 20 men, all eager to engage her in conversation, buy her drinks, and obtain her contact information. Lu Qingming could no longer bear to watch. He emerged from the shadows, driving away all the men and addressing Jiang Ying. Enough, this approach is ineffective. What other options do we have? Jiang Ying replied with a gentle smile. It has only been half an hour. You must exercise patience. I no need. Lu Qingming insisted resolutely that I will wait a couple more days and confront them directly at the auction. That auction was crucial. The leader of the Griffin Brotherhood was likely to be present, presenting an excellent opportunity. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, young Master Lu. Jiang Ying rarely opposed her employer's decisions. Shall we return now? Could you accompany me for a stroll first? Lu Qingming unexpectedly proposed. I have not taken an evening walk in quite some time. Certainly, Jiang Ying replied with a smile. The night was enchanting as the two walked side by side along the street. Lu Qingming remained silent, and Jiang Ying matched his quietude. Recent events had left Lu Qingming feeling vexed and suppressed, prompting his desire for silence. The walk was merely a means to alleviate his emotions. Perhaps having a beautiful companion would enhance the effect slightly. It was said that scientific studies indicated that gazing at a beautiful woman for just 1 minute a day could extend one's life by an hour. As they strolled, Lu Qingming suddenly halted. Nearby, a newly opened entertainment venue named Floating on Air caught his attention. The sign out front advertised a promotional offer. Recharge 100,000 yuan at once and enjoy a 50% discount on all services. Young Master Lu, would you like to experience this place? The perceptive Jiang Ying suggested. I can wait outside. No. Lu Qingming lifted his hand, pointing at a man inside the entrance. Do you know him? Jiang Ying scrutinized the figure. A man clad in a red suit with a flamboyant hairstyle. Visibly inebriated, that he is Miss Luo's cousin. Jiang Ying readily identified him. Susan. Lu Qingming was also familiar with him, but feigned ignorance to gauge Jiang Ying's knowledge of the Luo family. That moment, Su Zihao was embroiled in a dispute with the venue staff, barred from entering due to his failure to settle his bill. Normally, he spent lavishly using the Luo family credit card. However, after causing a ruckus with Luo Qinxue at the 72nd Bureau, his card had been suspended. Oblivious to this, he had drunkenly ventured into the new establishment to indulge, resulting in the current predicament. The young master, frequent other high-end venues. They always allow me to sign for my expenses. Su Zihao slurred, waving his arms and striking his chest. How dare you question my identity in this mere establishment? However, The staff genuinely did not recognize him and refused to let him go. As tensions escalated between the two parties, Lu Qingming suddenly pushed the door open and declared, "I will settle his bill." "Oh," Su Zihao squinted, trying to focus Lu Qingming. The two had already met at the 72nd Bureau and were acquainted. Lu Qingming nodded and pulled out his phone to pay the bill. Astonishingly, the total came to 368,000 yuan. "What on earth did you indulge in?" Lu Qingming exclaimed. "What a coincidence, Lu Qingming. What brings you here?" Su Zihao chimed, draping an arm over Lu Qingming's shoulder. "It seems we share a taste for adventure. I did not partake in anything." Lu Qingming rolled his eyes. "I just arrived." "Oh well, go enjoy yourself," Su Zihao chuckled. "I'll repay you another day." Did he turn to leave? Did Dio not go? Lu Qingming seized Su Zihao, dragging him into a secluded corner of the hall. "What is up?" Su Zihao asked, bewildered. "Did I need to ask you something?" Lu Qingming said sternly, "How is Luo Qinxue doing now?" "Ah, she is confined by my uncle." Su Zihao's response matched Jiang Ying's completely. "How much longer will she be confined?" Lu Qingming inquired further. "I am not sure. Based on past experiences, it could be a minimum of 2 to 3 days, or as long as 7 to 8 days. Your father is quite strict." Lu Qingming sighed softly, discreetly gesturing towards Jiang Ying, who was waiting outside. "Do you know her?" Indeed, Lu Qingming had not fully trusted Jiang Ying. Even though he had employed her, he remained cautious. That Su Zihao's eyes widened as he pondered for a moment before retorting. "Do you know her?" "Of course I do. She is the one I brought along." Lu Qingming realized Su Zihao was too inebriated to be of much help, so he bore with him, asking, "I am merely asking if you recognize her." Su Zihao scrutinized Lu Qingming for a while longer before exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind, bringing such a stunning beauty to a club? Are you a fool?" Lu Qingming had to suppress the urge to slap Su Zihao down and instead inquired, "Why not introduce me to her?" Su Zihao's face lit up with anticipation. Lu Qingming's expression darkened as he pushed Su Zihao away. Something was amiss. Su Zihao did not recognize Jiang Ying. She claimed to be Luo Qinxue's personal assistant and was an eye-catching beauty. It was improbable that he would not know her. Could it be that Su Zihao was too intoxicated to recall? Lu Qingming pondered deeply before finally beckoning Jiang Ying to come over. It was best to confront her directly. In no time, Jiang Ying strolled into the hall, offering Su Zihao a gentle smile as she spoke. "Su Xiao, do you not recognize me?" Upon hearing Jiang Ying's voice, Su Zihao's expression shifted. You are." It seemed he was regaining his memory. That moment, Jiang Ying retrieved her black-framed glasses from her bag and put them onto. Su Zihao's body trembled. "Jiang Ying." Lu Qingming was rendered speechless by Su Zihao's lack of discernment. What sort of vision did he possess? Was it truly that difficult to recognize her without her glasses? Nevertheless, it was a relief that he recognized her. "No, look at her clothes and makeup," Su Zihao stammered. "She looks completely different." Jiang Ying smiled, explaining, "I naturally have to dress more formally when accompanying Miss Luo." Su Zihao nodded, then leaned in closer, saying, "I still do not have your contact information. You must give it to me." Lu Qingming pulled Su Zihao back, stating, "I need you to do me a favor. Please relay a message and oh problem." Su Zihao was quite straightforward. "Speak. What do you wish to convey to my cousin? My words are not intended for Luo Qinxue." Lu Qingming's tone turned serious, and his eyes grew cold. "Please inform the head of the Luo family that I shall no longer disturb Luo Qinxue, and I implore him to refrain from seeking trouble with me. Otherwise what?" Su Zihao felt a slight tension rising. Jiang Ying shot a look of astonishment at Lu Qingming. Is he truly giving up on Luo Qinxue? Otherwise, Lu Qingming's lips curled into a wicked smile. "I shall resort to kidnapping his daughter." Chapter 38. The king of scoundrels Yi Feifei regarded the golden-haired man before her with curiosity. Tall and slender, he possessed a handsome visage tinged with a hint of melancholy. His overall demeanor exuded a refined elegance, coupled with an elusive air of mystery, that he was none other than the renowned mediator of Julong City, whose extensive connections and formidable influence were beyond imagination. It was evident that such a feat could not be accomplished by one person alone. Yet no one knew the true identity of the formidable figure behind him, and none dared to investigate. He was simply known as the mediator, Jin Boyan. Fan Yonger introduced both parties. "This beautiful lady is Yi Feifei. Yi Feifei. I have long admired your name. Jean Boyan acknowledged, having not only heard of her, but also possessing a wealth of information about her. Mr. Jean, I apologize for the intrusion. I seek your assistance. Yi Feifei stated directly that I am looking for someone named Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming, Jean Boyan said, a peculiar smile gracing his face, that I have been keeping an eye on him lately. He is quite an intriguing individual. Yi Feifei was taken aback. You know him as well? It is my profession to identify every person who may influence the dynamics of Julong. Jean Boyan paused before inquiring. Miss Yi, may I ask what your relationship with Lu Qingming is? Without hesitation, Yi Feifei replied, he is my boyfriend, Are you certain? Jean Boyan expressed skepticism. That I am certain. Yi Feifei asserted with determination. For someone suffering from amnesia, it would typically be challenging to affirm who their boyfriend was. Yet, her trust in Lu Qingming stemmed from an inexplicable instinct. For reasons unknown, he always emanated a sense of familiarity and closeness. At times, it felt as though a telepathic connection existed between them, allowing her to sense his presence regardless of the distance. This sensation was indeed accurate, though Yi Feifei remained oblivious to the fact that it was a result of a system binding them together. Then I can only express my regrets, Jean Boyan shrugged. Yi Feifei furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? Jean Boyan did not respond but turned to Fan Yonger. Speak plainly. Fan Yonger mirrored his displeasure. I am not a new client. Very well, I shall speak candidly. Jean Boyan moved to the bookshelf, leisurely retrieving a folder. Lu Qingming is a scoundrel, a top-tier scoundrel. Upon hearing this information, Yi Feifei's face drained of color. No, that can't be. She longed to retort vehemently, yet reason urged her to acknowledge that the mediator's information was seldom inaccurate. If you doubt me, see for yourself. Jean Boyan handed her the folder. But prepare yourself mentally. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Feifei steeled herself and accepted the folder. As she slowly turned to the first page, her eyes fell upon a photograph of Lu Qingming holding hands with Luo Qinxue. Though Yi Feifei no longer recognized Luo Qinxue, the image still felt hauntingly familiar. Beneath the photograph were detailed notes. Date: last week. Location: south gate of Tsuizhu Park. The woman's name is Luo Qinxue, the only daughter of the affluent Luo family. My informant nearly lost their life to capture this photo. The camera was utterly destroyed, and they only managed to recover a few shots through data recovery. Jean Boyan added, unable to resist elaborating. That incident stirred quite the commotion and even trended online. Indeed, he was referring to the notorious brawl that had erupted in Tsuizhu Park. At that time, Lu Qingming, believing he was being pursued by the Qin family, had called upon a horde of sycophantic allies using Yi Feifei's phone. Little did anyone suspect that the mastermind behind the stalking was none other than mediator Jean Boyan. And the photograph itself was hardly flattering. In it, Lu Qingming appeared to grasp Luo Qinxue's wrist in a moment of panic, later feigning a hand-holding pose to avoid drawing attention, which ultimately resulted in this snapshot being taken. Lu Qingming wore a mischievous grin while Luo Qinxue remained aloof, her sunglasses shielding her expression. Jean Boyan and Yi Feifei, it appeared as though they were a couple. Did he truly seek out another woman? Yi Feifei's composure began to crumble. There are more than just this one. Jean Boyan gestured to the folder, urging her to continue. Gathering her courage, Yi Feifei turned to the next page. This section detailed Bai Tingting. After Luo Qinxue's departure, Lu Qingming had been seen strolling with Bai Tingting and dining with her at a restaurant. Due to the distance, the interior of the restaurant was obscured until Luo Qinxue reappeared, evidently igniting a dispute between the two women vying for Lu Qingming's affections. Ultimately, Luo Qinxue, brandishing a significant sum of cash, swayed Lu Qingming, who departed in a luxurious car, leaving Bai Tingting behind at the restaurant. Gazing after him in despair, he relies on women for support. Yi Feifei trembled with rage. Feifei, don't look anymore. Fan Yong, witnessing Yi Feifei's distraught expression, attempted to intervene. No, I will look. Yi Feifei's fury had reached its peak. They had no photographs of Lu Qingming's stay at the first mental health hospital, as it was inaccessible, and the experiences at the 72 Bureau were equally unattainable. Therefore, the subsequent content detailed the recent events surrounding the new assistant. Jiang Ying. Lu Qingming had hired a stunning beauty at a high price to serve as his personal assistant. What purpose could such a personal assistant serve? Those in the know would understand. Even more outrageous, he had gifted Jiang Ying a diamond ring worth 5 million. With her eyes fixated on the dazzling gem, Yi Feifei's fury threatened to erupt. Ahem, I still have the latest intel that hasn't been organized yet. Jean Boyan slowly produced his phone. Would you like to see it? Yes, why wouldn't I? Yi Feifei had lost all semblance of composure. Jean Boyan raised his phone before her. According to the latest information, just 20 minutes ago, Lu Qingming spent a total of 368,000 yuan at the Pi OPI OY11N nightclub. This is all the information I can provide. Jean Boyan spread his hands, indicating the conclusion of his consulting services. It is possible to find your boyfriend, Lu Qingming, at this establishment. Yi Feifei felt ready to explode. Calm down. Feifei, calm down. Fan Yonger was alarmed, witnessing the usually composed fairy in a rage. That all you Qingming, I will kill you. Yi Feifei shouted, storming out. She was determined to rush to the Pi OPI OY11N nightclub and drag Lu Qingming out, tear him to shreds. Feifei, don't act impulsively. Fan Yonger tried to chase after her, only to be intercepted by Jean Boyan. My friend, the service fee has yet to be settled. Jean Boyan smiled slightly. Information regarding Lu Qingming does not come cheap. Speak, how much? Fan Yonger continued to gaze at the door. No, the payment method will be determined by me. It is the rule, as you know. Jean Boyan raised a finger, shaking it gently. Help me eliminate someone, and that will suffice. This was the cost of hiring a mediator. The price he demanded could not be refused, for the consequences were too grave. Fan Yonger furrowed his brow, remaining silent for half a minute before finally asking, who must be killed? Cynthia, the second in command of the Griffin Brotherhood. Thus, the consequences of rejecting the mediator were laid bare. Chapter 39. Good deeds are rewarded in the courtyard of the nameless sect. Wu Jia unexpectedly received a package. Upon opening it, she discovered a brand new smartphone, one of the most sought-after models from the Fruit brand. Top spec, priced in the 5 figures. Even more astonishing, it contained a preloaded credit of 100,000 yuan. This must be a dream. Wu Jia could hardly believe her eyes, reaching out with trembling hands to pinch Ma Dongxing's arm. However, he remained unresponsive. It is indeed merely a beautiful dream. Wu Jia muttered to herself that if it were reality, her senior brother should have retaliated immediately, delivering a sharp slap to her face. Sighing deeply, Wu Jia was suddenly startled as Ma Dongxing raised his hand. Expecting an attack, she was shocked to find him slapping his own chubby face. Slap, slap, slap. Wu Jia stood there, dumbfounded. It's not a dream. This is not a dream. Ma Dongxing shouted while slapping himself. That yes, it turned out. Ma Dongxing had encountered an even more surreal situation. Multiple creditors had begun sending messages, informing him that someone had already cleared the debts for the nameless sect. All debts were wiped clean. Who did this? Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to guess the identity of this benefactor. They rushed inside to inform their master. He Laosan remained calm as he listened to his disciples babble incoherently about the astonishing news. It seems we have indeed encountered a kind-hearted person, He Laosan mused, gently stroking his beard. However, no good deed goes unpunished. We cannot accept such generosity without reason, that we must find a way to repay this kindness. Yes, Master is right. Ma Dongxing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wu Jia clutched her new phone, her face a portrait of reluctance that He Laosan pondered for a moment before instructing. Dongxing, take Wu Jia back to the city once more. Ask my old friend for assistance. I trust he will be able to uncover what we need. Yes, Master, Ma Dongxing replied, accepting his master's command, that he and Wu Jia quickly gathered their things and departed the village. Catching a freight truck towards the city center was alive with the hustle and bustle of traffic, illuminated by vibrant lights and the allure of nightlife. Countless fashionably dressed women, clad in summer attire, strolled along the commercial streets, exuding an irresistible charm of youth. Yet, Ma Dongxing's cold gaze swept over this sea of flesh without a flicker of emotion. This was the result of decades of cultivation, far surpassing the ordinary. Suddenly, a wisp of dark energy passed through the crowd. Ma Dongxing's heart jolted, and he hastily pursued it. However, it was too late. The figure vanished into the throng, leaving no trace behind. Senior brother, what did you see? Wu Jia questioned, catching up with a puzzled expression. Evil energy, Ma Dongxing replied gravely. How could it possibly belong to a celestial-grade demon? Wu Jia expressed her skepticism that a celestial-grade demon appearing on the street There are only humans here, that a Dongxing swallowed hard, lowering his voice, that it was a human possessed by an evil god. Indeed, this was the only plausible explanation. Typically, evil gods do not inhabit human bodies, for the human form is far too frail to withstand their power. Even in ancient texts, instances of possession were recorded only under extraordinarily rare circumstances, where the evil god would quickly abandon the weak vessel for a more formidable one. What exactly was the situation with the person we just saw? Wu Jia, realizing the severity of the matter, pressed on. What did he look like? I did not catch a clear glimpse, Ma Dongxing admitted with a shake of his head. Only that he was a tall and slender man with golden hair. Golden hair? Wu Jia frowned, an outsider. It's hard to say. It might just be dyed. Ma Dongxing sighed. We will certainly not find him again. We must wait and see that he will inevitably stir up a commotion. In this world, how many practitioners of the mystical arts remain? No one has ever counted. It is estimated that the number does not exceed 3 digits. Most sects rarely interact due to the simple fact that they all lead rather meager lives. It is said that years ago, during a sect gathering, a significant conflict erupted over the bill, leading to the cessation of such meetings. The old friend mentioned by the master, Fan Xian, hails from another sect on Julong Island, known as a certain school. The name is no longer significant, as it declared dissolution over 30 years AG. As one of the last disciples of that school, Fan Xian, with his remarkable abilities, withdrew from the world. No. He pursued a career in civil service that he later thrived, eventually becoming a senior counselor in the Julong municipal government. Enlisting his help usually resolves common issues. A Dongxing and Wu Jia visited the Fan residence, having grown accustomed to the route. However, this time, they were unfortunate. Fan Xian was not home, having gone fishing. They were received by Fan Xian's youngest son, Fan Yonger. You two take a seat and rest. My father will surely return before dinner. Fan Yonger said, wearing a grin reminiscent of a beast, while serving tea and snacks to the guests. Goodness, your muscles have grown even more impressive, Ma Dongxing remarked, surveying Fan Yonger with admiration. Come on, admit it. Have you been secretly practicing the mystical arts? Heh, Fan Yonger replied with a smile, keeping silent. Come, sit down and let us chat. Ma Dongxing attempted to draw Fan Yonger closer, in truth, he held a keen interest in the secret techniques of other sections. These were legacies passed down through millennia. Yet, now they languished, forgotten, ultimately buried beneath the sands of time. Such a pity. No, Fan Yonger shook his head, gesturing toward the other end of the living room. I have other guests here. Turning to look, Ma Dongxing spotted a pure and innocent girl. Indeed, it was Yi Feifei. She had not caught Lu Qingming at the entertainment club. That scoundrel had fled long ago. Fan Yonger, fearing she might spiral out of control, had brought her home instead. Oh dear, that girl seems rather unhappy, Ma Dongxing casually remarked. Did you bully her? How could that be? Fan Yonger immediately denied it. I was merely trying to help. She is upset because her boyfriend is a scoundrel. Ugh, why are there so many scoundrels? Ma Dongxing glanced at Wu Jie. My junior sister has also been wronged. Serves him right, Wu Jia retorted, pinching him sharply. Cough, cough, it's nothing. Ma Dongxing rubbed his arm and offered an awkward smile to Fan Yonger. You should kindly advise that girl. There are plenty of good men out there. She can find another. This is also your chance, after all. How easy for you to say, Fan Yonger replied with a bitter smile. Her boyfriend is rather obscure, but seems to have an impressive background. When he visits the entertainment club, he spends tens of thousands in a single outing. Ma Dongxing's curiosity was piqued. What is his name? Fan Yonger replied, his name is Lu Qingming. Please keep an eye out for him. Upon hearing this name, Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia exchanged glances. What is wrong? Fan Yonger asked, startled. Have you heard of him? Not just heard, Ma Dongxing exclaimed, slapping his thigh. We lived together, just separated moments ago. Indeed, they had shared a residence at Bureau 72. Fan Yonger stared in shock, then cast a sympathetic glance at Wu Jia. He misunderstood, thinking Ma Dongxing had referred to the same scoundrel. It's undeniable. Lu Qingming truly is a notorious scoundrel. Even female disciples of the mystical arts cannot escape his clutches. Wu Jia sensed the awkward atmosphere and was about to clarify when she noticed Yi Feifei approaching. Yi Feifei, she coldly glared at Wu Jia. Are you also one of the fish raised by the Sea King? Lu Qingming, Chapter 40. Another opportunity to practice with the Phonichu. Lu Qingming sneezed several times in succession. Jiangning hurriedly asked, Lu Xiao, are you coming down with something? Do you feel unwell? No, Lu Qingming rubbed his nose that I suspect someone is speaking ill of me. Jiangning paused, taken aback. Haha, just kidding. Let us get back to business. Lu Qingming straightened up. Jiangning let out a helpless chuckle and proceeded to share the latest intelligence. The Griffin Brotherhood's underground auction will take place tomorrow night at 11 p.m. The venue is confidential, and tickets cannot be purchased. Entry requires an introduction from a regular or a VIP, so finding the auction location is quite challenging. Lu Qingming frowned and thought, where can we find a regular? Do you have any leads? I don't. Jiangning gently shook her head. Participants at such auctions typically conceal their true identities, so tracing them is nearly impossible. Some wealthy patrons even send assistants to bid on their behalf remotely. Ugh, if we miss the auction, who knows when we'll have the chance to catch their big boss? Lu Qingming lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration that IT would be beneficial to establish another base. Lu Xiao, we have new information, Jiangning suddenly exclaimed, picking up her phone. The Public Security Bureau has apprehended a minor leader of the Griffin Brotherhood. Half an hour later, when Lu Qingming arrived, he discovered that this minor leader was not captured but rather barely clinging to life after a brutal beating. It was none other than Jia Gong, who had been unceremoniously tossed into the bushes by Fan Yong. His face was a gruesome sight, battered and bloodied beyond recognition. Missing all his teeth, that it was a miracle he had survived. If not for the phone and some identification on him, the Public Security Bureau would have been unable to ascertain his identity. Lu Qingming was equally bewildered. Who did this? What kind of grudge must they have? This is ruthless. The unfortunate soul was in a near-death state, unable to utter a single word, rendering him useless for information gathering. Looks like this trip was in vain. Jiangning sighed that no, it wasn't he wasted. Lu Qingming countered, formulating a new plan that we need to spread the news of Jia Gong's hospitalization. We must ensure the Griffin Brotherhood is informed. Jiangning immediately understood. This was called utilizing a pawn. Jia Gong would serve as bait. Thus, Jia Gong was swiftly transferred to a reliable private hospital on the outskirts of the city. The entire floor was cleared of all non-essential personnel, and Lu Qingming settled into the hospital room opposite Jia Gong. Waiting patiently, Jiangning, with her highly efficient intelligence network, quickly disseminated news of Jia Gong's location. The Griffin Brotherhood responded just as swiftly, dispatching personnel to retrieve him. They were desperate to recover their own member. Unwilling to let him fall into enemy hands, 3 vans arrived, stationed outside. Jiangning reported to Lu Qingming, noting that only 5 individuals had gone upstairs, while around 10 remained below, indicating their caution. Understood, Lu Qingming acknowledged. Having completed his warm-up exercises, Jiangning added, among those going up, the bald man is a formidable foe that I've seen him on the Julong wanted list. He goes by the nickname Scorpion and is a notorious international assassin. Oh, Lu Qingming replied nonchalantly. Jiangning inquired, should I assist you? Not necessary. You are merely required to observe obediently. Lu Qingming has long ceased to regard these mere mortals with any significance. His current objective is simply to engage in practical combat, honing his ability to wield the dark powers of the malevolent deity within him, all within a controlled environment. Before long, 5 unfortunate souls ascended in the elevator point. 2 individuals stood guard at the elevator entrance, while Scorpion led the other 2 minions to search the hospital rooms in pursuit of Zagon. After inspecting 3 rooms, Scorpion sensed something amiss. There wasn't a single patient in sight. Damn it, it's a trap. Scorpion cursed as he unsheathed a curved blade from his waist. He had no intention of fleeing as a top-tier assassin. He had encountered countless high-stakes situations. Even if it were a trap, he felt no fear. Yet, he had never faced a scene quite so grand. In the next moment, a shadow darted out, forcefully slamming one of his subordinates' heads against the wall. Bang! Following that, a swift motion along the wall left a bloodstain over a meter long. Before the other subordinate could react, he received a kick to the abdomen, propelling him through the air with a crash. He collided with the wall, creating a dent. The wall's plaster crumbled to the ground. In less than 2 seconds, both subordinates lay lifeless. Scorpion stared in shock. Since his career began, since his very birth, he had never witnessed such a terrifying display of skill. Was this truly human? That was a bit excessive. Lu Qingming mused, turning his gaze toward Scorpion. His tone was flat, his expression equally so. Yet as a top assassin, Scorpion could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of killing intent radiating from him. It felt as if he could consume all existence at any moment. "Who are you?" Scorpion stammered, unable to suppress his trembling. "You do not possess the privilege to ask questions," Lu Qingming replied, flexing his fingers as he advanced step by step. "From now on, I shall pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Speak one unnecessary word, and I will render your limbs useless. To hell with you," Scorpion roared, steeling himself as he swung his blade with all his might. Whoosh! It was impossible to discern. Just a fleeting shadow passed. The curved blade, along with Scorpion's right hand, flew away. Blood traced a crimson arc through the air. Scorpion stood frozen for several seconds, the agony of his severed hand finally registering in his mind. Ah! He finally comprehended. The opponent before him was certainly no human, but rather the legendary demon. Jiang Ying remained downstairs in the car, faintly hearing the sounds of anguished cries emanating from above. The members of the Brotherhood clearly heard as well. Grabbing their weapons and preparing to rush up for support, this moment, Jiang Ying could no longer stand idly by. She had to ensure her employer's safety. Thus, she opened the car door and stepped out. The gangsters were initially taken aback, even excited at the sight of a graceful beauty approaching them, until Jiang Ying drew two submachine guns from behind her. The gun muzzle spat fire, and the gangsters fell one by one. Then came a series of precise shots. Neither the driver nor the fuel tank could escape. Flames erupted, illuminating Jiang Ying's nearly perfect, yet lethal silhouette against the night. She had not disclosed to Lu Qingming that she too had once appeared on the wanted list of Julong. Naturally, her real name was not Jiang Ying. She had undergone cosmetic surgery. But never mind, that was all in the past. When Jiang Ying arrived upstairs and stepped out of the elevator, she was taken aback. One unfortunate soul was suspended in midair, feet off the ground. His body was impaled by an intravenous stand, nailed to the wall. Another unfortunate soul was twisted into a grotesque shape, hands and feet entangled. It was unimaginable how such a feat could be accomplished. "Oh, how did you come up here?" Lu Qingming inquired, peering out from a room, flecks of blood dotting his face. Jiang Ying furrowed her brow, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking softly. "I must discuss the matter of compensation with you." "Still negotiating?" Lu Qingming exhibited a baffled expression. "If the employer turns out to be a major pervert." Jiang Ying paused. "I'll need an increase in pay." Chapter 41. Task: deliver warmth to the male second lead scoundrel Lu Qingming. Yi Feifei was nearly driven to madness, tossing and turning in bed until she finally drifted off around 3 in the morning. In her half-asleep state, she found herself once again in that peculiar dream. Before her lay strange graphical menus, offering the chance to select a prize pool and draw superpower cards. However, her opportunities for drawing were zero. She could no longer make selections. The cards she had previously drawn were entirely beyond her capability to utilize. She randomly selected one and clicked repeatedly, yet to no avail, having dreamt of these peculiarities multiple times. She concluded that this was no ordinary dream, that I in her half-conscious state, Yi Feifei pondered. After observing for a while longer, she noticed a tiny question mark next to the icon indicating 0 drawing chances. Out of curiosity, she reached out to poke it. Suddenly, the question mark transformed into a red exclamation mark. "What is happening?" Lu Qingming jolted awake with a start, but he was not roused by a nightmare, but rather by the system's alert sound. The intelligent assistant has now activated. Alarm. Host deviation from the main storyline detected. Immediate correction of host behavior is required, or this system will forcibly shut down in 72 hours. What? Forcibly shut down? Lu Qingming could not possibly agree to that. If the system shut down, not only would he lose access to the superpower cards, but his own life would undoubtedly be at stake. How could he have deviated from the main storyline? Lu Qingming slapped his head, struggling to regain clarity. What on earth did I do? He soon remembered that Yi Feifei was the true host, and it was she who had strayed from the correct trajectory of the female lead. Indeed, this superpower female lead system was originally designed to serve the protagonist of the Qin Shao's Little Wife narrative. Its purpose was to assist the female lead in successfully navigating all plot lines and achieving a flawless life. However, this system resided within Lu Qingming's consciousness. Although Yi Feifei was recognized as the primary host, she lacked the ability to fully control the system. She could only interact with it while in a dream state. Despite having the ability to draw, She could neither see nor hear the system's prompts. In this scenario, Lu Qingming effectively became Yi Feifei's system steward. Only through their cooperation could the system's full capabilities be realized. To hell with that. Absolutely not. Lu Qingming was entirely unwilling to collaborate with that Grim Reaper girl. One misstep could lead to his demise. It was not an overreaction on Lu Qingming's part. He had witnessed relevant plot lines that a male supporting character had been killed by a falling meteor merely for having a quarrel with Yi Feifei that same night. Yes, you read that correctly. He was indeed killed by a meteor. In this female-centric narrative, logic held no sway. Yi Feifei was the embodiment of logic. Do you understand what it means to be in the presence of a tiger? The Grim Reaper girl was 1,000 times more terrifying than any tiger. Remaining in her company, even uttering a single wrong word could leave one utterly unprepared. He had already met his end at her hands once. Had it not been for that resurrection card, he would have long since turned to dust. Who could guarantee there wouldn't be a second time? It was impossible not to feel fear. Yet, given the current situation, with the system on the brink of shutting down, he could not afford to take no action. Lu Qingming hastily examined the so-called intelligent assistant, discovering a new task. Main task. The host must encounter the male second lead and establish mutual affection. Completing this task will yield 3 drawing opportunities and a mysterious reward. So, this intelligent assistant was designed to guide the host back on track. There were rewards for completing tasks. Undoubtedly, this task must be undertaken. I must save Yi Feifei, enabling her to become a competent female lead. A sudden sense of mission surged within Lu Qingming. Only by having her save the world could he secure a stable life for himself. Who is the center of the world? They are responsible for safeguarding it. No doubt about it. But who is the male second lead? Having only skimmed through 3 chapters, Lu Qingming had no idea who he was. In the hastily glanced over chapters, there was no indication of who the male second lead might be. As for the outline Yi Feifei had written, she had yet to name him, simply referring to him as the male second lead. Lu Qingming was thoroughly exasperated with Yi Feifei. Rubbing his temples, he strained to recall the outline's content. Male second lead, male second lead. His character seemed to be somewhat of an anti-hero. Of course, he was by no means a true villain. He was the heir to a prominent underworld faction, yet he had never committed any heinous acts. However, for the sake of Yi Feifei, he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone. Creating such a male second lead was undoubtedly to highlight the female lead's formidable charm, capable of navigating both light and dark realms. Furthermore, all the unsavory deeds were handled by the male second lead, ensuring the purity of both the female and male leads. In the end, the male second lead would sacrifice himself to protect the female lead, earning only a few tears from her. In truth, he was also a tragic figure. No, fundamentally, he was merely a devoted admirer. A devoted admirer who ends up with nothing in the end. Upon considering this, Lu Qingming could roughly identify the male second lead. His family background was among the top underworld factions in Jilong City. He needed to be young and handsome, devoted and singular in his affections. He must certainly be single now. It should pose no difficulty. He would find him swiftly. With this thought, Lu Qingming leaped out of bed and dashed toward Jiang Ying's room. Jiang Ying was sleeping just next door, and her door was always ajar, allowing her to remain alert to any disturbances from her employer's side. How professional! Just as she heard the footsteps, Jiang Ying instantly became alert, swiftly retrieving a handgun from beneath her pillow. Don't be alarmed. It's me. Lu Qingming hurriedly switched on the room lights to reveal his identity. Jiang Ying gazed at the shirtless Lu Qingming, stunned, and said, "Lu Xiao, our agreement clearly states that I sell my talents. Not my body, and no amount of money can change that? No, it's not that type of situation." Lu Qingming quickly gestured, "Get to work. Help me find someone." Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback before rising from the bed. Upon noticing her delicate white lace nightgown, Lu Qingming promptly retreated to the door, saying, "I'll wait for you in the study." Jiang Ying smiled faintly and draped a red robe over herself. Based on the criteria provided by Lu Qingming, Jiang Ying swiftly identified a suitable candidate. In the entirety of Jilong City, there was only one individual that fit the bill: Yi Lang, the young master of the Four Alliance gang. He appeared rather arrogant, and Lu Qingming scrutinized the online photographs, noting the distinctive scar above his left eye, making him quite recognizable. "Liu Xiao, what do you need Yi Lang for?" Jiang Ying couldn't help but inquire. The Griffin Brotherhood issue remains unresolved. I suggest we refrain from provoking other gangs, that it's not about provoking. I'm merely extending a gesture of goodwill, Lu Qingming replied with a cryptic smile. Please find out Yi Lang's recent whereabouts. Unfamiliar with the meaning of extending goodwill, Jiang Ying chose not to press further, deciding to investigate instead. With the second male lead located, Lu Qingming began to ponder his next dilemma. Where had Yi Feifei disappeared to? Since their encounter at the mental hospital, there had been no word from her. Liu Qingming had never been concerned, as she was the heroine. It was inconceivable that she would encounter any misfortune. The ones who should be worried were those who had wronged her. But now trouble had arisen. Yi Feifei was deviating from the script. What was she up to? With only 72 hours left before the system shut down, it was imperative to locate Yi Feifei and bring her back to the right path. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qingming asked Jiang Ying, "What is the quickest way to find a girl in Jilong City?" Find a girl? Are we talking serious or frivolous? Jiang Ying paused. That of course serious. Lu Qingming rolled his eyes. That is the Public Security Bureau reliable for locating people. The Public Security Bureau is certainly not an option. Their efficiency is woefully inadequate. Jiang Ying mused. The most effective method would undoubtedly be through that mediator, Jean Boyan. Chapter 42. New customer free of charge through Jiang Ying's explanations. Lu Qingming learned of the remarkable mediator, Jean Boyan, residing in Jilong City. Not only could he assist in locating individuals, but he could also tackle various exceptionally challenging and seemingly insurmountable problems. However, this individual was known for his considerable abilities, peculiar temperament, and numerous quirks. Whether he accepted a task was entirely at his discretion, and no amount of money would sway him. He never took on revenge-related tasks, thus one could not rely on him to find the leader of the Griffin Brotherhood. Furthermore, his methods of compensation were quite peculiar, lacking any discernible pattern, seemingly dictated by his mood, that at times he would request money, at other times an object, or even ask the client to perform a task for him. It was rumored that he once asked a client to run naked in a shopping mall. Liu Qingming felt a wave of discomfort wash over him at the mention of running naked and couldn't help but ask, "Did that person comply?" Jiang Ying shook her head, that no, and then, the following day, that person was found dead. Jiang Ying offered a meaningful smile, naked, at the entrance of the shopping mall. Liu Qingming understood. That mediator was indeed not to be trifled with. Therefore, I do not recommend seeking out the mediator. The risks are too great and not worth it. Jiang Ying expressed her candid opinion, unless one is facing a monumental crisis. However, for Lu Qingming, the impending system shutdown constituted a monumental crisis. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided, I will still pay a visit to this mediator. Jiang Ying furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you certain?" Absolutely. Lu Qingming had already formulated a plan. If the compensation he proposed was too bizarre, he would simply refuse his assistance. That should pose no problem, right? Jiang Ying lightly shook her head. I cannot predict the outcome. It may depend on his mood. He must also consider my mood. Lu Qingming smirked. Contrary to his expectations, the mediator's office was located in an unremarkable small firm within a downtown skyscraper. The sign read, Harmony Agency. The total area was less than 200 square meters, featuring a few glass partitions and a handful of employees. Nothing more. Is this truly capable of mediating all significant events in Jilong City? Lu Qingming was astonished that no one knows the power that lies behind Jean Boyan. Jiang Ying whispered, "It's impossible to uncover." While they were speaking, a female employee approached them with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Our boss is waiting for you in the office." Liu Qingming was taken aback. "How does Jean Boyan know I was coming? And that my surname is Lu?" Jiang Ying merely tilted her head, clearly perplexed as well. The two heightened their vigilance as they cautiously entered the mediator's office as soon as they stepped inside. Jean Boyan approached them with a smile. "Mr. Lu, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. How do you know me?" Lu Qingming halted abruptly, deliberately maintaining a safe distance from him. "Ever since that night you kidnapped Qin Xiao. I have been keeping an eye on you." Jean Boyan's smile was eerie, half smirk, half grin. "You should be able to guess that I have people around Qin Xiao." Liu Qingming refrained from responding. He had not anticipated that his abduction of Qin Xian would become common knowledge. Certainly, even if Jean Boyan had obtained relevant information, he could not admit to it openly. He must not leave any incriminating evidence. However, Jiang Ying was already astounded, gazing at Lu Qingming with disbelief. Her employer was indeed audacious to the extreme. Not only had he coerced a daughter from the Luo family, but he had also kidnapped both the son and daughter of the Qin family. This was utterly outrageous. You are a figure capable of altering the course of Julong's history. Jean Boyan remarked, not entirely clear whether it was a compliment or a mockery, smiling again before turning to Jiang Ying. Miss Jiang, how do you feel about switching from the Luo family? Jiang Ying hesitated briefly before responding earnestly. Very well. Lu Xiao is the best employer I have ever encountered. Oh, that is truly commendable. Jean Boyan lightly clapped his hands. Now let us get to the point. What intriguing business do you bring me today? I'm afraid I may disappoint you. Lu Qingming produced his phone, displaying a photo of Yi Feifei. I am merely looking for a girl. This does not seem particularly intriguing to— Oh, Yi Feifei. Jean Boyan immediately recognized her. Given her notoriety, it was hardly surprising he could identify her at a glance. Lu Qingming then inquired, before I request your assistance in locating someone, I must first ascertain what compensation you desire. Compensation, you say? Jean Boyan appeared upon her for a moment. Since it's your first visit, this one will be on the house. Upon hearing this response, Lu Qingming was taken aback, as was Jiang Ying. Let us just be friends. Jean Boyan resumed his enigmatic half-smile. I have a feeling that you, Mr. Lu, are quite amiable. Perhaps we are of a similar ilk. I cannot agree with that. Lu Qingming replied, perplexed. Now, without further ado, here is Yi Feifei's location. Jean Boyan promptly tore off a sticky note and wrote down an address. Fan Yong Erlang's residence in the eastern part of the city. It should be easy to find. Fan Yong Erlang? What a peculiar name. Lu Qingming turned to Jiang Ying, asking, have you heard of this person? I have heard of him. Jiang Ying nodded. They say he is the strongest man in Julong, that he is also one of my old clients. Jean Boyan added, he is easy to get along with and should welcome you warmly. With the address in hand, as they exited the Harmony Agency, Lu Qingming still felt a sense of unease. He could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort but found Jean Boyan to be rather strange. No, it was more sinister than a vague, deeply concealed, indescribable evil. Never mind. For now, the priority was to locate Yi Feifei. Lu Qingming promptly drove to the eastern part of the city, knocked on the door, and was met by none other than Julong's strongest man. What on earth? Despite having mentally prepared himself, Lu Qingming was still taken aback. Could such immense, iron-like muscles be achievable by humans? He was practically a monster. Thankfully, Jean Boyan had mentioned that this monster was easy to get along with. Thus, Lu Qingming forced a smile and got straight to the point. Excuse me, is Yi Feifei staying here? I would like to see her. Fan Yong Erlang paused for a moment before responding. Who are you? I am Lu Qingming. She knows me. Lu Qingming replied candidly. You're Lu Qingming. Fan Yong Erlang's eyes widened in disbelief. What's the matter? Lu Qingming sensed something was amiss. You scoundrel. You are the wretch who has harmed Feifei. Fan Yong Erlang bellowed, delivering a powerful punch toward Lu Qingming. What the hell? Was this what they meant by easy to get along with? This was what they called a warm welcome. Even mediators could fib. Thank goodness it was free of charge. Otherwise, he would have demanded a refund. Lu Qingming hurriedly retreated, narrowly dodging the terrifying blow. The force of the punch sliced through the air, delivering a sensation akin to being cut. A monster. He was undoubtedly a monster, as Fan Yong Erlang lunged forward. Attempting to close the distance, Lu Qingming found himself contemplating whether to unleash his dark powers when suddenly, there was a loud bang. The gunshot rang out from Jiang Ying's hand. Chapter 43. Of course. The choice was to forgive him, in a bid to protect her employer. Jiang Ying did not hesitate to draw her handgun and fired a shot at Fan Yong Erlang's thigh. But who could have anticipated that the bullet would ricochet off that formidable muscle? It deflected. Was it some kind of mystical technique? Jiang Ying couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment that, keen eyes. Fan Yong Erlang sneered, momentarily retracting his offensive stance. ASA principle. I do not strike women. Do not force my hand. Was this monster also from the mystical sect? Lu Qingming paused for a moment before inquiring. Do you know the nameless sect? Are you acquainted with Ma Dongxing? Alas, forget it. Fan Yong Erlang could no longer proceed with his assault. It seemed they were all familiar faces. Thus, the conflict ceased, and Lu Qingming successfully entered the Fan residence, where he encountered Ma Dongxing, Wu Jia, and Yi Feifei in the living room. He, Lu Qingming, and Yi Feifei chuckled, a laugh chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. So you do remember to come find me. No, Lu Qingming swallowed hard, beginning to fabricate excuses that I've been searching for you for several days. And finally found this place. Without me disturbing you, you must have been living quite comfortably, right? Yi Feifei shot a glance at Jiang Ying, her expression darkening further. What do you want with me now? Lu Qingming discerned that Yi Feifei had not regained her memories and still firmly believed they were in a romantic relationship. Did I end this situation? He could only continue to cooperate, smiling apologetically. Feifei, you might have misunderstood some things. Let me explain slowly. Shall we return home first? Return? Yi Feifei frowned. Where to? Of course back home. Lu Qingming replied with sincerity. After all, she had lost her memory and had no idea where home was. However, to Yi Feifei, this statement implied that they had already been cohabiting. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her. In the entire narrative of Qin Xiao's delicate wife, the protagonists were portrayed as pure and chaste. Both mentally and physically, utterly devoted to each other, that if the fragmented memories of the hotel did not prove much, then cohabitation. Such a development meant she could only follow Lu Qingming in the future. She could not accept another man from spirit to body. It was entirely unacceptable. This was the power of rules, formidable to the point of being irresistible. Yet, he was a scoundrel. Yi Feifei attempted to resist, but soon found herself defeated. Her sixth sense told her. Lu Qingming was her one and only man in this lifetime. Even if he had erred, she could only forgive him. There was truly no other way. This was fate. After a painful struggle, Yi Feifei completely lost her temper, merely suppressing her grievances, nodding at Lu Qingming. Then, let's return home, da-da. You agreed so easily. Lu Qingming was rather surprised. Feifei is simply too kind. Fan Yong'er thought to himself, almost in awe of her angelic disposition. Though he yearned to teach Lu Qingming a lesson, since Yi Feifei had chosen to forgive him, how could he meddle further? Sigh, he could only continue to silently protect her, without needing to elaborate. This was merely a basic quality expected of a male supporting character in a female-centric narrative. Wait a moment, Ma Dongxing, who had been observing for some time, could not help but interject. What is their relationship exactly? Master brother, can't you see? They're clearly a couple. Wu Jia shot Ma Dongxing a sidelong glance. Impossible. Ma Dongxing exclaimed in disbelief that in this day and age, a mentally ill person can find such an excellent girlfriend? No, I believe Lu Qingming is not mentally ill, Wu Jia asserted resolutely, voicing her judgment. Running around naked must be a hobby. He is simply a pervert. Lu Qingming, eager to complete his system task, had no time to chat with Ma Dongxing and Wu Jia that he merely stated, let's keep in touch and grab a meal together sometime, before taking Yi Feifei away. Captive to fate, Yi Feifei could only obediently follow Lu Qingming into the sea ere that Jiang Ying started the vehicle. Lu Qingming instructed, first, head to the Marriott Hotel. Yi Feifei paused in surprise. Aren't we going home? Lu Qingming explained, there is a charity fundraising event happening there. I'll go make a donation first, then we'll return home. You're involved in charity as well. Yi Feifei felt her fondness for Lu Qingming increase. In reality, Lu Qingming was attending the event because he had learned that the second male lead, Yi Lang, would also be present. Clearly, this was the perfect opportunity to complete his system task. As for Yi Lang, a mafia heir, would attend a charity fundraiser. Well, perhaps it was a cover for money laundering. It was rumored that the four union gangs secretly operated several charitable foundations. Those in the know understood. Lu Qingming had already devised his next plan to the fundraising event. He would create a disturbance that would implicate Yi Feifei, that he would then feign weakness, allowing the conflict to escalate, making Yi Feifei thoroughly disappointed in him. At that moment, Yi Lang would undoubtedly step in, extending a helping hand to the female lead, resolving the conflict. Yes, this was the tiresome trope of female-centric narratives, absolutely foolproof. Thus, their paths would cross, leading to mutual affection. Task accomplished, and then ideally, a breakup would follow. If they did not break up, Yi Feifei could not return to the storyline, and eventually, the system would falter. Additionally, Lu Qingming had no fondness for Yi Feifei, especially not for her terrifying legion of admirers. Most men would find it unacceptable. A breakup was imperative. If this plan succeeded, all the girls would view Lu Qingming as inept and useless, right? In comparison to Yi Lang. They would definitely prefer to switch partners. If Yi Feifei were to propose a breakup on the spot, it would be perfect. Why not take the initiative to bring it up? Absurd. Who would dare tell the Grim Reaper girl? I no longer want you? It must be her who ends the relationship, not him. For the one who initiates the breakup is always the winner. The one who is dumped harbors resentment. In any case. After completing the task, he would simply hand Yi Fei over to Yi Lang. Yi Fei, you can enjoy the main plot with the second male lead. Please stop bothering me. The thought of soon escaping from this grim Reaper girl made Lu Qingming unable to suppress a smile. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, catching sight of Lu Qingming's silly grin, mistakenly assumed it was joy from their reunion, unconsciously forgiving him even more that Lu Qingming's plan was initially sound. However, circumstances were unpredictable. Due to severe traffic congestion. By the time they arrived at the Marriott Hotel, the charity fundraising event had already concluded. Only a handful of people remained on site, primarily staff members, busy sorting and counting donated items. Damn it. This is going to ruin me. Lu Qingming panicked, his eyes widening as he scanned the area for Yi Lang. Jiangning assisted in the search and soon spotted a familiar figure, promptly whispering to Lu Qingming, "Young Master Lu." The man over there in the black robe, nicknamed Black Wuchang, is an elder of the Four Union that he often helps Yi Lang with various tasks. Tall and lanky, with a long face and an unremarkable appearance. His nickname was quite audacious. Through this individual, Lu Qingming should be able to draw Yi Lang out, right? Lu Qingming approached directly, noticing Black Wuchang fiddling with a jade bracelet. These accessories were also donations meant for future charity auctions, with the proceeds going to charitable endeavors. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Lu Qingming inquired of Black Wuchang, "Is this bracelet for sale?" Black Wuchang glanced at Lu Qingming, coldly replying, "This is meant for auction. It is not for sale at the moment. An auction is still a sale. Why not sell it to me now?" Lu Qingming said with a faint smile that "Name your price." Black Wuchang shook his head that if you were interested, wait for next week's charity auction. "I can't wait," that Lu Qingming glanced back at Yi Fei, "that I want to buy it now as a gift for my girlfriend." Black Wuchang continued to shake his head, finding Lu Qingming to be a nuisance. He had indeed guessed correctly. Lu Qingming was looking for trouble. Fei, I think this bracelet looks lovely. It would surely suit you," Lu Qingming called out, suddenly snatching the bracelet and walking towards Yi Fei. Black Wuchang was momentarily stunned before he reacted, hastily shouting, "What are you doing? Put it down." But Lu Qingming had already taken Yi Fei's hand, pretending to put the bracelet on her wrist. Then, feigning a slip of his hand. Crash! The jade bracelet fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Chapter 44. The plot has spiraled out of control. Oh no! The bracelet is broken. What do we do now? Lu Qingming immediately feigned a look of panic. In reality, he was secretly reveling in delight. This way, Black Wuchang would undoubtedly demand compensation from me. I would simply claim I have no money and cannot afford it. At worst, I could leave my girlfriend Yi Fei here as collateral. At this moment, according to the female-centric narrative, Yi Lang would surely make a grand entrance. Instantly falling for Yi Fei, he would generously waive the compensation, leaving a wonderful impression on her. Task completed, rewards earned. Just as he was gleefully contemplating this, Black Wuchang approached with a grim expression, coldly stating, "That bracelet is worth 1,800,000. That can you afford to pay?" 1,800,000. Yi Fei exclaimed first, "How is that possible?" Indeed, it was impossible. Such charity donation events were merely formalities. Hardly anyone donated anything of value. The so-called jewelry and artworks were mostly fakes. This jade bracelet might only be worth a few hundred yuan. And if it reached 1,000, that would be pushing it. For Black Wuchang to demand 180,000 was nothing short of extortion. Truly a testament to the underworld. However, Lu Qingming is completely unfazed. He would relish an offer of 8 million, as he is determined not to incur any losses. I can't afford to lose that. Lu Qingming simply shrugged his shoulders, nonchalantly questioning what to do. "You, Hey Wuchang, gaze fiercely. Are you seeking death at this moment?" Not far away. Jiangning stood still, a smile gracing her face. As a professional assistant, she meticulously observed every movement and expression of her employer. It was evident that Lu Qingming was deliberately putting on a show. Since her employer enjoyed theatrics, she naturally refrained from intervening. "It is my fault for not handling it well." Kind-hearted Yi Fei actually tugged at Lu Qingming's sleeve, voluntarily admitting her mistake. However, is this bracelet truly worth 180,000? Lu Qingming did not respond to Yi Fei, but turned to Hey Wuchang, stating, regardless of the price, it would be best to have your superior come and discuss matters with me. He Wuchang scoffed derisively. Do you know who our boss is? Who? Lu Qingming feigned ignorance. Just as the situation was about to unfold as scripted, a heartfelt call suddenly rang out from behind. Fei Fei. Lu Qingming turned to see Su Zihao rushing over. Fei, what brings you here? Su Zihao's eyes sparkled, his expression akin to that of a husky discovering a large piece of meat. I have searched high and low for you. Hey, Lu Qingming hurriedly approached, grabbing Su Zihao and demanding, what are you doing here? Su Zihao paused briefly, then whispered, I am the supreme VIP of the Wanhao Grand Hotel. The services on the 6th floor are quite exceptional. Good heavens, what an achievement! Lu Qingming was left speechless, unsure of what to say to Su Zihao, however, was unconcerned with Lu Qingming, turning his attention to Yi Fei instead. I am truly sorry for leaving without a word last time. The polite Yi Fei apologized to Su Zihao, introducing, this is my boyfriend, Lu Qingming. What? Upon hearing this, Su Zihao's expression shattered instantly. Lu Qingming's expression grew complicated. He didn't dare deny it in front of Yi Fei. Should she recall the incident of being thrown from the building and suddenly explode, he would be facing a calamity. Next, Su Zihao scrutinized Lu Qingming with the gaze of one observing an alien. Rapidly processing the overwhelming information, this is quite a lot to digest. I must ponder it thoroughly. This Lu fellow is clearly involved with my cousin, Luo Qinshu, otherwise, why would my cousin create such a ruckus over him? Yet, Yi Fei claims Lu Qingming is her boyfriend? Impossible. I monitor her social media daily and have never caught wind of any clues. If Yi Fei were to find a boyfriend, Su Zihao, would be the first to know. Therefore, the truth is singular. Yi Fei is lying. She falsely claims to have a boyfriend merely as a shield against other men. This is a common trick of goddesses. Even if she truly has found someone, I wouldn't care. Though the prize flower may have an owner, I am merely here to till the soil. Having come to this realization, Su Zihao chuckled, patting Lu Qingming on the shoulder, saying, I understand. I completely understand. What do you understand? Lu Qingming was utterly bewildered. What is going on here? Su Zihao finally noticed He Wuchang and the shattered jade pieces on the ground. Something has been broken. He Wuchang, recognizing Su Zihao as the supreme VIP, finally spoke. They broke my bracelet. They must compensate me 180,000. I thought it was something significant. Unexpectedly, the profligate Su Zihao raised his chin. I will compensate. Wait, not Lu Qingming was taken aback. What does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling? Do not impede my search for Yilang. Yi Fei's affairs are my own. Su Zihao declared with righteous indignation. Indeed, in front of Yi Fei, one must never back down. If I, Su Zihao, haggle over a single penny, I would no longer be a man. Lu Qingming struggled to suppress the urge to kick Su Zihao away, quietly reminding him, weren't you out of money? How can you afford this? No worries, just charge it to my account. That Su Zihao pointed at his own face. My visage alone is worth at least 10 billion. Lu Qingming's mouth twitched as he glanced at He Wuchang, fervently hoping he would outright refuse and deal Su Zihao a harsh blow. However, astonishingly, He Wuchang accepted. He actually accepted. He immediately produced a small notebook and requested Su Zihao to write an IOU. For heaven's sake, Lu Qingming was on the verge of exploding that if this continues, the system will shut down. No way. Absolutely not. Damn it. Lu Qingming erupted, suddenly launching a kick that sent He Wuchang flying. Naturally, he couldn't strike Su Zihao, considering Luo Qinshu's feelings. Hitting He Wuchang should also draw out Yilang, allowing the main storyline to persist. And this He Wuchang is no ordinary foe. After taking a kick and rolling on the ground, he swiftly regained his footing. Are you tired of living? He Wuchang glared at Lu Qingming in fury. That blackmailer. I won't indulge you. Lu Qingming continued to provoke, daring him to summon his men. No need. I can handle you myself. He Wuchang shouted angrily, leaping forward. To Lu Qingming, the speed of mere mortals was already painfully slowed. He sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding He Wuchang's punch, then extended his palm to cradle the opponent's chin and casually pushed upward. Crack! The neck nearly snapped. He Wuchang was sent flying sideways, crashing to the ground and convulsing. The formidable top-tier expert of the Four Union gang was effortlessly taken down by an unknown individual with a single move. Yi Feifei and Su Zihao were simultaneously stunned. Only Jiang Ying remained unfazed. She understood just how extraordinary her employer was. This had been an exceptionally civilized exchange, this moment. Yi Lang finally arrived. Draped in a black trench coat, with wavy hair cascading elegantly. His chiseled features complemented by slightly delicate features, and a scar above his left eye adding a rugged masculinity to his visage. This is Yi Lang, the officially designated male second lead, a handsome man straddling the line between good and evil. He arrived at the perfect moment, witnessing Lu Qingming's swift and ruthless actions, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Lu Qingming coldly regarded Yi Lang. Though his gaze was frosty, excitement bubbled within. "You've finally made it. Yi Feifei is yours now." However, after a brief moment of elation, he sensed something was amiss. Why was Yi Lang not sparing Yi Feifei a glance, but instead fixating on him? His gaze felt peculiar. What on earth is going on? Confused, Lu Qingming instinctively accessed the system interface to review the task description once more. To his surprise, he discovered an extraordinary ability card was active. Group Pet Super Ability Card. Black Pet Love. The first underworld boss encountered will be uncontrollably fond of you, cherishing you in the palm of their hand. Upon grasping this effect, Lu Qingming instantly crumbled. That Group Pet Super Ability Card was activated by Yi Feifei in her sleep, and it had been bestowed upon Lu Qingming. This terrifying group pet ability transcends gender, indiscriminately captivating all. It felt as though 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Lu Qingming was on the verge of madness. Yi Feifei, you. If it weren't for the fear of being killed by the death god Aura, he would have wanted to unleash a torrent of curses upon Yi Feifei. Yet, Yi Feifei, utterly oblivious to the chaos, merely gazed at Lu Qingming's uncontrolled expression with innocent confusion. Meanwhile, Yi Lang was already under the influence of the super ability card, trapped in an indescribable predicament. The man before him was undeniably handsome, and his actions were remarkably suave. Yet, even so, did it warrant my heart racing? What is this strange sensation? How embarrassing! You. Yi Lang raised his hand to point at Lu Qingming, struggling to utter a harsh retort, only to ultimately whisper softly, "May I ask, what is your name?" I can't take it," Lu Qingming shouted in dismay, turning to flee. There was no other choice. He was terrified. Absolutely no affection for men, absolutely not. The group pet nonsense could go die. Seeing Lu Qingming flee, Jiang Ying hesitated momentarily before pursuing him. Following suit, Yi Feifei also dashed after him. Finally, Su Zihao trailed behind Yi Feifei. With everyone else having vacated, the Four Union gang's underlings could not help but inquire. "Boss, should we pursue?" No. Yi Lang raised his trembling hand, stating, "In 3 minutes, I want the complete dossier on that man." Escaping the clutches of the group pet curse, Lu Qingming felt exceptionally disheartened that as events had unfolded. He felt utterly hopeless regarding the completion of the system task. Was he to merely await the system's shutdown? "Lu Xiao, what troubles you?" Jiang Ying inquired with concern. "Qingming, what is going on?" Yi Feifei also expressed her worry. "Feifei, did you tire yourself out running just now? Are you thirsty? Should I fetch you a cup of milk tea?" Su Zihao was particularly considerate. "Shut up." Lu Qingming shot a furious glare at Su Zihao. "What are you still doing here?" If it weren't for this insufferable sycophant causing chaos, perhaps the situation wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Alas, it cannot be blamed entirely on him. The root of all misfortune remains the jinx that is Yi Feifei. Once she appears, nothing good ever happens. "Why are you running?" Su Zihao chastised Lu Qingming instead. "It's merely 180,000. We agreed I would cover it. Why did you resort to violence? That individual is merely seizing the opportunity to extort and is nothing but a rogue." Yi Feifei immediately defended her boyfriend, questioning why he should be given such a substantial sum of money. Indeed. What Feifei said is absolutely correct. Su Zihao instantaneously altered his stance, vigorously nodding in agreement, asserting that he ought to be dealt with severely. "The next time I encounter that scoundrel, I shall show him no mercy. You should head home now." Lu Qingming could not resist interjecting, reminding Su Zihao that they had important matters to attend to. Ah, very well then. You carry on with your tasks, that Suzuheo obediently responded. I will stay with Feifei. That super devoted admirer. Once he gets attached, he won't let go, if it weren't for Luo Qinshue's sake. Lu Qingming would have already thrown him out of the window. Just forget it. You can stay here and keep Yi Feifei company. Lu Qingming sighed in resignation, stating that he needed to step out for a while. He had to attend the underground auction happening that evening. The scorpion they apprehended yesterday had completely capitulated, expressing a willingness to assist them in infiltrating the auction. With everything in place, it was imperative to seize this opportunity to eliminate the leader of the Griffin Brotherhood once and for all. Upon hearing that Lu Qingming was heading out that night, Yi Feifei immediately inquired, "What are you going out for at such a late hour? You're not going to that club again, are you?" No. Lu Qingming quickly waved his hands. "That is not it. I've never been." Heh. Yi Feifei scoffed coldly, continuing to press. "Then do tell, where exactly are you going?" Lu Qingming hesitated, fabricating, "I'm stepping out to negotiate a business deal. I shall return shortly." Yi Feifei blinked, seemingly skeptical. Suzuheo, however, was anxious, urging, "Go on. Hurry and handle your business. I'll take care of Feifei." As soon as Lu Qingming leaves, it will be a world of two for him and Yi Feifei. "Thank you so much, Lu Qingming." Suzuheo shot him a glance before turning to leave. Jiang Ying promptly followed suit. Following this, Suzuheo was overjoyed. Just as he was preparing to showcase his charm, Yi Feifei suddenly stood up and coldly commanded, "You drive me. Follow Lu Qingming." Suzuheo was instantly taken aback. "What? You're unwilling to help?" Yi Feifei frowned. "Then I shall find someone else that— No, I'll help. I'll help." Suzuheo immediately leaped up. "I am the god of cars. When it comes to driving, none can surpass me." Jiang Ying had attached a miniature bomb to the scorpion, should he display any ill intentions. It would send him straight to the afterlife. In truth, it was unnecessary, as he had been thoroughly intimidated by Lu Qingming. Ever since witnessing Lu Qingming's ruthlessly fierce methods, he had completely lost his will to resist. As long as he could survive, he would do anything. Under the scorpion's guidance, the group arrived early at the location of the auction. Surprisingly, it was a legitimate opera house, merely rented out to the Griffin Brotherhood for the night. It turned out that their underground auctions were always conducted in different locations. Capturing them was nearly impossible. Lu Qingming had come early, not only to scout the situation, but also to avoid involving too many people. Once the various buyers arrived, it would be challenging to take action. If they were to eliminate a host of influential figures, it would undoubtedly stir chaos in the entirety of Julong. They continued to act separately, with Jiang Ying remaining on the periphery while Lu Qingming led the scorpion towards the side entrance of the theater. Outside stood a few burly henchmen, who quickly recognized the gang expert, the scorpion, and greeted him with a wave. The scorpion concealed his severed right hand within his sleeve and, maintaining a stoic expression, stated, "I've brought a major client with me. We wish to enter early for a look." The head of the henchmen appeared somewhat troubled. "This client of yours, you cannot offend." The scorpion instantly adopted a fierce demeanor. The henchmen were well aware of the scorpion's reputation and dared not waste any more words, promptly opening the door for them. Thus, Lu Qingming successfully entered the theater. The hallways on either side were lined with dressing rooms, allowing him to easily spot the several female slaves who were about to be auctioned off. Contrary to his expectations, these unfortunate girls were not confined in cages or lacking clothing. Instead, they were all elegantly attired, surrounded by a professional makeup team, preparing as if they were stars, based on their individual appearances and temperaments. Some were styled as princesses, others as maids, and there were even those adorned in cosplay styles such as elves and succubi. Lu Qingming frowned, astonished. Are they this professional, if they're not packaged properly? "They want to fetch a good price," the scorpion cautiously replied. "Our boss, that brute, is quite adept at business. And your boss?" Lu Qingming's eyes gleamed coldly. "Has he arrived yet?" The scorpion surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. "He is not here. He should be on his way." They would have to wait a little longer. Just as Lu Qingming was about to find a corner to hide, he suddenly heard Jiang Ying's voice through the earpiece. "Lu Xiao. Bad news. Yi Feifei and Suzuheo are here." Chapter 46. Another new breed. Lu Qingming is actually here to discuss business at the opera house. Suzuheo surveyed the building before him, appreciating its elegance. "No wonder he could woo my cousin." "What? Yi Feifei was momentarily taken aback. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I just saw Lu Qingming enter through that small door over there. Su Zihao quickly pointed. Let us go take a look at a professional admirer. He would certainly not allow Yi Feifei to feel embarrassed, thus refraining from mentioning Lu Qingming and Luo Qinxue any further. Why Yi Feifei did not press further either. At this moment, she was eager to catch up with Lu Qingming. The two hastily made their way over, only to be blocked by the henchman on guard. The head henchman first appraised Yi Feifei, exclaiming, "Wow, a fairy." Then he glanced at Su Zihao, who was clad in an expensive suit and sported an exceptionally ostentatious gold watch. Truly a wealthy individual. A fairy paired with a tycoon. It was clear they had come to attend the auction. Esteemed guests, you've taken a wrong turn. The entrance is at the main door, the head henchman politely explained, noting that the auction had yet to commence and that they would need to wait for another half an hour. Auction? Su Zihao was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, I clearly saw someone enter through this door. Is this the VIP entrance? Do you look down upon me? Ah, you're mistaken. That was an internal staff member. The head henchman patiently clarified. Entering here leads to the dressing rooms, which do not accommodate guests. Internal staff member? Su Zihao questioned, turning to glance at Yi Feifei. Did I want to enter through here? Yi Feifei threw a little tantrum, seriously suspecting that Lu Qingming had dashed into the dressing room to rendezvous with some starlet. Yes, we are going through here. Su Zihao immediately took Yi Feifei's demand as a royal decree. That is not possible. The head henchman's amiable demeanor gradually faded. We have our own rules. Su Zihao furrowed his brow and slowly raised his hand that, of course, he lacked any martial skills and could not force his way through. He simply removed his extravagant gold watch and presented it, confidently stating, This watch is worth 2,500,000. Can we enter now? The head henchman was momentarily taken aback before accepting the gold watch and examining it closely. He had seen plenty of fine items and quickly determined that the watch was indeed of significant value. It would surely fetch a hefty price. Well, the head henchman tucked the watch into his pocket. Glancing skyward, tonight's moonlight is truly beautiful. I would love to step out for a moment. The nearby henchman understood the cue and immediately chimed in. Yes, yes, we'd like to use the restroom too. Consequently, several henchmen exchanged knowing smiles and quickly left together, leaving behind a slightly ajar iron door. All set, please come in. Su Zihao grinned triumphantly, pushing open the iron door for Yi Feifei. Thank you. The polite Yi Feifei promptly expressed her gratitude. I owe you one for the watch. I'll find a way to repay you later. It's just a mere watch. I have plenty. Su Zihao smoothed back his stylish hair, exuding a wealthy demeanor. Yi Feifei smiled sweetly. You are truly a good person. Feifei just praised me again. Su Zihao felt a surge of joy within. However, upon seeing Yi Feifei already stepping through the door, he hurriedly followed suit. Inside was a long corridor flanked by dressing rooms, where dozens of individuals were diligently at work, paying no heed to those entering from outside. Only the chief stylist noticed Yi Feifei and Su Zihao, and immediately inquired, What? Another one has been sent. Indeed, he mistook Su Zihao for one of their own, particularly as no outsiders could enter. As for Yi Feifei, she was undoubtedly a prime specimen of a female slave. Su Zihao was momentarily taken aback, looking confusedly at Yi Feifei. Yet, Yi Feifei's gaze was resolute as she nodded at him. Yes, let us play along. Let us see what Lu Qingming is up to here. Su Zihao seemed to grasp the plan, merely responding with an "oh." The auction was about to begin, and they needed to hurry. The chief stylist quickly pulled Yi Feifei aside and scrutinized her, stating, Your base is excellent. A simple touch-up will suffice. Meanwhile, Lu Qingming, in an effort to evade Yi Feifei, had already escaped to the third-floor hall. This unfortunate Yi Feifei, she just one tea let up, Lu Qingming complained while surveying his surroundings. He soon noticed a peculiar young man standing in a corner of the hall. Despite being young, he had a hunched back and an exaggeratedly protruding back, as if carrying a large pot. Lu Qingming immediately became alert and inquired of the scorpion, Who is that? Do you know him? Never encountered it before. Perhaps it is not a member of our brotherhood, Scorpion whispered softly. Could it be that the boss hired someone from the outside? Sometimes, for the sake of the auction security, they might bring in some experts to assist. Experts? Lu Qingming furrowed his brow slightly. What kind of experts could a trashy brotherhood find? the auction had yet to commence. And the Brotherhood's leader had not made an appearance. Liu Qingming had no intention of causing a commotion, yet that hunchbacked oddity had already approached them. "What do you want?" The peculiar figure first looked at Scorpion. "What happened to your hand?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a minor injury." Scorpion hurriedly concealed his right hand behind his back. "Did I smell blood?" The strange man licked his lips with a glint of greedy malice in his eyes. Liu Qingming sensed that this man was far from normal. His appearance was bizarre, and his mental state seemed questionable too. Moreover, his face was marred with pale blue patches, indicative of some strange illness. This was likely not an ordinary thug. Could he be a superpower user? Liu Qingming clenched his fists, ready to spring into action at any moment. The oddity seemed to sense the murderous intent radiating from Liu Qingming. Responding with a fierce glare, Scorpion felt the tension as well and instinctively took a step back. "Have you ever witnessed true power?" The strange man fixed his gaze on Liu Qingming, suddenly inquiring. "The power that comes from the abyss." Liu Qingming hesitated for a moment before chuckling lightly. "I have seen it." He had not only seen it, he had experienced it firsthand. "Oh," the strange man displayed a look of surprise. "Has it already appeared here?" "Appeared? What do you mean?" Liu Qingming frowned slightly. "Monsters?" "Indeed, monsters," the strange man replied, his pupils widening, even emitting a blue glow. "Our kind." As he spoke, the fabric behind him suddenly tore apart, and from the hunchback's position, several azure tentacles surged forth. "Goodness!" Liu Qingming quickly retreated. "This power, have you truly witnessed it?" The strange man brandished his octopus-like tentacles, his expression turning frenzied. "The power bestowed upon me by the monsters." Ma Dongxing had stated that monsters would not possess individuals. So what exactly was this peculiar figure before him? A new breed. Just as he pondered, two tentacles lunged towards him. The ends of the tentacles resembled crab pincers, and if they struck, they would create a significant wound. Liu Qingming leapt to the side, seizing a fire extinguisher in hand. Chapter 47. Another heroic rescue. Puff. 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 Liu Qingming unleashed a torrent of foam from the fire extinguisher upon the strange man. In an instant, white mist enveloped the area, leaving the oddity momentarily dazed. A cough, cough. The strange man covered his face, staggering backward. "You bastard!" No chivalry. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a resounding clang. The heavy fire extinguisher collided with his skull. The strange man collapsed in response to, "Ha! True power! Is this all?" Liu Qingming scoffed, dusting off his hands. "Pathetic." Scorpion was equally stunned that Liu Qingming is a monster. Clearly skilled, yet he fights without any rules. Resorting to tricks, it's utterly despicable. What on earth is this thing? Liu Qingming muttered as he approached the unconscious oddity for a closer examination. Unexpectedly, the tentacles lashed out again, ensnaring Liu Qingming's legs. Goodness, these tentacles operate independently. Liu Qingming was taken aback, hastily bending down to grasp a tentacle. Channeling a bit of the evil god's power into his hands, he intended to tear the tentacle apart. However, he found it was impossible to rend. The tentacle had astonishing resilience. It contorted like super rubber. While the evil god's power could snap steel and tear apart iron, dealing with these flexible tentacles was not so straightforward. Furthermore, the tentacles contained potent, malevolent energy, sufficient to counteract a portion of the evil god's power. In an instant, more tentacles coiled around him, tightly constricting his arms and wrapping around his neck. Witnessing this scene, Scorpion panicked and fled, abandoning Liu Qingming. But one tentacle shot out in an instant, piercing Scorpion's back, delivering a chilling blow. The captive hadn't even been utilized yet, and he was already done for? Damn it, I still have use for that bald guy. Liu Qingming was infuriated and immediately summoned more power. The faint black mist enveloped his hands, allowing his fingers to pierce through the tentacle's tough exterior. Regrettably, it was still insufficient, having experienced a loss of control previously. Liu Qingming was somewhat hesitant to unleash his full strength, fearing that escalating his power would lead to chaos and destroy the entire theater, that in such a scenario, the auction would undoubtedly fail, and the Brotherhood's leader would never appear. Just as he hesitated, a booming voice echoed from a distance. "Hold on. I'm coming." Liu Qingming turned to see. Goodness, it was Yi Lang, the son of the gang. This fellow had not come specifically to seek him out. Rather, he had coincidentally received an invitation from the Griffin Brotherhood to observe the auction. After all, they were all part of the underworld and often interacted. Moreover, Yi Lang lacked relevant experience and was eager to learn. But Lu Qingming did not wish to see this brat. Why are you here, instead of chasing after Yi Feifei? Get away from me. This isn't the scene for a hero saving a damsel. I don't need your overbearing support, Scram. However, under the influence of his overbearing ability, Yi Lang boldly charged forward, even when faced with a monster. He would not flinch. Watch the blade. Yi Lang drew the long knife he carried and swung down fiercely. Crack, he effortlessly severed a tentacle. Lu Qingming was momentarily stunned. That, in a way, is this the power of an overbearing companion? Impossible, impossible. It must be the extraordinary origin of the blade in his hand. The long knife was ancient in design, entirely black and adorned with strange runes. Definitely not an ordinary weapon. Yi Lang's swordsmanship was quite exceptional. One after another, he swung the blade, freeing Lu Qingming from his predicament. That moment, Lu Qingming felt no gratitude toward Yi Lang. Instead, he wanted to smack him on the head to bring him back to his senses and send him off to find Yi Feifei. Why aren't you escaping? Yi Lang turned to look at Lu Qingming, concern evident in his eyes. You bastard. Lu Qingming was both furious and exasperated. Mind your own business. What did you say? Yi Lang was taken aback by Lu Qingming's ungratefulness. I said you're meddling. Lu Qingming could no longer contain his frustration, seizing Yi Lang by the collar. I truly want to strangle you. You're the supporting male lead, if you have the ability. Go save Yi Feifei. What is this nonsense about saving me? What do you want? Yi Lang met Lu Qingming's gaze directly, his face flushing. Heavens! Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Qingming quickly released his grip. This overbearing companion ability was a curse. This troublesome Yi Feifei. Yet Yi Lang remained dazed, completely oblivious to a tentacle sweeping toward him, aiming straight for his throat. Just as it seemed he would be hit, Lu Qingming reacted swiftly, snatching the long knife from Yi Lang's grasp and slicing the tentacle with a single stroke. Indeed, it's a fine blade. Lu Qingming couldn't help but exclaim, as if slicing through vegetables. You just saved me. Yi Lang finally regained his senses. I spit. I didn't save you. Lu Qingming feigned a rough demeanor. I was merely testing your knife. If you like this sword, then consider it a gift. But Yi Lang, unfazed, proactively offered the treasured blade, even removing the scabbard along with it. What sword? This is a Tang sword. Lu Qingming raised his voice, growing increasingly agitated. A katana is curved. It's straight, so it can only be a Tang sword. They are entirely different. Do you understand, you fool? In truth, it wasn't entirely Yi Lang's fault. This was a female-centric world, where weapons were not critically scrutinized, and simply knowing what a katana was commendable. Yi Lang paused momentarily, still unperturbed. I've learned. Hey, how is it that you're still so composed as a member of the gang? Why don't you have a temper? Lu Qingming was utterly exasperated. He had intended to provoke this brat to elicit a negative reaction, but it was utterly ineffective. Who says gangsters have bad tempers? Yi Lang chuckled. I treat my friends very kindly. A mere mortal. Yi Lang was utterly powerless against the influence of the overbearing companion ability. He had to hold Lu Qingming in the palm of his hand. It was impossible not to pamper him. I am not your friend. Lu Qingming immediately asserted. Do not be kind to me. That is all right. Yi Lang continued to smile. Even enemies can become friends. This moment, Lu Qingming was tempted to strike Yi Lang with a blade to bring him back to reality. But he couldn't. He was a supporting male lead. He still needed him to assist Yi Feifei in returning to the main storyline. Feeling utterly at a loss, Lu Qingming decided to soften his approach. He rubbed his face vigorously, forcing a smile as he said, being friends isn't out of the question. Could you help me with one more thing? Yi Lang instantly perked up. What is it? Lu Qingming spun a tale. I have a friend, a girl named Yi Feifei. She is inside this theater, and we got separated. Could you help me look for her? Looking for someone? That's easy. Yi Lang readily agreed. I'll take my brothers to search right away. In that moment, Lu Qingming suddenly experienced the thrill of commanding a loyal companion, akin to the feeling Yi Feifei must have felt when she summoned her loyal underlings. Not to mention, it was genuinely rather enjoyable. But I don't need a man. What a calamity. Lu Qingming sighed heavily, brandishing the knife as he advanced toward the monster. This moment, the creature was propping itself up with its remaining tentacles. Crawling away into the distance that Liu Qingming hastened to pursue, raising his blade to strike. Crack, crack, crack. Blood splattered as Liu Qingming became immersed in the act of slaughter, completely oblivious to the malevolent and exhilarated smile that had unconsciously crept upon his visage. Yi Lang furrowed his brow, observing for a while until the creature was dismembered beyond recognition, before finally turning to depart. That no one noticed the severed tentacles slowly writhing on the ground, crawling towards the corpse of the scorpion. Chapter 48. This girl is beyond your means. After a thorough dissection, Liu Qingming discovered that the creature was a parasitic entity. The hunchback was, in fact, a tumor-like monstrosity. Dozens of tentacles sprouted from the tumor, some penetrating the host's body like roots of a plant, serving to anchor and absorb nutrients. The remaining tentacles functioned as limbs and weapons. Had the demon already infiltrated the city? Liu Qingming realized the gravity of the situation. It could still parasitize humans? Ever since leaving the first psychiatric hospital of Julong, he had heard no further news of the demons. Even if there were reports, they were likely concealed by the 72nd Bureau. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the 72nd Bureau had failed to maintain control, and the demons were spreading throughout Julong City. This was becoming perilous. Liu Qingming hesitated, pulling out his phone, contemplating whether he should inform Wu Jia and Ma Dongxing, urging them to come and take a look. Indeed, the very phone Wu Jia possessed was a gift from him. The debt, of course, had also been stealthily repaid by him, merely to avoid embarrassing the members of the nameless sect. After pondering for a while, Liu Qingming ultimately abandoned the idea of contacting them. The nameless sect was too weak, left with only the elderly, the ill, and the infirm. They seemingly lacked the strength to confront the demons. Perhaps it was best left to the authorities. He put away his phone. A glance at the clock reminded Liu Qingming of the auction. Damn it. It seemed he had already missed the time. While Liu Qingming was preoccupied with dissecting the monster, the auction had commenced long ago. 4 female slaves had already been sold, yet none fetched a high price. Much to Cynthia's dismay. Bring up the main attraction ahead of schedule, he commanded angrily, aiming to stir the atmosphere. His underling immediately relayed the order, and the auctioneer glanced over the remaining girls before selecting Yi Feifei. Consequently, Yi Feifei, following instructions, stood within a display case resembling a crystal dome and was pushed onto the auction stage. Upon seeing a throng of bidders adorned with bizarre masks, she was instantly bewildered. What kind of event was this? Initially believing it was merely a fashion show she could easily handle, she never anticipated the situation would deviate so drastically. Upon Yi Feifei's grand entrance, the audience erupted into applause. Exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. She is simply ethereal. I want her. No one else can compete. At that moment, Yi Feifei had not made any special effort to dress up, donning only a pure white wedding gown. Yet, it was this very attire that captivated the hearts of men. With a bride like this, what more could one desire? As the auction commenced, the crowd descended into madness. Starting at $1 million, the bids swiftly escalated into the tens of millions. Then 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. Cynthia was left stunned. After a long moment of regaining composure, he furiously questioned his subordinate. Where did this female slave come from? I've never seen her before. His underling, wide-eyed, shook his head. He too had never seen her. Damn it. Who is responsible for this? Cynthia fumed, leaping from his seat. Such a rare gem should be kept for his own use. Yet, given the current circumstances, retracting the auction was out of the question. That would ruin the reputation of the Griffin Brotherhood. After a moment of contemplation, Cynthia decided to don a mask himself and blend into the crowd to participate in the bidding, as long as he could call out an extravagant price to outbid the others. He could handle the aftermath discreetly. 100 million. I bid 100 million. Cynthia shouted, his voice strained, announcing a staggering price that left the entire room in shock. However, within 5 seconds, another bid was called. 110 million. What? Cynthia was taken aback. Even at 100 million, they still wanted to compete? This female slave was far too sought after. He could hardly fathom the extent of Yi Feifei's allure in this world. 120 million, 130 million, 150 million. The prices continued to soar. Cynthia was now too intimidated to call out another bid. With the prices reaching such heights, any clandestine maneuvers could lead to monumental trouble if discovered. Not to mention, the boss would certainly eliminate him. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yi Feifei remained in a state of confusion. Was she being sold? The price seemed exaggerated. Was this some sort of film production? At that moment, Lu Qingming had just arrived at the auction venue. Discovering that Yi Feifei was being auctioned off left him dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Yi Feifei, for heaven's sake! As the leading lady, instead of engaging in romantic pursuits, you find yourself participating in such an event? This path only leads further astray. It is truly disheartening. When will you return to the main storyline? This is a travesty. What should I do now? Buy Yi Feifei back? Oh, what a joke. Whoever wants to buy her can do so. Whoever buys her is doomed. Where is Yilang? Where has he disappeared to? Lu Qingming scanned the scene, hoping Yilang would purchase Yi Feifei and complete the system task. However, he could not locate him. Most attendees wore masks, making it impossible to recognize anyone. Yet, as Yi Feifei's value skyrocketed, some were beginning to lose composure. 360 million. I'll add 1 million. Only 1 million? If you can't keep up, then get lost. How dare you? As the bidding escalated, chaos erupted, and the scene quickly spiraled out of control. Calm down. Everyone calm down, Cynthia shouted, raising his hands, but nobody paid him any heed. 400 million. I'd bid 400 million. I'll add 1 million. Some were even resorting to borrowing money just to continue raising the bid. Others were willing to risk everything to acquire Yi Feifei. It was horrifying. This was the fatal allure of the leading lady. Once again, Lu Qingming was struck by the astonishing charm of the female protagonist in this story. It was simply terrifying. Soon, someone truly couldn't keep up anymore. A wealthy gentleman crouched beneath the table, discreetly dialing the Jiulong Public Security Bureau. Hello, is this the Public Security Bureau? I have discovered a group of criminals auctioning off female slaves. It is utterly heinous. That's right, if I can't afford it, neither should you take her away. While reports were being made, a brawl erupted. Whoever raises the bid again, I'll smash them. What do you think you are? Let us take down the one who only adds 1 million each time. A few individuals began to grapple, quickly involving those nearby, and the chaos expanded. Cynthia hastily removed his mask, calling out for his subordinates to regain control of the situation. Yet, before his subordinates could respond, Lu Qingming caught his attention. That it was evident that this fellow was the leader of the Griffin Brotherhood. Finally, I caught you. Lu Qingming charged forward, delivering a punch squarely to Cynthia's jaw. Bang. Cynthia collapsed to the ground. The scene was utter chaos, with everyone engaged in fighting, leaving no one to notice the situation unfolding nearby. Lu Qingming dragged Cynthia towards the exit, preparing to give him a thorough beating. However, sharp-eyed Yi Feifei spotted Lu Qingming from the stage. Lu Qingming, she exclaimed. Upon hearing this call from the harbinger of death, Lu Qingming felt a shiver run down his spine. That, in a way, with so many people around, you could still recognize me? It seems I cannot escape now. Qingming, you've come to save me? Yi Feifei exclaimed excitedly, completely unaware of the situation. That I knew you would come. Lu Qingming's expression darkened. He truly wanted to say, get lost, I have no intention of rescuing you. But he dared not utter those words. Should he anger her, it could very well lead to a calamity falling upon him. Yet with Yi Feifei's shout, the entire venue fell silent, and all eyes turned towards Lu Qingming. Finding himself cornered, Lu Qingming could only hold Cynthia hostage, declaring with righteous indignation, all you beasts from the Griffin Brotherhood, listen well. Come over here. Otherwise, I will kill your leader. Chapter 49. Seizing the head, it is indeed strange that Yi Feifei did not flee. Instead, she stood frozen in place, having witnessed Lu Qingming's brutal methods, utterly terrified. Who would have thought that her boyfriend was a ruthless killer? Even if he was targeting a villain, his methods seemed excessively harsh. Lu Qingming glanced sideways at Yi Feifei, muttering to himself, what is that expression on your face? Do you think you have killed fewer than I have? Your methods are even more vicious than mine. The two remained silent for a considerable time, until Yi Feifei finally spoke. What are you doing here? Lu Qingming clicked his tongue and fabricated a response. Actually, I am an undercover agent. Unable to conjure a better excuse. He resorted to quoting a line from a movie. After all, he couldn't very well claim he was there to purchase female slaves. Undercover. Yi Feifei gasped in surprise. Are you from the Jiulong Public Security Bureau? Ah. A special department, Lu Qingming replied vaguely. Reluctant to disclose too much, upon realizing this, Yi Feifei's expression gradually relaxed, and her fondness for Lu Qingming deepened a bit. Ahem, I still need to handle this criminal. Lu Qingming said, turning to look. Oh no. The big boss has already escaped. He no longer had time for Yi Feifei and dashed off in pursuit. Cynthia had not run far. However, as she reached the hall, she was intercepted by another individual. This person, clad in a mask and possessing an extraordinarily imposing physique, was brimming with bulging muscles, looking more like a beast than a human. Who are you? Cynthia stammered, retreating in fear. Sent by someone, here to take your life. The muscular man lunged forward, delivering a heavy punch to Cynthia's chest. Bang! Cynthia was sent flying. The force of the blow was tremendous, her ribs shattered, and her internal organs were crushed. She could no longer move, struggling to open her mouth, only able to cough up blood. By the time Lu Qingming arrived, Cynthia had already breathed her last. Fan Yong. Lu Qingming shouted at the muscular man. Why did you steal my kill? Huh. You recognize me even with the mask on. The muscular man seemed momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, muscular but simple-minded? Who else in Jiulong could possibly have trained such muscles other than Fan Yong? Do you think I'm blind? Lu Qingming felt a headache coming on. First it was Yi Lang, and now it's you. Why is it always troublemakers coming here? However, Fan Yong wasn't there to cause trouble. He had just received news from Jean Boyan and rushed over to eliminate Cynthia. This was a transaction that had been settled beforehand and must be fulfilled. Naturally, he could not reveal the true reason to Lu Qingming. After hesitating for a moment, Fan Yong said, Brother, for the sake of being Yi Feifei's friend, please don't let anyone know about my involvement in this killing. I beg you. Huh. What a joke. Can that beast even be considered human? Lu Qingming had no intention of spreading the word. It was indeed a pity he could not deal with that beast himself. But since Fan Yong had killed him, he could only accept it. How righteous. Thank you. Thank you. Fan Yong rejoiced at Lu Qingming's words, bowing repeatedly. Come over to my house for a meal sometime. Don't forget to bring Feifei. Take your sister. Lu Qingming shot him a glare. After expressing his gratitude, Fan Yong intended to leave this troublesome place, but suddenly noticed the long knife in Lu Qingming's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is wrong? Lu Qingming asked, raising the long knife in confusion. Where did you get this knife? Fan Yong countered with a question. Someone gave it to me. Lu Qingming felt uncomfortable admitting the truth. Is there a problem? This is the demon-slaying treasure blade used by the Xianmen during ancient times. Fan Yong scrutinized the blade, and based on the runes on it, it appeared to be a top-tier treasure passed down through generations to the sect's leader. Lu Qingming was taken aback that I never expected Yi Lang, a prince of the underworld, to possess a legendary blade of the Xianmen. The key is he casually gave it to me? Ahem. This sincere friendship is truly beyond words. Where did it come from? Fan Yong continued to inquire. You wouldn't happen to be an heir of the Xianmen, would you? Ah. Lu Qingming was at a loss for how to respond. Just then, he suddenly heard Jiang Ying's voice through his earpiece. Lu Xiao, I have found those girls. The ones who were just sold are being dragged towards the parking lot. May I take action to rescue them? It turned out that in order to save people, she had to seek permission from her employer to go ahead. Lu Qingming immediately agreed. Be careful. Thank you, Lu Xiao. Jiang Ying paused before asking, how should we deal with the buyer? Lu Qingming replied coldly. In cases of human trafficking, both the buyer and seller are guilty. Kill without hesitation. Understood. Jiang Ying smiled slightly, emerging from the shadows, and aimed her gun at the wealthy businessmen and bodyguards. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot was a headshot. The wicked buyers, who had yet to enjoy their freshly purchased slaves, found themselves facing the grim reaper. Don't be afraid. I am here to save you. After eliminating the enemies, Jiang Ying beckoned to the girls. Follow me. Although the girls were bewildered, they had no choice but to obediently follow Jiang Ying. Upon reaching the wealthy man's car, Jiang Ying yanked the driver out of the driver's seat. Search for the car keys and ask the girls who can drive. A fiery girl, dressed as a little succubus, stepped forward eagerly. I can drive. Good. Take them to the nearest police station, Jiang Ying instructed, still unable to leave, as her primary duty was to support Lu Qingming at any moment. Suddenly, Lu Qingming, holding on to Fan Yong with one hand and pulling out his phone with the other, said, Hey, don't leave yet. Help me take a look at this parasitic demon I just filmed. After all, this muscular man was also a descendant of the Xianmen and should have some knowledge about demons. Fan Yonger took one glance, and his expression darkened. Isn't there a need to be so tense? Lu Qingming was slightly surprised. This demon was rather weak, easily dispatched with a few strikes. Have you considered what weapon you were using? Fan Yonger shot him a sidelong glance. If it were any other weapon, you'd have been dead long ago. Lu Qingming looked down at the treasured blade in his hand, genuinely not feeling that this demon was particularly formidable. Fan Yonger closed his eyes, seemingly recalling something, then suddenly asked with a stern voice, "How did you handle the corpse?" "Hey, don't be so worked up." Lu Qingming disliked Fan Yonger's loud demeanor. "I just chopped it up and tossed it in the corner. What else could I do?" If I remember correctly, this demon is called a tumor-head water bug. Its vitality is extremely strong and can regenerate from severed limbs. Fan Yonger said solemnly. The correct method of disposal should involve burning it with fire for more than 3 days and nights. What? Lu Qingming couldn't help but curse. Take me to see it. Fan Yonger was not joking. The problem was indeed serious. When the two reached the third-floor hall, they found that something was amiss. The corpse parts were still there, but the number had clearly diminished. At least a dozen tentacles were missing. Each tentacle could parasitize a human and regrow a complete body. Fan Yonger explained, slightly anxious. And that is not all. More terrifying is that it can connect to the human brain's nerves, acquiring useful biological information, such as the host's combat skills. Lu Qingming gasped. It can learn human combat techniques. It grows stronger? Exactly. Fan Yonger nodded. Theoretically, the more hosts it replaces, the stronger it becomes. Lu Qingming then asked, "How long until the severed tentacles can regenerate into a complete body?" Fan Yonger hesitated. "I forgot. Should I ask my dad?" "Forget it. You might as well ask Ma Dongxing," Lu Qingming suggested. "He should know." Fan Yonger paused, then said softly, "Brother Ma, doesn't he have a phone?" Da-da. Lu Qingming wiped his face, ultimately pulling out his phone and dialing Wu Jia's number. The call was quickly connected, and Wu Jia's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" To Wu Jia, it was just a stranger's number. I'm Lu Qingming." "Huh. How did you get my new phone number?" Wu Jia immediately sensed something was off. Cough, cough. It was Fan Yonger who told me. Without further ado, Lu Qingming shifted to the matter at hand. "Is your senior brother there? I need to ask him about the tumor-head water bug." "Senior brother? He is sleeping right now. It's quite late." "Is it urgent?" "Very urgent." "Hurry and wake him up." Lu Qingming was indeed anxious. The demon had already entered the city. "Ah? Okay. Just a moment." Then there was a commotion on the other end, presumably Wu Jia getting up and moving around. However, before Ma Dongxing could arrive, Jiang Ying's voice suddenly echoed in the earpiece. "Lu Xiao, there's a demon below." She barely finished her sentence before her voice was abruptly cut off. "Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying, what happened?" Lu Qingming called out repeatedly, but received no response. "Damn it, something's wrong." Without hesitation, Lu Qingming leaped through the nearby window, landing gracefully like a nimble panther. He perked up his ears, listened intently for a moment, and quickly discerned the location of the battle, racing towards it. Sure enough, it was another demon. Once again, the tumor-headed water insect has taken residence within a human host, but this time, the location is not the back, but rather the head. The entire cranium is transformed into a grotesque mass, with dozens of tentacles writhing in a frenzied manner, creating a sight that is truly horrifying. At this moment, Jiang Ying lies sprawled on the ground, surrounded by several motionless girls, either fainted from fright or worse. "Damn it!" Lu Qingming roared, brandishing his blade as he charged forward. Yet astonishingly, the creature utilized its tentacles to seize a nearby car, hurling it towards him with alarming speed. A vehicle weighing over 2 tons, damn. Instinctively, Lu Qingming summoned the power of the dark god. In an instant, a plume of black mist erupted from behind him. It resembled a colossal demonic claw, which effortlessly shattered the massive automobile into fragments. In an instant, shards of metal, plastic, and glass filled the air. Lu Qingming darted above the creature at a devilish speed, bringing his blade down with ferocity. However, this creature proved to be far more cunning than the previous one, picking up a sturdy car engine as a makeshift shield, effectively blocking his aerial strike. Clang! The blade embedded itself within the engine, becoming stuck. This was a demon-slaying sword, designed to inflict additional damage upon demonic entities. Yet it could not cleave through iron with ease. Lu Qingming was genuinely taken aback by the creature's defensive maneuvers. Attempting to withdraw the sword proved futile, as it was wedged too tightly. In the next moment, more tentacles surged forth. The dire circumstance was exacerbated by the fact that each tentacle wielded a weapon. There were sharp shards of glass, twisted steel pipes, and even car wheels. This creature had no regard for martial ethics. Lu Qingming found himself out of options, compelled to summon even greater dark god power to fend off the onslaught. Instantly, black mist enveloped his entire being, forcibly blocking all incoming weapons. A cacophony of clashing sounds erupted. Lu Qingming was knocked about, yet miraculously he remained unscathed. Damn it, I detest those who disregard martial ethics. He attempted to command the black wings behind him to shred the enemy. But they proved uncooperative. It seemed that only in a state of extreme rage, with the dark gods will dominating, could their true power be unleashed. That simply would not do. I cannot remain under the dark god's control. I can do this myself. Lu Qingming bellowed, summoning all his strength to wrench the engine apart and retrieve his sword. In the next moment, he swung the blade, engaging in a fierce duel against the multitude of tentacles. Although the creature wielded weapons, it lacked technique, and soon enough, it was reduced to a mere handful of tentacles. Evidently frightened, the creature flung a car door before turning to flee. Lu Qingming would not allow it to escape, deftly sidestepping the door and immediately giving chase. Just as he was about to catch up, a towering figure suddenly emerged from ahead. Damn it, it's Fan Yonger again. With a powerful punch, he struck the creature's head. Boom! The grotesque mass exploded, sending a colorful, foul-smelling liquid splattering everywhere. Fan, after I fought so hard to weaken it, you coming to steal the kill? Lu Qingming exclaimed as he retreated. Can't you act sooner? If it weren't for Fei-Fei's sake, I wouldn't have bothered to help you. Fan Yonger replied with a grin while shaking the filth off his hands. By the way, I forgot to mention, this type of demon never acts alone. Once one appears, it signals the presence of a whole swarm. Chapter 51. An inappropriate trial, a whole swarm? Lu Qingming gasped in shock. Are you certain? I wouldn't mistake it. Fan Yonger continued, still shaking his hands. I saw it in an ancient scroll collected by my father. One could be managed, but how do we deal with a whole swarm? Just then, a piercing siren echoed from a distance. Clearly, the personnel from the Julong Public Security Bureau were on their way. We cannot linger here. We must leave immediately. Lu Qingming rushed to Jiang Ying's side, carefully lifting her up. Liu Xiao, Jiang Ying's consciousness was relatively clear, though her body was splattered with blood, the extent of her injuries unknown. Hold on, I'll get you to the hospital right away, Lu Qingming exclaimed as he cradled Jiang Ying, hastening towards the vehicle. However, Jiang Ying interjected, there's no need. The injuries inflicted by this demon cannot be treated at a hospital. What then? Lu Qingming panicked momentarily. That it's all right. I have secret medicine from the Shuangguan. Jiang Ying managed a faint smile. Let's just go home first. All right. Lu Qingming placed Jiang Ying into the car and sped away from the scene. He could no longer concern himself with anyone else. The Public Security Bureau would handle the rest. Yet unexpectedly, just a few minutes after driving away, a soft voice emerged from behind. Where are you taking me? Lu Qingming nearly jumped out of his skin. That a glance in the rearview mirror revealed a girl dressed as a little demon. It turned out that when the demon launched its surprise attack, this girl had reacted swiftly, hiding in the vehicle and crouching beneath the seat. She remained completely still, not daring to make a sound. Therefore, when Lu Qingming started the car, she was inadvertently taken along. You this? Whatever. Lu Qingming had no time to drop her off at the Public Security Bureau or any other location. He simply decided to take her home and address it later, speeding back to the villa. Lu Qingming instructed the girl to stay put in the living room while he carried Jiang Ying to the bedroom. Following Jiang Ying's instructions, he rummaged through her closet for several small porcelain vials, which contained the so-called secret medicine of Shuangguan. Then, things became rather complicated. First, take off my clothes, Jiang Ying suggested. Liu Qingming hesitated, taking several deep breaths before beginning to comply. Jiang Ying's injuries were primarily concentrated on her back, with the most severe being a puncture wound from a tentacle, while other areas bore marks from being struck. Most individuals would have perished from such injuries, clearly indicating Jiang Ying's exceptional physical constitution. Is applying ointment sufficient for injuries of this severity? Lu Qingming couldn't help but inquire. You needn't worry. This ointment is highly effective, Jiang Ying assured him with conviction. Very well, Lu Qingming applied the ointment to her wounds while inquiring further. How do you know so much? Jiang Ying did not respond. Seemingly reluctant to divulge, Lu Qingming chose not to press further. Focusing instead on applying the ointment, to his astonishment, he noticed the wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? He exclaimed, utterly astounded. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ying replied, This ointment is made from several rare demon ingredients. Also demons? Lu Qingming was taken aback. Of course. The formula and crafting techniques are closely guarded secrets, Jiang Ying added. Knowledge that cannot be attained by other sections. Who exactly are you? Lu Qingming's brow furrowed in suspicion. Jiang Ying sighed deeply, as if summoning the courage to speak, and finally said, Lu Xiao, I have never told you that I was once an assassin. I could have guessed that even without you saying it. No, not the ordinary kind of assassin. I was a Shuangguan assassin. Jiang Ying began to share her story. Qingyin sect is also an ancient Shuangguan. However, it could not endure like the nameless sect, and over 200 years ago, many disciples of Qingyin sect betrayed their oaths, using Shuangguan techniques for profit. Eventually, the true Qingyin sect perished, and many disciples reformed into an assassin organization called Qingying. They exploited Shuangguan techniques to commit murder and theft, making a name for themselves. Fortunately, other Shuangguan sects did not stand idly by, sending disciples to hunt down these traitors. After years of struggle, Qingying was severely weakened, ultimately retreating into hiding, no longer daring to act recklessly. Yet the Qingying organization has persisted, even until now. Jiang Ying is a new generation member of Qingying, and a particularly outstanding one at that. However, after experiencing countless killings, she eventually grew weary. After overcoming numerous obstacles, Jiang Ying finally exited the organization, changing her name and appearance, and began a new life. You had plastic surgery. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming instinctively glanced at Jiang Ying's peach-shaped silhouette. How much did you get done? Hey, I've been talking for ages. And that's what you're focused on? Jiang Ying felt exasperated. My figure isn't altered. I achieved that through my own training. Cough, cough. I wasn't focusing on that. I was just asking casually, did Lu Qingming continue to apply the ointment while steering the conversation back? Leaving Qingyin must not have been easy. Will they come after you? Did you see the talisman on my back? Jiang Ying suddenly countered. What talisman? Lu Qingming blinked in confusion. Jiang Ying replied, Clean off the blood and take a closer look. Lu Qingming took a cloth, carefully wiping away the blood. Indeed, he discovered a faint blue, peculiar pattern in the center of Jiang Ying's back. The color was so faint that it resembled a faded tattoo. This is the cost of leaving the organization, Jiang Ying explained. A unique sealing technique of Qingyin sect that can seal my powers, preventing me from using Shuangguan techniques that I see. Lu Qingming understood that it seems Qingying adheres to principles. If you wish to leave, you may, but you can no longer utilize our ancestral techniques. Compared to the notorious assassin organizations and legends, Qingying may indeed be a model in the industry. Yes, they talked. The treatment of her back injury neared completion. Lu Qingming rubbed his hands together and asked, There is a bit of injury below your waist. Should I apply ointment there as well? Jiang Ying retorted, Why not? Are you trying to charge me extra? Cough, cough, that is not it. The issue is I need to remove your pants, Lu Qingming stated, addressing the critical matter. Then take them off. Jiang Ying remained indifferent. Lu Qingming took a deep breath before making a move. However, after removing only half, he found himself unable to continue to. It felt as if a raging flame was burning within his chest, suffocating him. Simultaneously, that dark power began to seethe within him. It was a wicked thought. Once such a thought took root, it could be exploited by the evil deity. No. Lu Qingming hurriedly stood up and retreated. Lu, you need not be so agitated. Jiang Ying managed to turn her head slightly. Is Miss Luo's figure not to your liking? Are you still not accustomed to it? This is not merely a matter of preference. Lu Qingming began to regulate his breathing. The crux is, I have not seen Luo Qinshu either. Forget it. I shall not trouble you further. Jiang Ying seemed to chuckle mischievously. I will handle it myself. However, her arm was also sprained, making it difficult for her to reach behind. Wait, I will fetch that girl to assist. Lu Qingming finally thought of a solution and dashed out. Such a man is truly to my taste. Jiang Ying sighed softly while lying on the bed, unable to resist the urge to compete with Miss Luo, fearing she might fall short. Chapter 52. Late again the following day, the opera house had been sealed off by the military. Military vehicles were constantly entering and exiting, carrying away unknown items that Dongxing and Wu Jia had stealthily scaled the walls to enter. Senior brother, we are late once more. Wu Jia surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that not a single drop of blood was left on the ground. Even the soil had been excavated. What do you mean again? Ma Dongxing frowned. Have we ever been late before? Have you forgotten? Wu Jia huffed, hands on her hips. In the past 3 or 4 years, there have been several incidents of monster attacks that by the time we received the news and rushed over, everything had already been handled by others. Our nameless sect has always been the last to arrive. Do you still think we can find any opportunities to act? Can we blame others for this? Ahem. Let's not dwell on the past. Ma Dongxing waved his hand dismissively. Let the lowly monsters be dealt with by them. What about today? Wu Jia rolled her eyes. I suggested we take a taxi, yet you insisted on waiting for the bus. Do we really need to scrimp on those few dozen yuan? Indeed. Ma Dongxing nodded without hesitation. A simple breakfast in the city center costs dozens. It's practically highway robbery. All right, I won't argue with you over this. Wu Jia shook her head helplessly. I just want to know, why did they even dig up the soil? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the work of the 72 Bureau. They are quite professional. Ma Dongxing pinched his chin. That kind of tumor-headed water spirit has an incredibly strong regenerative ability that if any bodily remnants are left in the soil, there is a possibility of further infecting humans. Wu Jia pondered for a moment and asked again, why not just burn this place down? That should be safer than digging up the soil, right? Does this building not cost anything? Ma Dongxing shot Wu Jia a disdainful glance. Moreover, the 72 Bureau has been conducting live experiments on monsters. They need living specimens that if they continue like this, something big is bound to happen. Wu Jia shook her head in disapproval. Since ancient times, countless practitioners have attempted to control the powers of evil, yet all have ended in failure. The current 72 Bureau is no different from those practitioners who brought about their own demise. Let them do their thing. We shall focus on our own matters, Ma Dongxing said, beginning to investigate the area. According to Lu Qingming, at least 2 tumor-headed water spirits had appeared the previous night. The actual number was certainly higher, as these creatures tended to appear in swarms. The reason the water spirit clan gathered here must be their keen sense of abundant desires. All of humanity's wicked cravings are delicacies for these monsters, as well as their source of power. However, based on Lu Qingming's description, that tumor-headed water spirit was merely a juvenile. This implies that a large adult water spirit, the leader of the clan, may be lurking nearby. The leader water spirit is a formidable Earth-level monster, far superior to the 2 mundane-level monsters encountered at the first psychiatric hospital. Wu Jia followed closely behind Ma Dongxing, unable to resist asking, Senior brother, what are you searching for? I am tracking the large water spirit by following the traces of evil energy. Ma Dongxing squinted. The scene has been made too chaotic by them, making it difficult to find anything. Wu Jia sighed. When will I ever reach the realm of observing evil energy? You still have a long way to go. Ma Dongxing grinned. I have already attained sea-level cultivation. Ordinary monsters cannot escape my gaze. Wu Jia blinked and asked, what about heavenly-level ones? Can you track the evil energy emitted by evil deities? Well, tracing the residual traces of a battle is relatively simple, as the explosive force is quite substantial. Ma Dongxing smacked his lips. However, if it deliberately conceals itself, it becomes challenging to detect, given the difference in levels that owe. So the one we encountered on the street that day was the one you lost track of. Wu Jia understood. That must be the evil deity. Most likely, Ma Dongxing replied cautiously. If Master had been present at the time, he certainly would not have let it escape that Wu Jia bit her lip. Hesitating to speak that in truth, she wished to say that Master was getting old. Could he truly still contend against heavenly-level monsters? The two fell silent and continued to wander, finding no trace of the large water spirit. If we can't find it, let's just go back. Wu Jia kept glancing around. What if we get caught by the 72 Bureau and end up locked up for a few days? The 72 Bureau only bullies us because our nameless sect is small. Mentioning being locked up made Ma Dongxing irritable. So what if we are fewer in number? I refuse to believe that those superpowered individuals they nurture can match an evil deity. All right, let's go. Wu Jia urged. It's time to prepare for lunch. Lunch? Ma Dongxing frowned. How expensive is it to eat here? Wu Jia retorted. Are we not eating today? Given the current situation, it seems we won't be able to return home anytime soon. Indeed, with monsters rampaging through the city, our nameless sect cannot remain idle. That M.A. Dongxing pinched his chin in contemplation. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Lu Qingming. Didn't he say he would join us for a meal sometime? Senior brother, you truly are clever, Wu Jia agreed, immediately pulling out her phone to call Lu Qingming. Hey, how do you know how to use that phone? Ma Dongxing frowned upon seeing the new phone. Why are you using it? You really should return it. Wu Jiao felt a bit embarrassed. Speaking softly, I have no idea when we will find that kind-hearted person again. Keeping the phone unused is a waste. I might as well use it for now, and if I ever find that kind-hearted person, I will return him a new one to Yusai. Forget it. Ma Dongxing did not wish to lecture his junior sister any longer. In truth, he knew that one day Wu Jia would leave the nameless sect, but let her be that Wu Jia, like a child caught in mischief, stole glances at Ma Dongxing before attempting to call Lu Qingming. However, just as she was about to press the dial button, Ma Dongxing raised his hand to stop her. Someone is coming, Ma Dongxing said, quickly turning around. That it was a cardboard box man from the 72 Bureau. That fellow still had a large cardboard box atop his head. Swaying as he approached, that M.A. Dongxing gripped his wooden staff and donned a smile, saying, We mean no harm. We are merely here to take a look around. Oh, the cardboard box man replied with a single word. Ahem, junior sister, let's leave. Ma Dongxing immediately signaled Wu Jiao with his eyes that we cannot leave. The cardboard box man suddenly shook his head. Once you arrive. You cannot depart. That on what grounds? Ma Dongxing frowned. This area has been contaminated by sea-level monsters. The cardboard box man pointed to the ground. Once you enter, you must be captured for isolation. Are they going to detain us again? Is there no law? Ma Dongxing was thoroughly exasperated. There were so many people inside last night. Did you capture them all? The cardboard box man replied. All have been captured. Nonsense. Ma Dongxing could not help but curse. Lu Qingming is still at home raising fish. Chapter 53. Do you fence? Of course, Lu Qingming was not raising fish. He had no such mood, because that Grim Reaper girl had returned. What made matters worse was that Yi Lang had brought her back. That scoundrel Yi Lang had truly kept his promise and found Night Fei. Even more distressing was that although the two had met and recognized each other, they had not developed any mutual affection. The system task remained unfulfilled. At this moment, Lu Qingming felt utterly despondent, on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Night Fei wore an expression of anger. Last night, Lu Qingming had abandoned her and run off, never to inquire after her again. Any girl would be furious in such a situation, infuriated beyond measure. Night Fei had been exceedingly tolerant and kind to Lu Qingming. Night Fei struggled to suppress her fury. Do you not need to explain yourself? Lu Qingming hesitated, deliberately refraining from explanation. He was actually testing Night Fei's limits. How could he compel her to propose a breakup without completely provoking her? That balance was indeed difficult to maintain. Unexpectedly, Yi Lang took the initiative to explain for Lu Qingming. Miss Yi, actually, Lu Qingming was also searching for you last night. We split up to look for you. I was just fortunate enough to find you first. Oh, I also informed him that I would bring you back, so he went home to wait for you. Having said that, she cast a meaningful glance at Lu Qingming. The poor Lu Qingming felt an overwhelming urge to weep, simultaneously desiring to rush forward and deliver a fatal blow to Yi Lang. Alas, such actions were not permissible. The second male lead was destined to accompany Yi Fei through the main storyline. Really? Yi Fei questioned Yi Lang, her gaze laced with skepticism. Why didn't you inform me on the way? I hardly spoke during the journey, did I? Yi Lang replied with a slight smile. To be frank, I do not enjoy conversing with girls. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming's trepidation intensified. The hairs on his arms stood on end. The innocent Yi Fei seemed to believe him, promptly clasping Lu Qingming's hand, and proactively admitted her fault. Qingming, I apologize. I wronged you. Please forgive me. Lu Qingming's heart felt like it was being torn apart, yet he mustered the strength to say, I do not blame you. No matter what you do, I will never hold it against you, you death goddess. How could I ever blame you? My Qingming is the best. Yi Fei beamed sweetly, her fondness for Lu Qingming increasing several notches. The delivery was made, yet Yi Lang showed no inclination to depart. Instead, he craned his neck, peering into the room, evidently wishing to enter as a guest. Lu Qingming longed to shoo him away, but in order to fulfill the system's task. He was compelled to feign a smile and extend an invitation. "Thank you for your assistance. Would you like to come in and have a seat?" "Certainly." Yi Lang responded with unusual eagerness. "Then please come in." That Liu Qingming's plan was simple: to create an intimate environment, allowing Yi Feifei and Yi Lang to spend more time together. With Yi Feifei's charm, winning over Yi Lang should merely be a matter of time. Right? Surely it would be foolproof. However, just as Yi Feifei stepped through the door, she halted after taking only a couple of steps, her expression darkening once more. This was because a petite succubus was seated in the living room. "Who is she?" Yi Feifei pointed at the succubus girl, questioning Liu Qingming. "Is she a new pet?" "No. Don't jump to conclusions," Liu Qingming hastily clarified. "Her name is Xiaowei, and like you, she was also captured by the Griffin Brotherhood to be auctioned off. She accidentally hid in my car last night and was brought back with me." "Really?" Yi Feifei turned to Xiaowei. "It is indeed the case," Xiaowei replied with a smile. "I owe my rescue to Brother Liu and Sister Jiang." "No need for thanks. I shall escort you home immediately." Liu Qingming was eager to send Xiaowei on her way. This way, he could also leave, allowing Yi Feifei and Yi Lang to be alone together. Thus achieving his plan, unexpectedly, Xiaowei declared, "I have no home." That Liu Qingming was instantly put in an awkward position. How could this be? Yi Feifei whispered in inquiry. Xiaowei sighed softly, recounting her tale. Essentially, her parents had perished. Her inheritance seized by relatives, and she had been wandering ever since. Each day was a struggle for food and shelter, and later she was kidnapped by vile individuals, nearly becoming a slave. Liu Qingming frowned upon hearing this, finding the story far too implausible. Xiaowei had a pleasant demeanor and flawless skin, showing no signs of a life spent on the streets. Moreover, given her circumstances, securing employment should not have been overly difficult. She should not have been reduced to homelessness. Yet, the kind-hearted Yi Feifei believed her. Perhaps it was the influence of the protagonist's initial benevolent aura. Regardless, her eyes reddened as she listened, and she expressed a willingness to let Xiaowei stay temporarily, aiding her through this hardship. With this action, Yi Feifei seemed to assume the role of the lady of the house. Liu Qingming was utterly speechless but dared not oppose. "Hey, could you share your story?" Yi Lang suddenly leaned in, wearing a friendly smile. "I must confess, I had someone investigate you, yet there were no records found, which piqued my curiosity." "Curiosity? My foot? Why are you investigating me?" Liu Qingming recoiled in fear. Taking a large step back, "I have no story, ahem." Yi Lang cleared his throat, appearing somewhat reserved. "For some reason, I feel a strong connection with you, and I am also quite interested in martial arts and weaponry. By the way, do you practice fencing? Perhaps we could find an opportunity to spar." "Ah, if that is not to your liking, a heart-to-heart conversation would suffice." "What connection is that?" "Fencing, my foot." "Heart-to-heart conversation, you scoundrel. You are merely the second male lead. Go have a candlelit discussion with Yi Feifei." Liu Qingming was on the verge of insanity. Internally, he screamed in rage, while outwardly, he maintained a calm facade, only asking, "Where did you acquire that Tang Dao?" "Oh, it has been passed down through my family," Yi Lang promptly answered. "This treasured blade has been in my family for several centuries and remains as sharp as ever. An heirloom blade. Just like that. It was given away. Such sincere camaraderie. It was simply beyond words." Liu Qingming felt as if he might spew blood from being so touched. Yi Lang paused, then added, "To be honest, our Four Alliance was originally a coalition of 4 ancient sects. Initially engaged in trade, but along the way, it evolved into what it is today." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingming was taken aback. Goodness, the ancient sects certainly have it tough. They either go bankrupt and disband, or transform into assassin organizations. Even those involved in trade end up as gangsters. However, the origins of that treasured blade became clear. It indeed hailed from the ancient sects, a divine weapon for slaying demonic entities. "Do you have an interest in the relics of the ancient sects?" Yi Lang seemed to perceive Liu Qingming's inclinations. "How about I assist you in collecting some more?" Liu Qingming wished to refuse vehemently, yet found it difficult to dismiss the offer. No, I mustn't accept. Yi Lang is up to no good." While he was caught in this dilemma, a sudden series of knocks echoed through the door. "Who is it?" Liu Qingming instinctively inquired. That a muffled voice responded from outside. "Open the door. We are here to check the water meter." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Qingming felt a sense of foreboding. He peered through the peephole and was met with the sight of the cardboard figure from the 72 Bureau. Behind the cardboard figure stood several peculiar individuals, clearly not here for a friendly visit. Could it be that Qin Xian has fallen? Are they here to settle the score with me? This was Lu Qingming's first reaction, that he could hardly fathom that it was all due to Ma Dongxing's big mouth. Open the door. We are checking the water meter. The cardboard figure continued to knock. Check your own foot. Lu Qingming shouted back, What do you want? Speak quickly. The cardboard figure paused, then solemnly declared, You are at risk of sea-level contamination. We must take you back for isolation. Are they trying to capture me again? I refuse. Lu Qingming adamantly retorted, I am not at risk of contamination. Do not bother me. The cardboard figure threatened. Open the door quickly, or I shall force my way in. You dare. Lu Qingming promptly pulled out his phone. If you dare to invade my home, I will document it and post it online. Yi Feifei heard this and raised her phone to point at the door. Yi Lang did the same. Can the 72 Bureau handle public opinion online? Let us see how arrogant you can be. The cardboard figure seemed to falter, refraining from breaking down the door. However, he turned to a man wearing blue glasses and said, Electromagnetic King. Disable their communications, that a trivial task. The Electromagnetic King smiled slightly, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, a burst of blue sparks erupted from his fingertips that in an instant, an invisible electromagnetic storm swept through the entire villa. Everyone's phone screens flickered several times before revealing that the signal was gone. The internet was down. The 72 Bureau indeed has quite a few capable individuals. Lu Qingming was taken aback. They have sent an entire squad to deal with me? Indeed, to capture the notoriously ruthless Lu Qingming, the 72 Bureau dispatched over a dozen superpowered individuals. Additionally, several dozen agents had already surrounded the villa. Now, may I proceed to break down the door? The cardboard figure chuckled, raising his fist. You dare. Lu Qingming shouted again. This door is quite expensive. Can you afford to pay for it? Upon hearing that the door was expensive, the cardboard figure immediately halted. That he turned to the Electromagnetic King, quietly asking, Did you resolve the compensation issue after last month's operation when you damaged 3 high-end computers? Ugh, don't bring that up. The Electromagnetic King sighed heavily. The Bureau only covered 80% of the costs, and the remaining 20% was deducted from my salary. What a loss. The cardboard figure stood in stunned silence for a while, ultimately abandoning the idea of using force to break down the door, but he then turned to a colleague, a peculiar creature with a pale complexion and 2 large antennae protruding from its forehead. Bugman, perhaps you should handle this. The cardboard figure gestured toward the villa. Bring Lu Qingming out. Very well. The Bugman nodded and placed both hands on his temples, beginning to activate his unique superpower. Lu Qingming peered at the creature through the peephole, unable to suppress a murmur. How does this fellow resemble Piccolo from Dragon Ball? The antennae on its head were quivering incessantly. Who is Piccolo? Yi Lang, intrigued, leaned closer to the peephole. Let me see. Step aside. Don't get so close to me. Lu Qingming rudely pushed Yi Lang away. Yi Lang remained unfazed, still sporting a smile. Yi Feifei shot a few glances at Yi Lang, finding him quite annoying, and deducted a few more points from him in her heart. Just as everyone was puzzled about what the creature outside was planning, Xiaowei suddenly began to scream. Ah, bugs! There are bugs! Yi Feifei turned her head for a glance and joined in the screaming. Ah, indeed, there are bugs, more than just 1 or 2. It is an overwhelming swarm. They have crawled over from the kitchen and bathroom, an army of cockroaches, from the crevices of the windows and doors. An invading legion of ants has entered. Scattered across the walls and ceiling are the occasional spiders. In the blink of an eye, the air has been filled with flying insects such as mosquitoes and flies. The superpower of that bug hero is the ability to control all surrounding insects. Truly bizarre. As the insect horde surged towards her, Yi Feifei was utterly terrified. Leaping into action, she wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Qingming's neck and coiled her legs around his waist, clinging to him like a koala embraces a tree. What are you doing? Lu Qingming was equally bewildered, exclaiming, Pay attention to your surroundings. Yi Feifei, however, paid no heed to such concerns, having lost the courage to touch the ground. In the next moment, Xiao Wei rushed over, clinging fiercely to Lu Qingming from behind, crying out, Brother, I'm scared, brother, I'm scared. Yi Lang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but frown, For some inexplicable reason, a thought of joining the embrace crossed his mind. Cough. No, that would be too embarrassing. How could I, the esteemed heir of the Four Unions gang, be afraid of insects? Even if I were, I certainly wouldn't cling to a man. Moreover, Lu Qingming's body was already occupied. Ugh, what nonsense is running through my head? Unable to control his thoughts, Yi Lang raised a hand to slap his forehead. What is so frightening about bugs? At this moment, Lu Qingming was equally burdened, struggling to manage both Yi Feifei and Xiao Wei while making his way toward the stairs. Though he was not afraid of insects, he could hardly contend with this vast sea of bugs. So he sought refuge. After much effort, he finally reached the second floor, just in time to encounter Jiang Ying, who had come in response to the commotion. Her injuries had nearly healed, allowing her to move freely. Lu Xiao, Jiang Ying gazed at Lu Qingming's peculiar predicament of dragging two girls, her expression one of astonishment. What new game is this? Lu Qingming, filled with exasperation, replied, Bugs! The entire downstairs is swarming with them. There's a superpowered individual controlling them to attack us. Upon hearing the word bugs, Jiang Ying's expression shifted dramatically to no. Don't come over here. Lu Qingming's face also paled. I can't drag them any further. Fortunately, Jiang Ying was not overly frightened by insects. After a brief pause, she dashed back to her room and retrieved a small incense burner. This is a secret insect-repelling incense from the Qingyin sect. Jiang Ying once again utilized the secret medicine of the Xianmen, igniting the burner and placing it at the staircase. As the fragrant smoke wafted through the air, the insect horde quickly retreated, not daring to approach. The insect-repelling effect is truly remarkable. Xiao Wei finally released her grip, and Yi Feifei was able to descend as well. This insect-repelling medicine is indeed potent. Lu Qingming couldn't help but exclaim. If the Qingyin sect sold this, they wouldn't be facing bankruptcy, would they? Jiang Ying shook her head, speaking softly. The cost is too high to be produced in mass. Ordinary people can't afford it. Well then, Lu Qingming could only manage a wry smile, knowing it must have been made using magical creatures. While the bugs had been temporarily thwarted, the agents from the 72nd Bureau remained, and one wondered what new tactics they might employ. Lu Qingming approached the window, cautiously surveying the situation outside, only to be met with a shocking sight. Chapter 55, How is the mission resolved? Outside the villa, the street was suddenly filled with people. Each one exuded a menacing aura, clearly not of good character. Armed with machetes, iron rods, and various weapons, they were poised for action. They all belonged to the Four Unions gang, the largest criminal organization in Julong. The agents from the 72nd Bureau were dumbfounded, surrounded by hundreds of gang members without understanding the situation. Even more astonishingly, the number of opposing members kept increasing. Buses were continually arriving at the curb, delivering more gang members. The Four Unions gang was making such a show of force due to Yi Lang. Yi Lang's visit to Lu Qingming was not a solitary affair. His subordinates had been waiting outside. Upon discovering that agents were surrounding the villa, they quickly assumed the authorities were planning to take action against Yi Lang. Loyal subordinates swiftly reported back to the organization, calling for reinforcements. Thus, the Four Unions gang issued an emergency assembly order, summoning all nearby members to arrive at the fastest speed. The boxman, witnessing this predicament, could not help but panic. Although they could defeat the opposing gang, engaging them would inevitably lead to significant casualties, something none could bear to shoulder. Moreover, the 72nd Bureau's consistent approach was to operate discreetly, avoiding direct confrontation with Julong's foremost criminal organization. With no other alternatives, the boxman could only report the situation to Director Qin Hong. After a moment of contemplation, she issued the order, retreat. At that moment, she did not wish to attract trouble, as there was still a mountain of mess to handle. The individuals captured at the Opera House yesterday included several prominent tycoons, municipal officials, and even 2 senior legislators. Determining how to deal with them posed a monumental challenge. She was about to face pressure from all sides, her head throbbing in pain. Thus, it was best not to provoke the Four Unions gang any further. Withdraw. Upon receiving the director's orders, the boxman could only organize the retreat. However, the members of the Four Unions gang showed no intention of letting them leave, blocking the path completely. Want to leave? Only if the boss gives the word. At that moment, Yi Lang leaned against the entrance, tilting his head toward Lu Qingming with a slight smile. How to handle these people is up to you. Tell me, will you pamper them? Sweet or not? Lu Qingming, however, was in anguish, rubbing his face in distress at Yi Feifei. On the other hand, felt quite pleased, as Yi Lang's actions were indeed rather impressive, though Lu Qingming's appearance was marred by several bug bites, significantly detracting from his image. Noticing Lu Qingming's silence, the considerate Yi Feifei stepped forward to express gratitude on behalf of her boyfriend. Thank you. We truly appreciate your help in this predicament. No need for thanks. Yi Lang nonchalantly tossed his head back. Lu Qingming's affairs are my affairs. Enough, enough. Let them go. The beleaguered Lu Qingming finally spoke up, asserting that avoiding further trouble was preferable. Indeed, there was no need to engage in a major conflict with the 72nd Bureau, as no one would gain from it. Upon hearing Lu Qingming's words, Yi Lang signaled to his subordinates to allow the retreat. The agents of the 72nd Bureau were finally able to escape. And as they departed, the boxman waved goodbye to Lu Qingming. Did I never want to see that wretched cardboard box again? Lu Qingming merely smirked at the boxman. Subsequently, the members of the Four Unions gang gradually exited, leaving only a few subordinates stationed at the street corner to keep watch. Meanwhile, Yi Lang remained at the entrance, showing no signs of leaving. Yi Feifei, once again assuming the role of hostess, invited Yi Lang to stay and share a meal. Could it be that Yi Feifei has developed a fondness for Yi Lang? Lu Qingming felt a sudden surge of joy. This meant that the mission was already halfway accomplished. Only Yi Lang, the fool, remained unmoved. What to do? After pondering for a moment, Lu Qingming excused himself from the two and sought out Jiang Ying, quietly inquiring, "The Qingyin sect, are they skilled in creating various medicines?" "Yes," Jiang Ying nodded. "What's on your mind?" Lu Qingming continued. "Do you have anything that can induce mutual affection between a man and a woman? You understand what I mean, right?" Jiang Ying paused for a moment before responding. "I see. You're looking for some aphrodisiac, aren't you?" "Ugh. No." Lu Qingming hastily waved his hands. "I just need something that can foster affection. It doesn't have to be that potent. There's nothing like that." Jiang Ying regarded Lu Qingming with a strange look. "What exactly are you planning? Are you trying to take advantage of some girl?" "Oh, come on. I'm not that kind of person." Lu Qingming replied helplessly. "I'm trying to save Yi Lang, that fool." Jiang Ying looked puzzled. "Does Yi Lang need saving? What's wrong with him?" Lu Qingming hesitated for a long moment before finally confessing. "He's on the verge of turning gay. I must set him straight." Jiang Ying was taken aback for quite some time before breaking into a look of realization. "I see. No wonder Yi Lang has been lingering here. It turns out he has feelings for you?" Lu Qingming sighed dramatically at the heavens. "In matters like this, medication is useless. I believe you should respect his personal choices." Jiang Ying chuckled, her laughter tinged with schadenfreude. Are you even my personal assistant?" Lu Qingming exclaimed in exasperation. "Isn't it your duty to help your employer resolve issues? Where is your professional integrity?" Jiang Ying blinked rapidly, quickly regaining her composure. "Don't fret. Let me think for a moment." After much contemplation, she finally frowned and stated, "Surely you can't expect me to seduce him. I can't do such things." "Who said you had to seduce him?" Lu Qingming rolled his eyes. "I want him to develop feelings for Yi Feifei." "It's Yi Feifei?" Jiang Ying gasped in shock. You actually have this kink? Voluntarily sending your girlfriend off to someone else? Isn't that just inviting humiliation?" "Hey, what kind of expression is that?" "Yi Feifei is not my girlfriend." Lu Qingming was compelled to clarify. "You can't possibly be that oblivious. Can you?" In truth, Jiang Ying could tell that the relationship between Lu Qingming and Yi Feifei was clearly unusual. However, she wouldn't pry into what Lu Qingming was scheming. "Then what level of affection are you aiming for?" Jiang Ying continued to assist in brainstorming. "It shouldn't be too excessive, right? It shouldn't need to be too strong." Lu Qingming pondered. "I reckon a friendly level of affection would suffice." The system task did not specify the degree of mutual affection required. But judging by Yi Feifei's interactions with other admirers, a friendship level should be adequate. Jiang Ying contemplated for a moment, her eyes lighting up. "I have a solution." Lu Qingming inquired anxiously, "What method?" Jiang Ying responded with a mysterious smile. "I cannot disclose that to you." Subsequently, Jiang Ying intentionally called Yi Feifei to the bedroom and said, "Miss Yi, I have noticed that Yi Lang's clothes have been soiled by insects, covered in some unsightly substances. Would it be inappropriate to invite him for dinner at home like this?" Upon hearing about the insects, Yi Feifei immediately panicked. What should we do then? Perhaps we should ask him to change into a different outfit. Jiangning promptly produced a set of men's clothing that she had prepared earlier, stating, "This belongs to Mr. Liu, though it has hardly been worn and is almost as good as new dada." That works. Yi Feifei felt this idea was quite good. Since they were to dine together, it would be best for him to be cleanly attired. The thought of insects made her lose her appetite. Hence, Yi Feifei took the clothes back to the living room to present them to Yi Lang, politely explaining the reason. "I truly apologize for this inconvenience that I hope you don't mind, but this outfit was worn by Qingming." Yi Lang could hardly contain his excitement. "This is truly something Qingming wore? I can't thank you enough." Instantly, his fondness for Yi Feifei surged within him. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Lu Qingming's mind, "Ding. Task completed. Earned 3 lottery chances. Received a mysterious reward." Lu Qingming stared at the mysterious gift in his hand, his lips twitching. "Did I ask this at 3 pieces of jewelry? A set of ruby jewelry from the ancient Daxia kingdom, belonging to the Scarlet Queen, a ruby ring, a ruby necklace, and a ruby bracelet." The key point was that these pieces bore none of the combat or defense attributes typical of game items. They were merely decorative trinkets. Truly, this was a gift tailored for women by the heroine system. Sigh, what a misfortune to be saddled with such a worthless system, Lu Qingming lamented. Thankfully, the 3 lottery chances still held some value. Though he was curious what Yi Feifei, the clueless one, would draw. Please, let it not be that ridiculous cute baby superpower card again. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard Yi Feifei's voice. "Qingming, what are you doing?" Startled, Lu Qingming hastily shoved the jewelry into his pocket, but alas, he was still caught by Yi Feifei. She furrowed her brows and asked, "What are you hiding so sneakily?" Lu Qingming found himself at a loss and could only pull out a ruby bracelet. Forcing a smile as he explained, "I wanted to give you a bracelet last time, but it accidentally broke, so I secretly bought a sturdier one. Ahem. I had planned to surprise you on a special occasion." Wow! Seeing the ruby bracelet, Yi Feifei's eyes sparkled with delight. "It's simply stunning." Well, it seemed the system truly understood the host's preferences. The gift was indeed well received. Cough. "As long as you like it," Lu Qingming said, feeling indifferent about the item, and promptly placed it on Yi Feifei's wrist. "Qingming, you are too kind to me," Yi Feifei exclaimed, becoming even more excited as she rushed to embrace Lu Qingming tightly. "How can I repay you? Just tell me." "No need, no need." Lu Qingming quickly shook his head. "Your repayment is more than I can handle." "Then just wait. I'll surprise you tonight," Yi Feifei replied sweetly. Promising to bring him joy surprise? "No thanks, it's likely to be a shock instead." Lu Qingming's face contorted in anguish, remaining motionless. After a prolonged embrace, Yi Feifei finally released him and spoke about serious matters. "By the way, Jiangning was injured, so I plan to prepare dinner myself. That there's no need." Lu Qingming immediately countered, suggesting instead to hire the top chef team from a nearby hotel. That Yi Feifei was quite capable in the kitchen, but he dared not employ her. The reasoning was straightforward. Yi Feifei could regain her memory at any moment. No doubt about it, following the plot, this was inevitable. Once her memory returned, she would undoubtedly seek out Qin Xian. After all, this was the world of the young mistress of young Master Qin. Keeping Yi Feifei by his side indefinitely was impossible. Such an endeavor would invite divine retribution. The more he made her invest now, the greater the debts would become later. The retribution he would face would be all the more severe. If one were familiar with the tropes of female-centric literature, one would know that those initially innocent and kind-hearted girls would eventually transform into ruthless machines of vengeance. To ensure safety, it was prudent to maintain a bland relationship and avoid setting off time bombs. Thus, if a problem could be alleviated with money, there was no need to trouble the girl of death. But unexpectedly, Yi Feifei smiled and said, "No need to hire a chef. Yi Lang said he will take care of dinner entirely, as he wishes to cook for you himself." Lu Qingming spat out his drink at once. What a calamity! At that moment, he felt his heart wrench painfully, his head pounding as if it might burst, nearly causing him to faint. "No, this couldn't happen. Aren't you two good friends?" Yi Feifei blinked innocently. "He told me we are like family." "Like family, my foot." Lu Qingming wanted to curse, but ultimately withheld his words. "Like family?" Excited, Yi Feifei misunderstood the situation and promptly tiptoed to plant a gentle kiss on Lu Qingming's cheek. In an instant, Lu Qingming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. No, it felt more like being hit by 5 thunderbolts. The kiss of death. It was over. If Yi Feifei regained her memory and discovered that she had been wronged, wouldn't he be doomed? Even 10 lives wouldn't suffice to repay her. He had painstakingly escaped the clutches of the plot, only to see it all unravel now. Lu Qingming felt utterly despondent. On the verge of tears. Just wait until tonight. There will be other surprises. Yi Feifei smiled sweetly and turned to run away. But Lu Qingming could no longer bear any further surprises. As soon as Yi Feifei left, he jumped through the window and fled. He could not remain in this place any longer. If he stayed with Yi Feifei and Yi Lang, he feared he might not survive until morning. After running 10 blocks in one breath, he finally sent a message to Jiang Ying, instructing her, if Yi Feifei inquires, tell her I have gone to execute an urgent mission. It's an undercover operation. The specifics cannot be disclosed. Sigh. When will these hard days come to an end? Lu Qingming sighed as he strolled through the streets that moment. He suddenly recalled his arrival in this world, when he had been penniless and homeless, wandering aimlessly. Though he had gained wealth now, that feeling of being homeless had returned. Sigh. Back then, I didn't even have a place to sleep. It was only after meeting Bai Tingting that I was able to stay at her rental for half a night. Speaking of which, Bai Tingting could be considered his first friend in this world, while Luo Qinxue had merely been a target for extortion. Cough cough. With this thought, Lu Qingming realized it was time to pay Bai Tingting a visit. Bai Tingting had long been transferred to a specialized hospital under the Luo family, receiving the highest level of medical care. However, she remained in a comatose state, and the chances of her awakening were slim. The worst outcome might be that she would become a vegetable. Lu Qingming sat by her bedside, silently observing for a while. Have all grievances been settled? In truth, they had not, for there remained a woman in a purple dress. The one who had taken Bai Tingting away, and he had yet to find her. Who was she? What were her motives? Until he captured this woman, Lu Qingming could never find peace. I will come back to see you once I find her, he said softly. Exiting the hospital lobby, he noticed the sun setting, and a sense of loneliness washed over him once more. As Lu Qingming pondered his next move, he suddenly heard someone softly calling. Lu Xiao, Lu Xiao. He immediately turned toward the voice and saw a disheveled middle-aged man hiding behind the flower bed at the entrance, waving at him. Are you Lu Qingming? He strode over and took a closer look. Finally recognizing the man. Zhu Biao? Yes, it's me. The man nodded excitedly that he was Zhu Biao, the property manager in front of Tianlu Building, who had led the charge against the ruffians from the Griffin Brotherhood. Lu Qingming asked in confusion, what brings you here? How have you fallen into this state? Sigh. Zhu Biao sighed deeply and recounted the events that turned out that after the incident escalated, the Luo family made concessions to resolve the conflict with the Griffin Brotherhood. They first dismissed the security guards involved and even agreed to pay the Brotherhood a compensation sum. Zhu Biao was left completely unemployed, unable to pay off his mortgage or car loan, and swiftly fell from middle class to poverty, ultimately ending up on the streets. However, he had learned from old friends that Bai Tingting was in this hospital, so he often came to watch over her. Hoping to encounter Lu Qingming one day. Why are you watching over her for me? Lu Qingming asked, puzzled. Do you want me to help you get back into the Luo group? No, that's not it. Zhu Biao revealed. I wish to tell you a secret in return, and I hope you can spare me a little money to sustain myself. What secret? Lu Qingming could not help but furrow his brow. Zhu Biao glanced around for a moment before lowering his voice to say, the person who delivered Bai Tingting to the Griffin Brotherhood is from the Luo family. Chapter 57. The struggle among the aristocracy. Director Qin Hong of the 72nd Bureau had already met with 5 significant figures today, all of whom sought her for personnel matters. The group apprehended at the Opera House were all individuals of notable backgrounds, each akin to a hot potato that if they were not detained and isolated, it could lead to severe contamination and pose a threat to the entire safety of Julong Island. Conversely, if they continued to be held, she would have to endure immense pressure from all sides. Constantly explaining and inevitably offending people. Why now? She was utterly exhausted, parched and mentally drained. She truly wished to find an excuse to escape, yet it was impossible. She had to meet the next visitor. That individual was none other than the head of the Luo family, Luo Tianhe. Could there be executives from the Luo group among those detained? How could she refuse if Luo Tianhe came personally to demand someone? Alas, it was troublesome. She would just have to face him first. Lost in thought, a man of imposing presence and remarkable demeanor entered the room. "Uncle Luo, please take a seat." Upon seeing Luo Tianhe, Qin Hong immediately put on a smile and rose to greet him. The families had long-standing ties, and as a younger generation member, she could not afford to act aloof in front of Luo Tianhe. "Xiao Hong, how is Qin Xian recovering?" Unexpectedly, Luo Tianhe did not directly ask for the personnel, but first inquired about Qin Xian. "Ah, he still cannot get out of bed. It will take time," Qin Hong replied vaguely. This matter was, after all, related to the confidential experiments of the 72nd Bureau, and she could not casually disclose information. Luo Tianhe fell silent for a few seconds before speaking with a more serious tone. "Xiao Hong, you need to tell me the truth. Can Qin Xian fulfill the marriage contract given his current condition?" Qin Hong was suddenly put in a difficult position. Given Qin Xian's present state, marriage was indeed out of the question. As for how much he might recover in the future, to be honest, no one could be certain. However, she did not wish to see the contract annulled. This marriage was of immense significance to both the Qin and Luo families. The current situation on Julong Island was exceedingly delicate. Conflicts among the major aristocratic families were intensifying, with open and covert struggles escalating. While the Qin family was undoubtedly the foremost aristocracy, they did not hold absolute dominance. They lacked a decisive advantage over the other families. Objectively speaking, any 2 or 3 other families joining forces could potentially bring down the Qin family. A marriage with the Luo family, with whom they had collaborated for years, was the best safeguard for the Qin family's interests. Firstly, the industries operated by the Qin and Luo families complemented each other perfectly, enabling a synergy of strengths. Their cooperation would yield a sum greater than its parts. Additionally, and most importantly, the Luo family had only one daughter. As long as Qin Xian married Luo Qinxue, their offspring would inherit the Luo family's assets. At that point, it would truly be a union of the two families, significantly enhancing their power and leaving the other aristocracies far behind. If this marriage contract were to be annulled, and Luo Qinxue married into another family, the Qin family would effectively relinquish half of their dominion, while simultaneously creating a formidable new adversary. This was absolutely unacceptable. After much contemplation, Qin Hong finally stated, "Rest assured, Uncle Luo, Qin Xian will undoubtedly make a full recovery." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Tianhe, seasoned in the business world, was not easily swayed to "Do you have a recent photo of Qin Xian? Could I see it?" "Ah, my brother does not like to take photos." Qin Hong hastily concocted an excuse that "I can only take a few sneaky ones during my next visit and show them to you then." "All right then." Luo Tianhe nodded but suddenly added, "Qin Xian must recover quickly. The Qin family is currently without a leader, and several major projects are in disarray that IT makes me anxious just watching." He was not wrong. With Qin Xian injured and his fate uncertain, the entire Qin group had plunged into chaos. Moreover, other aristocratic families were seizing this opportunity to strike, resulting in significant losses for the Qin family recently. Many elders in the family wished to summon Qin Hong back to take charge, but she simply could not spare the time. No one knew just how perilous the current situation on Julong Island truly was. Qin Hong's duty was to protect the entirety of Julong, safeguarding millions of lives. If Julong were to fall, where would the Qin family stand? In the face of such a grand situation, she had no choice but to remain steadfast in the 72nd Bureau. Sighing, Qin Hong could not help but exclaim, "Uncle Luo, please rest assured, the Qin group will be fine and I believe they will soon adjust." "Xiao Hong, I have my doubts about the Qin group situation." Luo Tianhe's tone suddenly shifted subtly. "If measures are not taken soon, I fear your assets in the Eastern District will be completely divided up by others." Qin Hong frowned slightly. "IT can't be that serious, can it?" "No, it is indeed very serious." Luo Tianhe's expression hardened. "Currently, there is only one solution. Allow me to get involved and assist you in navigating this crisis." With the conversation reaching this point, Qin Hong finally understood. Luo Tianhe was not here to demand personnel. He was here to stake a claim on projects and territory. If he were allowed to intervene, he would certainly take a substantial portion of the Qin family's resources. The more critical issue was that once he got a foothold, there would be no way to extricate him. "Ah, Uncle Luo," Qin Hong understood but maintained her smile. "Just a few days ago, I attended a group meeting and confirmed that our business in the Eastern District is quite stable. There is truly no need for your concern." Alas, Luo Tianhe began to shake his head. Xiao Hong, you are not in business. You may have been misled by those executives in the group. Qin Hong chuckled. Uncle Luo, you underestimate me too much. I am well aware. Seeing that Qin Hong was unwilling to relinquish her interests, Luo Tianhe lost his patience. His expression darkened, and he threatened, since you are reluctant to accept my assistance, then there is no need for our families to maintain the marriage contract. Uncle Luo, what do you mean by that? Qin Hong maintained her calm demeanor. After all, it was Qin Xian who first proposed to annul the contract. Luo Tianhe dropped the pretense, his voice rising in anger. Adio, you think my daughter cannot marry? I will tell you the truth. The Tang and Xiao families have both approached me. I can unite with them at any moment. In that instant, Qin Hong realized the gravity of the situation. Luo Tianhe was a cunning old fox. He had guessed that Qin Xian was gravely ill, and the Qin family might very well fall into disarray, prompting preparations to collaborate with others. The Tang and Xiao families were both sworn enemies of the Qin family. If he truly married Luo Qinxue to them, the Qin family would be finished. Without Qin Xian, there would be no one left to confront them. Xiao Hong, you must think this through. Luo Tianhe issued his final threat. Qin Hong lowered her head, remaining silent for quite some time before finally lifting it again. Uncle Luo, to be honest, I did not wish to bring this matter up. That a trace of a sinister smile appeared on her face. As for the marriage contract, it cannot be blamed on my brother Qin Xian. The true transgressor is your daughter. What do you mean? Luo Tianhe was taken aback. Qin Hong sneered. This secret I had originally planned to keep to myself, but you forced me to reveal it. Luo Qinxue has long since lost her virtue to another man. Did you know this? Chapter 58. That hotel again. Luo Tianhe was momentarily stunned, then angrily retorted, You are talking nonsense. Do not be agitated. Let me finish. Qin Hong quickly raised her hand. Luo Qinxue and another man were in a hotel room at an inconspicuous establishment. Coincidentally, that hotel is an old asset of our Qin family, and we have surveillance footage to prove it. Upon hearing that there was evidence, Luo Tianhe's face turned pale. Not only was there surveillance, but Qin Xian had also witnessed it firsthand. At this moment, Qin Hong had entirely reversed the situation, considering that he had chosen to remain silent out of respect for the Luo family's reputation and had borne the burden alone. Therefore, was it really our fault to annul the marriage contract? Qin Xian, he saw it with his own eyes. Luo Tianhe could no longer control his emotions, his body trembling slightly. Luo Tianhe was well aware that Qin Xian never lied. Indeed, he saw it with his own eyes. Luo Qinxue was pinned down by a man on the bed. Qin Hong said with a disdainful smile that, of course, my brother did not disclose this, as he thought he would not pull through. He only told me when he was at death's door, otherwise I would not have known. Qin Xian truly had seen it. That day, it was when Lu Qingming had just crossed over and was called by Luo Qinxue to bully Yi Feifei. After throwing Yi Feifei off the balcony, Lu Qingming then pinned Luo Qinxue down. Qin Xian burst in, witnessing this scene, that he had refrained from intervening simply because he did not care for Luo Qinxue. He had principles and did not disclose this scandal of the Luo family to anyone. However, in a moment of life-threatening peril, he chose to confide in his sister. Revealing this incident was, in fact, a strategy to give the Qin family leverage over the Luo family, ensuring they would not be at a disadvantage regarding the annulment of the contract. At this moment, this scandal played a crucial role. If this matter were to spread, Luo Qinxue would likely never be able to marry again. Qin Hong also issued her final threat. Luo Tianhe could no longer argue with Qin Hong. He gritted his teeth and trembled for a long while before finally asking, Who is that man? Qin Hong hesitated for a moment before responding, Lu Qingming. Upon returning to the Luo family estate, Luo Tianhe appeared utterly worn out, as if he had aged a decade. His personal assistant, Zidi, sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly approached to inquire, Mr. Luo, are you unwell? Do you need me to call a doctor? Luo Tianhe plopped down onto the sofa and merely waved his hand. Zidi asked again, Could it be that Qin Hong is unwilling to cooperate? Well, Lu Tianhe raised his head and let out a long sigh, then commanded, Find Lu Qingming and kill him. Zidi, somewhat taken aback, replied, Mr. Luo, didn't you say we would temporarily spare Lu Qingming after Jiang Ying's last failed operation? Su Zihao brought back that message. With gritted teeth, Luo Tianhe repeated, Kill Lu Qingming and bring back his head. Understood. Zidi did not question further and immediately arranged for action. Luo Tina sat alone in the empty living room for a long time, unable to calm his tumultuous emotions. Finally, in a fit of rage, he stormed into Luo Chinchue's room, flinging the door open and berating her. How could I have given birth to such an unfilial daughter? You have brought disgrace upon the Luo family. Though he scolded her, he never revealed the true reason for his anger, merely venting his frustrations. Luo Chinchue, engrossed in her novel, was momentarily stunned by the sudden outburst. After a while, she regained her composure and retorted, "You've locked me up for a week. Why are you still being so fierce?" Having been raised in luxury, she was not afraid of her father unless she had truly committed a grave mistake. "You," Luo Tianhe pointed at his daughter, opening his mouth several times, but ultimately could only emit a deeply disappointed sigh before slamming the door shut and leaving, locking me up and then coming to scold me for no reason. Luo Chinchua felt utterly wronged, a mixture of indignation and anger swelling within her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and soon she resolved to run away from home, that I refuse to be imprisoned any longer. I will go find Lu Qingming. With a huff, Luo Chinchua quickly changed into sportswear and climbed out the window. This was the third floor of the villa, but she felt no fear did I end her quest to surpass Yi Feifei. She had secretly learned many skills such as rock climbing, skiing, and diving. Unfortunately, Yi Feifei had never participated in such activities, leaving her without a chance to showcase her abilities. Nevertheless, skills are never a burden, and now her rock climbing prowess came in handy. With agility and remarkable technique, Luo Chinchua effortlessly descended from the third floor to the ground. She then sprinted across the expansive garden and scaled the towering wall, successfully escaping the Luo family estate. Lu Qingming should still be staying in my villa. I can just go there directly. However, Luo Chinchua had escaped without a phone or any means of transportation, her only possession being an unlimited black card. Had it been daytime, she could have simply purchased a luxury car from the nearby showroom, but it was now past 10 at night, and the showroom had long since closed. Why not just take a taxi? Ridiculous. Luo Chinchua had never taken a taxi in her life. No matter, there's a 24-hour club in the next block. I can go there to request a car. Luo Chinchua quickly devised a solution and took off running. Her endurance was commendable, and a few kilometers posed no challenge. However, the streets of Jilong City were not safe at night, with gangs of thugs often lurking about. Luo Chinchua had to dodge and weave, hiding in the shadows whenever she spotted suspicious men. During this arduous journey, she suddenly spotted the familiar little inn, Qinyuan Inn, the place where she first met Lu Qingming. This inn was quite old, having been in existence for 4 or 5 decades. Originally owned by the Qin family, Luo Chinchua had quietly purchased it through a shell company that asked the female antagonist. She certainly understood the importance of destroying evidence after committing misdeeds. Thus, the claim made by Qin Hong regarding surveillance footage at the inn was nothing but a ruse. Now, the entire establishment belonged to Luo Chinchua. Additionally, her acquisition of the inn held sentimental value. Why not stay here for the night and seek him out tomorrow? Unconsciously, Luo Chinchua walked into the inn and told the receptionist, "I would like room 219." At the receptionist, not recognizing Luo Chinchua, merely glanced at the check-in records and mechanically replied, "I'm sorry, but room 219 is already occupied. Would you like to choose another room?" Preposterous, Luo Chinchua exploded. Room 219 is not supposed to be rented out. Indeed, this was a rule she had personally established. No one was allowed to stay in room 219. The receptionist was taken aback. She knew the rule, but had momentarily succumbed to greed, having allowed a guest to stay there after receiving a hefty tip of 10,000 yuan. Under pressure from Luo Chinchua, the receptionist stammered, concocting an excuse. The guest appeared to be from a wealthy family, claiming he could buy the entire inn at that I truly can't afford to offend him. Please don't tell my boss. Which wealthy family is so audacious? Luo Chinchua seethed, striding up to the second floor and pounding on the door of room 219, and when the door swung open, she was instantly stunned by the sight of the man within. Before she could react, he grasped her with his strong, powerful arms and pulled her inside. Chapter 59. I am not a Casanova. The man inside was, of course, Lu Qingming, that he too had been forced to leave home and had come here seeking memories. Their reunion in this inn was nothing short of fateful. Lu Qingming shut the door and scrutinized Luo Chinchua, his first question surprisingly being, "Why are you dressed in sportswear?" "Ah, I just threw something on. Don't you like it?" Luo Qinxue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly began to remove her outer jacket. Underneath, she wore only a black tank top. Her alluring curves were immediately accentuated, utterly captivating. Lu Qingming struggled to avert his gaze. Put on your clothes, don't tempt me. Who is tempting you? Luo Qinxue scoffed lightly. There are plenty of girls on the street wearing this kind of tank top. Why make a fuss? This is completely different. Lu Qingming frowned deeply. Besides, this is a hotel. You, a rogue, would feel embarrassed? Luo Qinxue was nonchalant, casting a provocative glance at Lu Qingming. She truly did not care. After all, Lu Qingming was not just any man. Lu Qingming swallowed hard, fighting to suppress the desires surging within him. This unexpected reunion was undisturbed. Surely, something indescribable could occur. The dark forces within him were churning restlessly, eager to break free. He could feel the power of the malevolent entity growing stronger by the day. The strength of the dark entity stemmed from human wickedness. Not only did it reside within Lu Qingming, but it could also consume the evil desires of those nearby. Throughout the conflicts with the Griffin Brotherhood, he had encountered numerous vile individuals, essentially providing a bountiful feast for the dark entity. As a result, the entities had grown increasingly powerful, making resistance ever more difficult. Would anything truly happen that might harm her? Coughing, he shook his head to dispel such thoughts and asked the pressing matter. How did you get out? Luo Qinxue briefly explained how she had been scolded without reason, leading her to leave home in anger. And then inquired, what about you? How did you end up here? Where is Jiangying? Unaware that Jiangying had betrayed him or that he had been frightened away by Yi Feifei, Lu Qingming hesitated before responding. I came specifically to find you. This inn is not far from your home, so I decided to stay here temporarily. You still remember to find me? Luo Qinxue replied with a haughty tone. Though her eyes betrayed her amusement, I need your help investigating something. Lu Qingming continued, revealing the real reason for his visit. Did I ask there a woman named Zaidi associated with your family? Zaidi? Luo Qinshue's smile vanished in an instant. What do you want with her? Zhu Biao informed me that Zaidi was involved in negotiations with the Griffin Brotherhood and even sent by Tingting as compensation. Lu Qingming's expression grew serious. However, since it's just his word, I cannot easily trust it, so I wanted your help to investigate. Upon hearing this news, Luo Qinxue was taken aback and fell silent. That, of course, she recognized Zaidi. She was her father's personal assistant. Having joined the Luo family at the age of 25, she had been with her father for 8 years. As for what Zhu Biao said, it was highly likely to be true that Zaidi's work style was always swift and ruthless, prioritizing the interests of the Luo family, without a thought for someone like Bai Tingting, who belonged to the lower class. But if this were true, how could she explain it to Lu Qingming? I only helped Bai Tingting because we were friends. That my initial intention was simply to uphold the principles of martial arts, to fight against the strong and aid the weak. That Lu Qingming emphasized once again. But now that conflict has begun, it cannot be easily stopped. There must be a resolution. That I will help you investigate. Luo Qinxue could only say this, that if I find accurate information, I will definitely inform you. Good. That Lu Qingming nodded. Afterward, both fell into silence. That Lu Qingming kept his head bowed, no longer looking at Luo Qinxue. After a long while, Luo Qinxue softly said, Why is it that every time we meet, it is like this? Like what? Lu Qingming raised his head slightly. Not as I had imagined. Luo Qinxue found herself unable to articulate. It seemed there was an insurmountable barrier perpetually standing between them. Indeed, it is different from what I envisioned. Lu Qingming chuckled helplessly. Luo Qinxue then asked, What did you imagine? Lu Qingming lowered his head again. What are you thinking? It's hard to articulate. However, Luo Qinxue is certainly not just a simple girl. She should be able to guess. You scoundrel. She quickly furrowed her brows and insisted. Confess honestly. Have you done anything to Jiangying? No, absolutely not. Lu Qingming hastily waved his hands. That the matter of applying medicine shouldn't count, right? Luo Qinshue's beautiful eyes darted as she questioned. Why didn't Jiangying follow you? Where is she gone? I clearly arranged for her to keep a close watch on you 24/7. Lu Qingming could only fabricate a hasty excuse. I sent her out to investigate something else. This Jiangying actually defied my orders. Luo Qinxue felt a flicker of anger. Lu Qingming wanted to say, Jiangying has already defected. She is now on my side. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it, thinking it best to address it later. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Liu Qingming was instantly flustered. It could very well be Yi Feifei calling, telling him to come home. If Luo Qinxue found out, she would surely go mad. He simply could not bear the thought, hurriedly reached into his pocket, fumbling to turn it off. Yet, Luo Qinxue had already noticed Liu Qingming's furtive movements and immediately inquired, "What are you pulling out?" At a loss for words, Liu Qingming fortuitously touched something else. Tada, like a magician, he pulled out a ruby ring from his pocket, the very mysterious gift sent by the system. One of the three-piece set of the Crimson Queen. A little surprise gift I prepared for you. Liu Qingming managed to say this, not because he had truly cultivated to the level of a sea king. Jewelry held no value for him. He had long considered giving it to Luo Qinxue, fearing she might look down on it as a mere heiress. It should be noted that the jewelry Luo Qinxue usually wore was mostly custom-made by top jewelry designers. Such an unbranded, obscure antique piece might very well be beneath her notice at this moment. He had no other choice but to bravely present it. Luo Qinxue stared at the ruby ring, utterly entranced. "What, don't you like it?" Liu Qingming cautiously observed her expression. You scoundrel." Luo Qinxue surprisingly exhibited a hint of nervousness. "Is this how you usually flirt with girls? Casually gifting them rings?" "No," Liu Qingming vehemently denied. "I have never given a ring to any other girl. The ring I gave Jiang Ying was merely a contractual matter, so it shouldn't count that I asked for the bracelet I gave you, Feifei. That was an accident. Besides, a bracelet is not a ring, so it definitely doesn't count." "Then, I will reluctantly accept it," Luo Qinxue said, proudly lifting her chin and extending her right hand. She gently wiggled her ring finger, signaling Liu Qingming to help her put it on. A straightforward man. Liu Qingming couldn't discern the significance of different fingers. "Just put it on." To his surprise, the size was absolutely perfect, as if it had been custom-made. Luo Qinxue examined the ring back and forth, her eyes sparkling like stars, her expression growing increasingly excited. This mysterious gift truly proved to be useful, Liu Qingming mused. Why is it that all women adore jewelry? This ring is truly beautiful. Luo Qinxue was captivated. It must be incredibly valuable. Let us not speak of money. That would be vulgar. Liu Qingming seized the opportunity to act nonchalant. It's merely a token of my feelings. The strange brilliance within the gem swirled, as if it possessed life. That I have seen similar rubies. Luo Qinxue suddenly revealed astonishing information. At an auction, a relic from the ancient Daxia kingdom sold for over $1 billion. Isn't that outrageous? Moreover, the ruby you gifted me is larger and more exquisite. Chapter 60. Just a little bit off. Over $1 billion? Even smaller rubies sold for over $1 billion? Giving Luo Qinxue this ring might be acceptable, but the bracelet gifted to Yi Feifei, which also had a sizable ruby, must be worth several $100 billion, right? What a huge loss! Liu Qingming suddenly felt an unbearable pang of heartache, struggling to catch his breath once more. What's wrong? Luo Qinxue finally noticed Liu Qingming's abnormal expression. Are you feeling unwell? Cough, cough, cough. Liu Qingming rubbed his chest, coughing several times. This ruby, even if it's a Daxia relic, couldn't possibly fetch over $1 billion. Right? Who bought it? It seems to be related to some legends. I'm not too clear on the specifics. Luo Qinxue gently shook her head. As for the buyer, they seem to be a mysterious tycoon from an offshore island. Someone I don't know at all. Hiss. Liu Qingming finally realized that the items gifted by the system were not mere trinkets. A thorough investigation was imperative. Originally a three-piece set, one bracelet had been taken by Yi Feifei, and he had given one ring to Luo Qinxue, leaving only a necklace. This thought, Liu Qingming reached into his pocket again, only to find nothing. That necklace was actually gone? Oh no! Oh no! Several $100 billion at stake. Liu Qingming couldn't help but stand up, even stripping off his clothes to shake and search. Luo Qinxue was startled by Liu Qingming's actions of undressing. You truly have ulterior motives, just after gifting. You eager to do such things? No. Liu Qingming hastily waved his hands. I'm just looking for something that was originally in my pocket, but is now missing. Luo Qinxue frowned and asked, What is it? Liu Qingming was at a loss for words that he couldn't possibly tell her he had a necklace that he hadn't given to her. What could he fabricate? As he pondered, he inadvertently knocked a small red box off the bedside table. Smack. Oh, is that what you're looking for? Luo Qinxue immediately noticed the small box upon hearing the sound, that Liu Qingming glanced down, instantly bewildered. Damn it. This is a couple's item provided by the hotel. Before he could react, Luo Qinxue had already picked up the small box. Upon seeing the pattern and text on it, her face instantly flushed. No, listen to me. Liu Qingming hurriedly explained, that thing didn't fall from my clothes. The hotel provided it. Luo Qinxue merely lowered her head, silent. Really, if you don't believe me, you can ask the front desk. Liu Qingming continued to explain. Yet Luo Qinxue didn't heed a word. After a long moment, she finally murmured, so you had already plotted this, and I suppose my resistance is futile now that I did not plot anything. You can resist. No need to resist. Oh, wait, Liu Qingming stammered, thoroughly confused himself. Let me think for a moment. Luo Qinxue had already closed her eyes, seemingly resigned. Just then, the lights in the room abruptly went out. The hazy moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Luo Qinxue. Like frost, like snow, like jade, like a painting that I in that moment. All the treasures of the world paled in comparison to her. In that moment, she was so breathtakingly beautiful that it was impossible to look away, so stunning it took one's breath away. In that moment, Liu Qingming felt as though he might lose his last shred of sanity. But just at that moment, his phone vibrated again, unceremoniously. Damn it. Liu Qingming momentarily regained his wits, hastily pulled out his phone. Hoping to silence it before Luo Qinxue opened her eyes, to his surprise, the call was not from Yi Feifei, but from Jiang Ying. The professional Jiang Ying would never call her employer casually. Something must have happened. Liu Qingming immediately answered the call. Liu Xiao. Where are you right now? Jiang Ying's voice was tinged with urgency. That I'm in. Liu Qingming found it difficult to respond. Is there something urgent? At this moment, Luo Qinxue had also opened her eyes and, seeing Liu Qingming on the phone, remained silent. Liu Xiao, I just received internal news from Qingying. They have issued a kill order, and you are the target. What? Liu Qingming was taken aback. When did I provoke them? Jiang Ying explained. Someone has paid for your head. Qingying is just doing it for the money. Liu Qingming frowned and asked, who is it? I don't know. I can only try to investigate. Jiang Ying sighed. I've long since severed ties with Qingying, so it's difficult to obtain detailed information. Liu Qingming pondered and asked again, what is Qingying's current strength? Do you think I can handle it? Jiang Ying contemplated for a moment before responding. I'm not clear on Liu Xiao's true strength, but from what I've seen, you are already on par with Qingying's top experts. However, Qingying can at least deploy dozens of elite assassins, and aside from sneak attacks, they will also use various poisons. We might be caught completely off guard. Hiss. Liu Qingming realized the situation was indeed dire. Why is it that, for no apparent reason, someone wants to kill me? Could it be another plot twist? As long as Huang Mao is alive, there will be no peace for Jiulong? Ah no, it's likely the side effect brought on by Yi Feifei's kiss of death. This is simply a crime. Liu Qingming silently lamented and asked Jiang Ying, can you estimate how long it will take for Qingying to find me? Jiang Ying replied earnestly, you'd best hide right now. Qingying's tracking methods are beyond imagination. Right now? Liu Qingming was thoroughly alarmed. Why did the lights in the room go out just now? Looking again at the power indicator light on the socket, it was also dark. There was a power outage. Hotels generally do not experience power outages. That IT must have been a deliberate blackout to facilitate their actions. That I understand now. You also be careful. Liu Qingming finished his sentence and hung up the phone. Luo Qinxue, sensing that Liu Qingming was in trouble, quietly asked, what happened? Liu Qingming raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent as he listened intently to the sounds outside. The sharp hearing bestowed by the power of the evil god began to detect any subtle movements. Sure enough, he heard faint footsteps in the corridor, expertly executed movements, and not just from one person. The footsteps grew closer, approaching the door, then paused just shy of it. Liu Qingming had intended to launch a decisive strike as they reached the threshold, intending to send them flying along with the door, but they did not come any closer. Goodness, how vigilant they were! What to do now? Should he charge out directly or escape through the window? As Liu Qingming pondered, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow slipping through the crack beneath the door. It was truly just a shadow. A moving shadow. Shadow manipulation? Liu Qingming suddenly realized this was also a secret technique of the Qingying sect. Controlling shadows? The critical question was, How to counter this? He regretted not bringing Jiang with him. What could restrain shadows? What were shadows afraid of? As an avid fan of anime and games, Lu Qingming instinctively began to contemplate. When he recalled the extinguished lights, a realization struck him. Light, shadows fear light. Hence, they had cut off the hotel as power supply in advance. A mere parlor trick. With a cold smirk, Lu Qingming swiftly pulled out his phone and activated the most powerful flashlight mode. In an instant, a brilliant beam erupted forth, illuminating the entire room. The shadow was instantly dispelled by the intense light, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, a startled cry echoed from outside the door, likely from someone whose eyes had been blinded by the sudden brightness. Seizing the moment, Lu Qingming dashed out, delivering a powerful kick to the doorframe. Bang! With a resounding crash, the entire door flew off its hinges. This maneuver effectively intimidated the enemy and diverted their attention. 3 masked figures in black stood outside, momentarily stunned. They had been in the business for years, but had never witnessed such an unconventional entry. Taking advantage of their momentary shock, Lu Qingming lunged at the nearest masked assailant, delivering a fist to his nose. No, not with a fist, but with his phone. Bang! The man's face caved in instantly, his skull shattering like a walnut. The other 2 masked figures finally reacted, swiftly employing their shadow techniques, vanishing into the dark corridor. At that moment, the corridor was illuminated only by the dim green glow of the emergency exit signs, rendering the shadows nearly impossible to discern. But it mattered not, for Lu Qingming raised his phone flashlight once more. With a sweep reminiscent of a prison searchlight, all shadows were laid bare. 2 dark figures darted rapidly along the walls and ceiling, evading the beam of light. Such a bizarre technique. Lu Qingming was still uncertain of the enemy's attack methods and dared not act recklessly, that in a fleeting moment of inattention, one shadow had already slipped behind him. A black hand stealthily emerged from the darkness, suddenly flinging a dart. Whoosh! Fortunately, Lu Qingming heard the rush of wind, but he hastily summoned the power of the evil god to shield his back. Clang! The dart was deflected by the dark energy. But another black hand emerged from above, unleashing a cloud of green powder. Without a doubt, it was poison. Goodness! These assassins had no sense of honor. Lu Qingming panicked, immediately holding his breath and retreating back into the room. However, there was no escaping it. The shadows surged, a chilling wind swept in, and the green smoke infiltrated the room. With no other choice, Lu Qingming scooped up Luo Qinxue and lunged towards the window. This time, the security bars outside could not restrain him. Bang! The iron bars were ripped apart by Lu Qingming with a single hand. He had never anticipated that he would experience what he had once done to Yi Feifei. Oh, the irony! Luo Qinxue was already in shock. This was beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. Before her stood Lu Qingming, resembling a monster. We'll discuss this later. Lu Qingming tightened his grip on Luo Qinxue and sprinted away. With her in tow, battling the enemies became impossible. Retreat was the only viable option. Moreover, the enemy was employing underhanded tactics. He detested such individuals. After sprinting through several streets and glancing back to ensure they had evaded their pursuers, Lu Qingming finally set Luo Qinxue down, panting heavily. Luo Qinxue scrutinized Lu Qingming anew. Are you even human? You run faster than a donkey. A donkey? Lu Qingming frowned. Could she not choose a different animal for comparison? My apologies, Luo Qinxue quickly corrected herself. I was reading about a rare delicacy called donkey meat fire bun at home, and my thoughts short-circuited. You run faster than a horse. Is that better? Is donkey meat fire bun really that rare? Lu Qingming was taken aback. Isn't it available in Julong City? No, Luo Qinxue shook her head. There are no donkeys on Julong Island. They've long since gone extinct. Lu Qingming then realized that due to the continent's rift, many animals had indeed vanished. If the opportunity arises, I'll help you find a donkey to make fire bun. Lu Qingming smiled slightly. If any still exist on other islands. Wait, you've misled me again. Luo Qinxue finally grasped the situation. You still haven't explained where your abilities come from. Unable to evade the question any longer, Lu Qingming resorted to his talent for fabrication. I learned secret techniques from the Xianmen. Luo Qinxue paused for a moment. What Xianmen? The nameless sect. Lu Qingming replied candidly. A small sect, Not many people know of it. Luo Qinxue was genuinely unfamiliar with it and couldn't press further. Right, I need to get you home. Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, Lu Qingming added, it's too dangerous for you to stay with me. In no way. I'm not going home. Luo Qinxue stubbornly refused. I want to run away. Unless my dad apologizes to me. Lu Qingming sighed in exasperation. I truly cannot take you with me. Someone is after me. Why are they hunting you? Luo Qinxue frowned. How many people have you offended? Well, it's a long story. Lu Qingming hesitated. It is probably because I offended one person. Yi Feifei. Once you cross her, death is constantly nipping at your heels. However, thinking of Yi Feifei, Lu Qingming decided it would be best to clarify the situation regarding his impersonating her boyfriend. It was not wise to keep it a secret. Honesty would be the better approach. There's something I need to tell you, he began, but first, you must promise to keep your emotions in check and not get angry. Control my emotions. Luo Qinxue sensed that the matter was serious. What exactly did you do? Clearing his throat, Lu Qingming carefully recounted the events surrounding Yi Feifei's amnesia. Upon hearing Yi Feifei's name, Luo Qinxue's expression soured, and she coldly replied, I know, Su Zihao told me. She lost her memory and mistook me for. Just as Lu Qingming was about to reach the crux of the matter, he suddenly sensed a shift in the shadows. Something was moving behind them. He quickly turned around, astonished to see a gigantic shadow swooping down from the nearby building. This shadow was at least 4 to 5 meters long. Resembling a colossal bat, it could cling to any surface, gliding freely between skyscrapers and streets. In the darkness, the entire city was its domain, and no one could escape its pursuit. To make matters worse, with such a massive form in the open space, Lu Qingming's flashlight proved ineffective against the shadowy bat. This shadow's technique was far too sinister. Lu Qingming felt a surge of anxiety. His concern was not for himself. Regardless of the enemy's strength, it would be challenging to breach the protection of the evil god's power. His primary worry was for Luo Qinxue. How to protect her in the face of such formidable foes was the greatest challenge. What exactly was this shadow's method of attack? Lu Qingming focused all his attention on the shadowy bat, which continued to move erratically, devoid of pattern. Were they waiting for other assassins to catch up? The longer the delay, the worse the situation became. Fortunately, Lu Qingming quickly devised a solution. Did you think that by waiting for reinforcements, I would be at your mercy? He let out a cold laugh and slowly retrieved his phone, saying, if you are unwilling to engage, then I shall call for external assistance. Hey, Jiangying, enlighten me about the arcane art of shadow manipulation. Chapter 62. Invincibility is not for solitude. The esoteric arts passed down from the Qingyin sect are quite diverse, encompassing soul techniques, medicinal arts, elemental practices, and shadow manipulation, all of which have disciples who cultivate them. Strictly speaking, shadow manipulation is essentially a form of soul technique. However, due to the peculiar origin of this soul energy, it has been classified as a distinct category. Its source is one of the 9 ancient deities, the nightmare. This entity is an enigma, neither wholly good nor evil, and lacks any allegiance. It is unknown what motives compel it to bestow a portion of its soul energy upon humanity. Utilizing the soul energy of the nightmare, ancient sorcerers developed the art of shadow manipulation, a technique suited for stealth and assassination. Once activated, the sorcerer slips into a parallel space crafted by the nightmare, a realm of darkness. To onlookers, the sorcerer's form appears as mere shadow, capable of traversing any surface. In this shadowed state, the sorcerer is immune to all physical attacks, as their true self has entered an alternate realm. When launching an attack, the sorcerer must extend a part of their body, such as a hand, out of the dark space, relying predominantly on concealed weapons and poisons. Countering shadow manipulation is not overly complex. One can either employ a strong light to disrupt the dark space, forcing the sorcerer to reveal themselves, seize the opportunity to attack the exposed body, or utilize other counter techniques. But I'm not adept at counter techniques. Lu Qingming interjected, unable to suppress his curiosity as he listened to Jiang Ying's explanation. There's still time to learn? Of course, there is not, Jiang Ying replied. Then enlighten me on how to deal with a shadow that spans 4 to 5 meters. Lu Qingming pressed that a shadow of that magnitude undoubtedly belongs to a top-tier expert, whose methods may exceed my understanding. Considering my specialization lies in medicinal arts, my advice would be to run as far as you can. What if I can't outrun it? Lu Qingming contemplated. If I flee alone, perhaps I stand a chance. But carrying Luo Qinxue, it is impossible. Indeed, to achieve unparalleled invincibility, one must forsake women and all attachments. Just as many tales commence with the sacrifice of a girlfriend, leading to boundless power. Yet, without women, friends, or anyone to cherish, what is the point of invincibility? To bask in solitude? Absolutely not. I shall not abandon that which I hold dear. As long as I live, I shall protect everything around me. With a furrowed brow, Lu Qingming resolved to take action, declaring, "What I cherish, no one shall take from me." In shadow form, immune to all physical attacks. Shall I dare to test this? Come forth, little shadow. Lu Qingming roared, charging directly at the expanse of shadow upon the street. The shadow did not evade. The sorcerer, hidden within the dark realm, seemed to regard Lu Qingming with a mocking gaze. I stand here, let you strike. What can you do? However, in the next instant, the sorcerer regretted their arrogance. A plume of black mist surged from behind Lu Qingming, carving a graceful arc through the air, akin to the fangs of a demon, plunging fiercely into the shadow. The power of the dark god is no ordinary physical attack. Boom! It resonated as though a meteor from the heavens crashed into the depths of a murky lake. The entire dark realm trembled. The terrifying force stirred a powerful vortex of energy, nearly tearing the sorcerer apart. Unable to withstand it any longer, in a panic, the sorcerer interrupted their arcane arts and fled the dark space. As soon as they emerged, they were met with a trash can. Lu Qingming seized the nearby refuse container and hurled it at the enemy. In an instant, a torrent of filth cascaded forth, splattering the sorcerer entirely. The sorcerer stood there, dumbfounded. What the hell? You're throwing trash cans at me? Despite having endured many battles, encountering such a reckless and dishonorable opponent was a first. Only daring to hide in the shadows like garbage. Lu Qingming sneered. Here's a trash can for you fitting, isn't it? Who are you? The sorcerer stared at Lu Qingming with incredulity. The earlier display of terrifying power had surpassed their comprehension. They began to doubt whether Lu Qingming was a top-tier expert from some arcane sect. How could they have failed to gather relevant information beforehand? Such a colossal oversight. You come to kill me and question my identity. Lu Qingming continued with a cold smirk. Why not do this? Tell me your employer's name, and we can conclude today's affair. I want to hold it against you. The Qingying organization merely executes tasks for payment. Capturing the puppet master is the key. Impossible. The sorcerer would certainly not divulge such information. As a premier assassination organization, Qingying would never casually betray their employer. Since you refuse to speak, I shall resort to persuasion. Lu Qingming furrowed his brow, and a black wing shot forth. Swish like a black arrow released by the Grim Reaper. It moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, striking perilously close to the enemy. The air around them trembled with death's aura. The sorcerer felt the overwhelming power clearly. The very air nearby vibrated incessantly, and even the ground quivered slightly. Yet it did not strike true. The black spike merely whizzed by, missing by a considerable margin. Had Lu Qingming shown mercy? No, it was simply that he could not fully control the power of the dark god. This left Lu Qingming somewhat embarrassed. However, he maintained his stern facade and stated coldly, that last strike was merely a warning. If you disclose your employer's information, I shall let you go. Never, the sorcerer bellowed. Swiftly reaching for their waist, preparing to unleash the most vicious, concealed weapon. Yet they only grasped a mound of rotting banana peels, along with some viscous, unidentifiable liquid that was exceedingly sticky, impossible to shake off. This was the additional consequence of the trash can assault. The damage may have been minor, but the humiliation was profound. The sorcerer could not help but retch, almost losing their stomach, in that brief moment of distraction. As they bent over in nausea, Lu Qingming surged forward. With astonishing speed, he granted the enemy no time to react. Channeling the power of the dark god into his right hand, he struck down with a palm like a blade. The sorcerer could not evade in time and was struck in the left shoulder. Crack! The dark energy was as sharp as a blade, severing the sorcerer's shoulder entirely. Blood gushed forth as the sorcerer howled in agony. Had he been too forceful? Lu Qingming quickly halted his assault, that if he were to strike again, this foe would surely perish. But the opponent was, after all, a top-tier assassin. The moment Lu Qingming hesitated to withdraw. The sorcerer activated their arcane arts, once again retreating into the shadows. Do not think you can escape. Lu Qingming aimed at the shadow, intent on using the power of the dark god to shatter the enemy's technique. However, what he did not anticipate was the unpredictable nature of shadow manipulation. That single shadow suddenly split into dozens, even hundreds of fragments. In an instant, numerous tiny shadows darted about, as if a vast swarm of bats had taken flight. Each fleeing in different directions, Lu Qingming was left dumbfounded, utterly unsure of how to proceed. He could only attack randomly, striking at whatever he could catch. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was riddled with craters from Lu Qingming's black wings. Yet he failed to strike the sorcerer's true form. Moments later, the sorcerer had fled 8 blocks, reuniting with several other assassins. Brother, what happened to you? Upon seeing his severed arm, the other assassins were utterly astonished. Hurry, contact the sect leader. The target is incredibly powerful. The injured sorcerer gasped. This transaction requires additional compensation. Chapter 63. Big fish, small fish, all shadows vanished without a trace, forcing Lu Qingming to abandon the pursuit. Upon returning, he found Luo Qinxue leaning against a lamppost, her complexion exceedingly pale. What is wrong? Lu Qingming's concerns surged at my head. It aches terribly. Luo Qinxue gasped, her strength waning, struggling to breathe. Could it be poison? Earlier, that green smoke had infiltrated the room at the hotel. Luo Qinxue had not held her breath, and it was likely she inhaled some. Hold on. Jiang has a remedy for the poison. Lu Qingming exclaimed, dashing to the main road to flag down a car. The driver leaned out, shouting angrily, "What do you want?" "I'm not a taxi." Lu Qingming replied, "I need your car, and I will pay you 100,000. That the driver paused, then retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" 20,000. Lu Qingming immediately pulled out his phone, displaying his balance on the Zhilongbao. The driver hesitated for 2 seconds before leaping from the driver's seat, eagerly opening the back door and exclaiming, "Sir, please get in. Jilong City is vast, and this journey typically takes over an hour." Yet, this driver showcased his utmost skill, even drifting through corners. In just 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Even Jilong's renowned driver Suzaheo would struggle to beat this record. Lu Qingming rushed into the villa, cradling Luo Qinxue, and called out for Jiang Ying. Everyone gathered around. Yi Feifei glanced at Luo Qinxue, but did not display overt surprise. After all, she had already seen intimate photos of the two from Jean Boya. Additionally, the exquisite bracelet Lu Qingming had gifted her made it difficult for her to feel anger at him now. Meanwhile, Luo Qinxue was in a daze, completely unaware of Yi Feifei's presence. "Chengming, you brought back the big fish you were raising outside?" Yi Feifei inquired nonchalantly. "Are you planning to start a harem?" "No, she is poisoned." Lu Qingming focused solely on Jiangying. "You're aware of the green poison smoke from Qingying, right?" "I know. I'll take care of it." Jiangying remained composed and quickly retrieved her stash of secret medicine. After administering the antidote to Luo Qinxue, she turned to Lu Qingming and inquired, "What of the assassins from Qingying? Have they been dealt with?" "No," Lu Qingming replied, shaking his head. "They managed to escape." With a sigh, Jiangying remarked, "I fear they will locate this place soon. It would be prudent for us to take cover." "No need to hide," Lu Qingming countered, resolute in his stance. "Let them come. 1 assassin, we eliminate. 2, we slay in tandem. No matter how many, we shall annihilate them all." "Young Master Lu, I acknowledge your strength," Jiangying continued to persuade. "But the methods of Qingying are exceedingly treacherous, making it wise for us to remain concealed for the time being." "Trust me," Lu Qingming asserted with unwavering confidence. "Should they dare approach, their demise is inevitable." What fueled Lu Qingming's audacity? Was it the power of the evil god? Certainly not. His belief lay in the grim Reaper girl, Yi Feifei. Regardless of whether they were from Qingying or Hongying, any who dared to threaten Yi Feifei would meet their end. Hence, what was there to fear? Everyone, remain calm. Let us rest well tonight. Lu Qingming declared, "You ladies shall stay in Yi Feifei's room." "Young Master Lu, are you certain?" Jiangying expressed her skepticism. Lu Qingming reassured her. "Rest easy. It is foolproof. Why must we sleep in my room?" Yi Feifei interjected, "Are you not joining me?" Lu Qingming paused for a moment, surprised, before responding, "Given the unusual circumstances today, I shall guard Luo Qinxue. It is safer for you all to remain together. I can accompany you in keeping watch," Yi Feifei suggested, seemingly unconvinced about Lu Qingming and Luo Qinxue sharing a room. "There's really no need," Lu Qingming replied, exasperated. "But what if?" Yi Feifei began, only to be distracted by the sight of a ruby ring adorning Luo Qinshue's finger. "The quality, the design, the pattern. It's from the same series as my bracelet." In an instant, comprehension washed over her. In the eyes of the Sea King, Lu Qingming, she too was merely a fish, regardless of size. All fish receive gifts and adornments, and they were all from the same collection. "Lu Qingming," Yi Feifei erupted, "you scoundrel." Lu Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Before he could grasp the situation, Yi Feifei had already dashed out the door in tears. What just happened? Lu Qingming was left bewildered. Just moments ago, all seemed well. Why had she suddenly erupted in anger? Being a straightforward man, he could not fathom that it was a matter of jewelry. After all, a ring and a bracelet were entirely different entities. How could they possibly be linked? "I have no idea," Jiang Ying admitted, equally perplexed. Having not received matching jewelry herself, she could not empathize that Lu Qingming pondered for a while, but still could not comprehend. The intricacies of a woman's heart were far too convoluted. At that moment, Jiang Ying quietly inquired, "Aren't you going to chase after her?" Lu Qingming suddenly realized that the protective umbrella had fled. Without Yi Feifei, how could they withstand the onslaught of Qing Ying's numerous assassins? He needed to retrieve her. However, he could not venture out himself. Running around aimlessly would only serve to deliver warmth to Qing Ying. Most critically, the rampaging Grim Reaper girl was perilous. When a girl was angry, she could be utterly unreasonable. If he failed to placate Yi Feifei with the right words, and she unleashed a dreadful curse, he would find himself reporting to the King of Hell. "Jiang Ying, please help me find Yi Feifei," Lu Qingming implored her, desperation evident in his voice. "Seriously?" Jiang Ying frowned, unable to contain her exasperation. "She is angry because of you, and you expect me to pursue her? The situation is exceptional. I truly cannot afford to roam about." Lu Qingming insisted, exuding helplessness, "that I trust in your expertise. You can surely convince Yi Feifei to return." "All right, I understand," Jiang Ying replied with a light chuckle. "It appears you are indeed more concerned about Miss Lu." Lu Qingming fell silent, unable to retort. "Take care," Jiang Ying called over her shoulder as she dashed out. Now, only Lu Qingming, Luo Qinxue, and Xiao Wei remained in the room. Wait a moment. Lu Qingming suddenly realized someone was missing. Where has Yi Lang gone? The Four Union Gang should also have experts, or at least connections to other top assassins. Xiao Wei suggested that he left after cooking, not even tasting a bite, and he looked rather dejected. She added, puzzled that Lu Qingming's expression turned complex. Was this sincere friendship touching him? He dared not act, truly too apprehensive. "You two must be exceptionally close friends. Could you share your story with me?" Xiao Wei asked. "That we have no story." Lu Qingming's expression darkened. "Why don't you tell me about your story instead?" Xiao Wei was taken aback that I didn't particularly enjoy the tale you shared earlier. Lu Qingming smirked, revealing a villainous grin. "Now that we are alone, why not regale me with a new version?" "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Wei asked, slightly panicked that I'm not as easily deceived as Yi Feifei. Lu Qingming teased, further embracing his rogue persona, that if you wish to stay here, you must abide by my rules, that if you continue to spin fanciful tales, I want to be so accommodating. What do you intend to do? Xiao Wei began to retreat. "Don't act rashly." "I intend to act rashly." "What of it?" Lu Qingming feigned villainy, relishing in the thrill of embodying his character, feeling invigorated by the role. "Don't come any closer." Xiao Wei suddenly adopted a defensive stance, declaring, "I'm an undercover agent." Chapter 64. This is a true undercover agent. Xiao Wei, whose full name was Wu Xiao Wei, revealed herself to be an undercover agent for the Jiulong Public Security Bureau. Her previously feeble demeanor had all been an act. The Public Security Bureau was not entirely ineffectual. A group of young individuals endeavored to alter the atmosphere of Jiulong through their efforts. In response to the recent spate of missing girls, the Bureau had implemented a sting operation, dispatching Officer Wu Xiao Wei to pose as a nightclub girl, wandering the streets late at night. Indeed, she was captured by the Griffin Brotherhood, But she remained inactive, secretly gathering evidence of their crimes until the auction commenced. According to prior arrangements, the Bureau was supposed to act and apprehend both buyers and sellers. However, upon discovering the identities of many buyers, the operation's leader hesitated. These were individuals they could not afford to offend. Reluctantly, he reported to superiors, passing the responsibility up the chain of command. Ultimately, as the leaders played hot potato, Wu Xiaowei was sold off. Her final directive was to continue posing as an undercover agent and gather evidence of the wealthy purchasing and abusing female slaves. What? The female slave is me. Wu Xiaowei nearly broke down on the spot. Thankfully, at the last moment, Jiang Ying appeared, dispatching the wealthy and their bodyguards, rescuing the girls. By a twist of fate, Wu Xiaowei had not returned to the Bureau, but instead found herself at Lu Qingming's residence. After hearing the latest iteration of her story, Lu Qingming could not help but ask, "If you are free now, why not report back to the Bureau? Why are you lingering here?" Wu Xiaowei bit her lip. "I don't want to go back." The Geelong Public Security Bureau had truly disappointed her. Was she willing to forsake her iron rice bowl over a single mishap? "Allow me to offer you a suggestion." Lu Qingming teased. "Once you return, simply lounge about, collect your salary, and do nothing." Isn't that appealing? Wu Xiaowei pondered his words. "You might have a point. I cannot afford to lose more." "Well then, it seems you genuinely cherish your iron rice bowl." Lu Qingming chuckled ruefully before asking, "Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claim of being with the Bureau?" "I have plenty of evidence," Wu Xiaowei declared, pulling out her phone and opening Douyin. Locating the official video account of the Geelong Public Security Bureau. The official account featured numerous promotional clips, many showcasing Officer Wu Xiaowei. However, her makeup and attire bore little resemblance to her current appearance, amplified by a powerful beauty filter, making it somewhat challenging to discern. "Take a closer look. It truly is me," Wu Xiaowei urged, tapping on a video that I in it. She donned a police uniform, holding a card featuring scantily clad women, earnestly advising men, "Please do not be deceived by such cards. If you call the number, you'll encounter nothing but fraud." One Mr. Huang fell victim to this. She continued, prompting a switch to another video. This one was reasonably normal, demonstrating self-defense techniques for women. Lu Qingming scrutinized it and confirmed it was indeed her. "Wait, if you're always in the spotlight, how can you be an undercover agent?" Lu Qingming queried, suddenly realizing a potential flaw. "Aren't you afraid of being recognized by criminals?" Wu Xiaowei sighed heavily, gesturing towards the Bureau's video account follower count. There it was, followers. 745. You didn't misread. There are only 745 followers. How many criminals do you think are among them? Wu Xiaowei rolled her eyes, swiping to reveal a video of a beauty in a short skirt and black stockings, shaking her hips. "Look at her followers," she announced. Douyin user. Hey C Mao followers. 127.5K. Lu Qingming was left utterly speechless. This was Geelong City. The Public Security Bureau was practically non-existent, garnering no attention whatsoever. What a farce. After a few more days of rest, I will return to work. Wu Xiaowei has already made up her mind to take it easy. Creating videos that no one watches is far better than being an undercover agent. A few more days of rest. Lu Qingming immediately frowned. "Where are you going to rest?" Wu Xiaowei replied, "Of course, here with you. On what grounds?" Lu Qingming's face hardened. "You have a secure job, yet you choose to loiter here for food and drink. Don't you know? The allowance for being an undercover agent is several times that of a regular salary." Wu Xiaowei blinked her large eyes. "Please let me stay a few more days." After a pause, she added, "Rest assured, Sister Jiang is quite adept at her profession. I guarantee I won't spill a word. Moreover, once I get promoted, you can come to me for any troubles you might encounter." Lu Qingming was left speechless again. It seems Wu Xiaowei, indeed, chose the right workplace. This job truly suits her. Look at her talent. Who knows, she might even rise through the ranks. Perhaps one day her skills will come in handy. Well, do as you please. The Geelong Public Security Bureau is indeed filled with talent. Lu Qingming shook his head in resignation and went to the bedroom to check on Luo Qinshue's condition. Jiang Ying's antidote proved effective. Luo Qinshue had already awakened and appeared to be in good spirits. "When did you wake up?" Lu Qingming scrutinized Luo Qinshue. "Why didn't you say a word upon waking?" Luo Qinshue replied, "I did say it, didn't I?" Lu Qingming was taken aback that he never expected this aloof young lady would indulge him in such banter. I've been awake for a while. Luo Qinxue elegantly stretched. I was eavesdropping on your conversation with Wu Xiaowei. Why were you eavesdropping? Lu Qingming felt a bit flustered. Luo Qinxue responded nonchalantly. You brought another woman into my house. Shouldn't I be aware of the situation? Lu Qingming inhaled sharply. Not just this one woman, but also a colossal bombshell, Yi Feifei. This matter must be clarified soon, otherwise Luo Qinxue might explode. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Lu Qingming inquired with concern. No, I feel perfectly fine. Luo Qinxue assured him. Really? Are you certain there's no abnormality? Lu Qingming reiterated. Absolutely none. Luo Qinxue moved her limbs, appearing completely normal, but that's splendid. Lu Qingming's lips curled into a smile as he swiftly grabbed a cloth strap from the bedside, binding Luo Qinshue's hands to the headboard in a flash. To inform her about the impersonation of Yi Feifei's boyfriend, he had to restrain her first. What if she couldn't handle it and went mad? What if she jumped off the building? However, Luo Qinxue was horrified by Lu Qingming's abrupt actions. That Lu Qingming, you pervert. Her face flushed with anxiety. This is our first time. Could you be a bit gentler? Lu Qingming was once again taken aback. The scene before him was indeed quite peculiar. Didn't know. That is not what I meant. Lu Qingming rubbed his face, attempting to explain slowly to Luo Qinxue. Just then, Wu Xiaowei suddenly pushed open the door, peering in through the gap. Having heard strange noises, she couldn't resist coming to investigate. You truly aren't a criminal? Wu Xiaowei scrutinized Lu Qingming, who was binding a beautiful woman. Where did your mansion and money come from? No, I haven't committed any crime. Lu Qingming pointed at Luo Qinxue. Ask her if you don't believe me. Upon seeing the outsider, Luo Qinxue instantly reverted to her cold demeanor. Glaring at Wu Xiaowei, this house is mine. Who permitted you to enter without knocking? Wu Xiaowei felt humiliated and could only retreat, shutting the door behind her. All right. Luo Qinxue looked back at Lu Qingming, her gaze filled with provocation. Please continue. Chapter 65. The Might of the Sect Leader. Woman, this is of your own making. Lu Qingming couldn't help but wish to cooperate earnestly with Luo Qinxue. Oddly enough, at this moment, the power of the evil god within him exhibited little fluctuation. It felt entirely different from when he applied medicine for Jiang Ying. Could it be that his feelings towards Luo Qinxue didn't count as wicked thoughts? Should he continue to test this? Lu Qingming flashed a charming grin reminiscent of a domineering CEO preparing to make his move, when suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Important reminder. It seems the book has been reported. Many popular scenes have been altered or removed. The urban setting is too restrictive. There are things that cannot be written, so related plot points will have to be postponed until later when the protagonist changes to a royal identity. For readers who insist on seeing that, feel free to switch to another book. There is no need to be overly agitated. What now? Apologies for the interruption, but it's still Wu Xiaowei's voice. There is a visitor looking for Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming was momentarily taken aback. A visitor? Who could it be? It wouldn't be that scoundrel Yi Lang, would it? Not Yi Lang. I don't know him. Wu Xiaowei replied. With no other option, Lu Qingming had to release Luo Qinxue and step outside to take a look. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered a stranger. The man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Yet he had a robust physique and a fierce countenance. His leopard-like eyes glinted sharply, emanating an aura of menace. Clearly, the visitor meant no good. You are Lu Qingming? He inquired, maintaining a vigilant stance, ready to strike at any moment. I am Fire Hidden, one of the 5 elders of Qingying. The man boldly introduced himself, even politely clasping his hands. May I ask which sect you belong to? A senior member of an assassin organization personally visiting. And he even inquired about Lu Qingming's background? Lu Qingming couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. This was indeed a unique approach for Qingying, but he didn't understand that this was the standard procedure for resolving disputes among the Xianmen. Upon learning of Lu Qingming's impressive strength, Qingying had already regarded him as a disciple of a particular Xianmen. Since they were both from the Xianmen, they would follow the old rules. First clarifying the sect affiliations to gauge the weight of the matter before deciding on the next course of action. Seeing Lu Qingming remain silent for a long time, Fire Hidden patiently repeated, May I ask which sect you belong to? Lu Qingming hesitated, that he initially thought of mentioning the Nameless sect. But reconsidering, the Nameless sect was left with only the elderly and the weak. Their strength was far too lacking. and Qingying would certainly look down upon them. Voicing it would be futile. If it dragged the likes of Ma Dongxing into the mess, wouldn't he'd be acting ungratefully. Thus, Lu Qingming simply stated, "No sect, no affiliation, a free man, good." A cold glint flickered in Fire Hidden's eyes. "Since that is the case, let us proceed with business." "Wait." Lu Qingming vaguely sensed something in Fire Hidden's words. "Are you suggesting that there is room for negotiation?" Not a member of the Xianmen, no need for further discussion. Fire Hidden turned to leave. Lu Qingming quickly called out, "How much did they pay you to kill me? Can I offer more?" Fire Hidden paused momentarily, hesitating for a few seconds before responding sternly, "We have our principles. Offering more is not an option." With that, he waved his hand. In an instant, from the flower bushes, rooftops, and various shadows, dozens of assassins emerged. The elite of Qingying had all mobilized? Lu Qingming took a deep breath, preparing for a fight to the death. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and the sun had yet to rise. The silent streets were initially deserted. Suddenly, a sound of creaking wheels rolling around the corner pierced the quiet. Fire Hidden and the others immediately halted, all gazing in that direction. That a dazed-looking youth was seen pushing an old man. Walking towards Lu Qingming's villa against the morning light, that it was none other than the little mud doll and the head of the nameless sect, He Lao-san. This old and young duo walked straight towards Lu Qingming's villa, seemingly oblivious to the dozens of assassins surrounding them. However, Fire Hidden recognized He Lao-san. He immediately raised his hand, signaling for a retreat. "Elder, what is wrong?" a young assassin quietly asked. "It's him, the head of the nameless sect." He-san. Fire Hidden's expression turned grave, even appearing somewhat anxious. "No one is to act rashly." "Who is He-san?" The younger assassins had never heard of him. "He is someone we cannot afford to provoke." Fire Hidden frowned. "Silence, all of you." According to reliable sources, 50 years ago, He-san was already nearing the heavenly realm. His power at peak is unknown. He must be a being on par with gods and demons. At a past gathering of the Xianmen, the former leader of Qingying attempted to cause trouble and was repelled by He-san with a single move. He returned and lay incapacitated for over 3 months, nearly departing this world. That was a nightmare that Qingying dared not mention. Now that He-san appears here, it is certainly not by chance. He must have sensed the surge of soul power nearby. Just based on this terrifying sense, it can be inferred that he remains as formidable as ever. Currently, no one in Qingying can confront him. Even if all 5 elders were to join forces and fight to the death, they might not even exchange their lives for his. We must not offend him. Seeing He Lao-san's sudden arrival, Lu Qingming was equally taken aback. However, what surprised him the most was that all the assassins had retreated, keeping their distance from He Lao-san. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingming took the initiative to approach, cupping his hands in greeting. "Elder He, what brings you here?" Lu Qingming, the great benefactor. He Lao-san returned the gesture. "You've donated far too much. I had to come personally to express my gratitude." Lu Qingming was momentarily stunned. "You found out?" With friends helping, it's not difficult to uncover." He Lao-san chuckled lightly. "You've done us a tremendous favor. What do you wish for in return?" "I need nothing." Lu Qingming waved his hand. It was merely an ordinary anonymous donation, coincidentally given to the nameless sect. "Great benefactor Lu, feel free to speak without reservation." He Lao-san maintained a smile, recalling your previous inquiry about the initiation, wondering if your desire to learn our secret arts was for that purpose. "Truly, it is not." Lu Qingming realized that his intentions might have been misconstrued by He Lao-san and hastily clarified, "I seek absolutely no reward. It is solely due to my affinity with Brother Ma that I willingly assist in repaying his debts. Moreover, the sum is not substantial. It is merely a trifling effort." "Alas, your trifling effort is a debt I shall never be able to repay." He Lao-san gently shook his head. "Our unnamed sect has never accepted favors without reason. The debt I owe you will be repaid by my disciple, but it shall take some time. There is no need for that." Lu Qingming found He Lao-san's insistence on repaying the debt quite exasperating. "After all, how can one repay a donation?" He Lao-san remarked solemnly. "To accept donations in the name of cultivation is to betray the very essence of our practice. Once one accepts the first, there will be a second, a third, and in time, one will be consumed by insatiable greed. Such a practitioner, unable to conquer the malevolence within, is doomed to perish in the battle against evil. As the leader of a sect, how can I accept your generosity without recompense? Lu Qingming had no retort that in our unnamed sect, debts must be repaid. Words alone hold no weight. We shall use a token as collateral, He Lao San declared, producing a dark ring from his robes. This is the Xian Tai Demon Suppression Ring, a treasure passed down through generations in our sect. Once worn, it can suppress the malevolent soul power within and is immensely beneficial for cultivation. Upon hearing of the ring's effects, Lu Qingming was struck with astonishment. This ring would be of immense use to him. Could it be mere coincidence? As He Lao San discerned something, he was eager to accept it. Yet after much hesitation, he ultimately declined, saying, I trust in your integrity. There is no need for collateral. Simply repay it gradually to know integrity is not everlasting. People can change, and it is far less reliable than a treasure. Without further ado, He Lao San thrust the demon suppression ring into Lu Qingming's hands. Once our unnamed sect has settled the debt, I shall reclaim this ring. Lu Qingming continued to wrestle with his thoughts. By the way, what is the situation with those remnants of the Qingyin sect? It was then that He Lao San broached a more serious topic. Lu Qingming sighed. I did not provoke them. Someone has offered a bounty on my head, that I see. He Lao San pondered for a moment before turning away, that he addressed Wei Yin, proclaiming loudly, I, He San, the leader of the unnamed sect, hereby announce the formal acceptance of Lu Qingming as an honorary disciple of our sect. Anyone who harms my disciple shall be considered my mortal enemy. The declaration was not loud, yet it reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. Wei Yin's face turned ashen, trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Qingming was utterly dumbfounded. Do not panic, He Lao San suddenly turned back, speaking softly. An honorary disciple is merely a title, signifying our relationship. There is no need for you to formally enter the sect, adhere to its rules, or abstain from desires. Chapter 66. The Crimson Queen. Just because of He Lao San's statement, the assassins from Qingying all retreated. The unnamed sect is not as weak as imagined. Or is He Lao San's strength or background truly formidable? Lu Qingming felt utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Many honorary disciples in various sects are simply connections, often relatives of donors that He Lao San, concerned that Lu Qingming might feel burdened, continued to explain about the honorary title. Our unnamed sect does not engage in such practices. But today is a special circumstance. I will make an exception for you, that if you feel uncomfortable in the future, you may come to me to rescind the honorary title at any time. Thank you, Elder He. Ah, no, thank you, Master. Lu Qingming promptly bowed, realizing that now he must refer to him as Master Dada. There's no need for such formality. Whether you call me Master or not is entirely up to you. He Lao San smiled slightly, just like you. This is merely a trifling matter for me. Lu Qingming smiled in return. Did I tea that moment? Luo Qinshu quietly approached the door and softly inquired, Is this elderly gentleman your friend? Lu Qingming hesitated for a moment, then replied earnestly, He is my master, the master of the unnamed sect. Since he is your master, why not invite him into the house? Luo Qinshu frowned slightly. Your actions make it seem as if I lack upbringing. Clearly, she assumed the role of the lady of the house, and indeed, she was the mistress of the residence. Yet her words seemed to tacitly acknowledge Lu Qingming's status as the master. He Lao San glanced at Luo Qinshu and could not help but chuckle. No wonder Qingming is reluctant to adhere to my sect's rules. This is indeed a formidable challenge. Lu Qingming could only scratch his head awkwardly. Master, please come in for a cup of tea. Surprisingly, the usually frosty Luo Qinshu smiled and extended an invitation, even referring to He Lao San as master. Thank you, but I shall not intrude upon you further. He Lao San laughed, waving his hand, that I have other matters to attend to. The two of them have already been detained by the 72 Bureau da. Lu Qingming exclaimed in shock. How could they be detained again? Alas, they detain as they please. With no rationale to discuss, that He Lao San sighed softly, that 72 Bureau believes our Xianmen is of no use, even if we wish to assist in resolving the demonic incursions. They are unwilling to cooperate. That Qin Hong. Lu Qingming frowned. Indeed, that was excessive. All right, let us depart. That He Lao San waved his hand, and the small figure promptly pushed the wheelchair. Master, why not have a cup of tea before you leave? Lu Qingming attempted to retain him, but Lao San did not look back, merely waving his hand. Once more as he watched the two depart, Luo Qinshua murmured, "I did not expect you to truly take a master in Xiamen. I thought you were deceiving me." "He, when have I ever deceived you?" Lu Qingming forced a smile. Indeed, he had deceived her. This master was just recently acknowledged. Luo Qinshua shot Lu Qingming a glance and suddenly asked, "Do you wish to continue playing?" Lu Qingming was momentarily taken aback before nodding eagerly. "Yes, I just acquired the precious demon suppression ring. It is the perfect opportunity to test its effects. With the ring, I should no longer have to worry about such malevolent thoughts." Right. With this in mind, he immediately slipped the ring onto his finger, though he did not feel anything particularly special. Thus, he removed it, contemplating for a few seconds, then put it back on, only to take it off again. He repeated this process several times. "Rogue, you go play by yourself." To his surprise, Luo Qinshua huffed heavily and returned to her room to scroll through her phone. Lu Qingming stood there, dumbfounded for a long while before chasing after her. Approaching Luo Qinshua, he was about to discuss things further when he noticed she was researching information about the Crimson Queen on her phone. Unable to resist, Lu Qingming leaned in to look together. The Crimson Queen, a legendary queen from the ancient Daxia kingdom. However, this is merely a legend, with no historical evidence to support it, primarily due to the continent's fragmentation, and the historical records have long since sunk to the seabed. It is said that the Crimson Queen wielded the power of an ancient deity, one of the 9 ancient gods, Sin. Just the name sounds arrogant, and her power must be equally terrifying. Harnessing the power of Sin. The Crimson Queen unified the continent, becoming an invincible entity. Later, she bore a child with a prince from another realm, giving birth to 7 offspring. Upon reaching this point, Lu Qingming was utterly convinced that this legend must hold some truth. In this female-centric world, the Crimson Queen must bear this many children. Even one less would be too embarrassing to greet other queens. I digress. Subsequently, the Crimson Queen divided Sin's power into 7 parts, sealing them within 7 red gemstones, which she bestowed upon her 7 children. However, after the queen's passing, the 7 children quarreled over power, ultimately turning against one another and meeting tragic ends. The 7 gemstones were also lost amid the chaos of war, never to be seen again. A total of 7 gemstones, each sealed with the power of Sin. Lu Qingming rubbed his forehead. Is this part of the legend true? It is difficult to verify. I fear I must seek the help of a Xianmen expert. Can I fully trust Lao San? Should I show him one of the gemstones? No, wait. Where did the red gemstone necklace from the 3-piece set go? After a night of turmoil, Lu Qingming finally remembered the missing necklace. Regardless of whether the power of Sin is real, it must be worth at least hundreds of millions. I cannot afford to lose it. I must search thoroughly. When searching for the necklace, I certainly cannot involve Luo Qinshua or Wu Xiaowei. It must be a solo endeavor. Lu Qingming hurriedly returned to his room, rummaging through everything. It was not in the room, so he climbed out the window and searched among the flower bushes. Yet, he still could not find it. Should I retrace my escape route from yesterday? That may not help. So much time has passed, and if it fell on the way, it would have been picked up long ago. Alas, where could it have gone? What a waste of hundreds of millions. Lu Qingming sighed as he returned to the living room. At that moment, Luo Qinshua had stopped scrolling through her phone and was elegantly seated on the sofa. Her expression frosty. This expression did not seem quite right. Lu Qingming remained silent, opting for a calm approach. After a long while, Luo Qinshua finally spoke. Do you have something important to tell me that you haven't finished saying? Lu Qingming pressed his lips together. Indeed, he had something to say, but was afraid of provoking too much excitement. Luo Qinshua replied, Then you may speak now. You must first promise me that you can control your emotions. Lu Qingming remained quite apprehensive. I am in a splendid mood today. Luo Qinshua glanced at the red gemstone ring on her finger. Just say it. Thus, Lu Qingming took a deep breath and finally uttered. After her amnesia, Yi Feifei treated me as her boyfriend. Luo Qinshua's reaction was remarkably calm. Something was amiss. It was far too abnormal. Shouldn't Luo Qinshua have erupted in a fit of rage right then and there? Lu Qingming was utterly astonished and at a loss. Even if you don't say it, I already know, Luo Qinshua said with an expressionless face as she raised her phone. Have you forgotten? I was just using your phone a moment ago. Lu Qingming's face instantly darkened. Damn it. How careless of me. Luo Qinxue had run away from home, sans her phone, and had taken Lu Qingming's phone to play with. That phone was a rugged military-grade device produced by Hua Qiangdong. Straightforward and robust, requiring no facial recognition to unlock. The crucial point was that Lu Qingming lacked the experience of being a playboy and had no awareness of the necessity to guard against his girlfriend checking his phone. Just a moment ago, Yi Feifei sent you a message. Luo Qinxue coldly fixed her gaze on Lu Qingming. She wants to break up with you. Chapter 1. Epilogue: A failed female fiction writer epilogue. Read it or not. It does not affect the main narrative. Pen name: Xiao Yetzi. Occupation: online fiction writer. Monthly income: 3.8 yuan. Xiao Yetzi had been writing female-oriented novels on the Xingguo platform for 2.5 years. Her first work, The Legend of the Scarlet Queen. The story's backdrop was an era where gods and demons coexisted with humans. The gods and demons fed on human spirits while bestowing miraculous powers upon their followers. The protagonist, the Scarlet Queen, was a quintessential Mary Sue heroine, adored by all men, including powerful ancient deities. With their assistance, she swept across the lands, unifying the world. She even established a harem and gathered numerous handsome men. However, this book performed poorly. It attracted few readers and was met with relentless criticism. The readers lambasted the heroine for being overly Mary Sue, derided the illogical plot, and condemned the characters as foolish. Among other grievances, they even claimed that this novel did not resemble female-oriented literature at all, but rather resembled a male-oriented fantasy tale. Xiao Yetzi was rather petty, exceedingly so. Anyone who offended her would find themselves cursed with circles drawn around their names. Anyone who criticized her would be met with her retorts. The time spent bickering with readers often exceeded the time she devoted to writing. However, this state of affairs did not last long. As soon there were no more readers. Xiao Yetzi realized her book was a lost cause and had to abandon it. Yet, as a principled writer, she refused to abandon it midway. She had to complete it. Thus, she hastily penned a conclusion. When the Scarlet Queen was pregnant with her second child, she bore 18, but could not deliver and perished in childbirth. Her first 7 children fought for power and perished in internal strife as well. In the end, a full-scale war between gods and demons erupted, shattering the continent. Everyone died. The grand finale. Thank you. Yes, a perfect conclusion, leaving the readers speechless. Then, everything began anew. Reflecting on her mistakes, Xiao Yetzi spent countless nights studying the most popular female-oriented works. Conceptualizing her second book, The Superpowered Little Wife of Young Master Qin. To amend the regrets left by her first book, Xiao Yetzi retained the same backdrop as the Scarlet Queen. After the war between gods and demons, humanity established a new civilization on the fragmented islands that, of course, she would not write about the gods and demons, merely glossing over it to avoid being accused of writing yet another male-oriented fantasy. Previously employing mystic arts, she now shifted to superpowers. The new heroine, Yi Feifei, was no longer as Mary Sue. She lacked the ability to unify the world and had only a few men enamored with her. Moreover, the harem was scrapped in favor of a dual purity setting. Surely this would suffice, right? Surely you would be satisfied. As for the other characters, the male lead, young Master Qin, embodied the quintessential domineering who dares to touch my woman will die. If my woman loses even a single hair, your entire family will pay the price. Yes, indeed, today's readers revel in this flavor. As for the female antagonist, Luo Qinxue, she was the epitome of classic beauty. Endowed with ample bosom and long legs, perfect for the protagonist to torment fiercely. The more stunning the woman, the more satisfying the torment. It was essential to promote positive energy to the readers. Mere beauty was insufficient. One must possess the kindness of the heroine. In summary, the character designs were market hits. There was absolutely no doubt. Most importantly, the golden 3 chapters mirrored the prevalent writing style, starting with a dramatic scene, where Luo Qinxue drugged and incapacitated Yi Feifei, enlisting a rogue to violate her. This rogue had to be a blonde, for that was the norm. The key point was that the ex-boyfriend had also sported blonde hair. Indeed, the blonde was modeled after the ex-boyfriend. Who told you to betray me? I shall ensure you do not survive beyond 3 chapters. Xiao Yetzi's inspiration surged, and in the blink of an eye, She completed the golden 3 chapters. At the chapter's end, it stated, "The blonde died. I am truly a genius. This book will surely be a hit." Xiao Yetzi smirked, stretched lazily, and intended to take a break. But suddenly, she felt something was amiss. That wouldn't it be too lenient to have the blonde ex-boyfriend die, just like that? Chapter 67. The benefits of paying attention to beautiful women. We've broken up. We've broken up? Lu Qingming laughed heartily toward the sky, finally free from the girl of death. Although he couldn't quite fathom the reason behind Yi Feifei's initiative to break up, a breakup was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Moreover, there had been no fierce confrontation. It had been a rather uneventful separation. Yi Feifei, I have not offended you. You were the one who ended things. Let us part on good terms. You take your time to recover your memories and return to the main plot. Just don't trouble me again. As for the superpowered cards, there was no need for concern. Just stay vigilant. If a great card appeared, seize it. Little treasures and whatnot were of no consequence. If she activated a powerful entourage, he would immediately seek out a young and beautiful female overlord. Having learned from past mistakes, he would never allow a second Yi Lang to emerge. Haha. Lu Qingming chuckled incessantly, almost breaking into a dance like Star-Lord. Luo Qinxue stared at Lu Qingming as if he were a fool. After a considerable time, Lu Qingming finally noticed her expression. Something was off. It was still amiss. He felt she should have erupted in fury. Why was she so composed? Did it mean she didn't care at all? Did it not matter to her whom Yi Feifei chose as a boyfriend, as long as it wasn't Qin Xian? With this thought, Lu Qingming regained his composure. Why are you so calm? This question needed clarity. Why shouldn't I be calm? Luo Qinxue retorted with a hum. What do you expect from me? Lu Qingming frowned and asked again. Is it not a problem that Yi Feifei considers me her boyfriend? Of course, it's not a problem, Luo Qinxue remarked, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. After all, you don't like her. Lu Qingming was taken aback. How do you know? Because I saw your Douyin, Luo Qinxue sneered, shaking her phone. All those hundreds of Douyin accounts you follow are voluptuous beauties. Not a single one resembles Yi Feifei. Lu Qingming's face fell once more. Who would have thought that such a monumental misunderstanding could be resolved so easily? It was all thanks to Douyin, who said following too many beautiful women was a bad thing. This was a prime example of a positive case study. Lu Qingming rubbed his face and explained, but it's not as you think. There are a few educational Douyin accounts that are male, and some look like Tibetan foxes. Why don't you mention those that look like guinea pigs? Luo Qinxue shot him a glare. With how many you watch daily, can your body handle it? I am fine. I'm in good shape, Lu Qingming awkwardly chuckled. Wait, that is not the point. Luo Qinxue narrowed her brows. But you still need to explain why you went along with Yi Feifei's delusion of you being her boyfriend. What is your ulterior motive? Lu Qingming pondered momentarily. Initially, I intended to use her against Qin Xian. It was a safeguard. However, yesterday I deliberately angered her, so you wouldn't be troubled. This hastily concocted excuse seemed quite fitting and aligned with the villainess character. Luo Qinxue ceased her inquiries. Seemingly accepting this reasoning, it appeared that the matter concerning Yi Feifei had been satisfactorily resolved. Please return my phone. Lu Qingming chuckled as he leaned in. I need to inform Jiang Ying that there is no need to search for Yi Feifei anymore. How about we throw a party to celebrate today? Jiang Ying indeed had not found Yi Feifei, but she was currently unable to take calls. This was because Huiyin, an elder of the Qingying organization, stood before her. Inger, long time no see. Huiyin scrutinized Jiang Ying, his gaze not particularly fierce. In your current state, I almost didn't recognize you. Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully. Master Uncle, the results of her cosmetic surgery were not quite ideal, as the doctor insisted she had a great foundation and did not require major alterations. Furthermore, minor procedures were considerably cheaper, and those who emerged from Qingying were quite sensitive to pricing. The most critical issue was that she had paid a hefty exit fee to leave the organization and was now out of funds. I didn't expect you to still acknowledge me as your master uncle. Huiyin chuckled lightly. Do you know how disappointed your master is? You were once on track to become the youngest Mu'in in our sect's history. Jiang Ying bit her lip and remained silent. Huiyin fell into silence for a moment before speaking again. Are you satisfied with your current life? Quite well, Jiang Ying replied softly. At least I no longer have nightmares. Well, as long as you are satisfied. Huiyin said, clasping his hands behind his back. What exactly is Lu Qingming's background? Jiang Ying simply replied, I'm not sure. You are truly unclear, or is it that you simply do not wish to speak? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Hui Yin's eyes. It is my master's teaching that one should not inquire into matters that do not concern them when money is involved. Jiang Ying's expression remained placid. I genuinely have no knowledge of the employer's personal affairs. Well said, Hui Yin nodded. This Lu Qingming is indeed formidable. Even Yisan from the nameless sect has come to his aid. That old fellow, who is notoriously impervious to bribery, cannot be swayed by mere coins. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ying finally voiced her concern. I hope Qingying can abandon this operation. Hui Yin's brow furrowed immediately. Our Qingying only increases the price. We have never conceded or retreated. That has never been our way. Jiang Ying blinked, softly suggesting, in fact, if the price increases excessively, the employer will naturally abandon the endeavor. That is impossible. Hui Yin huffed angrily. We cannot increase too much. To speak candidly, Qingying is truly in a predicament at this moment. When they initially took on this job, they did not perceive any difficulty. Investigations indicated that Lu Qingming was merely an obscure individual, seemingly even suffering from mental instability. Even if he possessed some skills, he would undoubtedly be no match for Qingying. But who could have anticipated that this fellow was so deeply concealed? Not only does he possess formidable mystical abilities, but even Yisan has come forth to protect him. At this juncture, seeking to negotiate a price increase with the employer is inevitable, but how much would be appropriate? If the increase is too substantial, it will undoubtedly tarnish Qingying's reputation. That it would inevitably raise doubts about Qingying's professional capabilities. From investigation to assassination to price increase, there appear to be serious flaws in the process. If this job were to fail, it would surely become the laughingstock of their peers. Alas, this time is destined to result in a loss. Jiang Ying could certainly discern Hui Yin's concerns and suggested further. Master, perhaps you could negotiate again with the employer. By some time, maybe circumstances will take a turn for the better, Hui Yin detected the underlying implication in Jiang Ying's words and inquired, What do you mean? If during this period, the employer were to die, there would be no one to pay the final payment. Jiang Ying finally articulated her plan. Then this job would be rendered void, and Qingying could abandon the operation without losing face. Hui Yin was momentarily taken aback, then understood. You intend to exchange your life for Lu Qingming's? As a premier assassin organization, Qingying adheres to strict rules. Once a deposit is accepted, the task must be completed unless the employer refuses to pay the final sum. They have, of course, considered the possibility of the employer being assassinated by a third-party killer. If the employer dies, the final payment is forfeited. Qingying never engages in losing ventures. Thus, the mission is naturally terminated. However, they must retaliate against that assassin, because such a situation is akin to severing one's means of livelihood. To deprive someone of their financial means is as grievous as killing their parents. If one does not eliminate the adversary, how can they resolve their hatred or establish their reputation? This is the rule. It is non-negotiable, and Jiang Ying's intention is abundantly clear. She aims to act as this third-party assassin, to eliminate the employer, thereby halting the mission and allowing Lu Qingming to escape the pursuit, and she herself would become the target of Qingying's vengeance, a certain death. You are utterly mad. Hui Yin could not contain his outburst. My actions can also restore Qingying's dignity. You should not be angered, Jiang Ying replied with a faint smile. Moreover, it is not necessarily a life for a life. Perhaps you will not be able to find me. That is highly improbable. Hui Yin glared intensely. You know very well that you cannot escape. That remains to be seen. Jiang Ying was resolute in her decision that do not act recklessly. Hui Yin was truly furious. One Lu Qingming is not worth your life. Jiang Ying countered. To take someone's money and then resolve their troubles is what I learned at Qingying. Since I have accepted Lu Qingming's benefits, it is my duty to protect him. You. Hui Yin stared at Jiang Ying for a long moment before admonishing, do not entertain the thought of locating the employer. I shall not disclose any information to you. No one in the organization will reveal anything. I will investigate on my own, ensuring that Qingying remains untainted. Jiang Ying bowed once more. Master, this is where we part ways. Chapter 68. The Chosen One, as Yi Fei stepped out. She immediately hailed a taxi and departed swiftly, which is why Jiang Ying could not locate her. When the driver inquired about her destination, she simply replied, to Zhongtian Tower. While en route, the driver, noticing Yi Feifei's youthful beauty, could not resist harboring ill intentions that he incessantly chatted away, occasionally interjecting crude jokes as a form of verbal harassment that Yi Feifei remained silently patient. Eventually, the driver's comments escalated to increasingly inappropriate and explicit remarks. Unable to endure any longer, Yi Feifei sternly declared, "Focus on driving. I have an appointment with Yi Lang from the Siliang Gang at Zhongtian Tower. I cannot be late." Upon hearing the name Yi Lang from the Siliang Gang, the driver instantly became compliant. After all, he was the heir of the first underworld gang in Kowloon. Initially skeptical, Yi Feifei promptly displayed Yi Lang's contact information on her phone. "Would you like an introduction?" Yi Feifei offered a smile tinged with menace. "And no need. No need." The driver no longer dared to speak out of turn, his demeanor shifting as he nervously continued driving. At last, they arrived at Zhongtian Tower. And as Yi Feifei stepped out of the taxi, she let out a long breath. She had not anticipated the power of Yi Lang's reputation, that a smile crept upon her face. He was indeed a friend worth making. Once Yi Feifei had walked away, the taxi remained stationary, unmoving. The driver, overwhelmed with anxiety, suffered a heart attack and tragically passed away. Claiming to meet with Yi Lang was merely a ruse that Yi Feifei entered Zhongtian Tower and headed straight for the Hexia firm. She sought to find Jean Boyan to resolve a significant issue. "Miss Yi, welcome," Jean Boyan greeted her as she entered his office. "What can I assist you with?" Yi Feifei's expression turned serious as she stated, "I want my personal records. All of them, ditto." Jean Boyan wore a peculiar smile. "Miss Yi, you are the first to request such a thing that I have lost my memory," Yi Feifei calmly explained. "I need to recover all of my memories." At present, she was indeed in great distress. Why? Why did I choose a boyfriend like a Sea King? Was that truly my initial choice? Why do I always feel that something is amiss? Yet my infallible sixth sense inexplicably acknowledges Lu Qingming. What on earth is going on? To thoroughly resolve this issue, I must reclaim my former self. "Miss Yi," under such circumstances, Jean Boyan scrutinized her. "You ought to seek a doctor, rather than me. I have already consulted a doctor." Yi Feifei replied, "But they cannot ascertain when I will recover. Therefore, I can only rely on my records to reclaim my identity." After a moment of hesitation, Jean Boyan finally spoke. "Miss Yi, I must caution you. Your records involve numerous significant figures in Kowloon that if you wish to see them, you must compensate me handsomely." Numerous significant figures? Yi Feifei was taken aback. Surely it cannot be that serious. Jean Boyan smiled slightly. "I would not deceive you. You will understand once you see to why." Yi Feifei then quietly inquired, "How much compensation is required?" Jean Boyan scrutinized her from head to toe before finally fixing his gaze on her wrist. "I desire that ruby bracelet." Yi Feifei was momentarily stunned. The bracelet was still warm from being worn. She truly cherished it and was reluctant to part with it. "Oh, by the way, this was a gift from the Sea King, Lu Qingming. If I intend to break up with him, I should return the bracelet. That would signify a clean break. Yes, it must be returned. I will no longer be a fish raised by a Sea King." Yi Feifei quickly convinced herself and proposed to Jean Boyan, "I apologize, but I cannot give you the bracelet. Could we possibly negotiate alternative compensation?" "Not possible." Jean Boyan immediately rejected her. "I never entertained bargaining." Yi Feifei gazed down at the bracelet, hesitating for quite some time before finally conceding. "Then let it be." Jean Boyan merely shrugged, expressing his regret, and watched as the dejected Yi Feifei departed. Before long, an employee approached, whispering, "Boss, should we send someone to follow her and seize an opportunity to snatch the item?" "Snatch it from her? You intend to rob Yi Feifei?" Jean Boyan suddenly laughed, a sound not loud, yet sharply piercing. The employee appeared visibly frightened and hastily lowered his head. After a prolonged moment of laughter, Jean Boyan gradually ceased, then strolled to the wall, where a large map of Kowloon Island hung beneath. The Kowloon district is encircled by 9 dragon statues. He gazed up at the map, speaking slowly. "This is an exceptionally powerful protective barrier, created by hundreds of top-tier sorcerers, capable of preventing all beings below the celestial level from entering the Kowloon district. For millennia, many have attempted to destroy these statues, yet none have succeeded. However, just recently, that black dragon statue suddenly shattered. Even the legendary counter-heaven seal was lifted. Do you know what happened? The employee trembled, cautiously responding. We have already investigated. It was indeed Yi Fei who drove into it. Ah. Jean Boyan laughed again. A mere car. How could it possibly shatter the seal? The employee dared not respond, continuing to shrink back. After a while, Jean Boyan coldly remarked, it was Yi Fei's blood that broke the counter-heaven seal. She is the chosen one. Is there still so much history behind the dragon statues of Kowloon? Su Zihao is engrossed in listening to Ma Dongxing recount tales of the Xianmen, utterly captivated by the narrative. Indeed, if one were to elaborate, it could stretch on for 3 days and nights without conclusion. Ma Dongxing, equally animated, shares his stories with fervor. Meanwhile, Wu Jia rolls her eyes beside them, murmuring softly, Senior brother, aren't you perhaps indulging a bit too much? No matter. Ma Dongxing waves his hand dismissively. It's not as if this is some closely guarded secret. The three of them find themselves confined in a temporary isolation room of the 72nd Bureau. Su Zihao was apprehended, of course, for accompanying Yi Fei to an auction that fateful day. There had been an opportunity to escape. Yet he refused to leave without his goddess. Thus, he was captured. That it was expected that his uncle, Luo Tianhe, would be able to extricate him, but after several days of waiting, there has been no word. Who knows what predicament has arisen?